Chapter 1. The Fall and the Rebirth in Chaos. Within the boundless chaos lies an expanse devoid of limits, suffused with an immeasurable essence of chaos. It is a realm without direction, devoid of up or down, left or right. The ancient and desolate aura serves as the predominant characteristic of this chaotic world. Boom! At that moment, a thunderous roar reverberated through the chaotic realm, as an intangible ripple spread across the entire expanse of chaos. The infinite essence of chaos surged restlessly, and a frail soul manifested amidst the vastness. Whoosh! A stream of purple energy surged into this soul, causing the boundless essence of chaos to rush towards it with fervor. An immense vortex formed within the endless chaos, drawing in the boundless chaotic essence with great speed. As the chaotic essence rapidly flowed into the soul, a colossal cocoon emerged in the midst of the immeasurable chaos. Time is inconsequential in chaos. In the blink of an eye, 10 epochs passed. Where's this? A sudden voice echoed within the vast expanse of chaos, infusing a hint of vitality into the desolate world. I remember going downstairs to buy soy sauce, and then suddenly I lost consciousness. Wait, what is this place? Where am I now? Wasn't I already unconscious? Where's this? The owner of this voice is none other than our protagonist, Qingchen. Originally, he was a quintessential homebody, often immersed in the online world, indulging in various fantasy novels while fantasizing about acquiring the powerful abilities of immortality one day. Such aspirations are admirable, yet they stand in stark contrast to reality. Just as Qingchen finished purchasing the soy sauce and inexplicably lost consciousness, he found himself fortuitously transported to the era of chaos, before the heavens and earth were formed, and before the separation of the primordial elements. After a moment, Qingchen regained his thoughts. He felt as if his entire being were confined within a large jar, his arms wrapped around his legs, his body curled up in discomfort. Damn it! Qingchen was furious. He inwardly cursed. If I were to die, then so be it. Who would have thought that after death, I would be stuffed into a large jar? Is there no justice in this world? In a fit of anger, Qingchen began to struggle vehemently. With a faint crack, a sound broke the silence, and Qingchen distinctly heard it. Fueled by excitement, he exerted all his strength to break free, and the sound of the cracks grew louder with each passing moment. With a resounding boom, the jar imprisoning Qingchen shattered completely. The violent noise sent ripples through the boundless essence of chaos, creating a tempest. Amidst the endless chaos stood a strikingly unusual young man, completely unclothed. His messy black hair cascaded freely, and his silver eyes appeared extraordinarily enchanting, accentuating his otherworldly visage. This youth is none other than our protagonist, Qingchen. He surveyed his surroundings with a sense of bewilderment. Before him lay an expanse of endless gray currents, flowing amidst an ancient and desolate atmosphere. A sharp pain pierced Qingchen's head, akin to being pricked by needles, causing him to writhe within the chaos. The chaos churned like the waters of a river, and Qingchen's turmoil disrupted the tranquility of the realm once more. After a considerable time, Qingchen regained his composure. A tidal wave of memories surged within his mind, filling it to the brim with intricate recollections. What? This is chaos! Qingchen exclaimed in astonishment. This is utterly absurd. Others who traverse worlds are often met with grandeur, surrounded by followers and beauties vying for their attention. Yet here I am, somehow finding myself in chaos. Qingchen lamented inwardly, for he had read countless fantastical novels in his previous life and was acutely aware of the perils inherent in chaos. Not to mention the chaotic essence that can erode and assimilate all things. Even the 3,000 chaotic demons within chaos are formidable foes. Let alone the great Pangu, the creator of heaven and earth, whose existence is overshadowed by countless powerful beings in the primordial realm, not to mention the 6 great saints who govern the land, with the celestial embodiment of the Tao, Hongjun, looming above them. Damn it, if I must traverse, then let it be to chaos. At least my identity is elevated. Perhaps when the time comes, I might unleash my potential and become a saint. With a plethora of innate treasures and a few exquisite beauties by my side. Haha. Qingchen chuckled foolishly, his mind wandering to fanciful notions, reveling in the absurdity of it all. Thunder rumbled echoed through chaos, and suddenly, Qingchen realized his identity. He was one of the 3,000 chaotic demons. It is worth noting that each of the 3,000 chaotic demons is an extraordinary being born within chaos, each possessing an innate mastery over a particular principle of the Tao beneath the overarching laws. Qingchen's identity is that of the controller of the time principle, renowned as the first defiance against the heavens. By the Tao above, from this day forth, there shall be no more Qingchen in this world. Only the Taoist Qingchen within chaos. Boom! The Tao acknowledged and validated Qingchen's identity, solidifying his place among the 3,000 chaotic demons. It turns out Qingchen hails from a future realm, though the reasons for his arrival in chaos remain unknown. However, he is an anomaly, unbound by the Tao's control. Naturally, this opens the possibility for transcending the Tao itself. One must ponder, how could the Tao tolerate such a latent threat? Thus, it bestowed upon Qingchen a subtle hint, urging him to willingly acknowledge his identity as a chaotic demon. Sigh, Qingchen, it should be Qingchen now fully comprehended the machinations of the Tao. Yet, regret comes too late, having verbally affirmed his identity as a chaotic demon. If he diligently cultivates, there may yet be a chance to surpass the Tao in the future. Calming himself, he suddenly felt a chill below. Startled, he glanced down, only to realize he was unclothed, a shimmering silver robe enveloping him. Seated cross-legged within the chaos, he perused the memories imparted by the Tao. Time technique. 3 shimmering silver characters manifested in his mind. As Qingchen's consciousness brushed against them, the time technique transformed into countless intricate glyphs, filling his mind with profound mysteries. An enigmatic sensation washed over Qingchen, and soon he found himself entranced, unable to extricate himself. The boundless currents of chaotic essence surged rapidly towards Qingchen. Simultaneously, his cultivation level surged forward: celestial immortal, mid-celestial immortal, late celestial immortal, mid-true immortal, late true immortal, profound immortal, until he reached the mid-golden immortal state. For reference, the cultivation levels are celestial immortal, true immortal, profound immortal, golden immortal, Tai golden immortal, Deluo golden immortal, quasi-saint slaying 1 or 2 corpses, Hun Yuan Deluo golden immortal infinitely close to saint celestial Tao, supreme, chaos, and Tao. The elevation of his cultivation level kept Qingchen engrossed in his comprehension of the time principle. Years, uncounted in chaos, flowed by in the blink of an eye, and Qingchen's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the Deluo golden immortal realm, just a step away from the Hun Yuan Deluo golden immortal realm. However, this level cannot be breached through mere prolonged seclusion. It requires an opportunity. When that opportunity presents itself, the bottleneck at the Deluo golden immortal level will automatically shatter. Awakening from his deep understanding of the time principle, Qingchen's eyes radiated with a divine light. A flash of silver brilliance erupted, stirring the boundless chaos into a frenzy. Rising to his feet, the bones in his body crackled incessantly. A breath of Tao flowed around him, unfathomably profound. Having dwelled in this chaos for so long, it would be remiss not to explore. It would be a disservice to my title as a chaotic demon. Qingchen felt a surge of desire to traverse the chaos. With a thought, he chose a direction and soared forth. The surrounding chaotic essence posed no threat to a chaotic demon born of chaos. Their corporeal forms are remarkably resilient. Chaotic demons are inherently proud, and as the firstborn of chaos, they have every reason to be. In this boundless chaos, for a chaotic demon, it is akin to a dragon returning to the sea. Not only do they feel no harm, but they can fully unleash their impressive prowess. To suggest that a chaotic demon could be harmed by the chaotic essence is nothing short of ludicrous. In the immeasurable world of chaos, boundless and infinite, the chaos swirled restlessly, seemingly tranquil yet rife with hidden dangers. Earth, water, fire, and wind danced perilously, with countless hidden thunderbolts scattered throughout the chaos. As Qingchen navigated through this vast chaos, he marveled at the chaotic world before him. Indeed, this is chaos. Beneath its seemingly tranquil surface lies a torrent of undercurrents. Gale winds and hidden thunder echoed throughout the chaos. With danger lurking at every turn, the chaotic demon, born of this realm, remained undaunted. Rather, chaos was home to them. Qingchen drifted aimlessly through the endless chaos, unaware of how much time had passed. At that moment, Qingchen sensed a tremor in his primordial spirit, accompanied by a flicker of curiosity. He promptly seated himself cross-legged within the chaos, using his primordial spirit to commune with the enigmatic Tao and engage in calculations. As the profound calculations of his primordial spirit deepened, Qingchen became acutely aware of the existence of a rare opportunity amidst the vast expanse of chaos. Through the Purple Mansion, his primordial spirit communed with the Tao to conduct an intricate deduction. After a considerable duration, Qingchen ceased his calculations, pinpointing a direction before soaring into the boundless chaos. He traversed an unfathomable distance of countless billions of kilometers, during which his primordial spirit sensed the elusive opportunity that lay hidden in the void. Chaos Pearl! A wave of immense joy surged within Qingchen's heart, for the Chaos Pearl was one of the three supreme treasures of chaos. This extraordinary gem could suppress the chaos itself and contained a miniature chaos, forming a world of its own. Each of the chaos treasures was remarkable in its own right, with unique effects attributed to each. Qingchen's acquisition of the Chaos Pearl was indeed a consequence of his own fateful encounters. Note: the narrative contained herein is purely fictional. Minors are advised against emulating any actions depicted to avoid adverse consequences, particularly to their physical and mental well-being. Chapter 2: Chaos Jade, the initial forging of a weapon. With the acquisition of the Chaos Pearl, Qingchen's spirits soared to unprecedented heights. Setting aside the Pearl's ability to subdue the chaotic realms, it also possessed the capacity to govern his own fortune. Even more precious was the fact that the Pearl harbored a small chaos within it, teeming with boundless chaotic energy. Moreover, it offered the potential to carve out an entire world within, allowing him to become the supreme sovereign of that realm. Regaining his composure, Qingchen continued his exploration of the infinite chaos. Perhaps due to his insufficient fortune, he wandered for an extensive period without encountering a single spirit treasure. This realization momentarily dampened his spirits, but such feelings swiftly dissipated. At this juncture, Qingchen harbored an intense desire to behold the legendary Pangu, the primordial deity. Growing up, he had heard tales of Pangu creating the heavens and the earth, and the myth of Nuwa crafting humanity and mending the sky. Now, having been reborn in this chaotic realm, it was only natural for him to pay homage to the legendary figure who separated heaven and earth. Thus, he persisted in his exploration of the boundless chaos, knowing that his cultivation would not progress significantly in the short term. He roamed the chaos, seeking to alleviate his somewhat tedious moments. Ultimately, Qingchen had yet to fully immerse himself in the identity of the 3,000 chaotic deities, with his thoughts predominantly shaped by the perspectives of a being from a later era. It is a truth universally acknowledged that no one can swiftly alter their habits. Such transformations can only be achieved through the passage of time. Ah, what is this? Oh, it's Chaos Jade, Qingchen exclaimed, holding a massive, grayish stone, a product of the countless eons of chaotic energy condensing within the chaos. The Chaos Jade was exceptionally resilient. Even a saint would find it no easy task to melt it down. Just what I need: a weapon. This Chaos Jade is of excellent quality. It will suffice for crafting a weapon. He settled into a meditative posture, his primordial spirit emerging from the Purple Mansion. With an air of solemnity, his diminutive mouth opened, and grayish flames erupted forth. This was the primordial chaos fire. Countless chaotic energies surged forth, utilizing the chaotic essence as fuel to incinerate the Chaos Jade. Remarkably, The Chaos Jade remained unscathed despite the ferocious onslaught of the primordial chaos fire. Seeing this, Qingchen remained undeterred in the nascent days of the 3,000 chaotic deities. Time stretched infinitely before him, and he possessed ample patience to await the outcome. Gradually, the passage of 3 yuan meetings elapsed, with the Chaos Jade steadily swirling amidst the primordial chaos fire. After 2 yuan meetings, the Jade showed no signs of change. 3 yuan meetings passed, and still, the Chaos Jade remained unchanged. However, after 4 yuan meetings, the Jade finally exhibited signs of melting. Upon witnessing this, Qingchen's primordial spirit broke into a satisfied smile. The time spent during these 4 yuan meetings had not been in vain. His primordial spirit's eyes suddenly widened, and his delicate hands rapidly gestured intricate incantations. The flow of chaotic energy surged 1,000-fold, as countless streams of this energy swiftly entered the chaotic primordial fire. The chaotic primordial fire blazed higher, hastening the pace at which it scorched the chaotic jade stone. The melting became visibly rapid, bringing great joy to Qingchen. As the chaotic primordial fire intensified, the rate of the jade's melting quickened even further. Over time, the chaotic jade stone melted at a pace significantly faster than before. With strands of impurities continuously being incinerated by the chaotic primordial fire, after 10 yuan meetings, the jade's volume had diminished from its original size to that of an adult's fist, though reduced in size. What remained could still be deemed the essence of essence. Gradually, as 3 more yuan meetings elapsed, the chaotic jade stone was completely liquefied. A globule of liquid floated within the chaotic primordial fire, slowly changing color as it was scorched. From its original dull gray hue, it transitioned to a vibrant blue. Once the liquid had fully transformed into this blue shade, Qingchen's primordial spirit returned to his body. Opening his eyes, Qingchen gazed at the azure liquid before him, his hands swiftly weaving incantations. Countless Taoist runes infused the liquid, and as they entered, the liquid began to take on a new shape, slowly forming into a blue flute. Upon witnessing this, Qingchen intensified his gestures, creating afterimages with his hands. Innumerable Taoist runes, formations, and prohibitions were inscribed into the flute. Qingchen, feeling quite satisfied, had a sudden inspiration and began to inscribe some of his insights regarding the laws of time into the flute. A profound aura emanated from the flute's body, and the elegantly crafted blue jade flute now carried an added layer of mystery. With a clear command, as the final law of time was inscribed into the flute, a flash of azure light signaled that Qingchen's crafting had been remarkably successful. That he reached out to take the flute, gently caressing its body. His primordial spirit's energy permeated the flute, leaving a trace of his essence at its core. "Ah!" Qingchen exclaimed softly, suddenly realizing that his cultivation had surpassed the realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, attaining the level of the Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal, merely a step away from becoming a saint. To his astonishment, this crafting session had allowed him to break through a long-standing bottleneck in his cultivation, a true blessing from the Tao. Qingchen's spirits soared as he celebrated this unexpected advancement after years of stagnation. The depths of his understanding of the Tao had deepened significantly, particularly regarding the laws of time. He had initially grasped the applications and techniques of concepts such as time suspension, time cutting, and time interruption. With his cultivation reaching the Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal stage, his comprehension of the Tao had notably intensified, having spent many years in the chaos without thoroughly organizing his knowledge. Qingchen sat cross-legged and began meticulously sorting through his learnings, techniques, formations, prohibitions, divine abilities, calculations, and so forth. Upon closer inspection, he found his knowledge to be quite disordered, encompassing a wide array of subjects, with numerous techniques and divine abilities scattered throughout. As he caressed the jade flute in his hands, a satisfied smile graced Qingchen's face as he soared towards the boundless depths of chaos. The chaos was vast and unbounded, and even Pangu was oblivious to his current whereabouts. Qingchen wandered aimlessly through the chaos, practicing his learned divine abilities as he flew. Over the long passage of time, he devised an exceptionally sophisticated evasion technique through the laws of time, which he named Time Evasion Technique. This technique was indeed remarkable, allowing him to traverse billions of miles in the blink of an eye. It bore similarities to the divine ability known as Within Reach of Heaven, yet it was far superior. This evasion technique was born from the laws of time, and among the myriad chaotic demigods, There was no doubt that Qingchen stood as the foremost master of the laws of time. He was born in accordance with these laws, and his comprehension and understanding of them were such that none would dare claim superiority. Additionally, the laws of time were often referred to as the foremost heaven-defying laws. For once mastered, a single thought could revert the world to its primordial chaos. However, this required an unparalleled level of insight into the laws of time. Qingchen, as one of the 3,000 chaotic demigods, held the title of the ancestor of time. His mastery of the laws of time was only second to Pangu's laws of power. After all, the laws of power govern all forms of power in existence. Which is why Pangu is so formidable. Simply controlling all power in the world is enough to be considered heaven-defying. Beyond the laws of power, only Qingchen's laws of time could be deemed the first among the heaven-defying laws. Among the 3,000 laws, only power, time, and space presented challenges for mastery. Chapter 3. The Chaos Run Long. The first battle. Once the time evasion technique was employed, billions of miles were traversed in an instant. However, in the boundless chaos, this distance was hardly significant. One could liken it to a mere country lane. No, it was even less than that. While the chaos stretched infinitely, the time evasion technique, despite being the fastest of its kind, was not much swifter than an ant's pace in the grand expanse of chaos. In this vast, boundless chaos, searching for Pangu was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. As Qingchen surveyed the endless chaos, he couldn't help but reflect. Pangu had managed to break through the chaos and carve out a world. One could only wonder how powerful Pangu had been at that time to achieve such a feat in this infinite chaos. Although the time evasion technique allowed for the traversal of billions of miles in a flash, it was still in its early stages of development, consuming considerable energy. Alas, the root of the issue lay in his insufficient cultivation. When he fully mastered the laws of time, this technique would undoubtedly become swifter. Once the laws of time reached their pinnacle, one could only imagine how frighteningly fast this evasion technique would become. At that point, it might allow for journeys spanning countless trillions of miles in an instant. Currently, Qingchen did not possess such capabilities, even though he had only just begun to grasp the laws of time. He was still limited to a fraction of the potential that could be achieved at the pinnacle stage. Seated cross-legged in the chaos, he circulated his primordial spirit. Countless streams of chaotic energy surged towards him, and as they entered his body, they were refined into pure magical power. Although the chaos was fraught with danger, this was primarily a concern for those below the Great Luo realm or those without protective treasures. For a chaotic demigod newly birthed within the chaos, it was akin to entering one's own backyard, free to frolic as one pleased. Could one truly be injured in their own backyard? If that were the case, they would not be worthy of the title of chaotic demigod. The true wisdom lay in maintaining oneself in a state of peak condition at all times within the chaos. Encountering another chaotic demigod could spell disaster. Though Qingchen's cultivation was merely at the Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal stage, should he find himself in a state of extreme weakness, even a chaotic demigod at the Great Luo level could potentially slay him. Qingchen possessed the memories imparted by the Tao, making him acutely aware of the trepidation surrounding the other 3,000 chaotic demigods. As he circulated his primordial spirit, streams of chaotic energy continuously flowed into his physical form. Upon entering his body, this energy was promptly refined into extraordinarily pure magical power. His primordial spirit communicated with the Tao, grasping the profound truths hidden within. Concurrently, his cultivation saw a slight increase, and his understanding of the laws of time seemed to come more easily. In the blink of an eye, time passed swiftly, and Qingchen found himself restored to his peak condition, now standing at the threshold of becoming a saint. Perhaps when the opportunity arose, he would achieve that status. Unlike the later generations of Hongwang cultivators, chaotic demigods did not merely practice divine abilities. They comprehended the Tao. Once a chaotic demigod attains the saint realm, their combat prowess would be truly terrifying. With a sudden opening of his eyes, two radiant beams of light shot forth, emanating from his gaze. Sensing the surge in his cultivation, Qingchen smiled in satisfaction. Just then, his primordial spirit trembled, sensing an imminent danger and signaling a warning. Rising to his feet, Qingchen's consciousness, at the Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal level, swiftly scanned the surrounding area across billions of miles. At that moment, a resounding dragon's roar echoed, and numerous colossal ice blocks hurtled toward him. Qingchen's primordial spirit swept over the scene and gasped in shock. This was no ordinary ice. It was the most primal form of ice in existence, the original true ice. capable of freezing one's primordial spirit to death instantly. It was exceedingly tyrannical, and when wielded by a chaotic demigod, its power was further amplified. Even Qingchen, lacking absolute confidence, could not afford to let this original true ice touch him lightly. A roar erupted. And Qingchen turned his gaze to see a massive dragon emerging from the depths of the chaos. This dragon appeared menacing, possessing 9 enormous tails. To one's astonishment, the 9 dragon tails are indeed 9 dragons. One can scarcely imagine the enormity of a colossal dragon. Even from unfathomable distances, one could perceive every scale adorning its massive form with crystal clarity. Just how immense must this dragon be to remain visible from such vast expanses? What is even more astonishing is that each of its tails is, in fact, a dragon in its own right. Each tail is adorned with multiple hues, symbolizing the 5 elements, yin and yang, as well as wind and thunder. The dragon itself embodies the principles of ice, wielding the primordial true ice capable of shattering the primordial spirit. Behold, the Renlong, as Qingchen gazed upon the gargantuan Renlong from billions of miles away. His heart raced with awe. Its magnificence was breathtaking, rendering the dragon clan of later generations insignificant in comparison, stirring a profound sentiment within him. With a low growl, the Renlong unleashed a torrent of chilling primordial true ice from its cavernous maw. As Qingchen uttered a command, the primordial true ice, upon nearing his being, was obliterated by the cutting force of time. The realm affected by this time-slicing technique fell into a state of stasis, effectively rendering it devoid of temporal flow. In the absence of time, it was impossible for the primordial true ice to make contact with Qingchen. Once more, he invoked a divine technique, causing the primordial true ice to gradually diminish until it bizarrely vanished without a trace, leaving no remnant of its essence. Truly, the laws of time are the foremost anti-heavenly laws, possessing tremendous power. A mere reversal of time was sufficient to return the primordial true ice to the void. Such a law is fearsome beyond measure, unmatched in its might. The Renlong, billions of miles away, appeared taken aback by this turn of events, unable to comprehend what had transpired, however, before it could ponder further. Rage filled its heart. With a furious roar, the Renlong's colossal body surged toward Qingchen's location at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the immense distance was traversed. Its enormous eyes burned with wrath as the 9 dragon tails unleashed their respective elemental powers. Encompassing the 5 elements, yin and yang, and the forces of wind and thunder, in an instant, the chaotic world shimmered with vibrant hues, a breathtaking spectacle. Humph, time halts, a command echoed, as if it had existed since the dawn of time itself. The elemental powers and the myriad techniques were frozen in that brief moment of time halt. Even the massive Renlong was momentarily immobilized by this divine technique. Time reverses, Qingchen called out, causing the elemental powers to dissolve back into the void under the influence of the laws of time. At this juncture, he lifted a jade flute to his lips and began to play a gentle melody. The enchanting notes resonated through the profound silence of the chaos, gradually calming the turbulent chaos energy. Akin to a tranquil lake, undisturbed. After a considerable while, Qingchen's melody faded away at that moment. The Renlong's eyes were devoid of life, a desolate gray hue enveloping its being. Its primordial spirit had long since vanished, extinguished by Qingchen's flute tune. Even Qingchen was astonished by the potency of his melody. It had evidently touched upon the laws of the soul, while it may not rival the true laws of the soul. Within the confines of time halt, employing a half-formed soul law to eliminate a chaotic demon god incapable of resistance was a rather effortless feat. Perched atop the Renlong's massive head, his eyes gleamed with divine light. With a flick of his right hand, a radiant purple aura materialized in his palm. Chapter 4, Primordial Purple Qi, Foundation of the Dao. He beheld the radiant purple aura. The words primordial purple Qi echoed in Qingchen's mind. In later generations, this primordial purple Qi was bestowed by the Tao ancestor Hongjun upon his 6 disciples. Utilizing this primordial purple Qi, the 6 disciples ultimately achieved sanctity during the calamity of the Wu and Yao. As Qingchen vanquished the Renlong, he felt a tremor within his primordial spirit, sensing a familiar essence nearby, which pointed directly to the Renlong's head. Leaping onto the Renlong's head, he sensed a radiant purple aura within its purple palace. Thus, he extracted this aura, realizing that it was the famed foundation of the Tao, the primordial purple Qi, With a wave of his hand, he stored the purple aura and gazed at the gargantuan form of the Renlong. With another flick of his sleeve, the Renlong's massive body vanished without a trace. Sitting cross-legged, a gray lotus platform emerged to support Qingchen's form. He meticulously gestured with his hands, inscribing prohibitions and formations around himself. This lotus platform was forged from chaotic energy, allowing his primordial spirit to undergo transformation. With closed eyes, he practiced, as chaotic energy surged into his being. This battle had granted Qingchen new insights, deepening his understanding of the laws of time. Eager to delve into the comprehension of these laws, he became cautious this time. He established prohibitions and divine techniques formed from the laws of time around him, yet left a sliver of his consciousness within the formations. Should a chaotic demon god dare to breach these prohibitions, the formations would activate automatically, allowing Qingchen to awaken promptly. As Qingchen quietly meditated on the laws of time, chaotic energy continually flowed into his chaotic demon god physique. The impurities within his body were gradually refined, while his demon god form grew ever stronger. His muscles tightened, expelling the lingering impurities, though these impurities were regarded as treasures in the chaotic realm. To the chaotic demon god, they were mere dust, devoid of value. In stark contrast, these impurities would only hinder his physical form, leading him to eliminate them relentlessly. As time elapsed, the impurities within Qingchen's body were systematically expelled, gradually forming blocks of black stubborn stone around him. As chaotic energy flowed into his flesh, traces of chaotic energy began to seep into these stubborn stones, slowly forming what is known as chaotic stubborn stones. If Qingchen were to awaken and discover that the impurities expelled from his body had coalesced into chaotic stubborn stones, he would undoubtedly find it both amusing and bewildering. These chaotic stubborn stones, sought after by countless cultivators in the later generations for treasure refinement, were, in fact, the byproducts of the 3,000 demon gods. If the cultivators of the chaotic realm were to learn that the precious chaotic stubborn stones they coveted for refining treasures were merely refused from another's body, their expressions would surely be quite dismal. Yet, Qingchen remained blissfully unaware of this. Even if he were to know, he would not be so trivial as to spread the word throughout the chaotic realm. For, as a chaotic demon god, even the refuse within his body, after being nurtured by chaotic energy over countless eons, would eventually become a treasure of equal value to the rarest of materials. The chaotic demon god's physique is imbued with countless vital energies, and the higher the cultivation, the more potent the creative life force within it. Otherwise, how could Pangu, when he manifested the myriad beings of the chaotic realm, give rise to 7 saints within such a short span of 2 calamities in a newly birthed world? The sole explanation is that Pangu possessed immeasurable strength. Only with such formidable cultivation could the races born from his essence be so exceedingly powerful. Gradually, the impurities within Qingchen's demon god body were expelled, rendering his physique exceptionally formidable. A faint, mysterious light enveloped his form, imparting an aura of solemn majesty. In the blink of an eye, several cycles of time had passed, during which, each time Qingchen emanates his radiant aura, it becomes increasingly profound. Simultaneously, his temperament undergoes a continuous transformation, evolving through various nuances. Ultimately, a subtle essence of antiquity, desolation, elegance, and solemnity emerges from within him. The majesty of his presence stirs a tremor deep within his primordial spirit. A soft hum resonates as a delicate silver glow radiates from Qingchen, illuminating his surroundings with boundless brilliance. This resplendent light casts its glow over the vast expanse of the chaotic world, an immense aura instantly sweeping across countless miles. This is the might of a sage, a power Qingchen attained after battling the Renlong. Breaking through the barrier that obstructed the sage realm, he opens his eyes. A tremendous force emanates from him, filling the entire vicinity with the oppressive pressure of a sage. I never anticipated that within this chaos, another chaotic demon god has attained sagehood. A hearty laughter follows, revealing a muscular giant, his physique bursting with explosive strength. Qingchen rises, intently sensing the profound power within himself. This moment, he feels that every movement he makes harbors boundless might, his mastery of the laws of time significantly surpassing his previous self before attaining sagehood. Such an attack, based on the same laws, would have failed to convey the terrifying potency it now possesses. Only by reaching the sage realm can one truly unleash its full power, vastly exceeding the capabilities of the primordial golden immortal realm. Qingchen senses that he could effortlessly obliterate his former self at the primordial golden immortal stage. There is a palpable feeling that the universe lies within his grasp. Every action he takes aligns flawlessly with the principles of the great Tao. In this moment, he comprehends why the Taoist ancestor Hongjun stated, "Without becoming a sage, one is but an ant." Now, Qingchen fully embraces the mindset that perceives all beings below the sage level as mere ants. His understanding of the laws of time and the great Tao far surpasses that of his presage self. With a flicker of mysterious light, the oppressive aura of the sage retracts, Qingchen's demeanor transforms. Embodying an elegance tinged with an undeniable majesty, his physical form now rivals that of ordinary innate spiritual treasures, perhaps even surpassing them. That a fragrant aura wafts around him, an ethereal essence swirling in the air. A soft whistle resonates through the vastness, and with a swift application of the time evasion technique, he appears light years away in an instant. This technique, now significantly more potent than before, demonstrates that certain mystical laws reveal their true power only upon reaching sagehood. As he employs this time evasion technique, Qingchen gains fresh insights into the laws of time, discovering several formidable offensive applications that would astonish any who beheld them. The Huang Hongli. He muses, the Huang Hongli, one of the innate five-element spiritual roots, blooms once every 100,000 years, bearing fruit after another 100,000, and takes 100,000 years to mature. Consuming it grants mortals the status of a primordial golden immortal without any adverse effects. However, for Qingchen, it holds no real benefit, serving merely as a fruit. Yet, he resolves not to squander it. He plans to bestow it upon his future disciples. With this thought, he waves his hand, collecting the Huang Hongli, one of the five-element spiritual roots. "Greetings, friend." A deep voice suddenly reverberates from afar. Following the sound, Qingchen gazes toward the source and beholds a towering giant, 100 million feet tall, smiling down at him amidst the chaos. The giant's presence emanates a commanding aura, akin to the roar of thunder. "Greetings, friend," the giant bellows, his voice echoing across the chaos. Despite the vast distance, the giant covers it in mere strides. "Law of heaven and earth." Qingchen intones, his form rapidly enlarging to match the giant's stature. 10 feet, 100 feet, 1,000 feet, 10,000 feet, 100,000 feet, 1 million feet, when he reaches a height of 1 million feet. His growth halts. "I am Qingchen, a humble Taoist. May I inquire your name, esteemed friend?" "I am Pangu." "Indeed, my suspicions are confirmed. Among the 3,000 chaotic demon gods, who else possesses Pangu as formidable might?" Qingchen muses inwardly, regarding Pangu with a sense of reverence, for it is this very deity who forged the vast primordial world. "I had thought I was the first to awaken here in this chaos and achieve sagehood. I did not anticipate encountering another friend among the 3,000 chaotic demon gods who has also attained this status. Ha! I shall no longer be alone." Pangu's thunderous voice fills the void. "I am also pleased to meet you in this chaos," Pangu declares. "I have been exceedingly lonely since my birth, wandering for countless years without encountering any of the remaining 3,000 demon gods. It was only when I sensed your sage might that I awakened from my understanding of the great Tao. Friend, would you care to discuss the Tao with me today?" Pangu's tone carries both loneliness and relief. For having spent so many years in solitude, encountering a peer brings him great comfort. "I feel the same. Since my awakening, aside from vanquishing a chaotic Renlong, I have yet to meet any other chaotic demon gods. You are the second I have encountered. Since we have met, let us engage in a discussion of the Tao to enhance our understanding." "Indeed, let us converse," Pangu exclaims, laughing heartily before bellowing, "Axe, come forth from the depths of the chaos." A shimmering giant axe flies toward him. Pangu catches it firmly in his hand. "This is my accompanying spiritual treasure, the heavenly opening axe. This axe can cleave through chaos, so be wary, friend," Pangu warns, fully aware of the axe's formidable power. Qingchen draws forth a jade flute, addressing Pangu. "Though my jade flute cannot compare to your heavenly opening axe, it possesses significant power. Today, I shall use it to learn of the might of your axe." With that, Qingchen raises the flute, unleashing countless chaotic sword energies directed at Pangu. "Come forth." Pangu responds with a spirited shout, swinging the axe to meet the chaotic sword energies. Boom! The chaotic energies collide, unleashing an overwhelming force. The chaos surges, with earth, wind, water, and fire erupting, the chaotic essence rising and the turbid essence sinking, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of the creation of the world. "Haha, friend, Be cautious. Witness my technique, Pangu proclaims, raising the axe high. Chaos divides yin and yang. A mysterious trajectory slices through the air toward Qingchen, splitting the chaotic energies in two, the pure essence ascending while the turbid essence descends. The space where the axe strikes collapses. Earth, wind, water, and fire continuing to surge forth. With a slight change in expression, Qingchen exclaims, "Time, pause." At his command, the collapsing space halts in its tracks. An enigmatic aura of time reversal manifests, restoring the shattered space while the axe's attack, influenced by the laws of time, now turns back upon Pangu. What? Pangu gasps, astonished to see his own attack redirected toward him, his shock akin to a seismic upheaval. Friend, you possess remarkable skills. The laws of time truly are the ultimate reverse law, Pangu praises, marveling at Qingchen's ability to return his attack unchanged. Yet, I still shall not be defeated. With that, Pangu raises his axe, striking forward with all his might. Rumble, the axe and blade collide, generating immeasurable force. Chaos is instantly rent asunder, opening a vast rift in space. A pale blue sky emerges, but this nascent world has no chance to flourish, as it is swiftly torn apart by the rift. The laws of power are indeed formidable, Qingchen exclaims in admiration, recognizing that the laws of power govern all strength, and their might is unparalleled. Ha! Your laws of time are equally extraordinary. Merely invoking time reversal allows your attack to rebound upon you. Impressive indeed. However, this attack of mine is not so easily withstood. My friend must exercise caution. Ha! There is no need for concern on my part that I possess my own means of self-preservation, and now, Pangu, I shall counter your assault. Qingchen remarked with admiration, feeling an exhilarating rush within him. Time tore asunder, and a new temporal law attack was unleashed, an invisible and profound assault directed toward Pangu's onslaught. With a thunderous roar, a resounding echo reverberated through the chaos. As the attacks of both sides collided, cleaving the boundless chaos space of trillions of miles with the might of creation, I end this discussion of the Tao. It appears that I, unfortunately, have lost, Qingchen stated calmly. A trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. It was evident that in the recent contest, Qingchen had fallen short against Pangu by a mere half-step, although it was only half a step. In a life-or-death struggle, such a slight discrepancy could result in severe injury or even demise. The enigmatic aura shifted, and Qingchen's injuries healed instantaneously. My friend need not be so modest. I too have relied on the treasure in my possession to triumph over you. If I perceive correctly, the jade flute in your hand is merely a product of your own crafting. My victory today was indeed fortuitous. Without the aid of my weapon, our strengths would be evenly matched. A loss is a loss. There is no need for such lamentation. I shall surely engage you in battle another day. Upon finishing his words, Qingchen's eyes ignited with fervent determination. Hearing this, Pangu's gaze brightened. Excellent. I shall eagerly await our next encounter. The two supreme chaotic demons exchanged knowing smiles, each able to discern a glimmer of camaraderie in the other's eyes. Seated opposite one another, Pangu bore a smile as radiant as a myriad of brilliant clouds. These clouds, embodying the essence of supreme completion, manifested in countless forms. The luminous clouds of great perfection, great clarity, great purity, great yang, great compassion, great wisdom, great prajna, great samadhi, great auspiciousness, great fortune, great meritorious deeds, great refuge, and great praise. Among others, all beyond description. A multitude of subtle sounds emerged, such as the nectar-like sound of enlightenment, the sound of transcending, and various divine vibrations resonating in the air. Pangu parted his lips slightly, and from within flowed the ultimate truth of the Tao. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. Without a name, it is the beginning of heaven and earth. With a name, it is the mother of all things. Therefore, always remain desireless to observe its wonders. Always be desirous to observe its boundaries. These two emerge together, yet differ in name. Both are called the profound, and the profundity of profundities is the gateway to all wonders. Pangu expounded on the Tao. He emitted 72 radiant hues, each transforming into the symbols of the great Tao, unveiling the mysteries of its derivation, akin to slowly progressing from simple addition to calculus. The heavens opened wide, fragrant aromas wafted through the air, and the elemental forces of earth, wind, water, and fire illustrated the ultimate truths of the Tao. Upon hearing these profound teachings, Qingchen found himself entranced, his previous confusions regarding the Tao now clarified, and his cultivation advanced significantly. Chapter 6. Great progress in Tao cultivation. Pangu, while refining a weapon, revealed a joyous cloud above his head, from which a magnificent lotus emerged, exuding an otherworldly fragrance and radiant light. The supreme brilliance emanated as the celebratory clouds of Pangu and Qingchen intertwined. The truths of the Tao comprehended by both were articulated, revealing the genesis of the limitless from the ultimate, and the interplay of yin and yang. Once more, the supreme Tao was demonstrated as golden lotuses appeared from thin air. Celestial flowers carpeting the infinite chaos, accompanied by ethereal sounds and the myriad symbols of the Tao enveloping both Pangu and Qingchen. Both Pangu and Qingchen were now deeply immersed in the truths of the Tao. Their paths of cultivation rapidly ascending. At this moment, their celebratory clouds merged, revealing their insights into the Tao without reservation. Their understanding of the laws of power and time deepened significantly. The swift growth of their cultivation led to a direct increase in their comprehension of the Tao. Through this discourse, both Pangu and Qingchen gained a higher understanding of each other's respective laws, no longer ignorant of the formidable, defiant principles at play. As time flowed, both gradually awakened from their profound contemplation. Qingchen's cultivation advanced from the early to the mid-stage of a sage, while Pangu surged from the mid to the late stage, already standing on the threshold of the heavenly Tao realm. Poised for a swift ascension the moment opportunity arose, after a considerable time, Pangu and Qingchen simultaneously opened their eyes. I did not anticipate that this discourse with you would bring me so close to the threshold of the heavenly Tao. I owe much to you, my friend. Pangu's hearty laughter resonated, his spirits lifted by the progress in his cultivation. Not at all. My cultivation has also advanced significantly through our exchange. I too am not far from the late stage of a sage. Engaging in conversation with Pangu has deepened Qingchen's understanding of the laws of time. Whether it be the laws of time or power, Qingchen now possessed a profound comprehension of both, given time. It is conceivable that Qingchen may also grasp the laws of power, though they are infinitely intricate, rivaling the laws of time in depth, and perhaps even surpassing them in certain aspects. The 3,000 chaotic demons each embodied a law under the great Tao. Inherently mastering one. Among these were the laws of power, time, space, and celestial bodies, each nurturing a chaotic demon. Pangu was the first to be born among these 3,000 demons, followed closely by Qingchen, the master of the laws of time. As the representative of the great Tao, Pangu held advantages over the other chaotic demons in various respects. The 3,000 chaotic demons symbolized the great Tao, untethered from the jurisdiction of the heavenly Tao. Wild and unruly, possessing boundless powers, I observe that it appears you lack a suitable weapon, my friend. During my early years, I traversed the chaos and collected some rare spiritual treasures. How about I forge a weapon for you today? As a means of repaying your kindness, I thank you, Pangu, for your generosity. Qingchen responded, quietly observing Pangu. Beneath his calm exterior lay a heart brimming with excitement. As the first among the 3,000 chaotic demons, Pangu naturally excelled in every aspect compared to his peers. With a wave of his hand, countless rare spiritual treasures materialized before them. He exhaled deeply, unleashing a massive plume of gray-black flames, into which a torrent of chaotic energy flowed. Instantly, the flames blazed with intensity as Pangu proceeded to cast various rare spiritual treasures into the fire. The powerful and pure magical energy surged into the flames, transforming its hue from gray-black to pure black. Numerous precious materials melted within this black flame, as impurities were continuously refined away. Using boundless chaotic energy as fuel, the entire chaotic space served as a furnace. While forging the weapon, Pangu continuously infused the Tao he had comprehended into the process. Observing Pangu's craftsmanship, Qingchen experienced a surge of insight that Pangu's Tao emanated boundless majesty and authority, filling the vast chaos with immense power. The chaotic space transformed into a colossal furnace, with fierce flames melting rare chaotic materials. As impurities were relentlessly purified, quietly absorbing the essence of Pangu's weapon forging, Qingchen reaped significant rewards, his understanding of the craft soaring. The knowledge he once found rudimentary was rapidly elevated through his insights into Pangu's method. The pure magical energy intertwined with the principles of the Tao infused this area with limitless power, as chaotic materials were continuously cast into the flames. Almost instantaneously, a massive pool of liquid formed within the chaos. "What kind of weapon do you desire, my friend? Speak, and I shall forge it for you," Pangu said to Qingchen, his smile warm and inviting, akin to a gentle spring breeze. "Hee, I have always favored swords. I would be grateful if you could forge one for me, my friend. In my previous life, I had a penchant for swords, which embody the spirit of a gentleman. A sword strikes with precision, while a knife bears weight. In contrast to the cleaving of a knife, I find myself more drawn to the thrust of a sword." "Very well, I shall forge one for you," Pangu replied, closing his eyes briefly before opening them again. The supreme principles of the great Tao flashed before the eyes of Pangu, revealing an infinite chaotic world. Simultaneously, Pangu's shadow emerged within his gaze, embodying the profound insights and realizations he had acquired. With his hands rapidly weaving intricate gestures, countless symbols of the great Tao were inscribed. Enveloped in black flames was the silhouette of a sword, which gradually became clearer as the symbols were etched into its form. With a resounding shout, Pangu summoned forth an ancient and unadorned longsword. At that moment, Qingchen, struck by inspiration, spoke. "Friend Pangu, I possess a strand of primordial purple energy. Might it be used for forging artifacts?" "Primordial purple energy?" Pangu paused, then replied, "Indeed, it can be utilized for forging. Incorporating primordial purple energy into a weapon enhances its quality." Extending his hand, Qingchen revealed a radiant purple light. Pangu took the energy, sensing the presence of ice-related principles. Noticing Pangu's reaction, Qingchen, slightly concerned, asked, "Friend, can this ice-related primordial purple energy not be added to the weapon?" Understanding Qingchen's worries, Pangu reassured him, "Not at all. I was merely surprised. Ice principles, derived from water principles, are indeed formidable. I ponder whether this longsword, infused with ice-related primordial purple energy, could wield primal true ice. If so, the sword's power would be worthy of consideration." Upon hearing Pangu's words, Qingchen felt a sense of relief that he had experienced the might of primal true ice. Had it not been for the significant disparity in cultivation levels, he might have found himself in a precarious situation against the Renlong, relying on the principles of time and his superior cultivation. He had effortlessly vanquished the Renlong. After Pangu spoke, he waved his hand, and the ice-infused primordial purple energy instantly surged into the longsword. With a hum, the longsword trembled lightly, radiating an immense brilliance, following a soft whistle. The sword was successfully forged. An overwhelming aura spread across countless miles, manifesting as a chaotic spiritual treasure. Pangu felt a twinge of disappointment. He had not anticipated that the addition of primordial purple energy would still prevent the weapon from ascending to the ranks of chaotic treasures. Qingchen, bewildered, contemplated the rarity of such treasures, pondering how Pangu could feel disappointment, as if they were of little worth. Chapter 7. A million years passed. Demons invade the heart of chaos. Time was inconsequential, and countless eons slipped by unnoticed. Within this timeless expanse, countless epochs had passed. Each day, Pangu and Qingchen engaged in deep discussions and contests of skill. Over these innumerable years, the two formidable demon gods had both attained the chaotic phase of cultivation. Pangu surpassed Qingchen slightly, having stabilized at the pinnacle of the chaotic phase, while Qingchen had reached the latter stages of chaos. Their extensive experiences and insights brought them tantalizingly close to the vast realm of the great Tao. Amidst the chaos stood a magnificent 32-petaled azure lotus, encompassing an unfathomable expanse. Upon this lotus rested two colossal oval eggs, drawing in a continuous influx of vital essence and chaotic energy that a profoundly mysterious aura swirled around them. As boundless chaotic energy surged like a raging river into the eggs, the chaotic energy rolled tumultuously, akin to a mighty dragon. As the energy continued to pour in, the eggs darkened in hue, gradually shifting as they absorbed the chaotic essence. The 32-petaled azure lotus slowly diminished in size over time, reducing to 31, then 30, 29, down to 25 petals, where it finally halted. At this juncture, the two massive eggs trembled violently. The sound of their quaking intensified as they frantically absorbed chaotic energy. The boundless chaotic essence surged into the eggs, causing the entire chaotic realm to erupt into tumult, with winds and flames raging uncontrollably. Boom, boom, Boom! The chaotic world descended into chaos, with explosive sounds reverberating throughout. With a crack, fissures began to form in the eggs, releasing an overwhelming pressure that swept across the chaos at that moment. The remaining 2,000 chaotic demon gods were struck with dread, their expressions shifting dramatically. This is the destined calamity's harbinger, guided by the great Tao, simultaneously resonated within the minds of the chaotic demon gods that it was revealed that by slaying this harbinger, they could seize control of the great Tao and become the unparalleled rulers of the world. The chaotic demon gods were stirred. They began their search through the chaos for this harbinger. What? 2 harbingers? How could this be? Upon realizing that there were 2 chaotic demon gods involved in this calamity, the expressions of all the chaotic demon gods changed dramatically. Humph! What if there are 2? I shall slay them and become the master of the great Tao. The ambition to become a master of the great Tao ignited a fervor among the chaotic demon gods, compelling them to pursue the harbinger relentlessly. Observing the frenzied chaotic demon gods, an elderly figure with kind eyes sighed deeply. Ah, such ignorance! The destined harbingers are not so easily slain by your kind. Unbeknownst to him, he pondered how many of the 3,000 chaotic demon gods would remain after this great calamity. Heh, young Mei, do you not aspire to be a master of the great Tao? Ah, I have no interest in conflict. I seek only to peacefully contemplate the great Tao amidst this chaos. As for slaying those 2 chaotic demon gods, I do not consider myself capable, he retorted. Yet, I wonder how many of our 3,000 demon gods will survive this calamity. What? Xian Huang, are you interested? Yang Mei teased, casting a playful glance at a middle-aged man named Xian Huang. Of course not. If you lack confidence, what hope do I have? Xian Huang replied, a wistful smile gracing his lips. After countless years of acquaintance, he found the elderly figure's penchant for belittling him rather vexing. Young Mei, catching the glint of grievance in Xian Huang's eyes, felt an involuntary chill. I have attained the chaotic phase. I should not feel cold. He mused, bewildered. At that moment, the fissures in the eggs widened, and as chaotic energy surged forth, immense pressure emanated from the cracks. With a thunderous crash that resonated throughout the chaos, the 2 eggs exploded. 2 towering giants, each standing thousands of feet tall, emerged amidst the chaos. Ha ha! Qingchen, my friend, who would have thought that after countless years of arduous cultivation, our first act upon emergence would be to battle the chaotic demon gods? Pangu exclaimed with a bittersweet smile. Ultimately, we are suspected by the great Tao, leading to the scheme of our mutual annihilation. Qingchen's expression darkened. He had anticipated that Pangu would be the harbinger. However, after spending countless years together, their bond had deepened into a blend of mentor-student and brotherly affection. It was clear that if the other chaotic demon gods attacked Pangu, Qingchen would not stand idly by. Considering this variable, the great Tao had included Qingchen as one of the harbingers. Now, even if Pangu and Qingchen wished to avoid slaughtering the other chaotic demon gods, they found no escape. Their fates were intertwined with the remaining 2,000 chaotic demon gods, sealing their unending conflict. It must be said that the great Tao's machinations were exceptionally cunning, by eliminating Pangu and Qingchen. The demon gods who succeeded would undoubtedly seize control of the great Tao, becoming supreme rulers. Yet, should the tables turn and they be vanquished, they could hold no one else accountable. Such outcomes would only please the great Tao, which yearned for the complete eradication of the 3,000 demon gods. After all, no one wished to harbor a ticking time bomb, and the rapid cultivation of the 3,000 demon gods was a considerable threat. For countless eons, most of the demonic gods have ascended to the realms of chaos, supreme, and heavenly Tao. But if the 3,000 demonic gods are left unchecked, there will inevitably come a day when they will jointly attain enlightenment, mastering the entirety of the great Tao, perhaps reducing it to a mere puppet under their dominion. One must ponder, how could the great Tao permit such destabilizing elements to persist? Alas, we can only strive to avoid the voices of Pangu and Qingchen. Filled with resignation, our supernatural powers are no match for the will of fate, leaving the great Tao to scheme at will. Ha! At last, I have found the destined one to counter the calamity. Today, I, the ancestor, shall seize control of the great Tao. The speaker was an elder shrouded in a black robe, whose aged and sinister voice revealed his identity. Humph! What audacious wretch dares to claim mastery over the great Tao? Do you truly believe that with your solitary strength, you can slay the 2 of us? Pangu proclaimed in anger, for the two of them despised the slaughter of the 3,000 demonic gods. Yet some would inevitably overestimate their own abilities. Let us see what prowess you possess, foolishly attempting to kill us. Qingchen, too, was incensed. A good temper does not equate to weakness. The elder's insolence and arrogant tone provoked his ire. Hee. As the destined ones, if I eliminate you, I shall control the great deity that time. The laws of the world will be personally established by me. I shall create a realm brimming with slaughter and destruction. Ha! The elder proclaimed frantically, his deranged demeanor causing Pangu and Qingchen to frown in disapproval. I shall witness what abilities you possess, Qingchen declared, summoning the vast sword, forged by Pangu for him. But a surge of chaotic sword energy instantly shot towards the elder. Such chaotic sword energy, however, could not harm the ancestor. Today, let you witness the might of the underworld. The underworld bellowed, unleashing a torrent of boundless corpse water, its overwhelming stench and dense aura of death hurtling toward Qingchen. Upon witnessing this, Qingchen scoffed dismissively, declaring it a trivial matter. With a mere glance, his silver eyes flashed, and the deluge of corpse water and death energy vanished in an instant. Chapter 8. Slaying the Demonic Gods, the Underworld. As Qingchen's words faded, the sky filled with corpse water and death energy abruptly disappeared, his silver eyes radiating a scornful smile. Underworld, if this is all you can do, I advise you to depart early. Do not act impulsively and turn your billions of years of arduous cultivation into a fleeting illusion. The underworld, upon hearing these words, erupted with fury. You insolent child, do not challenge the ancestor with mere words. We have merely exchanged a blow. Victory has yet to be determined. By what right do you claim the ancestor is inferior to you? Today, I shall not spare you, being of the same chaotic demonic lineage. The underworld could readily call Qingchen by his true name. Hearing Qingchen's words, the narrow-minded underworld was incensed, and in his fury, he summoned all his power. The chaotic energy surged violently, and with a wave of his hand, a heavy flag imbued with death energy materialized. This treasure is the ancestor's accompanying spiritual artifact, the underworld flag. Today, the ancestor shall let you experience the might of the underworld flag. Ha! The underworld proclaimed. Shaking the flag frantically, the flag flapped ominously, and profound laws of power emerged from within. Corpse water materialized. Unlike any ordinary substance that a mere touch could erode even a saint's body, their essence swiftly consumed and destroyed. No saint would dare approach this water lightly. Without supreme treasures for protection, even a saint could meet their demise. However, the underworld water bore no effect on mortals, only being lethal to those with cultivation. It was akin to a poison for practitioners, one that would lead to instant annihilation upon contact. The sky was filled with the yellow waters of the underworld as they surged toward Qingchen. The ancestor wields the laws of death, and this underworld flag, enhanced by those laws, is even more formidable. The ancestor is eager to see what abilities you possess to thwart my underworld waters. Even the laws of death are of no consequence. You claim the underworld waters are indeed immensely powerful. Even a saint would perish upon contact, yet they hold no threat to me, Qingchen remarked disdainfully. The underworld scoffed in response, sneering. What use are mere words? The ancestor shall see what methods you possess to counter the underworld waters. Time halted. Qingchen remained utterly composed, and a voice, devoid of emotion, emerged. Countless streams of the underworld water were instantaneously immobilized. Unable to advance an inch, the laws of time. The underworld was taken aback, internally reflecting. This time law, renowned as the foremost of all counteractive laws, is undoubtedly extraordinary. Indeed, it is the law of time, yet I have yet to unleash my full power. Qingchen declared, raising his voice once more. Time rewound, and in an instant, the torrents of underworld water flowed backward, sweeping toward the underworld. What? The underworld was astonished, realizing that the ancestor's assault had been entirely redirected. In a panic, he stirred the underworld flag in his grasp. The flag flapped fiercely, and as it unfurled, countless runes of the great Tao appeared upon it, emanating an ancient and profound aura that a breath of law emerged. And the returning underworld waters were swiftly absorbed by the underworld flag. Qingchen gazed at the underworld with a faint smile, saying, "How does it feel, friend? It would be wise for you to retreat swiftly. Do not let a moment of conflict cost you your life, turning billions of years of toil into a fleeting illusion." The proud chaotic demonic god, particularly the narrow-minded underworld, found newfound confidence upon sensing the support of the elder. "Ha! You thought your time law was so formidable, ancestor. It seems that this is merely the beginning, brother Yuming. Today, united, we shall undoubtedly slay the two of them." Upon hearing this, Yuming felt a twinge of dissatisfaction in his heart. He inwardly cursed Huangquan for his lack of discernment, muttering to himself, "Damn it, if you wish for death, don't drag me along. How foolish indeed." Did he not realize that the opponent had not even exerted his full strength? The laws of time are not so easily comprehended. However, Yuming found no opportunity to voice his thoughts. As Qingchen provided no chance for a counter, he was preoccupied with how to justifiably eliminate the two adversaries. What if they softened and spoke sweetly? Given Qingchen's character, he would not pursue total annihilation. As he pondered how to strike with righteous cause, fate intervened. That foolish Huangquan, in his audacity, declared his intent to kill both himself and Pangu. Thus, a confrontation became inevitable. Yuming had been observing Qingchen's expression, and he now noticed the emergence of a murderous intent. Alarm bells rang in his mind. "Humph, since you seek death and wish to return to the embrace of the Tao, I shall fulfill your desires today," Qingchen declared, raising his jade flute to his lips, from which flowed a melodious tune. The essence of the laws of time intertwined with the music, and countless Taoist runes manifested alongside the melody. The previously turbulent chaotic energies began to calm under the influence of the flute sound, resembling the stillness of a silent sea. "Huangquan, be cautious," Yuming shouted as he witnessed the flute's enchanting notes. His primordial spirit trembled, nearly bursting forth from his body. The laws of the soul. How could this be possible? How could a demon god comprehend two laws simultaneously? The exquisite intricacies of the soul law merged with the time law, creating a subtle transformation. The two laws fused perfectly, generating countless transparent phantoms of sword energy that shot toward Yuming and Huangquan. A piercing scream echoed through the chaos, instantly alerting the remaining 2,000 chaotic demon gods. Chapter 9. The two saints forming an array. The Yuming array. The profound attack of the soul law inflicted immense suffering upon Huangquan and Yuming, causing their primordial spirits to tremble and harbor a desire to escape their bodies. Startled, they quickly summoned the laws of death and Yuming to resist this urge. The laws of death and Yuming formed impenetrable barriers against the overwhelming essence of the soul law. Alas, I have only grasped a mere hint of the soul law. If I could comprehend more, I could easily slay Huangquan and Yuming. However, Qingchen felt a pang of disappointment. If this sentiment were to reach the ears of other chaotic demon gods, they would surely be astounded. Chaotic demon gods are born in response to their corresponding fundamental laws, and merely one law can occupy a demon god's lifetime of comprehension. That Qingchen dares to seek understanding of another law is quite unfathomable. The walls formed by the laws of death and Yuming firmly resisted the assault of the soul law. Though their souls were slightly wounded, Huangquan and Yuming's expressions shifted, revealing their distress. "Huangquan, be on your guard." One cannot underestimate this moment. Huangquan nodded in agreement, his resentment only growing stronger after suffering twice. He glared at Qingchen with bitterness. "Heh, how do you find my soul law?" Qingchen remarked with a hint of amusement. At this, Huangquan and Yuming's brows furrowed deeply. "Your tone is rather aggressive, Dao friend. It seems somewhat excessive." Yuming retorted coldly. "Humph, excessive. A jest. You both approach with the intent to kill me and my friend Pangu. Today within this chaos is destined to be your burial ground." As he spoke, Qingchen's murderous intent intensified. Yuming's expression changed slightly, realizing that Qingchen's mastery of the time law hinted at a strength far beyond what was visibly evident. Coupled with the presence of the peak chaotic being Pangu, should they join forces? Yuming's thoughts raced as he assessed Huangquan, lamenting silently that he wished he had not come, for he could very well end up trapped here. Watching Huangquan continue to rant incessantly, Yuming's last shred of hope was utterly extinguished. Arrogant child of time, do not forget that both the ancestor and Yuming are also demon gods of the chaotic realm. You think to claim our lives with your solitary strength? How laughable. Huangquan continued to berate, his words incessant and more petulant than a woman. Qingchen was almost amused by his folly, this fool still failing to grasp the reality of the situation. He did not consider that Qingchen alone could contend with both him and Yuming, with Pangu, a peak chaotic being, standing ever ready. Should Pangu enter the fray, victory would surely tilt dramatically in their favor. Today, let me show you the true might of the ancestor and my friend Yuming. Yuming, strike, Qingchen declared, producing the flag of Huangquan, which billowed in the wind, instantly swelling in size. Countless waters of Huangquan appeared, the aura of death enveloping the chaos. Seeing this, Yuming sighed helplessly and retrieved a thick tome bound in black. Opening its pages, he whispered incomprehensible runes, a torrent of demonic energy and Taoist symbols swirling alongside the Yuming law, generating immense power. Huangquan and Yuming, as unique entities, had been born together, their laws complementing one another seamlessly. The laws of Huangquan and Yuming, the laws of death and the Yuming law, filled the gaps between their respective powers. This mutual enhancement caused their combat strength to surge dramatically, unleashing an overwhelming force toward Qingchen. Qingchen, witnessing this, smiled and remarked, "I did not expect you to understand the importance of complementing your respective laws, thus remedying your inadequacies. However, even though your might has increased momentarily, you still cannot pose a threat to me. Dao friend, you underestimate us." Huangquan retorted, "Since you comprehend the synergy of the laws, you must also understand the immense power born from such unity. Since you have dismissed us so lightly, let us demonstrate our true prowess," Yuming declared, flipping through the pages of his tome, reciting the intricate runes as boundless energy descended. With Yuming's incantation, a torrent of demonic energy and laws formed a tempest of magic that surged toward Qingchen. Time paused as Qingchen observed everything with a faint smile. At the utterance of time pause, the onslaught was frozen in an instant. Time rewound, and he smiled once more before unleashing time rewind. In an instant, countless waters of Huangquan and demonic thunder that had been immobilized surged back toward Huangquan and Yuming. Undeniably, the law of time proved to be the most formidable of all. Its intricacies were unmatched. With merely two techniques, Qingchen reflected their own attacks back upon them using the principle of time rewind. As the command for time cutting left his lips, the intricate law descended, forming ethereal blades of time that advanced toward Huangquan and Yuming. They were taken aback and hurriedly attempted to utilize their laws to counter the time law. However, to their horror, they found themselves unable to move. It was unclear when it had happened, but an array of time barriers had encircled Huangquan and Yuming, rendering everything within them motionless. Moreover, within these barriers, numerous concealed traps of time lurked. Humph, do you think you can resist the law of time with your techniques? Is that even possible? Qingchen mused inwardly as the time-cutting technique reached Huangquan and Yuming in the blink of an eye. The intangible cuts could not be resisted even by the physical forms of chaotic demon gods, causing their pure and vital blood to spill forth. The excruciating pain momentarily allowed Huangquan and Yuming to break through Qingchen's temporal barriers. Qingchen, slightly surprised, remarked, "I did not expect such intense pain would enable you to breach my defenses. This truly astonishes me. That accursed child of time." Yuming seethed inwardly, cursing Huangquan that we must quickly set up the array. "Otherwise, none of us will survive today," Yuming urged, feeling the weight of the impending threat, gazing at their wounds. Yuming's previously indifferent expression became even more frigid. "All right, Dao friend," Huangquan exclaimed as the two moved swiftly, utilizing the Huangquan flag and the tome of Yuming as the foundation for their array. They positioned themselves in an eon formation, the Huangquan flag and the tome hovering above them, their fundamental laws miraculously converging into one. An awe-inspiring aura emanated with tremendous force toward Qingchen, whose expression shifted multiple times as he realized he had underestimated their capabilities. Dealing with them would prove to be quite challenging. "Dao friend, I shall assist you," Pangu said upon witnessing Huangquan and Yuming's formation, concerned for Qingchen's safety. After all, he and Qingchen had shared a bond for countless years, akin to brothers. "Heh, no need, Pangu. I can manage this fellow with ease." Qingchen exuded an air of effortless ease, his brows devoid of even the slightest hint of tension. Upon hearing these words, Huangquan and Yuming were nearly driven to the brink of fury, nearly spitting blood in exasperation. "Good, good, good," Yuming repeated thrice, his body trembling with rage, a testament to the depths of his indignation that in their wrath. Both Huangquan and Yuming hastily activated their grand formation. "Today, let me demonstrate the formidable power of my Yuming Inyan Grand Array," Yuming declared, turning to Huangquan. "My friend, unleash the formation and eliminate the time Taoist." I seek to avenge my past humiliation, Time Brat. This time, let us see what abilities you possess to counter my grand array. With a flourish, Huangquan pointed at the Huangquan banner above him. The banner flapped vigorously, countless strands of deathly aura coalescing into ominous clouds of demise at this moment. Mingshu also expended boundless demonic energy, which transformed into numerous demonic lightning bolts. The clouds of death morphed into towering demonic deities, their visages fearsome and terrifying. One leading demon rapidly absorbed the deathly and chaotic energies, its form swelling dramatically. Before long, a demon standing 1,000,000 zhang tall loomed in the chaos, its countenance vicious as it bellowed. Grasping the Huangquan banner, it waved with a single motion, unleashing a storm of deathly energy that coalesced into thunderous flames and gales imbued with an arcane essence. Aimed directly at Qingchen. This is becoming somewhat interesting that I hope you do not disappoint me. Qingchen chuckled, raising his hand to conjure a temporal barrier before him. The onslaught of attacks from the demon, born of the gathered deathly aura, was thwarted by the temporal barrier, remaining steadfast in its position before Qingchen. In response, the demon roared in frustration, violently shaking the Huangquan banner while pointing at Mingshu. The latter flipped through pages of his tome, mysterious laws instantly augmenting the Huangquan banner. Empowered by this newfound strength, the Huangquan banner surged forth once more, wielding immeasurable might as it charged at Qingchen. Chapter 10. The Torrent of Time and the Fall of Two Saints. This is indeed intriguing. I did not anticipate that the combination of the Grand Array would nearly double its potency. Only with such strength does it avoid seeming tedious. Qingchen mused inwardly, observing the menacing demon before him that a flicker of disdain crossed his heart. Even the most ferocious creature remained a mere mindless beast. Qingchen coldly regarded Huangquan and Yuming across from him. Let us see what tricks you can conjure. Once more, he waved his hand, layering multiple temporal barriers before him, allowing their relentless attacks to come forth. Yet, the barriers remained unwavering, impervious to the demon's onslaught. As the time-wrenching powers manifested, they tore the demon before him into fragments. Time Taoist, do not presume you can easily vanquish us, Yuming grimly stated. The prowess of the Time Taoist's temporal abilities was undeniably formidable. Judging by his nonchalant demeanor, he was clearly holding back. Yuming thought to himself, unless we unleash our life-bound powers, my friend Huangquan and I will surely triumph over the Time Taoist. With this resolution, Yuming transmitted a thought to Huangquan. Friend Huangquan, let us combine our life-bound powers. I believe that your Huangquan abilities, combined with my Yuming powers, will undoubtedly defeat the Time Taoist. Together, we shall slay Pangu and become the masters of the great Tao. Yuming's heart surged with excitement at the prospect. Very well, I shall heed your counsel. Huangquan responded, equally exhilarated, as though the title of Great Tao Master was within their grasp. Exchanging knowing glances, they both cried out in unison. Their forms began to transform. Huangquan morphed into a monstrous creature, oozing with corpse water and bristling with sinister spikes, while Yuming's appearance became more refined, radiating a dark luminescence, surrounded by swirling demonic energy. 18 pairs of wings sprouted from his back, and his right hand transformed into a fearsome claw. Simultaneously, they manifested their true demonic forms, and at that moment, the aura surrounding Huangquan and Yuming surged dramatically. Locking eyes, they invoked the sealing of heaven and earth. With two resonant shouts, an inexplicable law descended, enveloping the area for billions of miles in impenetrable confinement. Each of these chaotic demons possesses a unique life-bound ability. Qingchen observed. Huangquan and Yuming, no wonder you are complementary. Though their respective laws may seem inconsequential alone, when combined, their power amplifies instantaneously. Huangquan and Yuming had always been inseparable, their corresponding laws enhancing one another's cultivation. Over countless eons, they had diligently trained, compensating for each other's shortcomings through mutual guidance, which had facilitated their rapid advancement in cultivation. Feeling a subtle force binding him, Qingchen was taken aback that I did not expect your abilities to harmonize so effectively. However, just with this sealing of heaven and earth, you shall not claim my life. Qingchen slowly channeled his entire magical essence, retrieving the vast sword. With a forceful exertion, he declared, temporal cleavage. The temporal laws empowered by the vast sword were far more potent than mere spoken incantations. A colossal temporal blade surged forth, cleaving toward Huangquan and Yuming. Everything in its path was shattered, even time itself. Ah, ah. Two anguished cries, echoing from the depths of their souls, resonated as the chaotic demonic forms of Huangquan and Yuming were annihilated by the blade. Subsequently, their physical forms began to emanate ice, revealing the primordial true ice. This primordial true ice was capable of shattering the essence of a saint, and now, wielded by Qingchen, a late-stage chaotic cultivator, its power was magnified 100-fold compared to when the chaotic Renlong had utilized it. Who was merely at the great Luo realm. The primordial true ice, as a divine ability, had not been fully realized by Renlong at that time, let alone when facing Qingchen, who had mastered the realm of the Hunyuan Great Luo Jingxian and commanded the laws of time. It was undeniable that Renlong had met a most lamentable fate. Not merely lamentable, it was exceedingly so. One could only imagine how effortlessly Qingchen had dispatched Renlong. Had Renlong's cultivation matched Qingchen's, it would not have been so easy for Qingchen to slay him. Now, in Qingchen's hands, the primordial true ice unleashed nearly 1/20th of its potential. Not underestimate this 1/20th. It was merely Qingchen's rudimentary understanding of the ice laws. With this slight comprehension, Qingchen was able to harm the primordial spirit of a chaotic period cultivator. You have invoked your lifebound powers. Now, allow me to unveil my temporal abilities, Qingchen proclaimed. Following this, the torrent of time materialized, forming a temporal domain. Within this flow, the chaotic demonic forms of Huangquan and Yuming gradually diminished under the influence of time. Simultaneously, their cultivation began to decline from the chaotic stage, as Qingchen observed with a cold smile, intentionally releasing a portion of the temporal law's power, granting them the freedom to think, albeit unable to speak. Their cultivation plummeted from chaos, to mid-chaos, to early chaos, to supreme, to heavenly path, to saint. Their power continued to ebb, instilling terror in Huangquan and Wyoming. A portion of their thoughts were deliberately liberated by Qingchen. They could freely contemplate, yet they could only watch in horror as their cultivation relentlessly declined. From the saintly realm, it fell further, to mid-saint, to early saint, to Hunyuan Great Luo Jingxian. Eventually, they plummeted to the celestial realm. At this moment, Huangquan and Yuming were utterly paralyzed, their eyes devoid of life. They bore witness to the anguish of their countless years of arduous training dissolving into nothingness. This suffering is unfathomable to anyone who has not experienced it firsthand. The culmination of millennia of effort was effortlessly obliterated, leaving them helpless to intervene, forced to watch their power diminish before their very eyes. As their cultivation waned, the towering forms of their demonic bodies also shrank. And when their power dwindled to the celestial realm, their demonic forms measured only 100 feet in height, which paled in comparison to the towering 10,000 feet of Pangu's celestial body, rendering them akin to mere ants. Observing the diminutive figures of Huangquan and Yuming, Qingchen could not suppress a satisfied smile, for it was his inaugural invocation of his innate divine ability. What took Qingchen by surprise, however, was the sheer magnitude of power his innate divine ability possessed. In terms of might, it far surpassed his expectations. Even cultivators at the chaos stage found themselves utterly powerless against his divine ability. Time torrent. Within the realm of the time torrent, Qingchen's will was paramount, commanding life and death with a mere thought. Huangquan and Yuming were rendered as helpless as infants before the relentless tide of time. The time torrent did not cease its relentless descent due to their diminished cultivation, continuing its inexorable slide. Gradually, as the time torrent took its toll, the cries of Huangquan and Yuming, filled with resentment, panic, and pleas for mercy, vanished into silence. What remained were two radiant streams of purple energy. Qingchen stepped forward, his right hand beckoning, causing the two strands of primordial purple energy to soar into his grasp. Thus, among the remaining 2,000 chaotic demonic beings, the first to fall were the pair who governed the laws of death, Huangquan and Yuming. Their demise reverberated through the ranks of the other 2,000 demonic beings, who were left in shock at the loss of their fellow chaos stage cultivators. Chapter 11. The Great Catastrophe Approaches. Demonic Uprising. The fall of Huangquan and Yuming in the chaos stage sent ripples of disbelief among the remaining 2,000 chaotic demonic beings. Each had toiled for countless eons to reach the chaos stage. Yet the interconnected demonic beings Huangquan and Yuming had inexplicably perished. Such an outcome left the other demons in a state of bewilderment, the embodiment of the complementary laws of death and the underworld. The combined might of these laws should not be underestimated, even by their peers. Upon realizing that Huangquan and Yu Ming had fallen to the hands of time, the remaining demons were struck with terror. This was a scheme of the Great Tao, which transmitted the information of time, slaying Huangquan and Yu Ming to the remaining demons, inciting them to band together against Pangu and Qingchen, thus instilling a sense of existential threat. To eradicate this looming peril, the remaining chaotic demons naturally conspired to unite in their pursuit of Pangu and Qingchen. Only by eliminating the harbingers of calamity could they secure their own survival. With a thunderous rumble, the chaotic essence within the void churned violently, a sound akin to thunder echoing throughout the chaos. Every surviving chaotic demon received a singular message in their minds. The great catastrophe had arrived. Now is the moment for us to slay the harbingers of doom. Those willing to follow me, the ancestor of Yang, to vanquish the harbingers, come forth. Yang, the first to step forward, declared, if the harbingers do not perish, then it is we who shall meet our end. Following suit, the other demons echoed their agreement. Very well, I shall join, so will I. Alas, as the great catastrophe loomed, these beings, lost in their fervor, failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Did they truly believe the harbingers could be so easily vanquished? Even the figure of time was a formidable opponent, and I might not even stand a chance against him. Moreover, he had Pangu, a peak cultivator of the chaos stage, at his side. Surely, the master of the laws of power would not be so easily defeated. I can only hope that more among us chaotic demon beings survive this ordeal. After voicing his thoughts, Yang felt the weight of despair settle upon him. Choosing thereafter to close his eyes in contemplation of the loss, Xianhuang observed Yang with a heavy heart, realizing the futility of their plight. It was indeed tragic that fate could not be controlled by their own hands, for the chaotic demons had fallen under the scrutiny of the Great Tao. This impending catastrophe was but a calculation of the Great Tao, which birthed the chaotic demons in accordance with its own laws. Blessed with unique advantages, the 3,000 demonic beings cultivated at an astonishing pace, ultimately provoking the suspicion of the Great Tao, thus giving rise to this calamity, aimed at eliminating the 3,000 demons, a formidable threat. The cultivation speed of these 3,000 demons was simply too alarming, making it impossible for the Great Tao to remain unguarded. Yet, while the Great Tao acted selfishly, it also exhibited fairness. Should a chaotic demon manage to eradicate Pangu and Qingchen, the Great Tao would undoubtedly acknowledge them. The demon who could slay Pangu and Qingchen would naturally ascend to become the master of the Great Tao. Just imagine the heights of power such a demon would attain. Would the Great Tao easily erase them? Exposing itself to the risk of being shattered, the Great Tao chose to be generous, allowing that demon to attain mastery over the Tao, thus becoming the unparalleled sovereign of the world, with all living beings and laws bending to their will. Therefore, this calamity represents both an immense danger and a monumental opportunity. Truly, the Great Tao's scheme is impeccable, orchestrating the chaos among the demonic beings to eliminate potential threats to itself. Alas, it is ironic that we, the 3,000 demons, born of the very essence of the Great Tao, ultimately face annihilation at its hands. Xianhuang could only smile bitterly, pondering the truth of the saying, divine powers cannot contend against fate. Meanwhile, in the realm where Pangu and Qingchen resided, Pangu gazed at the fallen Huangquan and Yu Ming. Addressing Qingchen, my friend, my tribulations and opportunities have arrived. His tone bore equal parts surprise and resignation. Indeed, though the protagonists of this calamity were Pangu and Qingchen, it also presented them with opportunities. Should they eliminate the remaining chaotic demons, they would inevitably attain the Tao once the calamity subsided, albeit by stepping over the corpses of their fellow demons, a bitter irony they could not deny. Opportunities? Qingchen shook his head, exclaiming, what a grand irony. These chaotic demons are exceedingly gullible, yet we are not mere lambs to be slaughtered. At this point, a flash of murderous intent flickered in Qingchen's gaze, only to vanish as swiftly as it came. Sighing, Pangu and Qingchen exchanged a glance, their expressions heavy with melancholy. In the midst of the chaos, all the surviving chaotic demons had succumbed to madness, apart from a few who had established sanctuaries within the chaos to meditate and evade the impending catastrophe. The rest were in a frenzy. Ha! We have found the harbinger. A voice filled with excitement pierced through the chaos as 30 streaks of light surged through the void, converging upon the chaotic demons. Humph, harbingers of doom. This day marks your demise in this very chaos. With an air of arrogance, Pangu surveyed the surrounding chaotic demons with scornful eyes. The 30 chaotic demons, incensed by his words, erupted in fury. One leading demon retorted, "Pangu, among the 30 of us here, there are many at the chaos stage, not to mention those at the supreme and heavenly Tao stages. You are but 2 against our 30. Do you truly believe you can withstand our assault? What a jest!" As his words fell, the chaotic demons erupted into laughter. Pangu, unfazed by their jeers, declared, "Humph, if you seek death, do not blame me." Raising his divine axe, he continued, "Do not waste time. Come at me together." His confidence exuded a contempt that ignited the fury of the chaotic demons. "Very well, Pangu, your arrogance shall be your undoing. Fellow comrades, let us slay the harbingers." With that rallying cry, the 30 demons surged with excitement. Channeling their full powers as 30 distinct laws and divine abilities surged toward Pangu. Observing this, Pangu chuckled, "You truly underestimate the power of a cultivator at the chaos stage if you think to claim our lives so easily." With a thunderous roar, he raised his divine axe, unleashing an arcane trajectory toward the chaotic demons. Beware, avoid it. Among the 30 chaotic demons, 2 of them, both at the chaos stage, recognized the danger of Pangu's strike and chose to evade rather than confront it directly. Alas, their warning came too late. In an instant, over 10 of their peers at the chaos stage were slain, their essence extinguished. The 2 remaining demons, witnessing this carnage, exchanged horrified glances. Quickly, they turned their sights upon Qingchen. And with a nod, resolved, "Let us attack the chaos stage cultivator, the figure of time, and then deal with Pangu." Agreed. In a flash, the 2 demons abandoned their assault on Pangu, redirecting their efforts toward Qingchen. "I alone reign supreme, and all shall burn." The overwhelming forces of the domineering laws and the fire element converged, launching a fierce onslaught toward Qingchen. "Oh, you take me for a soft target?" Qingchen's gaze remained cold as a glimmer of brilliance flickered in his silver eyes. As time came to a standstill, the assaults of the 2 chaos deities were rendered utterly immobile, in a moment of temporal reversal. Qingchen's signature moves were unleashed, and their attacks were instantaneously deflected back at them. Under the astonished gaze of the 2 chaos gods, this suspension of time targeted them directly. The vast power of temporal laws swiftly immobilized them. Even with their cultivation at the chaos realm, they could not withstand the power of time, which froze them as if they were encased in ice for a mere second. Chapter 12. Tai Xian's Request. Xian Huang's refusal the supremacy of the time law, known as the heaven-defying law, was vividly evident that it seemed that when Qingchen had dealt with Huangquan and Yuming previously, he had been toying with them. Even practitioners of the chaos realm found themselves incapable of resisting this unparalleled law of time. Observing the 2 chaos deities, now ensnared by the temporal law, Qingchen smirked coldly, summoning the vast sword. He delivered a time-based cut towards the 2 gods. The time cut transformed into countless blades, relentlessly striking the 2 deities. It coalesced into a vortex of blades, pulling at the chaos gods with tremendous force, which almost instantaneously shredded their physical forms. These 2 chaos deities, whose names were never uttered, were effortlessly slain by Qingchen, solidifying the might of the time law. Those in the chaos realm could not withstand even a single strike from Qingchen, the master of time, and fell with ease in nearly the same breath. Pangu also concluded his battle, leaving behind 30 brilliant purple lights of Hongmeng Qi, signifying the existence of the 30 fallen chaos gods. Pangu exchanged a glance with Qingchen, both recognizing the mutual resignation reflected in their eyes. Retrieving the purple Qi, Pangu addressed Qingchen, "Brother Qingchen, might I request the 2 strands of purple Qi you hold? I have a foreboding sense that the residue from these chaos gods will prove invaluable in the future." Pangu felt rather embarrassed, as it was the first time he had borrowed from another, especially something as precious as the Hongmeng Qi, which contained the essence of the great Tao. After a moment of contemplation, Qingchen readily presented the 2 strands of purple Qi, saying, "I see now what you wish to convey. Brother, since you find them useful, they are yours." He handed the 2 strands to Pangu without hesitation. "Brother, we have been comrades for countless eons. What are 2 strands of Hongmeng Qi amongst such a bond?" There is no need for further words. Pangu accepted the strands, sensing a profound connection to his destiny within them. Although a veil of fog seemed to obscure their true potential, the 2 shared a knowing smile, their understanding unspoken. However, the swift demise of the 30 chaos gods left the remaining deities in a state of utter shock. Although the remaining gods generally possessed lesser cultivation, 2 among them had indeed reached the chaos realm. The surviving deities were predominantly at the supreme and heavenly Tao levels. Yet, none could have anticipated how swiftly the 2 chaos deities would perish in the face of the time law. The only laws that could withstand it were those of strength and space. Virtually all others were rendered ineffective. The death of the 2 chaos deities was particularly humiliating, as they could not even withstand a single strike from the time law before meeting their end. Their once mighty forms crumbling like dust. Before Pangu and Qingchen, the lesser chaos gods resembled infants, utterly defenseless. Even the chaos realm deities found themselves without recourse against Pangu and Qingchen. They did not even have the opportunity to unleash their innate divine abilities before succumbing entirely to the temporal law. Pangu and Qingchen sat cross-legged, engaging in profound discussions regarding the great Tao, waiting for the remaining chaos gods to seek them out. Guided by the whispers of the Tao, the remaining deities could clearly sense the location of Pangu and Qingchen. What? You say that the vanguard team has been completely annihilated. Even the team led by chaos realm deities has fallen to Pangu and Qingchen. Such news left many chaos deities incredulous, although reaching the chaos realm rendered them vastly superior to those below. Capable of effortlessly extinguishing them, it was a different matter entirely when facing equals in cultivation. Yet, Pangu and Qingchen shattered this myth, demonstrating that chaos realm deities were hardly more formidable than mere insects in their eyes. The chaos realm deities could not withstand a single move from Qingchen, vanishing without a trace. No, there was a trace left, the Hongmeng Qi that each chaos deity possessed by birth, corresponding to the myriad laws of the great Tao. When their primordial spirits were extinguished, the Hongmeng Qi was all that remained. This calamity bearer proved to be extraordinarily formidable. It seemed that a mere 30 chaos gods would struggle to inflict any significant harm upon him. After a moment of introspection, he raised his head and commanded Tyene to relay orders from the firmament, instructing the scattered chaos gods to converge at their location, upon the dispatch of the firmament's command. Tyene, a chaos deity, swiftly gestured to convey the message to the scattered gods. Humph, the firmament clearly wishes us to heed his command. In the face of this calamity bearer, are we to become mere cannon fodder? I, Tai Xian, shall not comply. As equals among the 3,000 gods, why should Tai Xian obey the orders of the firmament? Tai Xian scoffed. I have a brother named Xian Huang, who has also reached the chaos realm. With his intervention, we can surely slay this calamity bearer and, together, reshape the great Tao with new laws. At this juncture, Tai Xian's eyes sparkled with unexplainable excitement. He set his course towards the boundless chaos. Within a small world amidst the chaos, Yang Mei and Xian Huang sat opposite each other. Yang Mei observed the 30 shattered jade stones strewn across the ground, lamenting, "We, the 3,000 chaos gods, were born from the chaos itself. Although we may not know each other well, we share an intrinsic bond. Yet now, the great Tao conspires to pit us against one another. Alas," Yang Mei sighed, shaking his head in resignation. This Yang Mei was indeed a remarkable figure, embodying the space law. Born just after Qingchen and Pangu, he was on par with the laws of strength and time, hailed as another heaven-defying law under the time law, immensely powerful. Yang Mei's true form was a willow tree birthed from the chaos. Known as the Hollow Willowed, he wielded the space law with unparalleled mastery. Aside from time and strength, any other law that entered his domain could not easily escape. Fortunately, Yang Mei possessed a gentle disposition. Disfavoring conflict and bloodshed, he was adept at forging friendships. And among the 3,000 chaos gods, aside from Pangu and Qingchen and the slain Renlong, he was acquainted with nearly all. Upon learning that Yang Mei wielded the space law, the other gods regarded him with deep respect, acknowledging the enduring truth that strength breeds reverence, even within the chaos. Indeed, Pangu's methods are ruthless as fellow chaos gods. To strike so fiercely, Xian Huang sighed, his words trailing off. Friend, it seems guests are arriving. Come, let us welcome them. Yang Mei rose and beckoned to Xian Huang. Xian Huang frowned slightly, saying, We dwell in the depths of this chaos. Aside from Tai Xian, I know not who would seek us here. Xian Huang's confusion was palpable. Tai Xian and Xian Huang shared a unique bond, as Xian Huang mastered the Xian Huang Qi, while Tai Xian specialized in Xian Qi. Their cultivation paths, aside from Huang Qi, were strikingly similar. Thus, Tai Xian had insistently acknowledged Xian Huang as his elder brother Tai that time. Xian Huang had only recently manifested, having taken form many hundreds of thousands of years earlier than Tai Xian. Lonely in the vast chaos, Xian Huang found solace in Tai Xian's engaging conversation, leading him to tacitly accept this younger brother. As they emerged from their dwelling, Xian Huang was met by Tai Xian standing outside the sanctuary. Tai Xian, what brings you here? He inquired, perplexed. After a moment's contemplation, Tai Xian replied, Elder brother, I have come to request your assistance. He then recounted his plan to slay Pangu and Qingchen. Brother, should we eliminate this calamity bearer? We shall jointly wield the great Tao, becoming the unrivaled masters of a new world, reigning supreme. Are you not tempted? Xian Huang regarded Tai Xian with a firm refusal, stating, It is not that I hesitate to assist. But this calamity bearer is immensely powerful. Even I would fall in confrontation. Let us speak no more of this. It is best for you to avoid entanglements. Remain here in the chaos. Devote yourself to comprehending the great Tao. And you may yet escape this calamity. Xian Huang, having spoken, vanished alongside Yang Mei in a flicker of movement. As this realm simultaneously sealed itself from any further visitors, Tai Xian gazed at the closed dojo. Words of protest lingering on his lips, yet ultimately unspoken, he turned and soared into the chaos, unaware that he had unwittingly entangled himself in a calamity of death, destined to become a sacrificial pawn amidst the impending catastrophe. With countless eons of arduous cultivation dissolving into mere illusions. As the Great Tribulation approached, the Tao sought to cleanse the chaos, targeting the chaos demons as its foremost adversaries. Those who dared to meddle in the threads of cause and effect would ultimately face annihilation. Chapter 13. The Fall of Tai Xian. Tears of Xian Huang. It is said that after Tai Xian's attempts to persuade Yang Mei and Xian Huang bore no fruit, he returned in a sullen mood. Even in the absence of the two, he remained unconvinced that nearly 200 chaos demons, each generally reaching the supreme realm, along with several others of the chaos phase, could not contend with the impending tribulation. He chuckled heartily, envisioning himself as the master of the Tao, his boisterous laughter echoing through the chaos. Tai Yin, swiftly gather our remaining 200 comrades. Once they arrive, we shall set forth to confront the one marked by calamity. Tai Xian declared ominously, his hubris poised to lead him to irrevocable consequences. Before long, the 200 chaos demons, predominantly at the heavenly Tao stage, along with several formidable beings of the chaos phase, gathered. Tai Xian addressed his fellows. Today, we shall embark together to slay the one destined for misfortune. Upon our triumph, we shall carve the laws of the vast world. Undeniably eloquent, Tai Xian's words ignited excitement in the eyes of the assembled chaos demons, each one envisioning themselves as the supreme wielders of the Tao. Swiftly, the group of more than 200 chaos demons took flight towards the location of Pangu and Qingchen. Observing this, Tai Xian smirked darkly. Qingchen, it seems our hands shall soon be stained with the blood of the chaos demons. Pangu spoke softly, his tone calm, yet beneath that calm lay a profound sense of resignation. There is no need for such despair, my friend. When soldiers come, let them be met with soldiers. When water comes, let it be met with earth. Indeed, your words are quite astute. Tai Xian's laughter rang out, dispelling some of the palpable tension in the air. Pangu, time Taoist. I did not expect to find you here, still lingering. Are you aware that no matter how far you run, you are still bound for demise? Even before their arrival, Tai Xian's arrogant laughter echoed first. However, Pangu and Qingchen merely exchanged a glance. Ignoring him entirely, 200 pairs of eyes turned to Tai Xian, and under their collective gaze, even his thick skin could not withstand the awkward atmosphere. Turning red and then purple with embarrassment at last, Tai Xian could bear it no longer. Although his cultivation was only in the early stages of the chaos phase, the chaos demons possessed an innate pride, and the disregard from Pangu and Qingchen was unbearable for his lofty spirit. With a furious shout, Tai Xian made the first move that a hazy yellow aura enveloped him. And with a mighty roar, the yellow energy coalesced into great banners that fluttered ominously, filling the surrounding chaos with a myriad of golden hues. Tai Xian's aggression ignited the flames of battle, prompting the remaining 200 chaos demons to unleash their most potent techniques. In an instant, the chaos was awash with dazzling brilliance, as various attacks surged towards Pangu and Qingchen. Pangu and Qingchen regarded the onslaught with indifference. With a mere wave of his right hand, Qingchen summoned the laws of time, and in an instant, the multitude of attacks was effortlessly repelled by the barrier he had erected. The 200 chaos demons were left aghast. They knew well that even among their ranks, none could withstand such a display of power. Yet, Qingchen dismissed their assault as though it were a trifling matter. Friends, should you wish to avoid your countless years of cultivation turning to naught, I advise you to retreat while you still can. Seek refuge within the chaos, for after the tribulations, there may yet be a chance to attain the Tao. However, Qingchen's warning only incited the fury of the chaos demons, who, instead of retreating, launched themselves at the barrier with frenzied determination, and no matter their efforts, they could not breach the temporal shield in the face of this barrier. Their attack seemed utterly futile. With a sigh, Qingchen's eyes gleamed with lethal intent that if you seek your own demise, then let it be so. The celestial sword surged forth, slicing through the air toward the chaos demons. In an instant, no fewer than 100 fell beneath that single strike. The sheer ferocity of the assault astounded the remaining chaos demons. This Tan Daoist is far stronger than we anticipated. Our combined efforts could not even rattle that barrier, yet a single strike has claimed over 100 of our own. Qingchen was taken aback, realizing that the 200 chaos demons he had brought forth were swiftly overwhelmed by Qingchen's might. Casting a cold smile at the remaining foes, Qingchen prepared for the next phase. Pangu stood, brandishing his colossal axe. With a single swing, an arcane trajectory cleaved toward the remaining chaos demons. Just one stroke. In an instant, the remaining chaos demons fell under Pangu's might. He swiftly gathered the primordial purple energy. Revealing an enigmatic jade tablet in his grasp, as he beheld the jade tablet, he cast the remaining 30 strands of purple energy into it, which emanated a profound and mysterious aura, the creation tablet. Qingchen exclaimed in astonishment, and no sooner had the words left his lips than the characters for creation materialized upon the tablet, solidifying its name. The creation tablet? Pangu pondered, then suddenly comprehended that moment. He understood the nature of his fortune. The creation tablet was a gift bestowed by the Tao, a sign that once he had slain enough demons, the primordial energy would transform into the tablet. With Qingchen's utterance, the name of the tablet was irrevocably established. Oh no, Qingchen. What has happened to Qingchen? What troubles you, Xianhuang? What has befallen Qingchen? Yang Mei inquired, her brow furrowing as a surge of clear energy emanated from her forehead. With a flick of her robe, she observed the shattered jade stones that had once housed 3,000 demons, noting that 200 had fractured anew, including the one representing Qingchen. In an instant, Yang Mei grasped the unfolding events, sighing deeply. The great calamity has arrived. Those who fail to remain composed and introspective will find themselves ensnared by the Tao's machinations, leading to their demise. Alas, I have devoted countless eons to my bond with Qingchen. Now that he has perished, I, Xianhuang, vow to take vengeance upon Pangu and the Time Daoist. Xianhuang's eyes glinted with murderous intent, drawn into the web of retribution, his essence clouded by the desire for vengeance, rendering him unable to find clarity. Xianhuang, this is unwise. Pangu and the Time Daoist are immensely powerful. Even in a one-on-one confrontation, we would not stand a chance, let alone face both of them together. As they are nearly inseparable, Yang Mei lamented, her heart heavy, acknowledging the futility of their situation against such overwhelming forces. Xianhuang, engulfed by rage, felt tears of blood flow silently down his cheeks. The tears of a cultivator at the chaos phase resonated like thunder throughout the chaos. The Tao took notice. The actions of a chaos phase cultivator carried immense weight. The sight of Xianhuang's blood tears stirred various reactions among the chaos demons, some expressing admiration, others mockery, and many disdain. The responses were a cacophony of sentiments, each distinct and unrestrained. Chapter 14. The Wrath of Xianhuang. The 12 Demons. Pangu, Time Daoist. I, Xianhuang, shall bring your demise. The voice, laden with limitless hatred, reverberated throughout the chaos. The formidable power of the Chaos Period's Demon Lord resonated throughout the vast expanse of chaos in an instant, filled with an overwhelming sense of hatred. All surviving Chaos Demon Lords heard this echo simultaneously. Pangu and Qingchen exchanged glances, and in their eyes, they discerned the same sentiment. Contempt. Indeed, it was disdain. Given their current dominance in the realm of the Chaos Period, why would they concern themselves with a Demon Lord of the same era? To them, Xianhuang was hardly more than a mere ant, perhaps just a somewhat robust ant, as they regarded any Demon Lord below the Chaos Period. With a mere flick of their hands, they could effortlessly obliterate such beings. This was the undeniable advantage of being a demon lord of the chaos period. Their arrogance rendered all those beneath them as insignificant as insects. The chasm in cultivation levels was insurmountable. Not even the most powerful treasures could grant one the ability to slay a demon lord of the chaos period. Such treasures could only provide a means to inflict damage or offer slight resistance against the attacks of a demon lord of that caliber. But they could not bestow the capability to annihilate them. No treasure could achieve that. In the face of Xuanhuang's nearly deranged proclamations, Pangu and Qingchen paid no heed. They sat cross-legged in tranquility amidst the chaos, peacefully contemplating the laws of existence. Thus, they awaited the moment when any demon lord daring to intrude would be met with annihilation. The primordial purple chi they garnered flowed into the creation jade tablet, its ancient and profound essence further enhanced by the infusion of this primordial energy. Observing this transformation in the creation jade tablet, Pangu felt a surge of delight. That it is said that Xuanhuang, disregarding Yangmei's counsel, soared forth from the latter's domain, traversing the vast chaos in search of Pangu and Qingchen. At that moment, a voice called out, "Fellow Taoist, please wait." Xuanhuang halted, turning in confusion. Behind him stood 12 towering chaos demon lords, each possessing a formidable physique. Their appearances varied, some rugged, some aloof, and others serene, each exhibiting distinct expressions. "What business do you have, my friends?" Xuanhuang inquired, perplexed. We too have heard your vow to slay Pangu and the time Taoist my 12 brothers, and I share a similar sentiment. Hence we await your presence. Accompanying you will increase our chances of success in vanquishing Pangu. I see. But may I ask about the cultivation levels of you all? My 12 brothers and I have all attained the early chaos stage. Early chaos stage. Xuanhuang's heart sank slightly upon hearing this. Yet, my friends, you may not be aware that Pangu and the time Taoist possess extraordinary strength. Even demon lords at the late chaos stage have been slain by them. Especially the time Taoist, who wields the formidable power of time. His mastery of temporal arts makes him exceedingly difficult to contend with. He has already vanquished numerous demon lords of the chaos stage. And you, my friends? Though worded delicately, the implication was clear. If even late chaos demon lords fell before them, how could you 12 mere minnows hope to stand a chance? The 12 understood this unspoken message. A robust man with fiery red hair spoke first. "You audacious Taoist, how dare you look down upon my brothers?" "Fifth brother," the leader interjected sharply, then continued, "My brother has a rather fiery temper and spoke out of turn. Please forgive him." "And fifth brother, do apologize to fellow Taoist Xuanhuang." His tone, though calm, carried an undeniable authority that brooked no dissent. The red-haired man, slightly taken aback, clasped his fist in a gesture of respect before retreating to sulk in silence. My fifth brother is simply like that. I hope you will not take offense." No harm done. Though my 12 brothers and I are merely at the early chaos stage, we have possessed a grand formation in our minds since the day we came into being. Known as the 12 Capital Heavenly God Slaughter Formation, this formation utilizes us 12 as its foundation, and once established, our essence, energy, and spirit shall merge, elevating our cultivation to the true great Tao realm. At that point, even Pangu and the time Taoist would fall before our formation. "Is what you claim truly the case?" Xuanhuang exclaimed with excitement. If the 12 Capital Heavenly God Slaughter Formation was indeed as formidable as described, then with the power of demon lords at the true great Tao realm, slaying Pangu and the time Taoist would no longer be a mere fantasy. What I say is indeed true. For countless eons, my 12 brothers and I have devoted ourselves to mastering this formation. As we delve deeper into our understanding, we have come to realize its extraordinary potential. That I must admit, despite my efforts over these eons, I have yet to fully comprehend the intricacies of this formation. What? Xuanhuang was taken aback. Even without complete understanding, the fact that this formation could elevate their cultivation to the true great Tao realm was astonishing. What might it achieve if fully comprehended? Could it lead to direct enlightenment of the great Tao? Contemplating this, Xuanhuang dared not pursue the thought further, his gaze toward the 12 demon lords now tinged with a hint of respect. This world is indeed wondrous. If one possesses strength, respect will follow. The slight disdain Xuanhuang had previously harbored towards them vanished entirely. Having spoken for so long, I have yet to introduce myself. I am Fierce Kill. Born of the fiendish Qi laws. My 12 brothers and I, too, were birthed from the 12 fiendish Qi laws, And our 12 capital heavenly god slaughter formation is a formation of ferocity, Fierce Kill declared. This formation was their ultimate safeguard. A secret not to be divulged lightly. However, in order to reassure Xianhuang, revealing the secrets of the 12 capital heavenly god slaughter formation was a necessary sacrifice, once Pangu and the time Taoist were slain. The next to perish would be you, fellow Taoist Xianhuang. Fierce Kill mused inwardly, harboring unspoken intentions against Xianhuang, yet his murderous intent remained concealed. This illustrates the formidable level of self-control Fierce Kill possessed over his murderous aura. So much so that even Xianhuang, who was 2 ranks above him in cultivation, could not perceive it. Indeed, Fierce Kill was a master of stealth and ambush. I am Xianhuang, as you are already aware. With that settled, let us seek out Pangu and the time Taoist. Slaying these 2 will undoubtedly benefit us all. Very well, let us lead the charge, Fierce Kill proclaimed, taking the lead towards the locations of Pangu and Qingchen. The 11 demon lords followed closely behind. Humph, Pangu and the time Taoist, your demise approaches. For slaying my brothers, I shall seek vengeance today, Xianhuang thought darkly, watching the 12 chaos demon lords soar ahead. Once Pangu and the time Taoist fell, the next to meet their end would be you. Though the 12 capital heavenly god slaughter formation sounded immensely powerful, one must remember that what is heard is often less reliable than what is seen. Even if their formation was as formidable as claimed, it would surely demand a hefty toll on their own energy. When they grew weary, it would be the day of their downfall. Fellow Taoist Pangu, I feel a sense of unease. It seems a great battle looms on the horizon. This conflict will undoubtedly be perilous, and we should prepare accordingly. Once a cultivator reaches a certain level, their intuition about impending events becomes crucial. There is no need for concern. With the strength of the 2 of us combined, we shall ensure that any formidable foes who dare challenge us will meet their end here, Pangu replied, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Yet, despite the relentless pursuit by the Chaos Demon Lords, even Pangu could not help but feel a surge of anger. These wretched beings, should they come again, I shall ensure they return to the void, Pangu thought darkly, closing his eyes once more, focusing on the great Tao. Ha! Pangu, time Taoist, at last, I have found you. Your time has come, with a burst of raucous laughter. Xianhuang materialized amidst a swirl of yellowish light. Following closely behind were 12 early Chaos Demon Lords. Pangu and Qingchen exchanged glances, rising to their feet, each drawing their weapon, staring intently at the 13 Chaos Demon Lords before them, a single late Chaos and 12 early Chaos beings. The threat seemed minimal, yet an unsettling sense of danger lingered. Could there be other Chaos Demon Lords lurking nearby? Qingchen pondered, adopting a mindset of cautious optimism, though the 13 Chaos Demon Lords may not match his and Pangu's cultivation. Qingchen remained vigilant. These Demon Lords were born from the great Tao, and each possessed their unique innate talents and abilities, which could prove daunting. Who knew whether these ancient beings had hidden trump cards? A careless move could lead to dire consequences. Fellow Taoist Pangu, exercise caution. If they appear so confident, it must be due to some form of reliance that it is prudent to be careful, should anything amiss arise. We should be swift to eliminate a few of the Chaos Demon Lords, Qingchen spoke in a low voice. Pangu nodded slightly in agreement. If you wish to preserve your lives, retreat swiftly, for the sake of our shared identity as chaotic, demonic deities. I shall spare you this once. Chapter 15, The Divine Devastation of the All-Heavenly Gods, the Embodiment of the Tao. Ha ha ha, Pangu. Oh, how your jest amuses the ear. Here we stand, 13 in number. And do you still remain unaware of our intentions? Did you think we came to engage you in discourse about the Tao? Ha ha ha. Today, let you meet your downfall. Upon concluding his words, Xianhuang summoned forth the full extent of his magical power. A profound aura enveloped him, as a luminous yellow radiance coalesced into numerous exquisite swords, forming an intricate and formidable formation that unleashed an overwhelming torrent of sword chi, with a shrill sound. The brilliant sword chi surged forth, aiming inexorably towards Pangu and Qingchen. Pangu let out a cold snort, brandishing his divine axe to cleave through the boundless sword Q in an instant. A profound trajectory emerged, with pure energy ascending and turbid energy descending, reminiscent of the creation of heaven and earth. As the infinite yellow sword chi was swiftly dispersed, Xianhuang, witnessing this, huffed disdainfully, swiftly gesturing with his hands to unleash a series of arcane incantations. In a mere moment, countless streams of yellow energy seemed to respond to a hidden summons, rapidly coalescing in that instant. The chaos was filled with boundless yellow energy, as Xianhuang's hands moved in rapid succession. Channeling the primordial purple energy concealed within his essence, an enigmatic force of profound laws surged forth. The principles of Xianhuang's laws were marvelously intricate. They encompassed the dual attributes of yin and yang. Thus, within the 3,000 Tao laws, there existed 1,500 laws characterized by yin and another 1,500 by yang. The 3,000 demonic deities each corresponded to different laws, possessing varying attributes. Xianhuang's situation was unique, as he embodied both yin and yang attributes. The Xian energy, inherently yin, governed destruction and annihilation, while the yellow energy, being yang, was the essence of creation and vitality. When separated, their power was subtle, but when combined, they manifested an explosive reaction. The confluence of Xian and yellow energies was akin to a fierce chemical reaction, amplifying their destructive capacity exponentially. At this moment, the union of these two energies transformed into an extraordinarily intricate weapon, as countless Xianhuang giants materialized, letting out a mighty roar. The giants wielded their weapons and charged towards Pangu. This mere imitation is but a trivial maneuver. It is insufficient to contend with me, Pangu declared, his eyes blazing with fury as he swung his colossal axe forward. In an instant, the giants formed from Xianhuang energy were shattered, dispersing into ethereal wisps of smoke that swirled around Pangu. Forming an enigmatic trajectory, Pangu furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the unfolding spectacle. Xianhuang Taoist, even if you form a grand array from Xianhuang energy, you are still no match for me. In response, Xianhuang narrowed his eyes and retorted, Pangu, do not speak so boastfully. Dare you underestimate my nine-turned inversion of the universe Xianhuang array? I have spent eons comprehending the Xianhuang principles, and today you shall witness the might of my formation. Array, arise. As Xianhuang's voice fell, innumerable streams of yellow energy instantaneously coalesced into a grand formation. This formation birthed a new space, filled with stars composed of yellow energy, each imbued with immense power. The yellow energy flowed continuously, weaving into intricate trajectories. Remarkable, Pangu mused, observing the extraordinary formation that continuously shifted between reality and illusion. Within the virtual lies the real, and within the real lies the virtual. One misstep, and one may face endless assaults. Deflecting the falling star attacks with ease, Pangu noted that while these strikes could not harm him, they were nonetheless troublesome. With a series of powerful swings of his axe, he shattered countless stars. Pangu's prowess is indeed formidable. My barrage of attacks seems to have no effect on him. This is not a sustainable approach, especially with another formidable entity, the Time Taoist, lurking outside. Pangu cannot be dealt with in a moment. I must join forces with my 12 companions to eliminate the Time Taoist. With this thought, Xianhuang communicated telepathically with the 12 demonic deities outside. Fellow comrades, I have momentarily restrained Pangu. Now is our golden opportunity. Swiftly slay the Time Taoist. The 12 demonic deities exchanged glances, then shouted in unison as they soared towards 12 distinct directions, encircling Qingchen. In an instant, the immense power of their combined malice surged through their bodies, forming 12 robust chains that converged upon Qingchen, a force so great it obscured the sky. Humph! Even if you 12 demonic forces unite to ensnare me, it is but a vain hope, Qingchen bellowed, as the laws of time transformed into surging waves, crashing against the malevolent rules surrounding him. The vast, unending river of time relentlessly clashed against the chains of malice, breaking through them in an instant. That a muffled grunt escaped the 12 demonic deities, who were momentarily injured by the impact of the temporal force. In astonishment, they gazed at Qingchen, realizing the formidable strength of the time laws. Their meticulously crafted chains of law had proven utterly ineffective, and they were wounded by the Time Taoist's overwhelming powers. Even with double the manpower, they could not match his strength. Inwardly, the malevolent deities contemplated their grim predicament, recognizing that their only hope for survival lay in uniting their powers to initiate the 12 divine devastation array. Otherwise, they would surely face annihilation. With newfound determination, the malevolent leader transmitted to the remaining 11 demonic deities. Brothers, swiftly establish the 12 divine devastation array. Upon hearing this, the demonic deities were instantly invigorated. The 12 chaotic demonic deities took their positions according to the intricate formation, roaring in unison. Their beastly cries reverberated throughout the chaos. As the 12 laws of malice began to activate, the power of the malevolent laws surged. The energies of the 12 chaotic demonic deities began to merge slowly at a colossal, faintly translucent figure emerged above their heads, radiating an overwhelming majesty that swept across the chaos. This. Qingchen marveled, sensing the essence of the Tao emanating from the figure. The 12 divine devastation array formed by the 12 chaotic demonic deities was indeed summoning the essence of the Tao. As their energies gradually fused, the colossal figure began to reveal its visage, a giant adorned with 1,000 arms, its face breathtakingly beautiful, seemingly feminine. Among its myriad arms, an overwhelming majority bore the likeness of 9-clawed dragons. Along with representations of the 3,000 chaotic demonic deities, Qingchen, taken aback, found himself at a loss for words, astonished that the formation of these 12 chaotic deities had summoned forth the legendary embodiment of the Tao. This embodiment, according to lore, represented the most perfect and powerful form, housing the essence of the most exquisite beings, akin to dragons, and the 3,000 chaotic demonic deities themselves. The supremacy of the Tao was firmly established the moment this embodiment emerged. What an overwhelming aura! Who possesses such formidable presence? In that instant, all chaotic demonic deities sensed this extraordinary energy, feeling as though they had become mere ants beneath its daunting power, a presence that commanded absolute respect. At that moment, the embodiment of the Tao finally opened its eyes, which outshone all creation. What eyes they were! Deep, beautiful, and enchanting, radiating an unparalleled authority, exuding an aura that belittled all else. Though, humble ants, you have dared to offend the dignity of the Tao. As punishment, I shall enact judgment upon you. A melodious and gentle voice resonated, inconceivable for one so beautiful to belong to the embodiment of the Tao. Judgment upon me, Qingchen scoffed. With this embodiment? You are not worthy. I am the embodiment of the supreme Tao. O humble ant, your life derives from me. Do you truly believe that with your meager cultivation, you can contend with me? The embodiment's expression remained placid, devoid of any display of anger. Though the 3,000 chaotic demonic deities corresponded to the 3,000 laws of the Tao, they were merely reflections of the Tao itself. You are but another insignificant ant beneath the Tao. How dare you presume to enact judgment upon me? Qingchen dismissed. If that is the case, you are still unworthy. You, a lowly existence, have challenged the authority of the utmost being. The embodiment of the Tao finally displayed a hint of anger, casting a cold glare at Qingchen. That gaze, akin to observing an ant, left Qingchen feeling profoundly uncomfortable. He had often regarded other chaotic demonic deities with such disdain, yet now found himself on the receiving end. The chilling voice of the Great Path Sanction echoed, as an arcane force of law surged towards Qingchen. Chapter 16. The Divine Slaughter of the 12 Heavens, Vanquishing a Powerful Foe. With the force of law unleashed by the embodiment of the Great Path, a mysterious power descended instantaneously, as if all the myriad rules of the world could be annihilated, its might boundless. The attack emanating from the Great Path surpassed that of the Chaos Demon God by an order of magnitude, and the profound power nearly reached Qingchen's side in an instant. Qingchen was filled with terror. Sensing that this force posed a significant threat to him, his eyes glinted with divine light as he gestured with his hands, invoking the most formidable time barrier he could summon from his late-stage chaos cultivation. In an instant, a mysterious force revealed itself within the rolling river of time, amplifying the defensive capability of the time barrier by at least 100-fold, almost simultaneously as Qingchen established the time barrier. The attack from the Great Path's embodiment struck the barrier. Contrary to expectations, there was no thunderous roar. Instead, the barrier trembled violently upon contact with the attack. The leakage of temporal energy dissipated into the surrounding chaos, distorting the very fabric of the chaotic space. Qingchen's complexion paled slightly as he gazed at the embodiment of the Great Path, overwhelmed with dread that it was merely a fragment of an embodiment. Yet even his late-stage chaos cultivation could not fully resist it. His once proud mastery of the time law now felt inadequate against the assault of the Great Path's embodiment. Such a result was enough to leave Qingchen aghast. Just a single strike had nearly overwhelmed him that a sense of melancholy washed over Qingchen, his expression reflecting his dismay. If the Great Path's embodiment unleashed its full power, would he not perish in an instant? This question rooted itself deeply in Qingchen's heart, buried beneath layers of contemplation. Without an effective resolution, his cultivation would surely stagnate for life. If he could not transcend the shadow cast by the Great Path's embodiment, he would lose the chance to ascend to the pinnacle of the Great Path. Observing the solemn and dignified demeanor of the embodiment, Qingchen felt an overwhelming sense of impotence. Was this truly the realm of the Great Path? Was it impossible for him, even with his late-stage chaos cultivation, to resist? His eyes, devoid of spirit, seemed to murmur in disbelief. The 12 chaos demon gods, comprising the 12 divine slaughter of the heavens formation, were indeed formidable. Wait, the formation, a flicker of realization ignited in Qingchen's eyes, clarity blossoming more profoundly with each passing moment. He erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "I almost allowed you to deceive me. This so-called embodiment of the Great Path is merely a forced summoning of your essence, spirit, and energy combined. Yet, after countless eons, you have failed to fully comprehend this formation. Had you done so, the embodiment summoned would have been the true embodiment of the Great Path." Pausing momentarily, Qingchen continued, "Regrettably, the current embodiment is but a fragment, a mere avatar summoned through the amalgamation of the formation and the power of law. Since I have unraveled this, it is time for you to perish within the chaos." With that, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. At this moment, the intensity of Qingchen's murderous resolve surpassed any previous state. Had it not been for this formation of the 12 demon gods summoning a fragment of the Great Path, he might have been ensnared in an obstacle that could have hindered his pursuit of the Great Path for eternity. Had Qingchen not recalled that this embodiment was merely a forced summoning, utilizing the essence and energy of the 12 chaos demon gods, he might have indeed fallen for their ruse, with the clarity of his own obstacles. Qingchen's resolve surged. He successfully broke through the shadows cast by the embodiment of the Great Path, experiencing a significant enhancement in his cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, his strength had ascended to the pinnacle of the chaos stage. A fortuitous turn of events. Even if you are aware, what of it? At this moment, the voice emanating from the embodiment of the Great Path transformed from a melodious tone to that of a rugged man. "Fierce slaughter Taoist, I must commend the formation of the 12 divine slaughter of the heavens you have established. It has indeed summoned a fragment of the Great Path, and with your early-stage chaos cultivation, the formation poses a threat to my late-stage chaos realm. Such power is worthy of your pride. However, nothing is without its flaws. Your formation, while formidable, bears a fatal weakness." "What? The formation has a flaw?" Fierce slaughter gasped in astonishment. "Could it be? Your fatal flaw is that you cannot fully control your own power. Furthermore, this formation demands an immense toll from you. Prolonged combat, even with the robust physique of your chaos demon gods, cannot withstand such a tremendous burden. Should you forcibly maintain the formation, your physical bodies will inevitably collapse, and you will scatter. Even so, what of it? In the time your bodies can endure, I shall slay you." Fierce slaughter roared, a multitude of arms flailing in unison, drawing upon the power of the Great Path's laws. A colossal vortex surged towards Qingchen. "Now that you are aware of your own weaknesses, dealing with you will be far simpler." A flash of brilliance illuminated the air as Qingchen appeared above the embodiment of the Great Path, wielding the chaotic spiritual treasure, the vast sword. He struck down upon the head of the embodiment. The primordial true ice instantaneously encased half of the embodiment's form, including its head, transforming it into a glimmering crystal statue. Roar! The embodiment let out a painful howl. It's frozen in a torment that would be unbearable for any ordinary being. With a crack, the embodiment struggled, the primordial true ice fracturing under the strain. Boundless cold surged forth into the chaos, freezing it in an instant. Within a vast radius, the chaos was enveloped in the chilling grasp of the primordial true ice. "Time Taoist, I will not let this end here." The embodiment, now known as Fierce Slaughter, found itself injured by Qingchen's strike, which had united the essence, spirit, and energy of the 12 demon gods. While the physical wounds could be swiftly mended due to the formidable defenses of the chaos demon gods, the injury to there would not heal completely in less than a millennium, given their current state. Fierce Slaughter seethed with rage, the harm to his igniting his fury, the 12 demon gods, corresponding to the 12 forces of slaughter, inherently possessed a brutal, bloodthirsty, and cruel nature. Now that there was compromised, the latent ferocity of the 12 demon gods was fully unleashed. The power of the slaughter law surged around him, forcefully suppressing the damage inflicted upon his. With a deafening roar, 1,000 arms transformed into weapons forged from the power of the slaughter law, cleaving towards Qingchen. Time froze. The first reverse law of heaven was unleashed, immobilizing a vast expanse of space in an instant. Wielding the chaotic spiritual treasure, the vast sword, Qingchen executed a time cleave towards the embodiment of the great path. The time cleave morphed into countless blades, forming an intricate array reminiscent of the famed weapon blood drip in history. Spiraling towards the head of the embodiment, the sounds of clashing blades echoed, as the overwhelming power of the time law revealed the immense might of its first reverse law. That a resonating roar echoed through the chaos, reverberating across the expanse. The excruciating pain allowed fierce slaughter, who commanded the embodiment of the great path, to breach Qingchen's time law. Once more, he suffered a grievous blow, and the 12 chaos demon gods could no longer maintain the 12 divine slaughter of the heavens formation. They collapsed. Trembling, their faces pale and drenched in cold sweat, unable to withstand the assault, Qingchen observed as the 12 demon gods faltered in their formation, stepping forward to stand before them. The 12 chaos demon gods now bore expressions of profound dread and panic towards Qingchen. Born of noble lineage, they could no longer suppress their terror of death. Producing a jade flute, Qingchen gently placed it to his lips. The enchanting, melodious notes flowed forth, summoning the power of the soul law. It transformed into delicate streams that infiltrated the consciousness of the 12 demon gods, instantly flooding Qingchen's mind with their understanding of the great path and their myriad memories. The vast power of the situated at the peak of the late chaos stage, swiftly organized this colossal influx of information, leaving it within his mind for future contemplation. The 12 divine slaughter of the heavens formation ignited a surge of excitement within Qingchen. The reason he had gone through such convoluted means to utilize the half-formed soul law was to acquire the formation method and insights regarding the 12 divine slaughter of the heavens formation embedded within the minds of the 12 demon gods. He recalled that in the future, the 12 progenitors of the witch clan derived their 12 divine slaughter of the heavens formation from Pangu. Could it be that his arrival had induced subtle changes? Qingchen vividly remembered that the witch clan, which focused solely on physical cultivation without nurturing there, had once stood toe-to-toe with the demon clan during a great calamity, illustrating the immense power of the 12 divine slaughter of the heavens formation. Chapter 17. The Fall of Xian Wang and Pangu's Enlightenment. Qingchen, having acquired the formation method of the 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation from the memories of the 12 chaotic demon gods, was filled with immense joy. With a mere wave of his hand, he gathered the 12 strands of primordial purple energy and began to comprehend the principles of the formation within his mind. As he skimmed through the methods of arranging the 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation and its theoretical underpinnings, he found himself increasingly astonished, and at the same time, profoundly relieved. This grand formation required the unification of the essence, energy, and spirit of its practitioners, with their cultivation levels merging into one during its activation. Furthermore, it necessitated that the cultivators possess equal realms of power. Otherwise, the formation could not be established. Once the formation was successfully arranged, the essence, energy, spirit, and physical bodies of the practitioners would amalgamate into a singular entity. At that moment, both their cultivation levels and physical defenses would be enhanced tenfold or more, with the duration of the formation being directly proportional to the strength of the practitioners' bodies. Should the physical cultivation be insufficient, forcing the arrangement of the 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation would result in immediate erosion by the formation's fierce and malevolent energies, leading to physical harm at best, or complete annihilation at worst. The minimum requirement for the physical body to arrange this formation was that it must possess the quality of a postnatal treasure. This was merely the baseline requirement. Typically, those whose physical strength did not reach the level of innate spiritual treasures would be unable to manifest even a fraction of the formation's potential, while those whose bodies attained the innate spiritual treasure level could only exhibit 1% of its effectiveness. The chaotic demon gods, born from the void, inherently possessed great powers, and each of them had formidable physical cultivation. The weakest among them had already reached the realm of innate spiritual treasures, while some, like Pangu and Qingchen, had even attained the level of chaotic treasures or chaotic innate treasures. For instance, Pangu's physical cultivation had reached the chaotic treasure level, complemented by his peak chaotic realm cultivation. It was nearly impossible for any attack to breach Pangu's physical defenses, meaning that unless an attack could surpass the chaotic treasure level of Pangu's body, it would be futile to inflict any harm upon him. Due to the unparalleled strength of Pangu's physical form, he was able to completely disregard the assaults from numerous chaotic demon gods. His physical prowess secured his position as the foremost among the 3,000 chaotic demon gods. Qingchen's physical cultivation, however, paled in comparison to Pangu's, barely reaching the initial stage of chaotic spiritual treasures. Nevertheless, even so, unless faced with an attack capable of breaching the defenses of a chaotic spiritual treasure-level body, Qingchen was safe from fatal harm. When confronted by the avatars of the Tao summoned by the 12 chaotic demon gods, Qingchen was indeed injured by their direct Tao-level power, however, shielded by his chaotic spiritual treasure-level body. He did not suffer grave wounds, only sustaining minor injuries that would heal in a moment. The fierce and malevolent chaotic demon gods themselves only reached the early stage of innate treasures in terms of physical cultivation. And after merging their physiques, they barely attained the late stage of innate treasures. Although their cultivation levels were at the Tao level, their inadequate physical strength rendered them incapable of enduring the impending Tao level pressures, which greatly damaged their bodies. The 12 capital heavenly god killing formation was saturated with boundless malevolent energies, constantly inflicting harm upon the physical body. While the duration was short, prolonged exposure would eventually overwhelm even a body of innate treasure quality. Thus, the 12 demon gods were ultimately left with no choice but to exhaust all their magical powers and physical strength, rendering them vulnerable and helpless. Had the formation not consumed such vast amounts of energy, it was likely that these 12 chaotic demon gods would have emerged as the foremost among their kind beneath Pangu. Imagine a scenario where the formation could be established without fear of its terrifying consumption. Even chaotic demon gods at the late stage would think twice before approaching, for an opponent who never knew fatigue was the most fearsome of all. Upon contemplating this, Qingchen marveled at the 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation, recognizing it as both a fearsome and somewhat impractical existence. Once the prerequisite cultivation levels were met, one could form the array to counter a stronger foe. However, failing to meet the minimum requirements would result in being consumed by the malevolent energies, leading to utter demise. Yet, achieving a physical body of innate treasure quality was no simple feat. It would require an immense amount of time for one's pure physical cultivation to reach such heights. Aside from the 3,000 chaotic demon gods with enviable physiques, any other race from later generations would likely struggle to enhance their physical cultivation to the level of innate treasures. As Pangu was drawn into the array of Xianhuang, he observed the formation established by Xianhuang. Suddenly, he sensed an overwhelming aura from the outside, emanating directly from the Tao level, which alarmed Pangu and made him worry for Qingchen. Thus, he raised the divine axe in his hand, intending to break through the formation, only to be thwarted by Xianhuang. Pangu, I advise you to depart swiftly and not provoke me further, Xianhuang warned. Pangu, I suggest you abandon any thoughts of rescuing that Taoist of time. Outside, 12 comrades have arranged the 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation, their cultivation at the Tao level, pitting the Taoist of time, who is merely at the peak of the chaotic realm, against the Tao level is akin to striking a stone with an egg. Xianhuang laughed heartily. That Taoist of time murdered my brother. I shall not allow you to interfere. I must avenge my brother. You tempt fate. If that is your stance, do not blame me. Xianhuang's unwavering resolve ignited Pangu's fury. Remembering the peril Qingchen faced, Pangu was consumed with urgency. The laws of power surged around him, and a tremendous aura erupted forth. Roar! A thunderous roar erupted from Pangu, carrying the weight of an infinite sovereign's might. As he struck towards the formation before him, Xianhuang, positioned at the formation's core, was suddenly struck with terror, for Pangu's axe, infused with boundless power, locked onto him through the formidable array. This overwhelming aura descended like a waterfall from the heavens, bearing immense force as it crashed towards Xianhuang. With a cough of blood, Xianhuang's eyes brimmed with disbelief. Impossible! This cannot be, he muttered, finding himself a mere leaf adrift in the vast ocean, teetering on the brink of annihilation. The impact of Pangu's aura alone had already inflicted harm upon him. How can Xianhuang not be alarmed? How can he not feel fear? Open! Pangu bellowed, his voice infused with boundless dominance and rage. The axe, brimming with limitless power and Pangu's profound understanding of his Tao, cleaved toward Xianhuang. As the axe passed, countless strands of Xuanhuang's primordial energy were shattered, yet the strike continued, unrelenting in its pursuit of Xianhuang. A chilling scream echoed as Pangu's might cleaved through the formation and struck down Xianhuang, leaving only the remnants of primordial purple energy in its wake. The residual force of Pangu's axe splintered this primordial energy into countless wisps, scattering into the chaos. These primordial energies were later claimed by the nascent heavenly Tao. Upon acquiring this primordial energy, the heavenly Tao refined the largest portion and comprehended its essence, ultimately transforming it into the heavenly Tao merits to reward all beings. The remaining smaller strands of purple energy were modified by the heavenly Tao, altering its grand principles into its own laws. This was later acquired by the Tao ancestor Hongjun, who achieved sainthood through this primordial energy, ultimately establishing the 6 sacred positions. However, due to the erasure and alteration of the grand principles, the 7 saints of the later prehistoric era could never attain the heavenly Tao level in their lifetimes. Even the Tao ancestor Hongjun only broke through to the heavenly Tao realm after merging with the Tao, becoming subjected to its control. That is a tale for another time, set aside for now. After Pangu's axe, imbued with boundless power, cleaved through the formation and vanquished Xianhuang, its might remained undiminished as it struck toward the chaos. The pure energy ascended, while the turbid energy sank. The elements of earth, wind, water, and fire were cleaved apart, and a clear sky began to take shape. However, without a treasure to suppress the chaos, this newly formed little world was quickly eroded by the boundless chaotic energies, vanishing in an instant like a fleeting bloom. Witnessing this, Pangu felt a surge of clarity rise within him, sensing the opportunity that lay before him. Gazing at the chaos that had returned to its previous state, he fell into a profound state of enlightenment. Standing silently amidst the chaos, he closed his eyes, allowing his essence to immerse itself in the sea of consciousness, quietly comprehending. And thus, Pangu remained in this meditative state for a staggering 100,000 and 80,000 years. Chapter 18. Announcing chaos and understanding cause and effect. As Pangu beheld the cleaved little world, he fell into a rare state of enlightenment, an occurrence that was difficult to come by. Often, when a cultivator reaches a certain level of strength, they require an understanding of the Tao. If they achieve this understanding, congratulations are in order. They will naturally break through. However, if they fail to grasp it, regrettably, they will remain at their current level. At this moment, Pangu found himself immersed in a rare and precious state of enlightenment, where his comprehension and understanding of the Tao ascended with remarkable rapidity. Realizing his own fortuitous opportunity, it became evident that advancing to the grand realm of the Tao would naturally follow. However, such opportunities are exceedingly rare. During Pangu's period of enlightenment, he must not be disturbed by any external forces. Otherwise, all efforts would be rendered futile, and the prospect of attaining such a state again could prove to be exceedingly challenging. Fortunately, Pangu was not alone. Beside him stood Qingchen, a formidable chaotic demon of the late chaotic realm. With Qingchen safeguarding him, Pangu felt an immense sense of security. Once Pangu awakened, it would herald the day of his enlightenment. Qingchen mused silently, contemplating that Pangu's impending opening of the heavens would inevitably lead to his demise, as his physical body and primordial spirit would transform into all things. This thought filled Qingchen with a profound sorrow. After countless epochs of companionship, they regarded each other as brothers, fully trusting one another with their lives. Throughout the eons, Pangu and Qingchen had been both teacher and friend, each holding the other in brotherly esteem. During this time of Pangu's enlightenment, it was imperative that he remain undisturbed. Any interruptions could jeopardize his progress, and who could say when another such opportunity might arise? Pangu, my brother, during your period of enlightenment, let me, Qingchen, act as your protector. Should any demon attempt to disrupt your understanding, I shall slay them. Qingchen silently vowed, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. With a flurry of movements, he cast a barrier of temporal laws spanning an unimaginable radius, ensuring that no sound could penetrate Pangu's ears while he was in this state of realization. Any attempt to disturb Pangu would first require breaking through the time laws Qingchen had established. As he surveyed his defensive measures, Qingchen felt a sense of satisfaction. He then turned his gaze toward Pangu, his heart filled with joy. Sitting cross-legged in the chaos, Qingchen patiently awaited Pangu's awakening. time flowed by. And after 100,000, 80,000 years, numerous chaotic demons who dared to approach were swiftly obliterated by Qingchen. Fortunately, these intruders were not particularly powerful. For Pangu's opportunity, Qingchen demonstrated his resolute determination, refusing to allow any outsiders to hinder Pangu's progress. Thus, he maintained his vigilant watch over him. Finally, after 100,000, 80,000 years, Pangu emerged from his comprehension of the Tao. Upon awakening, a serene and harmonious aura radiated from him. Reminiscent of spring, no longer the fierce and rough demeanor he once possessed, but instead imbued with tranquility and peace. As Pangu opened his eyes, Qingchen instantly sensed his awakening, a smile illuminating his face. Pangu calculated briefly and realized that he had been in enlightenment for 100,000, 80,000 years. The thought of Qingchen steadfastly guarding him during this time brought moisture to Pangu's eyes. Though he quickly dried his tears with magic, casting a grateful and contented glance at Qingchen, what Pangu contemplated was beyond Qingchen's comprehension. Yet their deep bond forged over countless eons allowed them to intuitively understand each other's thoughts with but a glance. "My friend, your support during my years of enlightenment must have been arduous." Qingchen gently shook his head, signaling that such matters were trivial and not worth mention. Pangu was deeply moved by these words and chose to say no more. Instead, smiling warmly in the days that followed, Pangu shared with Qingchen the insights he had gained during his enlightenment. He also expressed his desire to create a new world as a means to attain the Tao. "My friend, after 100,000, 80,000 years of enlightenment, I have recognized my opportunity. I wish to forge a new realm to attain the Tao," Pangu declared, brimming with excitement. After countless years of arduous cultivation, this moment finally bore fruit. How could Pangu not be exhilarated? However, before I open the heavens, I must first resolve the karmic ties with the chaotic demons. With that, a glint of determination flashed in Pangu's eyes. For he understood that his opportunity lay in the act of creation, yet he must first settle the karmic debts with the 3,000 chaotic demons. Only by severing these ties at the moment of creation could he proceed with a clear heart. As the words "open the heavens" left his lips, the enormous axe resting beside Pangu shimmered with golden light. The inscription "Open the heavens" appeared upon its blade, infused with immense power and the divine markings of the Tao. With the name of the axe fully realized, Pangu felt a surge of clarity. He laughed heartily, realizing that he had ultimately become a pawn of the Tao, yet the act of creation was his destiny. Tears streamed down Pangu's cheeks, for after enduring countless eons of hardship, he discovered that he had always been ensnared in the machinations of the Tao, his years of toil culminating in this singular act of creation. Qingchen watched Pangu in silence, his heart heavy with sorrow. As one who had traversed time, Qingchen understood that Pangu's act of creation would lead to his transformation into all things, resulting in his demise. The vibrant world of the future would be born from Pangu's flesh. Unable to contain his emotions, Qingchen recalled the verses that praised Pangu. "In the beginning, all was void, and no living beings existed. In the chaos dwelled Pangu, who with a single stroke cleaved the heavens and earth. His form became the foundation of the world, giving rise to human prosperity. Is this the notion that divine powers cannot withstand destiny?" In that moment, Qingchen finally grasped the meaning of the phrase "divine powers cannot contend with fate" as it was recounted in future tales. Indeed, even as powerful as Pangu was, he remained ensnared within the Tao's designs. Ultimately facing the fate of becoming one with the universe, deity was a tragic and lamentable realization. "Alas, alas," Qingchen sighed. "Though it is said that divine powers cannot contend with fate, I, Pangu, shall challenge destiny today." With those words, Pangu's aura surged, radiating strength throughout the chaos. In that instant, every remaining chaotic demon became aware of Pangu's declaration. Battle. Yes, Pangu issued a challenge to all surviving chaotic demons, seeking to settle the karmic ties once and for all. "I am the primordial heavenly king, and today I shall open the heavens and establish the Tao. I summon the chaotic demons to a decisive battle to conclude our fates." His voice boomed like thunder across the chaos, commanding the attention of every demon, whether in meditation or wandering aimlessly. Pangu was on the brink of enlightenment, and this was his final challenge before attaining the Tao. The remaining 2,000 chaotic demons instinctively surged toward Pangu and Qingchen, determined to thwart his ascension. That if Pangu succeeded, their existence would be in peril. Driven by the instinct for survival, The chaotic demons became frenzied, their minds consumed by a singular thought: to slay Pangu. They could not allow Pangu to attain the Tao. This was the only belief echoing in their minds. The impending battle would be fierce, for the karmic ties among the chaotic demons would finally reach their resolution. It was clear that this conflict would be nothing short of catastrophic. Chapter 19. A fierce battle. The Yangmei's heavy blow amidst the chaos. Over 2,000 streams of light sped toward Pangu and Qingchen's location, with dozens of formidable presences leading the way, suggesting that these demons were among the most powerful of their kind. The battle was about to commence. Yangmei, my friend, Pangu seeks to attain the fruit of the Tao. We, the chaotic demons, must stop him. We cannot allow him to succeed, or our lives shall be in jeopardy. Yangmei shook his head lightly, stating, I do not come to slay Pangu. I am here to seek justice for my friend Qianhuang. Pangu has slain my companion, and I shall not rest until I exact my vengeance. As he spoke, his two long, white eyebrows quivered slightly. Anyone who knew Yangmei well, especially Qianhuang, would recognize this subtle habit. His eyebrows would tremble whenever he was enraged or on the verge of fury. This habit was so ingrained that even Yangmei himself was unaware of it, but Qianhuang, having spent so much time with him, certainly understood. The chaotic demons exchanged glances, slightly taken aback by Yangmei's fervor. But they refrained from comment, well aware of Yangmei's formidable strength as the master of spatial laws. Even the chaos deities of the same chaotic realm cannot help but feel an overwhelming pressure in the presence of Yangmei. This is the innate suppression and restraint of higher laws over lower ones, as the master of space. Yangmei naturally does not concern himself with the feelings of lower law deities, for he possesses both the strength and the confidence to command such authority that he is assured that these chaos deities would not dare to defy him, armed with the second, extraordinary spatial law. Apart from his wariness of Pangu and the one known as the foremost anti-heaven law, Qingchen, Yangmei is indifferent to the other chaos deities. The vast disparity in realm and cultivation renders Yangmei impervious to the equivalence of these chaos deities. High places are often lonely. Since his inception, Yangmei has wielded the power of spatial laws. His strength and cultivation greatly surpass those of other chaos deities, save for Pangu and Qingchen, who command formidable laws. It can be said that Yangmei stands unrivaled within the chaos. Now, as Pangu, the master of the law of power, approaches the threshold of enlightenment, Yangmei's heart, having remained dormant for eons, stirs with an impulsive desire to engage in a friendly spar with Pangu and Qingchen. He yearns to discern the nature of the disparity between himself and the two. With such thoughts, Yangmei emerges from his sanctuary within the chaos to partake in this grand calamity. Yet, once embroiled in the calamity, extricating oneself may prove to be no easy feat. The great Tao has instructed Pangu that he must ensure the demise of all 3,000 chaos deities. For without their annihilation, enlightenment remains elusive. This is the mandate of the great Tao. Pangu is left with but two choices: to slay the surviving chaos deities and attain enlightenment, or, should he refuse, he will face an unprecedented calamity. The consequence of rejecting enlightenment is naught but death. Thus, even if Pangu hesitates to strike down those of his own kind, he finds himself compelled to act. It is either the demise of the chaos deities or the fall of Pangu himself. The ruthlessness of this directive from the great Tao is evident. It is clear that the great Tao is resolute in its intention to eradicate the 3,000 chaos deities. As the saying goes, better the death of a friend than the death of oneself. Pangu, in order to ensure his own survival, must condemn these 3,000 deities to their end. It is not that Pangu's heart is cold, but rather that he is bound by the decree of the great Tao. One must ask, in such circumstances, who would not feel the same helplessness as Pangu? To live oneself while allowing others to perish is far preferable to one's own demise. Alas, may you not harbor resentment towards me. Pangu silently contemplates. Standing quietly amidst the chaos, he restores his full cultivation to its pinnacle state, patiently awaiting the arrival of the chaos deities, should Pangu survive this battle. Once he opens the heavens, he will naturally achieve enlightenment. However, the path to Pangu's Tao is paved with the corpses of the other chaos deities. This method of attaining enlightenment is undeniably gruesome. Yet, Pangu has no choice. This is the arrangement of the great Tao, beyond mortal ability to defy. At this moment within the chaos, over 2,000 streaks of light swiftly approach the location of Pangu and Qingchen, where the chaos deities tread. The chaotic energy churns violently as earth, wind, water, fire, fierce winds, and thunder conjure a towering wave. This wave, imbued with boundless might, surges forward in an instant, and the remaining 2,000 chaos deities feel an immense tension within. These deities generally possess cultivation levels above that of saints, many even reaching the realm of the heavenly Tao and the supreme realm. Yet, there are only a scant 50 or so chaos deities at the chaotic stage. And even among those who have endured countless eons of arduous cultivation to reach the late chaotic stage, there are merely a handful, not even reaching 100. Although the chaos deities are endowed with exceptional talents, the sequence of their emergence ultimately determines their level of cultivation. However, at this moment, the majority of these chaos deities possess cultivations above the saint level, with numerous reaching the heavenly Tao level. Yet, should these chaos deities encounter those of a higher cultivation tier, whether 1 or 2 tiers, their fate is all but sealed. A mere difference in realm often creates an insurmountable chasm, one that cannot be bridged by even the mightiest treasures. Powerful treasures require equally formidable cultivation to unleash their true potential. Those of lower cultivation cannot hope to wield their true power, that a chaos deity of lesser cultivation can be extinguished in an instant by a more advanced counterpart. Even if their primordial spirits are embedded within the boundless chaos, a highly cultivated chaos deity can still trace their essence through the power of the laws and eliminate them in the blink of an eye. Such is the might of the chaos deities. Finally, the over 2,000 streaks of light arrive at the chaotic domain of Pangu and Qingchen. Observing the assembled chaos deities, Pangu rises, brandishing his heaven-opening axe, and proclaims, "Today, I shall attain the great Tao." The enormous presence of his towering figure instills an indescribable sense of oppression among the multitude of chaos deities before him, rendering them as insignificant as ants as they behold Pangu's form. The chaos deities feel an overwhelming aura of dominance wash over them. They stand struck with awe, gazing blankly at Pangu. Those among them at the heavenly Tao and supreme realm can only think one thought. This is the unrivaled might of the pinnacle of chaos. The chaotic realm is indeed this formidable. Previously, the chaos deities, who had yet to reach the chaotic realm, could only surmise the immense strength of the chaotic stage, capable of easily extinguishing those below its level. They were once filled with doubt, but now, the pressure emanating from Pangu transcends their wildest imaginations. For Pangu has surpassed the chaotic realm to an extraordinary degree. His cultivation now stands at the zenith of the chaotic stage. With one foot firmly planted upon the threshold of the great Dao, grasping the principles of causality, Pangu can attain the great Tao in its entirety. Let us begin. Pangu bellows, swinging his axe with relentless vigor towards the over 2,000 chaos deities. With a thunderous crash, over 1,000 chaos deities fall in an instant. In their place, 1,000 streaks of primordial purple energy linger, a testament to the fact that Pangu's strike indeed annihilated over 1,000 chaos deities. With a wave of his hand, he gathers the 1,000 streaks of primordial energy into the creation jade tablet. The infusion of this energy significantly amplifies the essence of the Tao within the tablet. As dark luminescence swirls ceaselessly within, and a grand force erupts forth, the remaining 1,000 chaos deities are left in shock. They had never envisioned that those of saint and heavenly Tao cultivation could perish so swiftly beneath Pangu's axe. For they were chaos deities, not mere ants. Yet at this moment, the distinction between these chaos deities and ants is negligible. Altogether, let us slay Pangu. The remaining chaos deities, led by the formidable Yang Mei and others of the chaotic stage, charge towards Pangu. A deluge of law-based attacks descends upon Pangu's corporeal form. Qingchen, will you not lend a hand? This is my reckoning with the chaos deities. You need not intervene, Pangu discreetly conveys. Then swings his colossal axe, tracing an arc of profound mystery towards the chaos deities. With a resounding crash, over 500 chaos deities are obliterated in an instant, their boundless might surging forth once more towards the remaining 500 deities. Boom, boom, boom. The clash of the giant axe against the laws results in another 400 chaos deities falling. Pangu's might is unparalleled. The remaining few chaos deities are the strongest among them, and those led by Yang Mei are gravely injured in the wake of Pangu's strike. Recognizing the dire situation, Yang Mei swiftly reverts to his true form. A colossal willow tree rises within the chaos, its branches swaying as the laws of space envelop it, forming layers of protective barriers around its entirety. With another mighty roar, Pangu raises his heaven-opening axe to strike at the great willow. Crack. The axe blade cleaves through the spatial barriers effortlessly, and a massive fissure spreads across the tree's trunk. With streams of creation energy seeping out, whoosh, the willow tree, glowing with verdant light, transforms into a beam of escape, darting into the chaos. Chapter 20. The conclusion of the great battle. Although Yang Mei commands the laws of space, in the face of absolute power, the spatial laws become utterly ineffective. Pangu's strike has dealt a grievous blow to Yang Mei's true form, as creation energy continues to escape through the fissures in the tree. However, the essence of Yang Mei is the first willow tree in the chaos, the hollow willow tree, which inherently embodies the vital force of creation, the life force of creation flowing from Yang Mei, a chaotic demon god of the late chaos period, is extraordinarily potent. It can be said that every chaotic demon god born within the chaos harbors an immense reservoir of creative power. The distinction lies solely in the varying levels of cultivation among the chaotic demon gods, which determines the extent of this creative life force they possess. Had it not been for the boundless life force of creation contained within the chaotic demon god, how could Pangu, through his own transformation of the heavens and the myriad of beings, have given rise to a multitude of supreme beings across countless worlds? The reason lies in the quantity of creative life force present within Pangu's corporeal form, as a formidable demon god who has 1 foot in the realm of the great Tao. The creative power contained within his body is not only abundant in quality but also staggering in quantity. The mighty primordial 3 clans of the later ages, the witch and demon races, and other powerful primordial beasts were all born from Pangu's essence and hair. This illustrates the extraordinary strength of a chaotic demon god at the chaotic phase, even when transformed into myriad forms. The resulting races remain immensely powerful, never diminishing Pangu's illustrious reputation. Witnessing Yang Mei severely wounded by Pangu's axe, the remaining chaotic demon gods were struck with astonishment. Yang Mei, as the master of spatial laws, is undoubtedly among the strongest of them all. Yet, if Yang Mei could be gravely injured by a single strike from Pangu, how could their own cultivation levels possibly compare? Certainly, they could not, if even such a powerful chaotic demon god as Yang Mei could not withstand a single blow from Pangu. How could these already injured chaotic demon gods hope to contend with him? The remaining 50 or so chaotic demon gods of the chaotic phase were engulfed in despair as they beheld Pangu's axe descending upon them once more. In their eyes flickered a resolute determination. Each of these 50 chaotic demon gods ignited their own essence and blood, transforming it into immense magical power that surged toward Pangu. This is dire. He intends to self-destruct, Qingchen exclaimed in alarm, hurriedly conveying to Pangu, "Friend Pangu, he seeks to self-detonate. You must stop him at once." Qingchen spoke anxiously, for it was no trifling matter, a self-detonation initiated by a chaotic demon god at this level, fueled by the burning of their essence and blood, would undoubtedly exceed the demon god's true cultivation. Should this self-detonation succeed, the resulting power would be unfathomable, potentially causing monumental upheaval throughout the entire chaos. One can only imagine the destructive force of a self-detonation by a chaotic phase cultivator, comparable to that of a nuclear bomb, merely a supercharged version of it. This chaotic demon god, with unprecedented vigor, charged toward Pangu, and in that critical moment, the laws of time were invoked. A vast area spanning billions of miles was instantaneously sealed by the time laws. However, the immense force generated by the chaotic demon god's self-detonation erupted almost at the very instant that the time laws were enacted. Breaking through their confines, the thunderous roar reverberated throughout the chaos, as boundless waves surged forth, crashing against Pangu's form. In a state of panic, Qingchen hastily erected layers of time barriers for protection, while Pangu summoned the Creation Jade Tablet, raising it above his head. The Creation Jade Tablet emanated streams of creative energy, with countless divine patterns materializing, enveloping Pangu in a formidable aura of Tao. The explosive force unleashed by the detonation surged towards Pangu's body, and after a considerable duration, the residual waves of the explosion gradually dissipated. Pangu's body bore numerous fissures, intricately scattered across his colossal form. Streams of potent, pure creative essence poured forth from Pangu, coalescing into a radiant stream of unparalleled beauty. Despite employing the Creation Jade Tablet as a shield, the hurried invocation of its power could not entirely fend off the onslaught, as the self-detonation was directed squarely at Pangu. with the vast majority of its might aimed at him. Even with Pangu's chaotic supreme treasure of a physical form, he was unable to emerge entirely unscathed. Within the chaos, the remaining chaotic demon gods, in the wake of this self-detonation, nearly perished in an instant, while Qingchen too suffered grievous injuries amidst the explosion. A faint humanoid halo of silver light, now dimmed, stood resilient within the chaos. At the moment of detonation, the time barriers Qingchen had erected were swiftly torn apart, in a state of sheer panic. Qingchen employed the time escape technique to flee, yet was still swept by the majority of the residual waves. The overwhelming force rapidly eroded Qingchen's corporeal form, inflicting excruciating pain that hinted at the imminent collapse of his essence. In a moment of alarm, Qingchen unveiled his true form as a chaotic demon god. After countless eons of existence, his true demonic form, previously concealed, emerged at this critical juncture. The zenith of a chaotic demon god's power manifests in the revelation of their true form. Only by unveiling their true identity can they fully harness the entirety of their law's might. Upon revealing his true demonic form, Qingchen felt an instant clarity in his mastery and understanding of the laws of time. With the might of his supreme demonic form, he unleashed the strongest of time laws, momentarily pausing the residual waves of the explosion. Seizing the opportunity, Qingchen swiftly executed the time escape technique, propelling himself billions of miles away in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Qingchen's chaotic demon god body bore a gaping wound, with creative energy and precious demon blood slowly seeping outward. With a thought, Qingchen employed the time laws upon himself, initiating a reverse flow of time. The enormous wound gradually closed under the influence of time, with the spilled creative essence and demon blood returning to his form. After a considerable time, the fissures in Qingchen's body had entirely sealed. However, he had not fully recovered. The wounds were merely mended, and complete healing would necessitate countless ages of nurturing. "Qingchen, are you all right?" Pangu inquired with concern, casting a worried gaze upon the recovering chaotic demon god. Observing Qingchen's true demonic form, Pangu expressed no surprise, for each of the 3,000 chaotic demon gods possessed distinct true forms. That my friend, I am unscathed. Merely some minor injuries that will mend with time. You need not worry about me. It is imperative that you pursue the path to enlightenment. In the chaos, a resounding rumble echoed, signaling that the great Tao had prompted Pangu to commence the creation of the heavens. With a mighty uplift of the axe of creation, Pangu struck at the chaos, producing a thunderous sound as the divine axe cleaved through the chaos along an arcane trajectory, intricately weaving the principles of the great Tao. Instantly, the chaos was split asunder, giving rise to the elements of earth, wind, fire, and water. Thus, the limitless birthed the ultimate birthed duality. Duality birthed the Trinity birthed the four symbols, and the four symbols evolved into the 8 trigrams. As the elemental forces gradually unfolded, a clear and turbid stream of energy suddenly emerged in the void. The clear energy ascended, gradually forming the heavens, while the turbid energy descended, solidifying into the earth. Yet, the newly formed heavens and earth were unstable, seemingly on the verge of collapsing. Observing this, Pangu furrowed his brow, gazing intently at the axe of creation for a moment, before resolutely casting it toward the heavens and earth. The axe transformed into 3 supreme treasures, the Taiji diagram, the Pangu banner, and the chaotic bell. With the Taiji diagram in hand, Pangu waved it, and an esoteric power descended, calming the tumultuous chaos. The chaotic bell rang out, its chime subduing the elemental forces and the chaotic turbulence. With a flick of the Pangu banner, a torrent of chaotic sword energy surged forth, instantly dispersing all chaotic energies and elemental forces. Witnessing this, Qingchen directed his thoughts to establish layers of time barriers at the outer edges of this realm, aimed at preventing the chaotic energies from the outer domain from encroaching upon this world. Pangu, upon seeing this, smiled gently at Qingchen, before turning his gaze back to the heavens and earth. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated, and the heavens and earth seemed to be inclining towards convergence. Alarmed, Pangu stepped into the central zone of the heavens and earth. Bracing himself against the sky and grounding himself into the earth, forcibly prying the realms apart. With Pangu's support, the heavens and earth gradually stabilized, as he stood firm, maintaining the equilibrium of the cosmos. Indeed, Pangu's mastery of the laws of power was extraordinary, befitting one who commands the myriad forces. Day by day, the heavens and earth became more stable, with the sky rising a measure and the earth thickening by an inch. Pangu's colossal form grew ever larger alongside the expansion of the cosmos, and the aura radiating from him became increasingly profound. At this moment, a cataclysmic thunder echoed throughout the chaos, and Pangu received a message within his mind. In an instant, Pangu's expression shifted dramatically as he glared at the heavens. Chapter 21. Qingchen weeps. The great Tao's wrath. What could have provoked Pangu to cast such a furious gaze at the heavens? It turned out that the great Tao had relayed an edict to Pangu. He must eliminate Qingchen to attain enlightenment and become the supreme ruler. The great Tao recognized Qingchen's potential and insight, fearing that he might one day surpass it and even come to command it. Thus, the information was imparted to Pangu, who sought to eliminate Qingchen through his own hands, believing that this would lead him to attain the great Tao. However, how could Pangu possibly bring himself to do such a thing? Pangu and Qingchen had intertwined for countless eons amidst the chaos, sharing a bond so profound that it could scarcely be fathomed. Yet, at this moment, the great Tao demanded Pangu to slay Qingchen. How could Pangu even contemplate such an act? The mere thought of exterminating the 3,000 chaotic demons had already burdened Pangu's heart with guilt. Now, the great Tao suggested that he must kill Qingchen to attain the supreme path, igniting a fury within Pangu. The audacity of the great Tao was beyond comprehension. If that were the case, then let it remain unproven. Pangu glared at the heavens, feeling the nascent power of the laws coalescing around him. That a colossal axe, forged from the very essence of these laws, cleaved into the depths of the chaos. Reverberating with a thunderous roar, within the chaos, the primordial energies surged violently, as earth, wind, water, and fire transformed into a ferocious dragon, stirring up a tempest of wrath. What is happening, Pangu? Qingchen inquired, observing Pangu's anger directed at the heavens, followed by his vitriolic outburst against the great Tao. Subsequently, Pangu unleashed a fierce attack upon the chaos. What is going on? Qingchen questioned, alarmed. Fear not, my friend. I merely find this newly birthed world somewhat desolate, and thus I intend to embody all things to encompass the heavens and the earth. Pangu gazed deeply at Qingchen, his voice low and somber. What? To embody all things? This is most unwise, my friend. Since you have opened the heavens and can attain the great Tao, why should you subject yourself to such a fate, leading to your demise? Qingchen implored, his urgency palpable. There is no need for such concern. My mind is resolute, Pangu replied, his determination unwavering. Seeing his pleas fall on deaf ears, Qingchen's heart sank, and he cast a gloomy gaze upon the world beneath them. Pangu, witnessing Qingchen's expression, felt a swell of gratitude and joy. How fortunate was Pangu to forge such a friendship amidst the chaos, he silently mused. In this lifetime, I harbor no regrets. After emerging from the chaos, Pangu had devoted himself to solitary cultivation until he met Qingchen, which brought an end to his profound loneliness. Each day was spent in enlightenment and sparring with Qingchen, solidifying an exceptionally deep bond between them, akin to that of teacher and disciple, as well as brothers. Upon hearing Pangu's intention to embody all things, Qingchen was resolute in his opposition, genuine emotion reflected in his eyes, for one who had one foot in the realm of the great Tao. Pangu could discern the authenticity of Qingchen's feelings, which brought him a sense of comfort and relief. My dear friend, your companionship has not been in vain, Pangu thought to himself. Meanwhile, Qingchen reminisced about all their shared experiences, their first spar, their initial discussions on the Tao, and their first endeavors in crafting. The echoes of these moments resounded in Qingchen's mind as he reflected on the countless eons spent together, mutually validating each other's cultivation. From their humble beginnings as saints, they had forged ahead, traversing the path towards the great Tao, with Pangu leading the way. Yet, the path he tread was one of no return, a journey that could not be retraced. Pangu's Tao was the act of opening the heavens, thus concluding the flourishing era of chaos. It was in Pangu's hands that the age of the 3,000 chaotic demons met its end, as he personally exterminated them to eliminate any future threats to the great Tao. However, the great Tao had miscalculated. It could not foresee Pangu's lingering guilt towards the 3,000 demons he had slain. Logically, this should have been the day of Pangu's opening of the heavens and attaining the Tao, yet the subsequent schemes of the great Tao ignited a long-suppressed fury within him. Disillusioned with the great Tao, Pangu chose to forsake the opportunity to attain it, opting instead to embody all things and thereby become the entirety of heaven and earth. Yet, he could not bear to act against Qingchen. Tears welled in Pangu's eyes, but were swiftly evaporated by his magical essence as he addressed Qingchen. Once I embody all things, This realm will require your support to oversee it. Rest assured. As long as I live, I shall watch over the world you embody. Qingchen replied, his own eyes glistening with unshed tears. The thought of losing a companion who had shared countless eons with him, a mentor, a brother, filled him with profound sorrow. That as Pangu prepared to embody all things, a heaviness settled in Qingchen's chest, and the sting of impending loss made his nose tingle, the myriad emotions unique to mortals. Absent for eons, surged within him. A single tear slipped down Qingchen's cheek, and with a deafening crash, the heavens dimmed. A resonant roar echoed through the chaos, for the actions of the mighty chaotic demon were intricately tied to the great Tao. Yet, in this moment, the exalted Qingchen shed a tear for Pangu, inciting the wrath of the great Tao. How could a being of such lofty status allow himself to weep for Pangu? Thus, the great Tao's fury was awakened. Though it harbored animosity towards the chaotic demons, it must not forget that each demon represented a fundamental law of the Tao, embodying its authority, akin to messengers of the great Tao. Now, with Qingchen shedding tears, it was tantamount to a grave affront to the Tao. Consequently, the heavens unleashed the first calamity, the thunder punishment. The chaotic energy surged violently, and the elements erupted in chaos. A palpable pressure descended, as a massive vortex emerged, swirling ominously, emanating a terrifying aura. Within the vortex, a colossal vertical eye opened, its towering presence dwarfing all, with a crimson pupil brimming with rage, fixated intently on Qingchen. Heavenly punishment. Qingchen gasped, bewildered as to why he had provoked such wrath. Suddenly, the enormous eye emitted a powerful black beam directed at him. Alarmed, Qingchen attempted to manipulate the laws of time, but to his dismay, his efforts bore no fruit. He could only watch helplessly as the formidable ray approached. Radiating an intense wave of energy, he felt that this strike alone could spell his demise. Resigned, he closed his eyes. However, the anticipated impact did not occur. Opening his eyes in confusion, he beheld Pangu's massive hand, steadfastly blocking the black beam. The great Tao must not be so excessive, Pangu bellowed, channeling his power to withstand the force of the dark ray. The enormous eye fixated on Pangu, who met its gaze with unwavering defiance. At last, it seemed the great Tao relented, offering a reluctant glance towards Qingchen. In a flash, the black ray was retracted, the eye closing once more, and the chaotic energy subsided, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, Qingchen was drenched in sweat, a testament to the reality of what had just occurred. Chapter 22. Embodying all things, the primordial world begins to form. Pangu regarded Qingchen with deep emotion, particularly recalling the moment when Qingchen shed tears. Pangu's heart swelled with warmth. The bond forged over countless eons was undeniable. That single tear was enough to reveal that Qingchen truly regarded Pangu as family. Only in the face of impending loss would one shed such a tear. The proud chaotic demons sought validation and even affection. To achieve this, they needed to be acknowledged in the other's heart. Qingchen had embraced Pangu as his closest kin in this world, yet Pangu's transformation into all things would lead to his demise, prompting Qingchen to shed a tear for his friend. However, the chaotic demons, as representatives of the laws of the Tao, could not allow their emissary to weep, thus invoking the punishment of the heavens. Yet, Pangu stood to shield against this punishment. Opening the heavens and embodying all things was his destiny. The great Tao, unwilling to allow Pangu's fall, grudgingly withdrew. Nevertheless, it imparted a crucial message to Pangu. Qingchen, now at the late stage of chaos, must not interfere in the matters of the primordial world, nor should he disrupt the natural order of chaos under the pretext of his superior cultivation. Major events are immutable, while minor ones may be altered as long as it does not pertain to significant matters of great import. Qingchen may indulge in his whims. This represents the final concession granted by the Tao. For the Tao remains wary of Pangu. Tears fell from Qingchen's eyes, and Pangu, naturally, felt a sense of profound relief. Tao friend, I shall transform into all things. In due time, this realm will require your attentive care. Qingchen solemnly nodded and assured Pangu, rest assured, as long as I breathe, I shall certainly look after the world you have forged. Tao friend. Upon hearing this, Pangu smiled with satisfaction, inwardly reflecting, how fortunate I am. With that, Pangu proclaimed loudly to the heavens, I am Pangu. Today, I wish to transform into all things to encompass heaven and earth. As Pangu spoke, a surge of golden light erupted from his being. Simultaneously, his corporeal form began to gradually disintegrate, large chunks of flesh cascading to the ground. blood coalesced into a river, flowing towards the earth, while the purest essence of creation spread throughout this world. A thunderous sound echoed through the sky as a golden radiance, comparable in size to Pangu himself, descended from the chaos. Pangu's demise propelled the cosmic cycle forward, as the selfless Tao bestowed immense merit upon him. Before long, approximately 4 layers of merit coalesced into a magnificent pagoda, the foremost treasure of postnatal merit, the heaven and earth mysterious yellow Linglong pagoda, impervious to all evils and unbreakable by any laws. A majestic stream of merit, as thick as 2 men, cascaded towards Qingchen. Having aided Pangu in the creation of the heavens, and subsequently establishing a temporal barrier to prevent the chaotic energies from outside from assimilating the primordial world. Qingchen had indeed rendered a great service to the realm. It is well known that the chaotic energies are fearsome. Even a deluo golden immortal, without a precious treasure for protection, would be instantaneously eroded by the chaotic miasma. Had the nascent primordial world not been shielded by Qingchen's temporal laws, it would have been mercilessly consumed in an instant by the raging chaotic energies. Thus, Qingchen's protective barrier was of monumental significance, warranting the Tao's descent of merit as a form of commendation, for the Tao is both supreme and impartial. Tao friend, I offer you this final counsel, until your cultivation reaches the realm of the Tao. Do not presume to confront the Tao in invincibility. Remember this well, I implore you. Pangu transmitted these words to Qingchen, and in an instant his body collapsed. Before his demise, he gazed deeply at Qingchen, his eyes brimming with myriad emotions, relief, joy, and a complexity of sentiments. Illuminated by the radiance of merit, Pangu's physical form underwent a transformation. His left eye transformed into a round, bright sun, soaring high in the sky, providing warmth to the earth day and night. His right eye became a luminous moon, illuminating the land. When he opened his eyes, the moon was full. When he blinked, it reverted to a crescent. His hair and brows became the stars in the firmament, scattered across the azure sky, accompanying the moon in its celestial journey. The breath he exhaled turned into the spring breeze and clouds, nurturing all life. His voice resonated as thunder and lightning. His muscles became the fertile soil of the earth, and his veins transformed into pathways. His limbs became towering mountains, while his bones and teeth morphed into buried treasures of gold, silver, copper, iron, jade, and gemstones. His blood became the roaring rivers, and his sweat transformed into rain and dew. His body hair sprouted into flowers, grasses, and trees. His essence became the myriad birds, beasts, fish, and insects. Thus, the heavens were adorned with sun, moon, and stars. The earth flourished with mountains, rivers, trees, and creatures, marking the dawn of the primordial epoch. At the moment of Pangu's demise, 3 streams of clear energy surged forth from his head, swiftly retreating into the primordial realm. Meanwhile, from Pangu's heart, 12 streams of essence blood also took flight toward the continent of the primordial land. The heaven and earth mysterious yellow Linglong pagoda instantly pursued the direction of the 3 streams of clear energy, destined to become the protective treasure of Laozi, the celestial master of the Tao. The chaos bell, on the other hand, flew towards the sun, ultimately becoming the protective treasure of the demon Emperor Tai. Qingchen understood that this would give rise to the later 3 pure ones and the 12 ancestors of sorcery. At this juncture, Pangu had completely transformed into all things. Mountains, rivers, flora, and fauna emerged within this realm, along with the nascent life still in gestation. Everything appeared remarkably splendid. Qingchen gazed quietly at the primordial continent beneath his feet, which, in its infancy, was suffused with an exceptionally rich innate spiritual energy. He believed that soon, this primordial land would welcome its first batch of living beings. Chapter 23. The Incarnation of the Yuan Shan. Establishing a residence in the Eastern Sea, the primordial expanse is boundless, its vastness beyond comprehension. Pangu's creation of heaven and earth relied upon his towering form, naturally resulting in an immeasurable expanse. At this moment, the primordial world had only just begun, having existed for less than a millennium. Innate spiritual energy permeated every corner of this realm, with various innate flora abundantly present. Many spiritual treasures were still in the process of gestation. Yet at this time, the primordial world was devoid of any living beings. As Qingchen explored the scenery of the primordial realm, he found it somewhat dull, devoid of purpose, as there were no living beings to be seen. Meanwhile, the primordial world was in a phase of rapid development, with the Tao hidden and the heavenly Tao emerging. The Tao receded into the depths of chaos, no longer interfering in worldly matters, while the heavenly Tao took over, becoming the unequivocal sovereign of the primordial realm. However, at this moment, the heavenly Tao had just been born and was not yet fully perfected. Only through the passage of time could the heavenly Tao continuously refine itself, aspiring to attain a state of completeness. However, without the passage of a calamity, the heavenly Tao would not reach its full potential. Nevertheless, the primordial world was diligently nurturing life at this moment, with Pangu at half the realm of the Tao, transforming into all things. The sheer magnitude of the essence blood he produced was immense. Qingchen estimated that it would not take long, perhaps only a few dozen yuan meetings, before the primordial realm would welcome its first batch of innate beings. The myriad creations of the primordial realm, born of Pangu's essence blood, would naturally inherit a portion of Pangu's might. Perhaps they would inherit a mere fraction, a billionth of his power. Yet, even this would grant the newly birthed beings formidable strength. Pangu, at half the realm of the Tao, possessed an overwhelming amount of essence blood and magical power. Even a single drop of his diluted essence blood could give rise to the later dominant witch clan that reigned over the primordial realm for countless ages. It is essential to note that this was merely the weakest ability of Pangu's essence blood that gave rise to the witch clan's dominance over the vast primordial land for eons. Moreover, the three segments of Pangu's Yuanshan formed the three pure ones, ultimately becoming three supreme saints. In truth, the three pure ones were merely fragments of Pangu's minuscule Yuanshan, yet even such small remnants could forge three saints. Had it been a third of Pangu's Yuanshan that was transformed, it would have been sufficient to manifest at least one being at the realm of the Tao. The merit bestowed by the Tao coalesced into the heaven and earth mysterious yellow Linglong Pagoda, with a portion enveloping the three pure ones. A significant portion of merit was directed towards Pangu's 12 drops of essence blood. The remaining 2 layers of merit were dispersed throughout the primordial continent, serving as its fortune. Do not underestimate these 2 layers of merit. It is crucial to recognize that Pangu's creation of heaven and earth, propelled by unparalleled compassion, set the cosmic cycle in motion. The merit bestowed by the Tao is immense. Even just 2 layers of merit could safeguard the fortune of the primordial realm, ensuring its survival amidst countless calamities. These 2 layers of merit, if utilized for the attainment of sainthood, could potentially yield a dozen or more saints, for merit confers unparalleled benefits. First and foremost, with profound merit, one can secure their own fortune, deepening their blessings and averting calamities. Moreover, once merit reaches a certain threshold, even the heavenly Tao would hesitate to strike down a practitioner endowed with immense merit. Otherwise, the heavenly Tao would face karmic backlash and punishment from the Tao. Furthermore, merit can shield practitioners from the perils of falling into demonic madness, and when encountering formidable adversaries, merely showcasing one's merit would deter any individual from provoking those blessed with the Tao's favor, lest they attract the wrath of the heavenly Tao. Moreover, those possessing merit are impervious to all evils and unbreakable by any laws. Merit can be viewed as a reward bestowed by heaven and earth, granted only to those whose deeds have merited recognition. Thus, the Tao bestows merit as a testament to one's accomplishments, akin to an amulet against death. Anyone contemplating harm must carefully consider their ability to resolve such immense karmic repercussions. And those who carry great merit will receive the heavenly Tao's protection. In essence, those endowed with merit enjoy a life devoid of peril, with potential threats merely amounting to false alarms. Practitioners bearing merit are constantly under the watchful gaze of the heavenly Tao, and their fortunes are continually heightened, resulting in unending blessings. This can be understood as the heavenly Tao's ever-changing form of reward. From this, one can discern the paramount importance of merit. Merely a dual-layered avenue of virtues suffices to shield the vastness of the primordial realm from annihilation. Unless one were to intentionally disrupt the dragon veins of this ancient world, leading to a loss of fortune. Without such interference, it is implausible for the primordial realm to lose its fortune without cause. Qingchen, treading upon 5-colored auspicious clouds, leisurely observes the expanse of the primordial universe, wandering aimlessly. However, he soon finds himself amidst the eastern sea of the primordial realm, where the world comprises 1/3 land and 2/3 ocean. Although the land constitutes merely 1/3, it is immensely vast. The journey from the eastern to the southern part of this realm would consume an unfathomable amount of time, and even with Qingchen's time escape technique, several consecutive uses would be necessary to traverse this distance. This illustrates the immense size of the primordial continent, and at this moment, Qingchen's cultivation has subtly reached the pinnacle of chaos. Utilizing the time escape technique at the threshold of this pinnacle allows him to traverse billions of miles in an instant. And this is not even his full strength. Nevertheless, the time escape technique employed at the chaos stage remains extraordinarily potent, necessitating multiple uses for Qingchen to journey from the eastern to the southern part of the primordial continent. One can only imagine the sheer magnitude of the primordial land, with 3 parts land and 7 parts sea. Even the land alone requires Qingchen to repeatedly employ the time escape technique to reach his destination. And this merely scratches the surface of the primordial continent. Surrounding the continent lies the boundless ocean, which is dominated by the 4 seas of east, south, west, and north. These seas are vast and boundless, with each sea rivaling the size of the primordial continent. Above the 4 seas lie the northern and southern poles of the primordial realm, along with the infinite ocean, which spans 100 times the area of the primordial continent. This emphasizes the grand scale of the universe that Pangu has forged. After all, Pangu carved out this realm with 1 foot stepping into the domain of the Great Way. A lack of such an expansive area would be an affront to his legacy. Qingchen, standing upon 5-colored clouds, is enveloped in an aura of auspiciousness. An ancient, desolate energy flows around him, occasionally tinged with a hint of sorrow that he draws forth the chaotic spiritual treasure, the Kangmang sword, merging essence, energy, and spirit. An overwhelming aura surges skyward, akin to a celestial dragon soaring through the heavens. The heart-stirring presence erupts forth, causing the sea to plummet billions of miles under the weight of Qingchen's momentum. This is merely a fraction of the aura emanating from his body. Should Qingchen unleash his full might, it is feared that the primordial realm would be obliterated in an instant. However, Qingchen would never resort to such devastation. With a single stroke of his sword against the fabric of space, a resounding crack echoes forth, as if the space were mere parchment, effortlessly torn asunder, revealing a faint chaotic essence within. Another strike cleaves through the chaos, unleashing the elements of earth, wind, fire, and water, reminiscent of Pangu's creation of heaven and earth, where the pure and turbid energies emerge. The pure energy ascends to form the heavens, while the turbid energy descends to constitute the earth. A verdant expanse of existence takes shape. As the laws of time smooth the tumultuous and unstable energy flows, the power of these laws continuously shatters the chaotic essence, transforming a significant portion of the turbid energy into solid earth, while the pure energy becomes a cerulean sky. With a mere thought, the laws of time permeate this nascent world, and under their influence, the realm gradually takes form. Ultimately, this small world stabilizes completely, and with a wave of his hand, Qingchen draws forth strands of chaotic essence from the void, amalgamating them into delicate stars, arranged according to the constellations of the heavens and the divine formations. Streams of stellar power coalesce into celestial rivers. Nourishing this realm, countless pure innate spiritual energies permeate the small world, some of which liquefy, transforming into slender rivers that meander through this space, quietly nurturing the land. With a mere thought, boundless pure innate spiritual energy swiftly converges upon Qingchen. And under its influence, a vague humanoid form begins to materialize. Gradually, this figure solidifies, revealing a young man with flowing silver hair, strikingly similar to Qingchen, whose handsome and ethereal visage lies serenely suspended in midair. A wisp of pure energy escapes from Qingchen's crown, instantly merging with this corporeal form. A surge of formidable presence erupts from this newly formed body, its boundless aura sweeping across billions of miles in an instant. Qingchen's eyes snap open, their silver pupils gleaming like twin blades, slicing through the thick clouds above. This body is quite satisfactory. After my meticulous refinement, its strength has attained the level of a post-heaven spiritual treasure. My efforts have not been in vain. Qingchen meticulously examines his new form before muttering to himself. It seems that soon the primordial realm shall witness the emergence of its first sentient beings. I should seize the opportunity to explore this realm thoroughly. With a swift motion, he retrieves the chaos pearl, and in an instant, his true self enters within. The essence of chaotic energy within the pearl gently nourishes his injuries. Qingchen, having sustained grave wounds from the aura of the Great Way, understands that full recovery will require several calamities. Thankfully, despite his injuries, as a chaotic demon god on the brink of the pinnacle of chaos, he remains a figure of immense respect. His current form possesses merely the cultivation of the Great Luo, and he must hasten his progress toward the boundary of the primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal. Qingchen reflects, Then continues, if my predictions hold true, the first calamity of the primordial realm will be the conflict among the dragon, phoenix, and Qingchen clans. After a moment of contemplation, he devises a plan. However, the immediate priority is to elevate his cultivation to the realm of the primordial great Luo golden immortal. Otherwise, all will be mere empty talk. With a thought, a massive piece of chaotic jade appears in his hand, towering several dozen zhang in height that a plume of black flames ignites beneath the chaotic jade, fiercely consuming it. Although Qingchen's current cultivation is that of the great Luo golden immortal, his comprehension and insight into the Great Way remain unaltered. Utilizing his near-pinnacle chaos cultivation to melt this trivial chaotic jade is a simple feat. Within mere years, he completely liquefies the chaotic jade, and with another thought, the molten jade begins to gradually take the shape of a grand gate. The gate is exquisitely crafted, pristine, and lustrous, with a wave of his hands. A radiant golden gate slowly materializes at the exit of the small world above the eastern sea, adorned with intricate carvings of the chaotic 3,000 demon gods and inscribed with countless laws of the Great Way. The essence of the Tao flows through the gate, perfectly aligning it with the exit of the small world. To an observer, it appears as though a colossal gate has abruptly emerged in the air, leading into a realm brimming with poetic and ethereal beauty. As Qingchen concentrates, countless pavilions and towers manifest from thin air, arranged in a grand formation, creating an immense defensive array. This array comprises 2 layers. The outer layer serves as a protective barrier, while the inner layer functions as a gathering array for spiritual energy. Technically, this small world Qingchen has opened can be regarded as a sacred ground, albeit limited in size, spanning merely billions of miles. Within it, celestial mountains, blessed lands, and various spiritual root embryos are gradually maturing under the influence of Qingchen's laws of time and the abundant innate spiritual energy. The atmosphere within this sacred ground is thick with innate spiritual energy, with streams flowing entirely composed of this essence. Under the influence of the laws of time, the passage of time here is 1,000-fold slower than in the outer primordial realm, while a year passes outside. A millennium transpires within this sanctuary. Only through this millennium of nurturing can the streams and rivers within this sacred ground become fully constituted of spiritual energy, where glimmers of starlight can be seen sparkling within the sands, composed of the essence of the stars. Moreover, the sanctuary has already undergone several millennia of development, with the purity of its spiritual energy rivaling that of the primordial realm. Qingchen has also established an array to draw in spiritual energy from the boundless chaos, converting it into the purest innate spiritual energy. Thus, his sanctuary continuously accumulates spiritual energy, which remains exceptionally pure, devoid of impurities, allowing cultivators to absorb it directly without the need for refinement. As a chaotic demon god on the verge of the pinnacle of chaos, this sanctuary undoubtedly represents Qingchen's visage and dignity. He, after all, cannot allow his reputation to be tarnished. Such a scenario would sully the name of the chaotic demon god, and as time flows, the spiritual energy within Qingchen's sanctuary will only increase. The rivers alone are composed of the most pristine innate spiritual energy, rendering Qingchen's sanctuary a dreamlike spectacle. Moreover, within these several millennia, his sanctuary has also birthed some innate vegetation, with lush green flora adorning the mountains throughout the realm. To further infuse the dojo with tranquility and serenity, the lush vegetation, bathed in primordial spiritual energy, generously receives the essence of stars, which plays a pivotal role in awakening the intelligence of the flora. It can be asserted that within the sacred grounds of Qingchen, even a stubborn boulder, after the passage of millennia, would eventually gain sentience. If, under such abundant primordial energy, one could not achieve enlightenment, it would be a disservice to the very essence that Qingchen's dojo embodies. With hands deftly weaving intricate gestures, the golden light of the grand door flickers, slowly beginning to close. Once fully shut, not a trace remains visible to the outside world. Even those who might pass by the entrance would sense nothing amiss. This phenomenon occurs because the dojo has now completely concealed itself within the void, impervious to the detection of anyone without Qingchen's express permission. Upon sealing the dojo, Qingchen retreated into a pavilion to engage in secluded cultivation, isolating himself from all external distractions. Here, only the gentle sound of flowing water could be heard, devoid of any other noise. During Qingchen's period of introspection, the external primordial world evolved alongside the passage of numerous epochs, giving rise to countless races and forms of life. Among them, the primordial 3 races, dragon, phoenix, and Qingchen, emerged as the most prominent. These races were born from the veins, fur, and a modicum of blood essence of Pangu himself. The dragon race, characterized by their scales, dominated all scaled beings in the primordial realm over the course of these epochs. Naturally robust and endowed with innate supernatural abilities, the dragon race thrived despite the absence of teachings. Every creature relied solely on their instinctual exploration of cultivation. Through their continuous absorption of spiritual energy, living beings gradually began to refine their understanding of the heavenly principles over time. As they recognized transformations within themselves, they endeavored to enhance their spiritual energy intake as ages passed. They accumulated profound magical power, albeit lacking the knowledge to wield it effectively. The primordial three races stood as the elite among these beings, possessing innate talents and a superior capacity for spiritual energy absorption and refinement. Even without the ability to harness their immense magical energy, they could rely on sheer physical strength for confrontations. The dragon race innately understood the laws of water, while the phoenix, regarded as the divine birds of the primordial world, comprised the male Feng and the female Huang. These two celestial birds were inseparable. And as time passed, the primordial beings collectively referred to them as the phoenix. The phoenix naturally commanded the laws of fire, a principle that came effortlessly to them. Over the course of numerous epochs, the primordial three races mastered their unique supernatural abilities, continually comprehending the heavenly way and integrating it with their own powers, thereby creating distinctive techniques, among which the Phoenix's Nirvana rebirth technique gained fame throughout the primordial realm. The phoenix ruled over all avian species, regarded as their sovereign. The Qingchen, born from Pangu's fur, embodied various attributes, including the 5 elements and yin yang. They governed all terrestrial beasts, rightfully claiming their status as the rulers of the land. Though only a few epochs had passed, the three races firmly established their dominion over the entire primordial realm, controlling the oceans, lands, and skies. Despite their innate supernatural prowess and unparalleled arrogance, the primordial three races bore similarities to the chaotic demon gods, albeit the latter were 1,000-fold prouder. With their dominion over 1/3 of the primordial forces, the three races began to regard other races with disdain, increasingly oppressing those of lower status, such as mountain spirits and vegetation beings. Gradually, the oppressed races harbored deep-seated resentment towards the primordial three races. However, the overwhelming power of the three races, coupled with the countless formidable beings within their ranks, left many races to seethe in silence, unable to voice their anger. Yet, the seeds of hatred took root within their hearts, awaiting the day they would blossom into rebellion, ultimately stirring the heavens and provoking the first great calamity as the tumult began to arise. Qingchen emerged from his retreat. The primordial three races, with their overwhelming might, had conquered various races. Scaled beings belonged to the dragon race, avian species to the phoenix, and terrestrial creatures to the Qingchen. The division of dominion among the three races had taken shape. The unyielding nature of the primordial three races, alongside their growing strength, led to an influx of their arrogant offspring across the primordial realm. Infighting became rampant, with the dragon race clashing with the phoenix, and both disputing with the Qingchen. Conflicts erupted frequently, whether it was the son of one clan leader being assaulted or the daughter of another facing similar fate. When the children of clan leaders were wronged, retribution was inevitable. A slight to their offspring was akin to a slap to the clan's face. While lives could be forfeited, face must not be lost. Thus, they sought allies within their clans to reclaim their honor, leading to escalating tensions among the three races. Ultimately, the growing discord captured the attention of the clan leaders, igniting the initial conflict among the three races. This set off a chain reaction, indirectly triggering the first great calamity of heaven and earth. In the East Sea, a radiant, delicate door of pure golden light began to slowly open as it did. An exquisite stream of primordial spiritual energy, mingled with the essence of stars, poured forth. The beings within the East Sea greedily absorbed this beneficial essence for their cultivation. Within the dojo, governed by Qingchen's temporal laws, millions of years of development had transpired. The dojo now flourished with spiritual energy and rare primordial vegetation, abundant throughout its expanse. As the grand gates swung open, a strikingly handsome young man with flowing silver hair emerged, exuding an otherworldly charm. This moment, Qingchen had attained the pinnacle of the mixed yuan de luo golden immortal realm. However, despite his relentless efforts, he found himself unable to transcend into the saint realm. That seemed as if an enigmatic force was interfering, presenting an invisible barrier that hindered his ascent. Frustrated by his inability to break through, Qingchen relinquished his cultivation and stepped out into the vast wilderness. Upon leaving the sanctuary, Qingchen observed a murky, swirling aura of resentment coiling high above the heavens. Yet, at this juncture, it remained feeble, unable to breach the barrier he had established or disturb the celestial order. Frowning slightly, he calculated the situation and connected with the DAO. It became evident that the source of this turmoil lay with the primordial three clans, who, in their arrogance, had oppressed the weaker beings of the wilderness, inciting wrath and curses against them. Every creature oppressed by the clans had their resentment and curses coalesce, floating ominously in the skies. However, this malevolent energy and curses could not penetrate the protective barrier that Qingchen had erected. Nor could they surpass the celestial order's defenses. Thus, they lingered in the heavens, awaiting the day they would grow strong enough to shatter the barrier and ultimately provoke the Tao. The Tao would then seek to understand the underlying causes, leading to a calamity that would unveil the cycle of cause and effect, a cataclysm born from the collective awareness of sentient beings regarding their own karmic ties. This impending disaster, known as the Great Calamity of Heaven and Earth, would serve as a day of reckoning for all beings, where the weight of their karmic burdens would determine their fates. Those with deep karmic ties would meet their end, their existence reduced to ashes. Essentially, the Great Calamity represented a day designated by the Tao for the beings of the universe. During this time, the act of taking life would bear no karmic consequence, offering a unique opportunity for beings to confront their destinies. In the aftermath of the calamity, those who successfully severed their karmic ties would find their burdens lifted, and their fortunes would flourish alongside significant advancements in their cultivation. Upon grasping the intricacies of the situation, Qingchen felt a twinge of discontent towards the primordial three clans, while simultaneously harboring sympathy for the fragile beings of the wilderness. Thus, he resolved to impart wisdom through discourse, teaching the way of survival and cultivation to the myriad beings of the wilderness. Clearing his throat, he channeled his power, resonating throughout the wilderness as he proclaimed, "I am Qingchen, the ancestor. Today, seeing the beings of the wilderness devoid of a path to cultivation, my heart aches. In a millennium hence, I shall impart my teachings by the eastern sea, and all beings of the wilderness are welcome to attend." As soon as the words left his lips, the wilderness erupted in excitement. The most astonished were the dragon, Phoenix, and Qingchen clans, who fervently debated the identity of this ancestor Qingchen and the intentions behind his widespread dissemination of cultivation methods. Each clan leader was filled with questions, yet ultimately, they resolved to journey to the eastern sea to hear this sage speak. Should his abilities prove extraordinary, they would seek to recruit him to strengthen their clans. If not, well, the consequences would be all too clear. Meanwhile, the lesser beings of the wilderness, those akin to the spirits of grass and wood, were utterly stirred, and any who had awakened their spiritual intelligence rushed towards the eastern sea with great urgency. The inaugural discourse in the wilderness was anticipated to attract a multitude, with estimates suggesting that nearly 30% of the sentient beings would attend. Given that the wilderness teemed with billions of life forms, the number of attendees would be staggering. Chapter 26. Acquiring a Steed. The fierce beast Qingchen mused to himself, eager for the multitude of beings that would gather to hear his teachings. With a flicker of movement, he soared across the expanse of the wilderness upon a five-colored cloud. The wilderness had only recently undergone a mere million years of development. Many areas were rich with primordial spiritual energy, having already condensed into liquid form. In every nook and cranny, abundant spiritual energy manifested as ethereal mists. Countless primordial spiritual roots flourished throughout the wilderness, and it could be confidently asserted that any blade of grass or blossom would be considered a rare treasure in future epochs. Not to mention the abundant primordial herbs and spiritual roots scattered across the land. As Qingchen traversed this enchanting realm, he collected various rare spiritual roots and celestial herbs effortlessly. Although he had no immediate need for such treasures, he recognized that his future disciples would undoubtedly benefit from them. Having been reborn from a distant future, Qingchen had spent eons in the primordial chaos, almost forgetting his origins. The abundance of spiritual energy he now experienced was unparalleled, especially since it was comprised of the exceedingly rare primordial essence, beneficial even to those at the Deluo golden immortal level. At the very least, one must amass a vast reservoir of magical power and enhance their cultivation to reach the Deluo realm. While primordial spiritual energy was not particularly rare within the wilderness, its essence differed significantly from that of acquired energy. The former originated from the primordial chaos, while the latter emerged later, as Pangu split the chaos and birthed a vast world. The primordial energy was considerably gentler and far more conducive to absorption and refinement, even for those yet to ascend the path of immortality. In stark contrast, the chaotic energy, though superior in rank, was tempestuous and laden with destructive forces. Only the chaotic demon gods, birthed from the chaos itself, could harness such violent energy, as their very forms were forged from the chaos, for beings not born of chaos. Even the saints would find it impossible to absorb this ferocious energy. However, the chaotic demon gods thrived within the chaos, akin to dragons swimming in the sea or tigers roaming the mountains. The primordial energy served as the most fundamental force of the universe, the very root of existence. Although primordial spiritual energy could not rival the chaotic energy in terms of rank and origin, it excelled in its gentleness and stability, allowing countless races to absorb and refine it at this moment. The wilderness had only just crossed the threshold of 1,000,000 years. Such a time span was insignificant, merely allowing for the emergence of some life forms. Nonetheless, the passage of 1,000,000 years had an immeasurable impact on the wilderness, as various primordial spiritual roots, celestial herbs, and other treasures had matured during this time. The number of primordial spiritual roots Qingchen collected along his journey was beyond counting. Yet, he did not eradicate their roots. As long as the roots remained intact, the abundance of primordial energy would ensure their swift regrowth. The wilderness was vast, and despite the multitude of spiritual roots Qingchen had gathered, they represented but a drop in the ocean. Perhaps not even that. As he continued his journey, he utilized his immense spiritual awareness to scan the environment for rare spiritual roots or treasures. Regrettably, he encountered only spiritual root vegetation along the way, with no treasures in sight. It is possible that many treasures were still in gestation, as the more powerful the treasure, the longer the time required for its development. While Qingchen did not seek these primordial treasures, primordial artifacts were an entirely different matter. These artifacts not only surpassed the primordial treasures in potency, but also possessed the ability to suppress fortunes. However, such artifacts were exceedingly rare and not easily obtained. Even the saints would be moved by their allure, underscoring their immense value. As Qingchen sped onward, he encountered a plethora of rare and exquisite primordial spiritual roots. Xinji, the elusive fairy grass, is indeed countless. At this moment, Qingchen is wandering through the magnificent landscapes of the primordial world, and the first impression it imparts to him can be summed up in a single word: chaos. The primordial realm is currently rife with conflict, where countless beings fall victim to the formidable spirit beasts and monstrous creatures. The innocent souls, having perished unjustly, gather their grievances, transforming into invisible dark clouds that drift across the heavens, filled with innumerable karmic ties and burdens. Yet, the myriad beings remain utterly oblivious to this turmoil, and the general cultivation level within the primordial realm is relatively low, predominantly consisting of heavenly immortals and true immortals. Only a handful of powerful beings have attained the realm of mysterious immortals, but they are indeed a rarity. Among these beings, the three innate tribes stand as the most formidable, with countless cultivators at the mysterious immortal level. The ranks of those below the mysterious immortal realm are even more abundant, and despite this, the entirety of the primordial realm is home to billions of living beings. The numbers swell as heavenly immortals and true immortals are born almost continuously, with each one possessing at least the cultivation of a heavenly immortal. Observing the primordial world before him, a saying emerges in Qingchen's mind, one that is applicable at any time, in any place, and in any realm. Survival of the fittest. At this moment, a strong wave of magical energy emanates from the distance, piquing Qingchen's curiosity. The primordial realm has yet to reach the era where golden immortals roam freely, and quasi-saints are as common as dogs. It has merely developed over the course of 1,000,000 years, during which the overall cultivation levels remain low. In this span of 1,000,000 years, the birth of a single golden immortal is no simple feat currently. No one has formally imparted teachings, and beings practice their cultivation instinctively, absorbing and expelling spiritual energy. Such instinctual practices yield painfully low efficiency, and the journey from heavenly immortal to mysterious immortal may require tenfold or even 100-fold the time to achieve that higher state. However, the magical fluctuations emanating now subtly hint at nearing the realm of golden immortals, which naturally astonishes Qingchen, though even a golden immortal would seem insignificant before him. A flicker of curiosity arises within Qingchen. He wishes to see what kind of being could emit a magical energy so close to the golden immortal level. And with this curiosity in mind, he flies toward the source of the magical fluctuations. Upon arrival, he witnesses approximately 10 early-stage dragon tribe mysterious immortals engaged in a fierce battle against a monstrous beast. This beast resembles a tiger but possesses wings and a long, fox-like tail that drags along the ground. Its cries mimic that of a dog, and its body is covered in spiny fur reminiscent of a hedgehog. It is Qingchen. Qingchen is taken aback, realizing that the magical fluctuations he sensed were indeed emitted by one of the 4 fearsome beasts, Qingchen. Observing this extraordinary creature, a surge of emotion stirs within him. In later years, he often saw immortals appearing while riding upon such remarkable beasts, and at that time, Qingchen felt a pang of envy, wishing he too could possess a creature of such caliber. Naturally, this Qingchen is the ideal mount he yearns for, and with this thought, Qingchen resolves that capturing this fearsome beast is a matter of necessity. The mere thought of appearing while riding such a creature fills him with a sense of distinction. The struggle between Qingchen and the 10 dragon tribe mysterious immortals intensifies, with magical energy surging outward amidst their violent clashes. Both sides suffer wounds to varying degrees. Although Qingchen has the upper hand in cultivation, it is still outnumbered, as even the bravest cannot withstand the onslaught of many. In a brief moment, Qingchen is covered in injuries, and just as the 10 dragon tribe mysterious immortals prepare to unleash their most powerful attack to slay Qingchen, Qingchen realizes that it is his time to intervene. Stop right there. Chapter 27. Qingchen's strategy, humiliating the dragon tribe. Stop right there. Though his voice is not loud, it carries an aura of infinite authority that permits no resistance. As if it were simply meant to be, the 10 dragon tribe mysterious immortals, along with the fearsome beast Qingchen, turn their gazes toward Qingchen. From among the dragon tribe, a leading cultivator steps forward. Having reached the mid-level of the mysterious immortal realm, considerably stronger than the remaining 9. Dragon tribe business does not concern unrelated cultivators. Kindly vacate the area. Qingchen, upon hearing this, smirks coldly, internally scoffing at the notion of the dragon tribe being anything more than mere ants in his eyes. Attempting to use their name to intimidate him, dismissing their arrogance, Qingchen retorts, "Dragon tribe? Humph, what a grand title. However, it holds no weight with me." In an instant, the 10 dragon tribe cultivators erupt in fury as one of the 3 dominant forces of the primordial realm. The dragon tribe commands respect from all beings and races, yet here stands a cultivator, whose lineage remains unknown, openly defying the dragon tribe. "You speak rather arrogantly. Do you not know that we are one of the innate 3 tribes, the dragon tribe?" One of the innate 3 tribes, the dragon tribe. Qingchen's brows furrow slightly. The leading dragon cultivator, seeing Qingchen's inquiry about the dragon tribe, feels a flicker of joy, believing that their name has instilled fear in him. His expression becomes haughty as he prepares to speak. Yet, Qingchen's next words nearly infuriate him to the point of apoplexy. "Dragon tribe? I have never heard of it," Qingchen states with feigned sincerity, his expression so serious that it is challenging to discern that he is merely putting on an act, nearly causing him to burst into laughter. Suppressing his amusement, Qingchen's eyes twinkle with mirth. After countless years since he manifested this incarnation, a mischievous thought arises within him. I in high spirits. Even his cultivation seems to experience a slight enhancement. Qingchen feels elated, realizing that joy can indeed elevate one's cultivation. It appears he had been stifling his true emotions. Cultivators fight against fate itself, and if they are overly cautious and suppress their genuine feelings along their paths of cultivation, it can adversely affect their progress. In moments of joy, Qingchen experiences a subtle growth in his cultivation, leading to a deeper understanding of the Tao, and he resolves not to suppress his emotions any longer. Moreover, Qingchen's cultivation is unparalleled aside from the Tao itself, and within the primordial realm, there is truly no one he needs to fear. The mirth in Qingchen's eyes does not escape the notice of the dragon tribe cultivators. Inciting their anger, it dawns on them that they are being toyed with. Even after revealing the name of the dragon tribe, the other remains utterly unperturbed. The leading dragon cultivator realizes that to stand so calmly before one of the 3 tribes, this being must possess formidable backing. Perhaps he is sent by the Phoenix or Qingchen tribes. With this thought in mind, the dragon cultivator hesitates. However, his hesitation does not extend to his subordinates. 1 Dragon cultivator, filled with rage, steps forward and bellows, "Who does this wild cultivator think he is to disregard our dragon tribe? Truly seeking death." With that, he launches an attack. conjuring a blazing sword of magical energy aimed fiercely at Qingchen. In this realm, without proper cultivation methods or corresponding paths, beings can only rely on their magical energy to manifest weapons capable of striking their foes, a rudimentary application of technique. Many energies dissipate along the way to their target, diminishing their overall might. Upon hearing this dragon cultivator refer to him as a wild cultivator, Qingchen's wrath ignites, causing his 3 corpses to rage. An ant dares to speak to me in such a manner. Qingchen's anger flares, and a beam of divine light converges in his gaze. This divine light swiftly strikes toward the dragon cultivator, annihilating him in an instant, leaving no time for even a scream. The entire scene is met with shock, especially from the dragon tribe cultivators. The leader, witnessing his kin attack Qingchen, refrains from intervening. He too wishes to gauge Qingchen's strength. However, the overwhelming power emanating from Qingchen stuns him, an earth-shattering might. A mysterious, immortal cultivator, effortlessly extinguished by a mere glance from Qingchen. Such strength is truly terrifying. Even the ancestral dragon of the dragon tribe could scarcely achieve such a feat. The dragon cultivators can only contemplate in silence, realizing that Qingchen's prowess is far beyond their reach. Leave now. Return and inform your dragon tribe leader not to be so arrogant. If you provoke the ancestral being, I shall personally annihilate your dragon tribe. The 9 dragon cultivators are first taken aback, then consumed by fury. They are astonished that he would so easily let them go, but furious at the insult to their tribe, the dragon tribe. One of the primordial realm's dominant forces commands awe from countless races. Yet, this unknown cultivator openly threatens to obliterate them with a single hand, akin to a resounding slap in the face to the dragon tribe. For the young dragon clan members raised in an environment steeped in glory, nobility, and the ideals of being one of the primal overlords, this was undoubtedly a blow to their spirits. How could the mighty dragon race allow themselves to be insulted? Once, when the ancestral dragon emerged, all beasts bowed in reverence. Now, the dragon clan found themselves dishonored. Casting a resentful glance at Qingchen, the 9 dragon cultivators flew towards the ocean without looking back. This matter must be reported to the elders of their clan, urging them to dispatch elite dragon practitioners to eliminate this person. The primal beings must clearly understand that the dragon race is the sovereign of the primordial world, an existence that cannot be easily insulted. Any being or cultivator daring to offend the dragons would pay an excruciating price. Qingchen watched as the 9 dragon cultivators departed, making no attempt to stop them. This was precisely the effect he desired. He aimed to ensure that his name echoed throughout the primordial realm. Though Qingchen's current cultivation was immensely powerful, merely revealing his name would instill profound fear across countless races. Yet, he refrained from doing so, relishing the vanity of a mortal, savoring every moment. Since Qingchen resolved not to suppress his emotions, he decided to act as he pleased. There was no reason for him to hide. Why should he feign humility? There was no necessity, for if he wished, he could even shatter the heavenly Tao and destroy the primordial world. However, that would betray Pangu's life-saving grace. To truly safeguard the world for Pangu, he must first instill awe in its inhabitants. Qingchen was determined to forge a name for himself as the god of slaughter in the primordial realm, a name that would evoke terror and trepidation. Observing the awe-stricken expression on Qiongqi's beastly face, Qingchen smiled slightly and spoke. I find myself in need of a companion. You seem quite suitable. Would you be willing to serve as my mount? I would be honored to. Qiongqi eagerly responded that moment. Qiongqi's heart swelled with joy. Aligning himself with such a master guaranteed his safety, and receiving guidance from someone so powerful was far superior to solitary exploration. Overwhelmed by such fortuitous circumstances, Qiongqi pinched his tongue to confirm the reality of his situation. The sharp pain grounding him in truth. A wave of immense joy flooded his heart. With a wave of his hand, Qingchen cast a silver light upon Qiongqi. Under the radiant glow, the multitude of wounds adorning Qiongqi's body healed completely in less than a second. Even his physical form was subtly enhanced, and the silver light did not dissipate. Rather, it began to refine and purify Qiongqi's internal energy. The impurities within his essence were continually purged, while the silver light assisted in cleansing his body and refining his spirit, resulting in a complete metamorphosis. Although the process was painful, Qiongqi's heart was filled with exhilaration. Simultaneously, a profound and mysterious cultivation technique emerged in Qiongqi's mind, revealing itself as a method of training. His heart raced with joy and disbelief. He had not anticipated that his new master would not only assist him in refining his energy, but also bestow upon him such a valuable technique. Overcome with emotion, Qingchen kneeling before Qingchen in reverence. His essence swirling, the impurities from his body instantly vanishing as he approached Qingchen's feet in a humble bow. Qingchen smiled at the sight, and, with another wave of his hand, summoned a saddle imbued with profound energy, which gracefully settled upon Qingchen's broad back. Qingchen mounted the saddle, sitting cross-legged atop it, and gently patted Qingchen. Understanding the cue, Qingchen took to the skies, soaring towards the heart of the primordial continent. Chapter 28. Remembrance of Pangu. The unmoving mountain stood tall, its grandeur imposing. Its peak grazed the heavens, where white cranes perched upon cypress trees, while the mysterious apes occasionally swung from the vines. Sunlight filtered through the verdant woods, casting a myriad of crimson mists. Wind stirred in the shadowy ravines, giving rise to a multitude of colorful clouds. The ancient peaks, such as the Thousand-Year Peak, the Five Blessings Peak, and the Hibiscus Peak, loomed majestically, radiating ethereal light. The Eternal Stone, the Tiger-Tooth Stone, and the Triangular Stone exuded auspicious aura. Grasses thrived at the cliffs, while the fragrance of plum blossoms wafted from the ridges. The dense forest teemed with vitality, fragrant orchids perfumed the air, and the sounds of dragons roaring and tigers howling filled the atmosphere. Deer emerged from the flowers, while the azure phoenix sang to the sun. It was a true paradise, akin to the legendary Palai. Amidst the myriad celestial mountains and blessed lands scattered throughout the primordial realm, Qingchen carried Qingchen, traversing the vast expanse, collecting countless innate spiritual herbs along the way. Qingchen, bewildered, pondered why his master, now immensely powerful, still sought out these common flora. Observing Qingchen's confusion, Qingchen merely smiled without elaborating. With a gentle pat on Qingchen, he signaled him to ascend further into the clouds, soaring over an ocean of mist and countless mountains for 500 years until they reached a breathtakingly majestic mountain. Its height beyond comprehension, unknowable in width and thickness, this mountain towered above the primordial landscape, surrounded by lesser peaks that seemed to guard it like loyal sentinels, standing regal and sovereign over all. An ancient and desolate aura emanated from the mountain's body. Unmoving mountain, dear friend Pangu, I have returned, Qingchen thought, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. After Pangu's transformation of the primordial world, Qingchen established his own sanctuary and created a doppelganger to roam the realm. Though it was merely a fragment, this doppelganger retained all of Qingchen's memories and thoughts, akin to his true self wandering the primordial expanse. Following a period of deep meditation, Qingchen emerged from his seclusion after 1,000,000 years. Taking 500 years to arrive at the unmoving mountain as Qingchen approached, the ancient and desolate aura of the mountain seemed to grow more profound, as if Pangu's fractured spirit sensed his arrival and prepared to welcome him. Feeling the weight of history, Qingchen's eyes moistened, a faint sorrow emanating from his being. Even Qingchen, attuned to his master's emotions, sensed the change and felt a lump in his throat, struggling to contain the moisture threatening to spill from his eyes. Confused by his own feelings, Qingchen chose not to disturb Qingchen, understanding that his master was lost in poignant memories. Indeed, Qingchen was recalling the countless moments shared with Pangu over eons, their first meeting in the chaos, Pangu crafting weapons for him, and their philosophical debates. Countless firsts flooded his mind, and he was deeply ensnared in reminiscence. Though those chaotic times were often mundane, the companionship of Pangu rendered them anything but dull. Even when faced with the relentless onslaught of chaotic demons seeking to slay them, they triumphed over every foe together, until the fateful moment when Pangu fell, sacrificing himself to save Qingchen once more. In the stillness, a single tear slipped from Qingchen's eye. He chided himself for his emotional fragility, reflecting on how even a mere memory could evoke such sorrow. Rest assured, dear friend Pangu, I have not forgotten the responsibilities you entrusted to me. They remain firmly etched in my heart. Qingchen vowed silently, as if in response to his thoughts. The ancient, desolate aura of the unmoving mountain shifted slightly, acknowledging his presence. With a deep breath to compose himself, Qingchen prepared to explore the primordial peak of the unmoving mountain. A gentle pat on Qingchen's flank signaled his intent. After 500 years of companionship, Qingchen had become adept at understanding Qingchen's wishes. Over the years, Qingchen's cultivation steadily advanced, diligently practicing the techniques bestowed upon him by Qingchen. With Qingchen's guidance, Qingchen quickly grasped concepts that had previously eluded him. During these 5 centuries, Qingchen often spoke to himself, initially leaving Qingchen puzzled. However, Upon listening closely, Qingchen realized that his master was intentionally imparting wisdom to him. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Qingchen recognized the incredible fortune of having such a master. Not only had Qingchen granted him invaluable techniques, but he had also addressed his cultivation challenges in the primordial realm. Finding a master like Qingchen was a rare gift, and Qingchen vowed never to bring shame upon him. From that day forth, Qingchen dedicated himself to mastering Qingchen's teachings, and with Qingchen's occasional insights, his power surged swiftly. He progressed from the brink of the golden immortal realm, breaking through to the early stages, then to the mid and later stages of golden immortal. In the early and mid stages of the Tai golden immortal realm, the stability remained firmly entrenched within the Tai domain. Remarkably, this period spanned merely 5 centuries. Yet the transformation undergone by Qingchen during this time was nothing short of monumental. It is worth noting that Qingchen, in its nascent form, was merely a diminutive beast at the late stage of the profound immortal realm. The journey from its inception to the attainment of the profound immortal level took Qingchen an arduous several 100,000 years. Subsequently, after a prolonged period of diligent cultivation, it neared the threshold of the golden immortal realm in just 500 years, alongside Qingchen. Qingchen ascended from the pinnacle of a late-stage profound immortal beast cultivator to a formidable presence that commanded respect in the vast wilderness of Hongwang. Of course, this remarkable achievement was also a testament to Qingchen's relentless efforts. Without such determination, even the most favorable conditions could not have facilitated such rapid advancement. The distinction of the Tai golden immortal realm stands as a significant demarcation when compared to the golden immortal realm. It is noteworthy that even the ancestral dragon of the 3 innate races currently resides at the Tai level. This places Qingchen only a tier or 2 above, while the leaders of the 3 races took millions of years to reach the Tai realm. 5 centuries ago, Qingchen was merely a lowly profound immortal, yet now it has astonishingly transformed into a powerful cultivator at the Tai golden immortal level. This drastic change left Qingchen's mind reeling. Upon reaching the Tai realm, Qingchen cast a contemplative gaze towards Qingchen, feeling an aura that was profoundly unfathomable. But a thought crossed Qingchen's mind. A mere glance from Qingchen could obliterate its existence as a Tai golden immortal. Such a realization instilled in Qingchen an immense respect and awe for Qingchen. Although Qingchen typically exuded an air of gentility and grace, Qingchen had witnessed firsthand his formidable abilities. Even a mere hint of Qingchen's power was enough to extinguish a dragon clan cultivator who had dared to offend him with mere words. This incident only deepened Qingchen's trepidation towards Qingchen, whose formidable prowess was matched by an unyielding resolve. As Qingchen approached the towering Buzhou mountain, he rose and began to walk towards it. With each step, a lotus flower blossomed beneath his feet, providing a steady support for his ascent. A true manifestation of a saintly power. As Qingchen continued his ascent, the atmosphere surrounding Buzhou mountain thickened, oblivious to these changes. Qingchen pressed onward, while an enchanting fragrance descended from the heavens, enveloping Buzhou mountain. With each step, he carried with him a profound sense of longing, respect, and gratitude towards Pangu as he made his way to the summit of Buzhou mountain. Chapter 29. The Ancestral Dragon's Fury. What? You say a powerful, unfamiliar cultivator has slain my dragon kin and brazenly insulted our clan. In the crystal palace of the East Sea, a commanding figure adorned in a 9-clawed dragon robe sat upon the throne. This middle-aged man was the sovereign of the dragon clan, the first 9-clawed divine dragon shaped from the veins of Pangu, ancestral dragon. Upon manifesting from the Pangu veins, the ancestral dragon revealed a colossal form spanning tens of thousands of miles, prompting myriad beings of Hongwang to prostrate themselves in reverence toward him. An overwhelming aura of majesty swiftly engulfed the entire continent. In that moment, whether sentient beings or those yet to awaken their consciousness, even floor about in homage to the ancestral dragon. Hence, the saying, wherever the ancestral dragon resides, all beasts pay homage to the heavens, became a celebrated adage, solidifying the dragon clan's noble and revered status. Consequently, every dragon descendant harbors an intrinsic pride, a pride that runs so deep it is an indelible mark on their very souls, impossible to erase. Thus, every dragon kin regards their clan's dignity as more precious than their own lives. Should anyone dare to insult their honor, the dragon clan will pursue unrelenting vengeance until they reclaim their lost dignity. This is a race that values its honor above life itself, and it is also a race of unparalleled strength. Indeed, Lord Ancestral Dragon, that cultivator is immensely powerful, having effortlessly slain our 5th brother before our eyes with nothing but a glance. Furthermore, he audaciously insulted our clan, leaving us powerless to defend our dignity. We must inform you of this grave matter, for we must restore our clan's honor and not allow the races of Hongwang to mock us. The speaker was the leading dragon cultivator who had suffered humiliation at the hands of Qingchen. Since that day, the memory of the insult had been a thorn in his throat, an unbearable torment. The pride of the dragon clan could not endure such indignity, and thus, as soon as the ancestral dragon emerged from seclusion 500 years later, he hastily reported the incident. The ancestral dragon pondered for a moment, rapidly deducing the strength of the cultivator who could annihilate a profound immortal with merely a glance. That it was evident that this cultivator surpassed him in cultivation. This situation posed a dilemma. Could it be that the other two races had summoned an ally to deliberately challenge the dragon clan? The ancestral dragon grew increasingly suspicious. Typically, such powerful figures secluded themselves in tranquil locales, wholly absorbed in their cultivation, and had no interest in engaging with the dragon clan. As for the Phoenix and Qingchen clans, they gradually fell off the suspect list as the ancestral dragon continued his deductions. Although suspicions remained, the ancestral dragon felt the need for accountability. Regardless, the dignity of the dragon clan could not be trampled upon at will. Those who dared insult the dragons would undoubtedly pay a heavy price. With this thought, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in the ancestral dragon's eyes, causing the aquatic beings flanking the palace to tremble in fear. They were all too aware of the ancestral dragon's ruthless methods. Having unified all the scaled creatures in Hongwang within a mere 1,000,000 years, among these were formidable beings such as the descendants of the Xuanwu and the mighty tortoise in just 1,000,000 years. The ancestral dragon had completely subdued these scaled beings, a feat largely attributable to his ruthless approach. Any seeds of rebellion against dragon rule had been eradicated with a swift and merciless hand. In the realm of Hongwang, if one were to inquire which race held the deepest fear of the ancestral dragon, the answer would undoubtedly be the scaled creatures, expanding territory and unifying myriad tribes. The ancestral dragon's formidable prowess enabled him to maintain dominion over all the scaled races, which constitute but a fraction of the vast world of Hongwang. In contrast, the 3 innate races govern merely a small portion of the myriad races inhabiting this expansive realm. The world of Hongwang stretches for countless billions of miles, and the boundless seas harbor even greater expanses, let alone the uncharted territories beyond the 4 seas, which dwarfs the 4 seas themselves, a mere drop in the ocean. Within the boundless seas dwell immensely powerful creatures of Hongwang, where dangers abound. Even quasi-saint-level cultivators tread lightly, for this realm is a veritable forbidden zone. Issue a decree to mobilize 500 dragon cultivators at the golden immortal level. Additionally, enlist all cultivators above the heavenly immortal level and below the golden immortal level to assist in locating this mysterious cultivator. Upon discovery, they are to be eliminated without question, even if it means self-detonation. They must ensure the enemy is taken down with them. With the ancestral dragon's command echoing through the air, countless cultivators below the profound immortal level and above the heavenly immortal level surged forth from the 4 seas. Among them were 500 formidable dragon cultivators at the golden immortal level, embarking on a quest across Hongwang to track down Qingchen. The mobilization of innumerable cultivators of various races, combined with the 500 powerful golden immortal dragon cultivators leading the charge, sparked a flurry of speculation throughout the entire Hongwang realm. Whom did the dragon clan intend to wage war against? The Phoenix clan or the Qingchen clan? In a heartbeat, countless races in Hongwang turned their attention towards these 2 clans. Meanwhile, within the Phoenix clan, a breathtaking maiden adorned in resplendent garments woven from the feathers of rare birds listened intently to the reports from her subordinates. Lady Tianwang. The dragon clan has dispatched countless cultivators above the heavenly immortal level and below the profound immortal level, accompanied by 500 golden immortal dragon cultivators, in search of something. Should we take any countermeasures? The strikingly beautiful female cultivator gazed at the 2 supreme beings of the Phoenix clan, Lady Tianhuang and her husband. What do you think we should do? Lady Tianhuang pondered for a moment, but ultimately deferred the dilemma to Tianfeng, a young man of around 28 years, whose long purple hair cascaded over his shoulders. Clad in an ornate purple robe adorned with images of phoenixes, rock birds, and other rare avians. Adapt and see what this old eel is plotting. Send word down the line to prepare the avian clan for any sudden movements. Should anything arise, report immediately. Yes, Lord Tianfeng. Within the Qingchen clan, murmurs arose. Do you think the ancestral dragon is orchestrating such a grand display to launch a surprise attack on the Phoenix clan or our own? Or perhaps some treasure has come into being. What is this ancestral dragon in search of? A formidable spiritual treasure. After pondering deeply, the Qingchen ancestor instructed the Beast clan below, transmit my Qingchen decree, commanding the Beast clan to monitor the Dragon clan's every move with utmost diligence. Should any unusual occurrence arise, report to me immediately. As the orders were disseminated, all flying creatures, terrestrial beasts, and scaled races across the vast wilderness were mobilized. The catalyst for this entire situation revolved around Qingchen, prompting the three most powerful clans in the wilderness to issue their commands. In an instant, the atmosphere of the wilderness became exceedingly strange. The oblivious races believed a great conflict was about to erupt among the three clans. Consequently, countless races hastily retreated to cultivate and comprehend the heavenly principles. Unbeknownst to all this, Qingchen stood atop the Unzao mountain. Gazing down upon the wilderness, from this lofty peak, he felt a sense of grandeur akin to standing atop the summit and surveying the lesser peaks. Indeed, Qingchen radiated such an aura. The Unzao mountain, being the most formidable mountain in the wilderness, was also the transformed spine of Pangu, serving as a pillar supporting the heavens. After Pangu's demise, it continued to uphold the cosmos, fulfilling his last wishes, and perpetually emanating Pangu's essence into the surrounding areas. An ancient, desolate energy permeated this region. Silently seated in meditation atop the Unzao mountain, Qingchen savored the once familiar aura, tinged with melancholy, for those dear to him were now absent. The magnificent, colossal form of Pangu had transformed into the solid earth of the wilderness, and his indomitable spine had become the very mountain beneath him, steadfastly bearing the burden of supporting the heavens even in death. Chapter 30. The essence of Pangu. The Qingchen encountered misfortune. The spiritual energy of the Unzao mountain was abundantly potent, surpassing that of any other location in the wilderness by more than tenfold. Infused with the might of Pangu, the beings residing near the Unzao mountain were inherently stronger than those elsewhere in the wilderness, constantly enveloped in Pangu's overwhelming pressure. This pressure not only tempered their primordial spirits, but also fortified their physical forms. The closer one was to the Unzao mountain, the more formidable the pressure became. At the very pinnacle, this pressure was nearly tangible. Even those with quasi-saint levels of cultivation could not entirely withstand its almost corporeal force. Though diminished from Pangu's zenith, this residual might remain beyond the comprehension of quasi-saints, for all things stemmed from Pangu and were manifestations of him. As Qingchen observed the Unzao mountain, a familiar wave of summons emanated from within. Surprised, he recognized this essence as that of Pangu. Could it be? His formidable consciousness swiftly scanned the entirety of the Unzao mountain, rendering every inch of its land visible to his keen perception. What is this? Under the influence of his powerful consciousness, a natural formation materialized within his mind. Remarkably, the Unzao mountain concealed a natural array, and the faint summons he felt originated from it. With a thought, Qingchen directed his steps toward the array. Upon approaching, he beheld a profound formation enveloping a radius of 1,000 miles. An ancient, mysterious aura radiated from this array, which seamlessly integrated offense and defense as a cohesive whole. This was the Pangu array. Qingchen's voice trembled with excitement. Having spent eons with Pangu, they understood each other's paths intimately. Throughout their discussions, they had explored numerous concepts, including formations, leading to the development of their respective array techniques over countless years. Though the name may seem rather mundane, the depth of array knowledge was vast and intricate, with their mutual explorations yielding many formidable formations, guarded by the Pangu array. Could there be remnants left by Pangu within this valley? The thought thrilled Qingchen, for anything left by Pangu held immense significance for him. He resolved to acquire whatever lay within, confident that, with his cultivation level, he could attain anything he desired. Qiongqi, wait outside, he commanded. Qiongqi let out a low growl, and then moved to lie beside the grand array. Qingchen smiled faintly and boldly stepped into the formation, with the consciousness of a Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian. He scanned the entire array, appearing to traverse it without rhyme or reason. Yet, each step he took was imbued with boundless profundity, now advancing, now retreating, now veering left, now turning right. Ultimately, the layers of mist began to dissipate, revealing the scenery beyond. Before him lay a valley, abundant with spiritual roots and flora, a tranquil stream meandering through it. The center of the valley was a small spring, filled with a milky white liquid. An ancient, desolate essence flowed from it, continuously radiating a powerful aura. The milky liquid overflowed from the spring, forming a small stream outside. The essence of Pangu, Qingchen exclaimed in astonishment. No wonder the aura of Pangu was so potent here. This mountain housed Pangu's essence. In later generations, the Unzao mountain was said to have been destroyed by the water god Gonggong. Could it be that the loss of Pangu's essence led to its ruin? With this realization, Qingchen formulated a plan. He must not allow the Unzao mountain to be easily destroyed. With swift movements of his hands, he summoned the innate spiritual energy of the wilderness to construct a profound grand array to safeguard the essence of Pangu. Even if this valley were discovered, those unskilled in the art of formations would find it impossible to breach his defenses. Satisfied, he nodded and vanished from the valley's confines. As he emerged, Qingchen hurriedly approached him. Lying at his feet, awaiting Qingchen to mount its back. Qingchen stepped onto Qingchen's back and settled into the saddle. With a pat, Qingchen flapped its wings and soared towards the eastern sea. After 500 years away, it was time to return. With approximately 500 years remaining until the conclusion of his teachings, he needed to devise a plan. Suddenly, a piercing cry filled with anguish, sorrow, and despair reached Qingchen's ears. A massive blue bird struggled to fly, pursued by dozens of five-clawed and four-clawed dragons. Waves of magical power emanated from these dragons, some reaching the true immortal realm, and a few even the profound immortal level. Countless blades fashioned from magical energy rained down upon the blue bird, inflicting deep wounds and causing torrents of blood to flow. The blue bird's pitiful cries echoed, and the intense pain compelled it to flap its wings with even greater urgency. A tear escaping its eye as it lamented its plight. Where is this sorrowful cry coming from? As Qingchen journeyed towards the eastern sea, the mournful sound stirred his compassion. His formidable consciousness quickly swept across the wilderness, revealing the scene in his mind. Soon, he discovered the injured blue bird and urged Qingchen forward. Blue bird, you cannot escape. A golden dragon over 100 meters in length roared, unleashing a fierce wave of cold towards the blue bird. The blue bird let out a mournful cry as the frigid force immobilized it, causing it to plummet to the ground. The impact of its enormous body created a resounding crash, shattering nearby hills. Tears streamed down the blue bird's face, and its heart-wrenching pleas filled the air. Its abdomen bulged. This blue bird was pregnant. Roar. The sound of dragons echoed as dozens of them encircled the blue bird. Why aren't you fleeing, blue bird? Flee. The golden dragon transformed into a human form, sneering at the blue bird. I beg you, let me go. I am with child. I must give birth, the blue bird pleaded. Desperate to protect her unborn offspring. I will allow you to bear your child, then slowly shatter it before your eyes. You are truly cruel. Indeed, I will prove through action that our dragon race is the true sovereign of the wilderness. The dragon race is sovereign of the wilderness? I beg to differ. A voice, utterly unremarkable, drifted in from the distance, preceding the arrival of its source. There, in the far-off expanse, a formidable beast bore upon its back a youth with cascading silver hair and an otherworldly visage. The young man sat cross-legged atop the beast, emanating a subtle yet commanding aura. Indeed, the newcomer was none other than Qingchen. Upon hearing the mournful cries of the Qingniao, he hastened toward its location, only to arrive in time to overhear the venomous words of a five-clawed golden dragon. At that moment, Qingchen's heart was ablaze with fury. The three innate clans, despite their extraordinary advantages, had failed to contribute positively to the world. On the contrary, they had plunged this primordial realm into chaos, with the Dragon Clan standing foremost among the culprits. Chapter 31. Rescuing the Qingniao. The Qingniao gives birth. The Dragon Clan as the sovereigns of the primordial realm? I beg to differ. Upon hearing that utterly mundane voice, both the Qingniao and the several dozen dragon cultivators turned their astonished gazes toward Qingchen. The Qingniao pondered the reason for this cultivator's intervention, sensing from his tone a palpable discontent toward the Dragon Clan. Conversely, the dragon cultivators seethed with indignation at Qingchen's words, displeased by his audacity to speak disrespectfully, fully aware of their lineage. Did he seek to court death? Or perhaps he possessed some formidable backing? Was it the Phoenix clan? Or the Qilin clan? Yet, there was no trace of their aura upon him. Who dares to speak so brazenly? Slandering my dragon clan. Do you not know that we are the sovereigns of the primordial realm? Exclaimed a four-clawed dragon, his expression haughty and disdainful. Before Qingchen could respond, Qiongqi's eyes glinted with ferocity. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged toward the four-clawed dragon, enveloping him like the frigid grasp of winter. Cold sweat instantaneously dripped from the dragoness brow. Despite having achieved the Tao of immortality, he was still bound to the mortal coil, and the primordial realm was far from the spirit-deficient world of later ages. The spiritual energy here was innate, whereas that of later generations was acquired, a stark contrast in quality and refinement. Although merely a two-character difference, it bore a fundamental distinction. Innate spiritual energy was birthed with the cosmos, separated from the primordial chaos by Pangu, while acquired spiritual energy evolved from the shattered primordial veins. The four-clawed dragon, having absorbed the innate spiritual energy long before his transformation, had long since become impervious to the elements. Now, under the weight of Qingchen's murderous aura, he felt as though he had plunged into an ice cellar, cold sweat cascading down his forehead. However, lacking Qingchen's command, Qingchen refrained from unleashing his full wrath, merely offering a slight reprimand rather than extinguishing the dragon's life. Yet, should the four-clawed dragon persist in his insolence, Qingchen would not hesitate to obliterate him. Unprecedented panic surged within the four-clawed dragon. He had never imagined that death could loom so closely. With Qingchen's celestial prowess facing mere heavenly immortals, most of whom barely achieved the level of Xian immortal, a chasm of disparity existed between them. Compounded by multiple layers of difference, the gap in cultivation was insurmountable, especially in an era where spiritual treasures were still in gestation. While the innate roots had matured, the true innate treasures, particularly the more powerful artifacts, had yet to fully manifest. Qingchen's formidable presence rendered the dragon clan silent, their astonishment palpable. Yet, such might belonged solely to the mysterious cultivator's steed, leading them to ponder the extent of his master's power. They could scarcely fathom the consequences of provoking such an adversary. With expressions tinged with trepidation, the dragon cultivators regarded Qingchen. "My lord, please, I implore you to save me. My child has yet to be born. I cannot perish." The Qing Niao's voice rang out, melodious and heart-wrenching, stirring the sympathies of all who heard it. The dragon cultivators, upon hearing her plea, exchanged anxious glances toward Qingchen, silently praying he would not involve himself in such matters. However, their hopes were destined for disappointment. From the moment Qingchen appeared, he had resolved to rescue the Qing Niao, purely out of compassion. "Fear not, for since I have come, I shall assuredly save your life," Qingchen declared, his words eliciting a swift change in the expressions of the dragon's point. One dragon, having entirely forgotten the pressure exerted by Qingchen, boldly retorted, "I advise you to steer clear of such trivial matters. Otherwise, my clan shall not let you off easily. Prepare for our pursuit." As soon as he finished speaking, Qingchen unleashed a torrent of spells, and the dragon's agonized scream echoed as he was reduced to ashes. Qingchen gently patted Qingchen, swiftly appearing beside the Qing Niao. Qingchen, understanding the cue, let out an excited bark, reminiscent of a dog. With a single flap of his wings, Qingchen's immense power as a celestial immortal manifested, showcasing the strength of a formidable cultivator. The energy flowed around him, coursing through his wings, which shimmered with a metallic glow. In an instant, he sliced through several dragons, cleaving them in two at the sheer force displayed by Qingchen, astonished all present, including the Qing Niao. She gazed at him in shock before turning her eyes toward Qingchen, her heart brimming with astonishment at the immense power of his steed. What level of strength must the master possess? Observing the grievously injured Qing Niao, Qingchen waved a hand, sending a surge of transformative energy into her being. Under the influence of this energy, the massive wounds that marred her body healed completely. The Qing Niao looked at Qingchen in awe, sensing the life-giving energy coursing within her. As this energy entered her, not only did her wounds mend, but her spent vitality also began to replenish. The speed of recovery far surpassed her own ability to absorb and refine spiritual energy. With this transformative energy, her cultivation experienced a slight enhancement. Meanwhile, Qingchen's battle drew to a close, as he tore apart the last of the enemies. The conflict came to a definitive end. He hastened to Qingchen's side, rubbing against his leg with a playful demeanor. Qingchen chuckled heartily at the sight. In that moment, an intense surge of life energy surged forth. Drawing Qingchen's gaze to its source, he realized it was the Qing Niao, on the brink of giving birth. The powerful life force emanated from her very being. As the Qing Niao trembled, gripped by excruciating pain, she fought against the urge to succumb to unconsciousness. Relying solely on her willpower as time passed, the intensity of the life force grew stronger. Under Qingchen's watchful gaze, the life within her absorbed her essence, threatening her very life. Qingchen furrowed his brow, sending another surge of transformative energy toward her. Upon receiving it, the Qing Miao's condition improved slightly, the pain easing as time wore on. An egg gradually emerged. Upon seeing the successful birth of the egg, a radiant light enveloped it, transforming into a stunningly beautiful maiden, around 16 years of age. The Qing Miao gazed at the egg and addressed Qingchen. "Thank you, my lord, for your compassionate assistance to us. I am forever indebted. However, I have pressing matters to attend to, and I humbly request that you take my child under your wing, even if it means serving you as a disciple." As she spoke, her face was filled with reluctance. Having just given birth, she had yet to revel in the joys of motherhood, yet was now faced with the prospect of parting from her child. This was a heart-wrenching decision, but she understood the dangers that lay ahead. Bringing her child along would only endanger its life, and although she could not perceive the true depth of Qingchen's aura, she recognized he far surpassed her in strength. With a mere steed capable of effortlessly dispatching Xian immortal-level dragon cultivators, it was clear that the one who could command such power must possess formidable abilities. The Qing Miao understood that Qingchen was undoubtedly a being of great prowess, as he had shown no signs of worry throughout their encounter. Even when the dragon clan revealed their identity, he had merely regarded them with disdain, clearly unperturbed. "Very well. I shall accept your child as my disciple. You need not worry about her safety. Even in this primordial realm, not even a sage could harm her." Qingchen spoke with an air of confidence, stating that although the Qing bird was unaware of the identity of the sage, the reassurance provided by Qingchen allowed the heavy stone of anxiety in her heart to finally drop. With a reluctant glance at the nearby Dandan, she turned and transformed into a streak of radiant light, soaring deep into the primordial wilderness, unaware of how long it would be before she could reunite with her child again. Chapter 32. A millennium has passed the East Sea, a realm where countless celestial mountains stretch endlessly, resembles a colossal dragon of the 9 heavens trapped, lying amidst the mountains, its head held high, claws reaching out, and its tail twisting and turning across vast distances. The mountains are lush and verdant, with towering trees, ginseng every 10 steps, and rare herbs every 100. The sheer cliffs rise 1,000 fathoms. Adorned with hanging pearl curtains, waterfalls cascading down, the sound of large and small beads falling onto a jade plate, crisp and melodious, as droplets of water carved through stone, revealing an unparalleled resilience in their fragility. Embodying the profound essence of Tai Chi, mist rise, white fog envelopes the scene, dreamlike and ethereal, blurring the lines between reality and illusion, reminiscent of a celestial paradise. In the deep valleys, hot springs bubble forth. Purple mist gathers in the sky, resplendent and radiant. Ethereal vapors intertwine, while the yellow energy from the earth's veins, along with the essence of the sun and moon, accumulates into a jade-colored auspicious aura that bursts forth, illuminating the sky with myriad rays of light, creating a magnificent sea of colors. Countless shimmering mirrors are embedded in the valleys, their silver glimmers akin to countless stars, while silver scales leap and dance. Concealing a trove of rare treasures, the head of a horned beast, crowned with sharp horns, gathers moonlight like dazzling fragments of diamonds, a single star in the night. Its limbs plunge into the water, treading the waves with ethereal steps, bowing to drink. Silver koi leap and swirl in the air, moonlight coiling like a chain, cascading down like a silk scarf, vast and flawless, mottled shadows of the moon gently veiling it. Drifting and dancing through the void, a golden rainbow streaks by, traversing countless voids, disappearing from sight, yet leaving behind a comet-like tail, dividing the sky like the Milky Way, as yin and yang separate day from night. While the starry river spans the heavens. As the clouds and mist dissipate, revealing a silver-haired youth with an enchanting visage, he rides a beast with wings sprouting from its ribs, resembling a tiger, whose bark echoes like a dog, covered in bristle-like fur, and sporting a long tail akin to that of a fox. In the youth's arms rests a cherubic child, exquisitely sculpted, with hair tied in 2 high pigtails. Curiously gazing at the surrounding scenery, clad in a silver-white robe adorned with the most profound symbols, the robe glimmers with brilliance, exuding an aura of unmatched mystique. This robe is impervious to fire and water, and the symbols etched upon it are of the grandest order, possessing incredible utility. serving as a treasured shield. This little one is the offspring of the Qing bird, and Qingchen, in memory of its mother, has retained the name Qing bird. The child's hands glimmer with azure light as a large spiritual fruit materializes, and with a wide-open mouth, the juice spills forth, quickly coating the child's face. Unperturbed, the little one continues to munch on the fruit, its lively eyes darting around, occasionally tugging at the bristles of the beast beneath, curious about why the creature's fur is somewhat prickly. The beast, feeling slighted, often growls in discontent to express its dissatisfaction. However, the more it protests, the more excited the child becomes, tugging with greater enthusiasm. The beast, Qingchen, feels helpless. Were it not for the master on its back, it would have long since cast aside this hair-pulling child. Yet, the master says nothing, and a hint of a smile occasionally graces his lips, indicating his fondness for the little one. Stirring jealousy within Qingchen. Qingchen swiftly carries Qingchen on a cloud towards the East Sea. Qingchen had previously declared with great authority that he would impart teachings in the East Sea 1,000 years hence, disseminating the methods of cultivation, igniting a fervor across the primordial realm. Countless races flocked to the East Sea, anticipating the day of the teachings when billions of beings would gather to listen. This noble endeavor promises to benefit the myriad beings of the primordial realm, as the dissemination of cultivation methods will set the world on the path to order, ending the age where beings could only rely on instinct to absorb spiritual energy and seek their own strength. With the introduction of cultivation methods, beings will transcend the era of being unable to absorb spiritual energy. In that time, the beings of the primordial realm will engage in cultivation through systematic methods. A significant merit for the world, further refining the heavenly order and fostering prosperous development for the realm. At this moment, the highest cultivators in the primordial realm are none other than those in the golden immortal or Tai realms. While the three dominant races control the skies, land, and oceans, without the emergence of a sage, there is naturally no one to enlighten the primordial realm. Moreover, some with great powers are currently secluded in certain celestial mountains, practicing their arts, leaving the beings of the primordial realm without a means to cultivate further. Now, with Qingchen set to impart teachings, he brings great fortune to the beings of the primordial realm. This news is a momentous blessing for all. Countless races hastily make their way to the East Sea, and the passage of a millennium compels the majority of primordial beings to rush towards the East Sea at their utmost speed. As Qingchen swiftly approaches the East Sea, Qingchen pats its back. Understanding the cue, Qingchen's speed surges dramatically. Soon, they arrive above the East Sea, and Qingchen steps down from Qingchen's back. With each step he takes, a lotus flower appears beneath his feet, cradling him gently, each step blooming with a lotus. With every movement, a fragrant aroma radiates outward, casting brilliant light from Qingchen's form. The beings residing in the East Sea and those nearby are drawn to this extraordinary scent, flocking towards the East Sea. Is there an anomaly in the East Sea? Could it be the one who spoke 1,000 years ago, within the crystal palace of the East Sea? A middle-aged man in imperial robes, seated upon the nine-dragon throne, hears reports from the patrolling sea tribe and urges, quickly, ring the four seas bell to summon the dragon clans to attend the teachings. In no time, countless dragon clans converge upon the East Sea. With a command from the ancestral dragon, the four seas dragon clans hasten to the skies above the East Sea. Soon, tens of thousands of dragons roar as they rush toward the East Sea. While the Phoenix and Qingchen clans also make their way there, the first teachings in the primordial realm are set to unfold above the East Sea, and upon hearing this news, countless races frantically rush towards the East Sea. I am Qingchen, the ancestral master, and in 3 days, I shall impart teachings in the East Sea of the primordial realm. All beings of the primordial realm are welcome to attend and receive the methods of cultivation. Qingchen announces once more, and the beings of the primordial realm recognize this as an unprecedented opportunity to change their destinies, sending countless races into a frenzy as they hasten towards the East Sea. The esteemed ancestral dragon conducts teachings in my East Sea without prior notice to our dragon clan. If word spreads, it would be a disgrace to our clan. It would be prudent to teach this cultivator a lesson. One dragon expresses, but the ancestral dragon hesitates, saying, this may not be wise. The cultivator's arrival is accompanied by anomalies. Moreover, the miraculous phenomena of his every step blooming with lotuses are beyond our capabilities. Should we provoke him, it could spell trouble for our dragon clan. As the leader of the dragon clan, The ancestral dragon must consider the greater good. Observing Qingchen's extraordinary powers, he feels a sense of trepidation. Realizing he cannot match him, and thus refrains from acting rashly. Let us first observe how this cultivator imparts his teachings, then we shall deliberate, he concludes. The ancestral dragon nods and makes his way toward the skies above the East Sea. Upon closer inspection of Qingchen, he is even more astounded by the cultivator's formidable prowess. With his own early-stage Tai golden immortal cultivation, he feels as insignificant as a drop of water when compared to the vast ocean of Qingchen's power. Naturally, Qingchen is aware of all the movements of the dragon clan. He pays them no mind, quietly awaiting the day of teachings in 3 days' time. Before long, the 3 days have passed. The expanse of the East Sea, stretching for countless miles, is filled with beings from the primordial realm. Countless races continue to arrive, and this trend only intensifies. One can only imagine the sheer number of beings drawn to attend the teachings. As the area surrounding the East Sea is completely packed with primordial beings. Even so, the influx shows no signs of slowing. As beings continue to flock toward the East, it is only after 3 days that the crowd of beings in the primordial realm begins to dwindle. Though countless still gather outside the East Sea, Qingchen opens his eyes. A silver light flashing to silver lotus appears from thin air, cradling him as he sits securely atop it. The time has come. I shall impart teachings in the primordial realm for 9,000 years, conducting 3 sessions, each lasting 3,000 years. During my teachings, no disputes are allowed. Any who defy this will face utter annihilation. His words are laced with a palpable aura of menace, a fierce killing intent emanating from him, transforming into layers of dark clouds that obscure the sky. There is no doubt about the authenticity of Qingchen's words. The overwhelming killing intent alone suffices to affirm their truth. This astonishing aura arrives swiftly and departs just as quickly, the dark clouds dissipating in an instant. Instead, a tranquil layer of clouds enveloped the sky, adorned with auspicious patterns, as if heaven itself had descended with a different direction. Countless lotus flowers manifested miraculously, accompanied by an ethereal chorus of celestial melodies. The symbols of the Great Way intermittently flickered, casting an unfathomable brilliance that filled the skies above the eastern sea. At that moment, no formal teachings had commenced, yet the extraordinary phenomena in the heavens captivated the hearts of countless primordial beings. Even the leaders of the 3 clans, such as the ancestral dragon, felt an indescribable awe. The immense power they witnessed stirred within them a longing and a sense of enchantment. Meanwhile, the beings of the primordial world, both within and beyond the eastern sea, gazed in rapt attention, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the teachings. Chapter 33. Preaching in the Eastern Sea. 3,000 teachings. There exists a primordial entity, born before heaven and earth, silent and solitary. It remains unchanged, circulating without exhaustion, and can be regarded as the mother of all under heaven. I know not its name. I call it the Way, and forcefully name it the Great. The Great is called the Passing is the Far, and the Far is the Returning. Therefore, the Way is great, heaven is great, earth is great, and humanity is also great. Within the domain, there are 4 great entities, and humanity occupies one of them. Man follows the earth follows heaven follows the Way, and the Way follows nature. The Way is vast and can be utilized, yet it may not be full. Deep as if it is the source of all things, resolving its complexities, harmonizing its light, blending with its dust, profound as if it might exist that I do not know whose child it is. It resembles the ancestor of the Empyrean. Suddenly, heavenly flowers rained down, golden lotuses surged from the earth, and countless celestial sounds emerged from nowhere, while billions of auspicious clouds painted myriad auspicious beasts swirling around Qingchen. Various subtle sounds arose, known as the nectar-like melodies. The sound of the Paramitha of sandalwood, the sound of the Paramitha of chanting, the sound of the Paramitha of the blessed, the sound of the Paramitha of Zen, the sound of the Paramitha of wisdom, the sound of compassion, the sound of joy and generosity, the sound of liberation, the sound of the unleaked, the sound of wisdom, the sound of great wisdom, the lion's roar, the great lion's roar, the sound of clouds and thunder. And the great clouds and thunder, such unspeakable sounds emerged. A misty aura enveloped the surroundings, accompanied by the ethereal energy of countless celestial spirits cascading from the stellar lights of the cosmos. Qingchen appeared, crowned with auspicious clouds, 3 flowers atop his head, 5 energies converging towards the origin, auspicious clouds shrouding him, his form both visible and elusive, presenting a picturesque scene of celestial beauty. Moreover, Qingchen delivered his teachings using the power of the Dharma. Employing the lion's roar of Buddhism, even those beings who had yet to reach the Eastern Sea could clearly hear the teachings of Qingchen. From all corners of the primordial world, the words of Qingchen resonated clearly. The symbols of the Great Way suspended in the void, transforming into profound truths. Qingchen spoke of the simple act of inhaling and exhaling spiritual energy, as well as the path of survival and cultivation. The beings of the primordial world began to cultivate according to Qingchen's teachings, as countless innate spiritual energies transformed into whirlpools of energy surging towards those who heard. Among the multitude of beings, some were blessed with profound fortunes, while others had shallow roots. Those with extraordinary innate talents absorbed the spiritual energy at a terrifying speed. Conversely, those with weaker cultivation found themselves unable to compete for the energy. Witnessing their path to advancement hanging by a thread, frustration consumed the beings, who displayed a myriad of distressed expressions. Observing this, Qingchen furrowed his brow slightly and pointed his right index finger towards the heavens. Instantly, a deluge of cosmic starlight was summoned by Qingchen, while the vast sea of spiritual energy from the primordial world converged it transformed into tidal waves rolling forth, the 365 principal stars of the primordial world. In concert with 480 million stars, transformed starlight into great dragons descending toward the lower realms of the primordial world, like divine dragons from the ninth sky gathering towards the Eastern Sea. The region became suffused with a rich essence of starlight and an abundance of innate primordial energy. Countless clusters of starlight converging with vast amounts of innate spiritual energy took the form of lotus flowers, which Qingchen sent into the purple palace of the beings that were cultivating. The numerous beings of the primordial world, aided by these lotus flowers imbued with rich starlight and innate energy, surged forth, breaking through the stagnation of their cultivation that had persisted for years. The aura of their breakthroughs spread throughout the Eastern Sea in an instant, and the intensity of these breakthroughs continued to increase. Though many of these beings had spent eons in growth, with their cultivation generally low, they had nonetheless accumulated a vast reservoir of power over the long years. With Qingchen's assistance in imparting the proper cultivation methods, they mobilized their power, and with a surge of energy, they took form. At this moment, the primordial world had only recently begun to take shape, with sages yet to emerge, and the heavenly laws still unrefined. Consequently, no transformation tribulations arose, and the beings, upon hearing such profound truths, seized their opportunity and immediately took form. As the newly transformed beings prepared to bow in gratitude to Qingchen, they found themselves gently restrained by a soft power. Unable to bend their knees, they looked up to see Qingchen subtly shaking his head, signaling them not to express thanks. The multitude of newly transformed beings nodded gratefully towards Qingchen, their eyes brimming with tears as they closed their eyes to further comprehend the profound truths he had imparted. Each of these beings had been lingering on the precipice of transformation, their powers ripe for manifestation. Yet, despite their efforts, they had been unable to break through that thin membrane, just as despair threatened to engulf them. Qingchen appeared, preaching in the Eastern Sea and providing the cultivation methods for the beings of the primordial world. With the right methods, they could effortlessly achieve their transformation. The way is vast and can be utilized, yet it may not be full. Deep as if it is the source of all things, resolving its complexities, harmonizing its light, blending with its dust, profound as if it might exist that I do not know whose child it is. It resembles the ancestor of the Empyrean. Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. Sages are indifferent, treating the common folk as mere fodder. Between heaven and earth, is there any change? It is empty yet unyielding, moving yet increasingly manifest. Speaking too much leads to exhaustion. It is better to maintain the center. Heaven and earth endure. The reason heaven and earth can endure is that they do not produce themselves. Thus, they can endure eternally. Therefore, the sage positions himself behind and leads, externalizes himself and yet remains, not out of selfishness, but so that he can achieve his own goals. The highest virtue is like water. Water benefits all things without contention, dwells among the masses with kindness, speaks with sincerity, governs with righteousness, acts with capability, and moves with timeliness. Only by not contending can there be no blame. Favor and disgrace are like shocks. Great calamities are like oneself. What is meant by favor and disgrace being like shocks? Favor is lowly. Gaining it is shocking. Losing it is also shocking, hence the phrase. What is meant by great calamities being like oneself? My great calamities stem from my existence. If I were to lose my existence, what calamities would I have? Thus, to value oneself is to value the world, as if one could entrust the world to oneself. In a land devoid of water, golden lotuses surge forth. In a place without trees to touch the heavens, golden flowers fall. The dark and cool brilliance spreads across the void, with streams of purple energy crisscrossing. 81 streams of purple energy form formations, evolving into the primordial unity, the duality of yin and yang, the triad of heaven, earth, and humanity, the 4 phases, the 5 elements, the 6 harmonies, the 7 stars, the 8 trigrams, and the 9 palaces, circulating endlessly and ever-changing, yet each time presenting a different sensation, truly embodying the essence of the Great Way, directly pointing to the core. All beings became entranced by the teachings of Qingchen, unable to extricate themselves for a long time. Simultaneously, their own cultivation progressed in layers. Those in the celestial realm smoothly attained the true celestial state. Those at the true celestial level ascended to the profound celestial state. And those at the profound celestial level ascended to the golden celestial state. And so forth. In summary, this moment was a historic one worthy of remembrance for the beings of the primordial world. Soon, 3,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. After 3,000 years, you may return. This time, ensure that you digest the teachings you've received and return to the Eastern Sea to listen anew. Qingchen declared before vanishing from sight. That moment, the beings, still riding the wave of inspiration from the teachings, felt an overwhelming sense of loss as the voice of the Great Way faded away. Disappointment washed over them, yet Qingchen had wisely left them with 3,000 years to comprehend and internalize the wisdom imparted during this sermon. Chapter 34. Beings Breakthrough. Blessings upon the primordial world due to Qingchen's preaching in the Eastern Sea. The cultivation methods spread widely, benefiting countless beings of the primordial world. Qingchen, as a representative of heaven, taught the beings of the primordial world that all things possess great merit in relation to heaven and earth. At this moment, all living beings in the primordial world bowed in gratitude towards the direction from which Qingchen had departed, expressing their heartfelt appreciation. One in the primordial continent had selflessly educated the myriad beings. Even with the cultivation methods, they would tend to hoard them, never proclaiming them widely as Qingchen did, bringing benefits to countless beings of the primordial world. Who would have imagined that ancestor Qingchen possessed such terrifying powers? Even I, at the Tai level, felt utterly unable to fathom his depths. After the sermon, the ancestral dragon's cultivation advanced to the later stages of the Tai Golden Immortal, with the orthodox cultivation methods in hand. The vast reservoir of power accumulated over 1,000,000 years within the ancestral dragon began to surge forth. The immense power accumulated over 1,000,000 years was undeniably colossal, as his entire power flowed in accordance with the orthodox cultivation methods. The vast energy within him was gradually refined, extracting its essence and discarding the dross that in just 1,000 years, the ancestral dragon could fully refine his energy and ascend to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, becoming one of the few experts in the primordial world. However, this was merely the beginning of the cultivation path. With another 6,000 years ahead, Qingchen would successively expound upon the teachings for those above the Golden Immortal stage. It is certain that, with the cultivation methods imparted by Qingchen, the powers of the beings in the primordial world would grow stronger day by day, although the 3 innate clans would still vie for dominance over the primordial world. The strength of the beings at the lower levels would not be underestimated. This was a qualitative transformation. Heavens, I have reached the profound celestial level. Me too. I have transcended to the realm of the Golden Immortal. Countless beings of the primordial world have also broken through, achieving a profound transformation in their cultivation. The once unattainable realms of the profound immortal and golden immortal were dreams too grand for myriad races of the primordial expanse to even contemplate. Yet now, due to Qingchen's teachings, these races have acquired systematic methods of cultivation, enabling them to skillfully utilize their own magical powers, as well as to master various techniques such as Taoist arts, artifact refinement, and formation spells. Qingchen has rendered immense benevolence to the primordial realm, and countless races are filled with gratitude and reverence. In the Eastern Sea, an array of races has gathered along the shores, spontaneously bowing in the direction where Qingchen departed. Oh my, the Lord is truly magnificent. Qingyo gazes at Qingchen with stars in her eyes, her childlike admiration elevating Qingchen to the highest pedestal in her mind. Observing the starry-eyed Qingniao, Qingchen lovingly tousles her hair. The little one immediately closes her eyes in comfort, nuzzling her head into Qingchen's embrace. Qingchen genuinely dotes on Qingniao, for since the fall of Pangu and the subsequent emergence of all things, he has been devoid of kin in this world. He showers Qingniao with rare spiritual fruits, offering her everything he possesses. Qingchen, filled with jealousy, dares not voice his feelings, instead casting envious glances at Qingniao as she sits nestled in the Lord's arms, enjoying fruits he has never encountered and adorned in garments crafted by Qingchen himself. But there is no danger in Qingchen's presence. He still bestows upon Qingniao a protective spiritual treasure, meticulously forged by him, which rivals the finest innate spiritual treasures in terms of defense, and even matches some of the innate supreme treasures in certain aspects. From this protective treasure alone, one can discern the extent of Qingchen's indulgence towards Qingniao, a fact that further fuels Qingchen's envy to as her mount. He yearns to return to the days of his own birth, wishing for Qingchen to shower him with the same affection as he does Qingniao. Riding atop Qingchen amidst the clouds, with auspicious signs trailing behind, Qingchen finds himself in high spirits as he watches Qingniao perform endearing antics, eliciting hearty laughter from him. His joyful demeanor transforms the surroundings into a realm of auspicious clouds, vibrant light, and ethereal mists. Though Qingchen presently stands at the pinnacle of the Hunyuan Daoyuo Golden Immortal Realm, his primordial spirit has ascended to the peak of chaos, an indomitable force. Even a mere fragment of his spirit carries immense power. The greater one's cultivation, the more every action and word embodies the laws of the universe. Not to mention the formidable presence of Qingchen, whose every utterance resonates with boundless might, truly deserving of the title Golden Words of Jade. Though he is not yet a sage, he possesses the might of one that when a sage is enraged, the heavens tremble, and when a sage is pleased, a bountiful grace envelopes all beings. That Qingchen's unrestrained laughter naturally radiates endless tranquility. Beings basking in this aura of peace, even those yet to take shape, find themselves transforming after being touched by this harmonious energy. Those who have already taken form are likewise rejuvenated, shedding their old skins and emerging anew. Accompanied by this aura of peace, countless spiritual roots and vegetation mature at an accelerated pace. Beings lacking spiritual intelligence awaken their consciousness, gaining the ability to autonomously absorb spiritual energy. Furthermore, blessed by this aura, they are destined to cultivate profound fortunes, unlikely to encounter untimely demise unless they commit heinous acts. As they journey beyond 1,000,000 miles from the eastern sea, Qingchen claps Qingchen, who understands the cue and halts mid-air. With a graceful sweep of his hands, a silver light streaks across the sky. Suddenly, a golden light emerges in the heavens above the eastern sea, illuminating the surroundings as a grand golden door, reminiscent of a divine gaze that has existed since time immemorial, slowly opens. With the doors opening, an overwhelming torrent of pure innate spiritual energy rushes forth. In an instant, the spiritual energy emanating from the door surpasses that of the outside world. Moreover, this primordial energy is infused with the essence of countless stars, a treasure that significantly enhances the cultivation speed of diverse beings. In the past, to absorb a mere wisp of stellar essence, beings had to expend considerable effort, daily striving to draw in energy from the stars. Achieving this without an orthodox method was an arduous task. Yet, in Qingchen's domain, the stellar essence has condensed into a liquid form, flowing like springs and streams, with countless starry grains sparkling within, all composed of the purest stellar essence. If one were to assess whose domain in the primordial realm could exhibit such magnificence, it would undoubtedly be Qingchen's. Even in the future, no sage's domain could rival his, for a sage's territory in the chaos typically spans no more than 1,000,000 miles, contingent upon their cultivation level. While Qingchen's domain extends over billions of miles, this can truly be regarded as a separate primordial realm, and even the primordial expanse outside may not possess the same abundance of spiritual energy as Qingchen's domain. Within this domain, there are a total of 999 main spiritual veins, forming an immense gathering array for spiritual energy, fortified by defensive formations. Surrounding these main veins are numerous smaller spiritual veins, and Qingchen has personally established formations that continuously evolve pure innate spiritual energy from the chaotic essence. It can be confidently asserted that even a sage, incessantly absorbing energy within Qingchen's domain, would require numerous epochs to deplete it entirely. Moreover, this does not account for the energy transformation formations, which activate whenever the spiritual energy within the domain diminishes. continuously converting primordial energy until it is restored to its original state. These formations operate subtly and ceaselessly, transforming chaotic essence. Point 1 can be certain that the spiritual energy within Qingchen's domain will never run dry, unless the transformation formations are destroyed and a sage persistently absorbs energy. In that case, it might be conceivable to exhaust the energy and stellar essence within. Otherwise, the energy of Qingchen's domain is eternally inexhaustible. In the primordial realm, such grand undertakings are unparalleled, and even the future Tao ancestor Hanjun, upon achieving unity, could not hope to compare with Qingchen. Chapter 35. The transformation of the primordial world and the origin of the great Tao. At this moment, the primordial heavens and earth have begun to undergo rapid development following Qingchen's teachings. Countless beings have congregated along the shores of the Eastern Sea, embarking on what can only be described as frenzied cultivation. Innumerable strands of innate spiritual energy have transformed into colossal energy dragons, surging towards the beings along the Eastern Sea. Imagine, the overwhelming force generated by billions of beings cultivating together is nothing short of astonishing. Countless streams of innate spiritual energy converge from various corners of the primordial realm, swirling into whirlpools that draw into the bodies of cultivators. The cultivation levels of the primordial beings begin to rise universally, with the systematic methods of cultivation increasing both the speed of energy absorption and refinement by over 100-fold. Returning to his domain, Qingchen instructed Qingyao and Xiongqi to take residence in separate courtyards before entering seclusion. The rewards of his teachings were indeed remarkable. Above his head, auspicious clouds materialized, shimmering with purple light and exuding a delightful fragrance. A third-grade purple lotus floated atop the auspicious clouds, radiating brilliance and enveloped in auspiciousness, while the fragrance wafted through the air. Taoist symbols intermittently manifested within, revealing countless profound truths. Upon the lotus, there were 3 items: the innate supreme treasure, the chaos pearl, which contains a small chaos within, capable of creating a miniature world and suppressing fate; the chaos spiritual treasure, the Kangmang sword, forged by Pangu and enhanced with primordial purple energy upon its completion, elevating it to the status of a chaos spiritual treasure; and the chaos jade flute, unassuming yet resonating with the subtle laws of the soul and time that continuously circulate around it. As the auspicious clouds gradually unfurled, the third-grade lotus likewise expanded and contracted with their movement. Suddenly, the rhythm of the clouds and lotus quickened, a gray mist enveloping the scene as the primordial chaos was reenacted. A small chaos appeared, with the paths of the 3,000 demonic gods continuously evolving within this miniature chaos. The transformation of the elements, earth, wind, water, and fire, unfolded, revealing the mysteries of creation and the extraordinary principles of the Tao. The 3 spiritual treasures formed a triad formation, encircling the chaos. The treasures radiated celestial light, and the essence of the Tao continually manifested within this chaos, while the path of Pangu's creation was incessantly reenacted. Even though it was not the first time witnessing Pangu's great work, however, at this moment, watching the path of Pangu once again reveals boundless mysteries and insights. Simply observing Pangu's seemingly slow yet profoundly intricate axe strokes, which embody infinite transformations, is a marvel in itself. Pangu wields the laws of power, commanding the myriad forces of the universe. This seemingly simple act is, in fact, a culmination of Pangu's lifelong understanding of the Tao. Even with Qingchen's cultivation nearing the pinnacle of chaos, he is unable to fully perceive the trajectory of Pangu's axe. Each individual's path is unique, as is the case with Pangu and Qingchen. Other chaotic deities, such as Yangmei with her spatial laws and the laws of death from the underworld, demonstrate that there is no absolute strength or weakness in the so-called Tao. The 3,000 great paths each hold their distinctiveness. In every domain, the one whose understanding is profound can completely master that path. The 3,000 chaotic deities can be regarded as failures, Pangu included, as well as Qingchen and others. Despite the 3,000 chaotic deities having devoted countless epochs to their cultivation, they still lack the unwavering determination to pursue the Dao. It is more accurate to say that the Tao has abandoned the 3,000 chaotic deities than to claim it is wary of them. The Tao requires only one chaotic deity. Had there been a deity resolute in seeking the Tao on that fateful day, they could have patiently awaited the clash between Pangu, Qingchen, and the chaotic deities, reaping the benefits from the sidelines. Yet, all the chaotic deities succumbed, entrapped by the numbers before them. losing sight of their own hearts. Not a single one among the 3,000 deities attained enlightenment. Pangu, had he wished to pursue enlightenment, could have easily slain the severely wounded Qingchen at that time. However, he refrained from doing so, for the companionship shared over countless epochs had fostered a true brotherly bond with Qingchen. Thus, Pangu chose mercy, just as Qingchen did. Had Qingchen been resolute in his intent to kill Pangu, it would have been an effortless task. Yet, he too relinquished that ambition, valuing the bond they shared, which ultimately led to Qingchen's voluntary foregoing of that opportunity. Therefore, it is said that the 3,000 chaotic deities were ensnared by the Tao, but in truth, they forfeited their chance to pursue enlightenment by failing to grasp their own opportunities. Consequently, they are deemed failures. Having willingly abandoned the chance to seek the Tao, rather than being deceived by the Tao itself, witnessing the transformations within the chaos, Qingchen attained enlightenment. He comprehended the truth. For a long time, he believed the Tao had orchestrated the downfall of the 3,000 chaotic deities, inciting them to turn against one another until only he and Yangmei remained, barely surviving in the world. However, upon observing the new manifestations of the Tao within the chaos, Qingchen realized he had fallen into a misconception, which had led him astray from the essence of his original pursuit of the Tao. If this continued, even given an eternity, Qingchen would never attain enlightenment. A person's path, once deviated, cannot hope to lead to the Tao. Clearly, this is an impossibility. The 3,000 chaotic deities, born of chaos, ultimately return to it. Each of the 3,000 paths is extraordinary, and naturally, they all possess the potential for enlightenment. Now, with only Qingchen and Yangmei remaining among the 3,000 chaotic deities, it begs the question, who among them will take the lead in pursuing the Tao? This will bring about a qualitative change in the future, undoubtedly. Qingchen has already taken a step ahead of Yangmei in the quest for enlightenment, significantly surpassing her in this pursuit. Each of the 3,000 chaotic deities corresponds to one of the 3,000 laws of the Tao. Would the Tao truly conspire against these chaotic deities, causing them to turn on one another? Such a course of action would be an act of desperation on the Taoist's part, as it deeply understood that the 3,000 chaotic deities were a mix of the virtuous and the flawed. Some possess deep foundations, while others are shallow. The Tao is impartial. How could it allow such chaotic deities to govern it? Thus, the Tao devised a test. It chose the two foremost masters of the most extraordinary laws among the chaotic deities as targets for its trial, luring the others into a scheme to slay Pangu and Qingchen. Should they succeed in slaying Pangu and Qingchen, the Tao would grant the victorious chaotic deity the chance to attain enlightenment. Conversely, if they failed and were instead vanquished, it would signify a thorough cleansing of the chaotic realm by the Tao. Ultimately, only one can master the Tao. If a chaotic deity were to seize it out of selfish ambition, one can only imagine the devastation that would befall the vast chaos. The Tao's destruction would lead to the annihilation of chaos itself. Everything would revert to true nothingness. All existence, both tangible and intangible, would dissipate under the Tao's obliteration. To maintain the normal order of the universe's proliferation, the Tao would not allow chaos to be destroyed. Thus, it orchestrated this scheme, utilizing Pangu and Qingchen to eradicate the hidden dangers of chaos. If the two truly possessed selflessness, they would earn the Taoist's recognition and subsequently govern it. However, the two misinterpreted the Tao and decisively relinquished that readily available opportunity. Truly, it is a matter of timing and fate. One can hardly blame others. The Tao is impartial. At the moment Pangu transformed into myriad things, he garnered immense merit. For Pangu is altruistic. No matter his dissatisfaction with the Tao will fulfill its purpose. Pangu's demise propelled the normal cycle of the universe, bestowing great merit. The Tao cannot be fathomed. If one cannot reach that level, they will remain ignorant of certain truths. The Tao is indeed impartial. After a long while, Qingchen murmured softly. Chapter 36. The changes of the three races and the second teaching of the Tao. Time flows swiftly, and 3,000 years have passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 millennia, the primordial world underwent tremendous changes, with countless beings discovering methods of cultivation. The general strength of these beings reached the true immortal realm, with those of exceptional talent attaining the profound immortal level, and a few even reaching the golden immortal realm. The innate 3 races, having gained insights from their teachings, saw their leaders organize the elite members of their clans to mutually correspond their understandings of the Tao. In just 3,000 years, the power of the three races experienced a significant surge. If previously the innate three races relied solely on their extraordinary abilities and unparalleled talents to dominate the primordial world, now they completely rely on their own cultivation to command it. Over the span of 3,000 years, countless elite members of the three races have reached the golden immortal level, with many more achieving the profound immortal realm. As for the true immortal and celestial immortal realms, their numbers are as abundant as the stars in the sky. Furthermore, the insights gained from their teachings have enabled the talented members of the three races to learn unique skills, such as alchemy, artifact forging, and formations, among others. Since their teachings, the innate three races have extensively gathered primordial spiritual roots and precious materials for artifact forging, with the assistance of vast quantities of primordial spiritual roots and medicinal herbs. A significant number of alchemists and artifact forgers have emerged in a short period. Such achievements are entirely expected, as the primordial realm is replete with heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Utilizing this abundance, even a novice alchemist or artifact forger can ascend to a master level in a remarkably short time. It would indeed be strange if this were not the case. With the support of a plethora of spiritual elixirs, the cultivation of the members of the three races has been elevated to an unimaginable height. Although the primordial realm has yet to reach the peak era of golden immortals walking everywhere and quasi-sages being as common as dogs, it has certainly begun to take shape. It is believed that it will not be long before the overall cultivation strength of the three innate races reaches an incomprehensible level, despite the advancements in cultivation. These developments have also brought about certain issues. Firstly, the three races are inherently proud, with the Phoenix clan being particularly haughty compared to the other two. They often perceive themselves as superior, and even minor disputes in communication can lead to significant conflicts. Additionally, the members of the three races frequently refer to themselves as the overlords of the primordial world, leaving no room for doubt about their superiority over one another. Over time, this has led to escalating tensions among the three races. While minor conflicts may go unnoticed, major confrontations often arise from the accumulation of smaller disputes. 3,000 years may seem neither long nor short. For these inherently born races, it is merely the blink of an eye, a fleeting moment. Throughout this span, countless minor frictions have arisen, ultimately escalating into significant conflicts that gave rise to the later Great War among the three tribes. Qingchen slowly opened his eyes, a beam of silver light radiating forth. Soaring towards the heavens, simple yet profound, imbued with a hint of desolation, this moment truly encapsulated Qingchen's essence. Although his cultivation level had not increased, this moment of enlightenment held boundless benefits for him. Firstly, he grasped the path he must follow and corrected the course he was destined to take. Whether right or wrong, he would steadfastly pursue his own path. Pangu may have fallen, but was that not also Pangu's path? In that instant of chaos being reenacted, Qingchen had attained a complete understanding of himself. This moment, a remarkable transformation occurred within him. Though the desolate aura of the chaotic demon had not dissipated, he now possessed something uniquely special. Beneath an unassuming exterior lay an infinite reservoir of power, concealing a heart of Tao that had become exquisitely transparent and refined. At this juncture, Qingchen had truly stepped onto the threshold of the great Tao. Although attaining the great Tao would require countless years, perhaps an entire calamity or an immeasurable number of them, whether he could take that final step depended on Qingchen himself. The time of 3,000 years had come. It was time to impart teachings. Upon concluding his words, Qingchen stepped forward. In a flash, he appeared within the Taoist venue, where the passage of 3,000 years had brought little change. The spiritual energy and the essence of the stars remained as abundant as ever. Yet to Qingchen's eyes, everything now exuded a vibrant charm. He raised his hand, sending a gust of wind towards the great bell outside, the sound resonating in a continuous clang. Two beams of azure and white light flickered, revealing Qiangqi and Qingyu before Qingchen. "Greetings, esteemed master," they exclaimed in unison. Observing Qiangqi and Qingyu, Qingchen smiled gently, remarking, "In these 3,000 years, your cultivation has improved significantly, especially you, Qingyu, who has now reached the late stage of golden immortal. With a bit more effort, the path to Tai is within reach." Overjoyed, Qingyu responded, having matured over these 3 millennia, though still resembling a child, her intellect had gradually matured, displaying a lively and delicate demeanor imbued with a touch of sophistication. "Thank you for your praise, esteemed master. I have diligently cultivated throughout these 3,000 years." Qingyu beamed with delight. expressing her gratitude while playfully nudging Qingchen in response. Qingchen gritted his teeth in irritation, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Qingchen suppressed a chuckle, choosing to ignore the jesting, for 3,000 years had passed, and he was to commence the second teaching. Hearing this, Qingchen and Qingniu immediately adopted serious expressions. Qingchen, noticing their demeanor, laughed heartily, saying, "There is no need to be so solemn. This is merely a teaching, not a battle." Qingchen and Qingniu exchanged glances, their faces slightly flushed, lowering their heads. Qingchen stepped down from his cloud bed, strolling leisurely. Qingchen, upon seeing this, promptly advanced a few steps, lowering himself to allow Qingchen to mount his broad back. Qingchen smiled slightly, stepping onto Qingchen's expansive form, while Qingniu stood attentively beside them. That a vibrant cloud of 5 colors began to rise. And with a powerful flap of Qingchen's wings, they ascended towards the East Sea. The time of 3,000 years had arrived. When would the master arrive? A blue-clad cultivator inquired. Silence. How could you presume to predict when the master will come? A blue-robed cultivator admonished. No sooner had the words left his lips than the heavens opened, a magnificent purple aura cascading down, accompanied by a myriad of auspicious phenomena and fragrant blossoms. The spectacle was grand beyond measure, with the scent of auspiciousness wafting towards the East Sea. Witnessing this scene, the myriad beings of the East Sea recognized the master had arrived. The master they spoke of was, of course, Qingchen, who had long been revered as master by the beings who gathered to hear his teachings. Though Qingchen had yet to arrive in person, the celestial signs heralded his coming. That we welcome the illustrious master. The multitude of beings gathered in the East Sea numbered in the hundreds of millions, their voices merging into a thunderous roar that eclipsed the celestial phenomenon, echoing across the vast expanse of the Honghuang continent. Even from 100,000 miles away, the sound could be distinctly heard. A flash of silver brilliance appeared, revealing a silver-haired youth with an enchanting visage, riding upon a beast resembling a winged tiger. As the youth arrived, countless auspicious signs surged towards the East Sea. 3,000 years have passed. I shall commence my second teaching. Chapter 37. Enlightening beings and dispelling doubts. The time of 3,000 years has come. I shall commence my second teaching. As Qingchen's words resonated, he did not wait for the beings to settle, confidently proclaiming, "The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth. The named is the mother of all things. Therefore, always remain desireless to observe its subtlety, and always possess desires to observe its manifestations. These two emerge from the same source, but are given different names. Both are called the profound. The profound within the profound is the gateway to all mysteries. The supreme great Tao flowed from Qingchen's lips, yet this time, no celestial signs accompanied the teaching. The teachings he imparted were of a plain yet profound nature, considerably more advanced than the paths of transformation taken by beings. The teachings conveyed were of the Tao above the Qingchen level. Though no celestial signs appeared, the profundity of the teachings was immeasurable. Those below the Qingchen level found themselves bewildered, as if listening to a celestial scripture, anxiously pulling at their ears, displaying various comical expressions. Observing this, Qingchen remained unfazed, continuing his explanation. Time rapidly passed within this 3,000-year teaching journey. As the lecture drew to a close, Qingchen spoke gently. If any of you have questions, feel free to ask. At that moment, a creature that resembled neither horse nor beast stepped forward and inquired. Dare I ask, esteemed master, since our transformation, have we all been modeled after the appearance of the great deity Pangu? Qingchen regarded it with mild surprise, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he replied. The fact that you can pose such a question indicates you possess some wisdom. After a pause, he continued. When the Honghuang first began, numerous races emerged, each with their own peculiar forms. Later, through the process of natural selection, those who took on human forms often progressed in their cultivation more swiftly, as the human form most closely aligns with the principles of heaven and earth. The spine has 24 segments to correspond with the 24 qi. The lungs have 12 sections, known as the 12 layers. The navel is the ancestral palace, referred to as Huangting. The heart is known as the Jiangong, the lungs as Huagai, the tongue beneath as Huaqi. The soles of the feet is Yongquan, and an inch and 3/10 beneath the navel as Fengdu. The small intestines are represented by the 18 plates, known as the 18 hells, while the waterways are the earth door, and the ducts are the yumen. Within this one body lies the essence of heaven and earth and the nurturing of all things. The left molars strike 8 notes, producing the golden bell. The right molars strike 8 notes, producing the jade bell. The front teeth strike 8 notes, producing the dharma drum, with a total of 24 resonances responding to the 24 qi. Therefore, all forms of transformation are fundamentally based on attaining the human form. Practice day and night. Upon hearing this, the multitude of beings experienced an epiphany. The human form, as the innate embodiment of the Tao, inherently contains the great principles of heaven and earth, thus enabling the most rapid cultivation and deeper comprehension of the heavenly path. If there are no further questions, let us proceed to the next stage that I hope you all will earnestly grasp these teachings, as it may well preserve your lives. Qingchen's explanation immediately piqued the interest of the newly transformed small demons. For the greatest allure for them was not magical treasures or spiritual herbs, but the means to survive in this vast Honghuang continent. I shall now explain the path of qi cultivation, so that you may understand. The beings of Honghuang rejoiced at this, expressing profound gratitude for Qingchen's benevolence. The method of qi cultivation entails inhaling and exhaling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to transform oneself. Strengthening the body. Every great master draws upon the essence of heaven and earth to refine themselves. The path of qi cultivation ranges from simple to complex, and not all small demons could fully comprehend it. Some grasped the essence immediately, filled with joy, while others of slightly lesser talent could only glean a fraction, yet remained wholeheartedly attentive to Qingchen's teachings. Some took alternative measures to record the teachings for later reflection. If any of you have uncertainties, feel free to ask, and I shall explain them one by one. After concluding a segment, Qingchen devoted a little time to resolve the questions of the confused small demons. Although he need not have done so, he chose to exercise patience, recognizing that these beings sincerely sought the path, and in the future, they might extend their gratitude. Master, I have a question. May I seek your guidance? A golden-haired, fair-faced youth began. Qingchen's discerning gaze pierced through the youth's essence, revealing his true form as a Tiango, heavenly dog. Qingchen mused inwardly, recalling the details of the Tiango. In Ancient, there exists a beast resembling a raccoon with a white head, known as Tiango, whose sound resembles that of a rolling drum, capable of warding off malign forces. What is your question? Upon meeting the esteemed teacher, the celestial hound, with a respectful gesture, conveyed the knowledge of the little demon. It expressed that the spiritual essence of heaven and earth had awakened, and all spiritual beings were daily absorbing and expelling spiritual energy in pursuit of transformation. Previously, the teacher had mentioned that those little demons who had transformed were storing this spiritual energy within their dantian. The little demon pondered whether the myriad of untransformed spiritual beasts, whether they be terrestrial creatures, scaled beings, or avian entities, could also absorb and store spiritual energy in their dantian. Qingchen responded, affirming that all spiritual beings could indeed store spiritual energy within their dantian. The celestial hound then inquired, might I ask, teacher, how can one differentiate the dantian of various untransformed spiritual beasts, given their diverse appearances? Finally, it voiced a question that had long lingered in its heart. Qingchen, slightly taken aback, did not anticipate that 2 consecutive inquiries from such beings would reveal such profound insight, leading them to contemplate such a question, reflecting on the diversity of spiritual beasts and their unique dantian. He mused, since spiritual beasts vary, their dantian may differ as well. That the boundless gives rise to the ultimate. One may establish a dantian in a certain part of the body, thus addressing the discrepancy in the dantian of spiritual beasts. He paused, asking, is this answer satisfactory? The celestial hound was momentarily stunned, realizing the teacher had seen through its true nature. However, after a brief moment, it chuckled self-deprecatingly, recognizing the teacher's immense power to easily perceive its essence. Qingchen observed this, a subtle smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, though not overtly. The celestial hound, taken aback by the honor, expressed its gratitude, saying, thank you, teacher, for clarifying my doubts. I have no further questions. And slowly retreated to the side. A gentle voice arose. Might I inquire, teacher, are we limited to absorbing only this spiritual energy, unable to draw from other sources? Upon hearing this, Qingchen turned towards the source of the voice, and beheld a delicate figure with hair cascading elegantly, lightly adorned brows, eyes sparkling with vitality, skin smooth as fine jade, and lips as vibrant as cherries. Strands of hair danced in the wind, adding to her allure. While her lively eyes twinkled with mischief, clad in a pale green gown, her waist was slender, exuding an ethereal beauty, reminiscent of a six-tailed black fox. Qingchen praised inwardly, stating, "Beyond the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the essence of the sun and moon, and the power of countless stars may also serve for breathing and absorption." The six-tailed fox bowed in thanks and gracefully withdrew. Qingchen nodded, and soon a few more little demons posed their inquiries, all of which he answered in turn. Fortunately, the content of his teachings was relatively comprehensible, resulting in few questions. Had the subject been more esoteric, it would have surely overwhelmed them. The topics discussed included various spells, such as the 5 elements escape technique, palm thunder, and flight technique. Simple yet powerful spells that, when mastered, could ensure survival in the primordial chaos. As Qingchen imparted his teachings, the throng of creatures surrounding the eastern sea grew denser, filling the skies, land, and waters with a myriad of beings. Qingchen resembled a nurturing mentor, imparting knowledge to each spiritual beast. He believed that most creatures in the primordial realm possessed low cultivation levels, and his teachings aimed to equip them with means of survival amidst future calamities. He was acutely aware that following the War of the Gods, many wild spirits and beasts had fallen victim to self-proclaimed righteous beings, either being slain or captured. Qingchen wished to spare these innocent beings from lacking the strength to protect themselves when disasters struck. By sharing cultivation methods, he endeavored to provide them with a means of survival. Ultimately, however, their diligence in learning was their own responsibility. Neglect in studying would likely lead to their demise during the impending calamities. Qingchen's only hope was to enhance their chances of survival in the face of impending disaster, ensuring they would not perish unjustly. The teachings emphasized the principle: man follows the earth follows heaven, heaven follows the Tao, and the Tao follows nature. Thus, this session concluded, marking the last teaching for another 3,000 years. After the 3 sessions, the students were urged to diligently practice, refraining from committing needless acts of violence based on their current cultivation levels. Qingchen's teaching began with a profound exposition of the Tao Te Ching, followed by detailed explanations, allowing these lesser beings to comprehend the heavenly principles. Not only would those at the celestial and true immortal stages gain insights, but even those at the golden immortal level would find moments of enlightenment. Farewell, esteemed teacher. The multitude of beings in the primordial realm bid adieu, as a flash of silver light signaled Qingchen's sudden disappearance. Chapter 38. The conspiracy of 3 clans desiring to incite discord. Purple mist enveloped the mountains, auspicious energy shrouded the land, and radiant hues adorned the sky. White cranes danced gracefully, while the dark apes displayed their fruits with toothy grins that eye in the direction of the sun. Vast fields of medicinal herbs flourished, brimming with rare treasures of the primordial realm, destined to be destroyed in the coming calamities. With bricks of 10,000-year warm jade, enveloped in mist, streams of spiritual energy flowed, while countless medicinal herbs exuded enchanting fragrances, radiating a myriad of dazzling colors: red, green, purple, blue, yellow, gold, and more. An awe-inspiring spectacle. Colorful butterflies fluttered gracefully, weaving through the vibrant scene, their long tails trailing elegantly, scattering multicolored powder that nourished the herbs. This was the illustrious Kunlun Mountain. Following the conclusion of his teachings, Qingchen dismissed Xiongqi and Qingniao, embarking on a solitary journey through the primordial realm on a cloud. This time, many formidable beings were still engrossed in secluded cultivation. Among the myriad beings traversing the primordial realm, aside from the 3 innate clans, it was primarily the myriad spirits of the primordial realm. Qingchen journeyed eastward on his cloud, traversing immeasurable distances until he arrived at a renowned celestial mountain. Is this indeed the illustrious Kunlun Mountain? He pondered. The 3 purities are still in the process of gestation, yet to manifest. With thoughts swirling, he directed his formidable consciousness towards the entire mountain. However, a particular area emanated an aura of profound mystery. As he approached this enigmatic site, he discovered a grand Taiji yin-yang formation protecting the region, with winds, thunder, fire, and the dual energies of yin and yang intermittently manifesting to safeguard the formation. Surely, the 3 purities dwell beyond this great formation. Qingchen mused, and as he approached, the formation activated autonomously. Countless winds, thunder, fire, and the energies of yin and yang surged forth like a torrential tide, cascading towards him. Qingchen merely smiled, as if greeted by a gentle spring breeze. With a wave of his sleeve, a refreshing wind swept through, causing the myriad attacks to vanish into thin air. His eyes gleamed with a silvery light, and a captivating smile graced his strikingly handsome face. He stepped forward, a blue lotus blooming beneath his feet, supporting his every move with grace. With each step, another lotus appeared, ensuring his descent remained steady, as if he walked upon a path of flowers. Within the formation, Qingchen moved with a fluidity that seemed chaotic, yet followed a specific rhythm. Observers would note that while his feet moved, his body remained unwavering, tracing a straight line forward that as radiance appeared. Celestial beings presented fruits, deer bore flowers, the blue phoenix danced, and the colorful phoenix sang. Flowers bloomed daily, fruits ripened in due time. Mist and vapor meandered, seasons changed without marking the years. The ground was replete with spiritual herbs. Red fruits, ginseng, and other treasures of heaven and earth. Celestial cranes soared, jade rabbits frolicked, spiritual turtles exhaled, and golden scales leaped from the waters. As he walked, auspicious energy surged, mist billowed, and purple light pierced the heavens, revealing 3 streams of clear energy standing tall, suffused with the essence of creation and virtue. At the center of these 3 streams stood a golden pagoda, the heaven and earth mysterious yellow Linglong pagoda, a treasure of unparalleled virtue. This treasure held the power to ensure invincibility, serving as a protective charm. Familiar energies emanated from the 3 streams, and they resonated with a sound akin to speaking to Qingchen. He sighed lightly, for regardless of circumstances, Pangu's fall remained a lingering regret in his heart. Though Qingchen had attained enlightenment in the great Tao, achieving a perfect state of mind, the human aspect of him had become increasingly vibrant. He possessed the same emotions and desires as any being. While he cultivated the principles of the Tao, he did not pursue the path of absolute detachment like Taishang Laojun. Rather, Qingchen cherished the emotions tied to the human experience. He believed that it was the presence of emotions that defined humanity, allowing for creativity and connection. For him, this was the essence of existence, a culmination of countless years of arduous cultivation. Although he had glimpsed the Tao, the final leap remained elusive and required divine timing. Thus, the countless years ahead would not be spent in solitary cultivation. That was clearly impossible. Qingchen had already envisioned a future filled with exploration through the primordial realm, establishing numerous celestial abodes for future generations to uncover. The essence of being a celestial being lay in the freedom to roam. Qingchen's fingers moved like a blade, with strands of sword energy flowing at his fingertips. He pointed towards the mountain wall, and profound truths were immediately inscribed upon its surface, an inexplicable aura circulating endlessly. Finally, with a flash of silver light, all mysterious energies vanished into the stone wall. After a glance, Qingchen smiled gently and stepped onto the auspicious clouds, departing gracefully. It is said that after Qingchen's second discourse on the primordial world, countless beings in the vast expanse of the wilderness acquired methods for cultivation. Day and night, they absorbed spiritual energy and exhaled it, with waves of radiant light continuously emerging. An innate spiritual energy surged towards the myriad beings engaged in this process. The momentum was immense. On the day of Qingchen's teachings in the Eastern Sea, he utilized his magical power to amplify his voice, allowing it to resonate throughout the primordial realms, a true boon for all beings of the wilderness. The 3 innate tribes, having a naturally profound foundation, not only possessed robust physical forms, but also inherently grasped certain principles. This enabled them to wield formidable divine abilities, contingent upon the amount of Pangu's essence they contained. Powerful beings like the ancestral dragon, transformed from Pangu's lineage, naturally held significant amounts of Pangu's essence, except for a few dragons born later than the ancestral dragon. The rest of the dragon lineage was formed from its own essence, leading to a considerable reduction in the Pangu powers they possessed. Following Qingchen's teachings, the 3 innate tribes acquired methods for cultivation, and given their extraordinary nature, the spiritual energy required for their training was tremendously vast. In just a few thousand years, the strength of these tribes grew to an unparalleled height. During this brief period, the collective power of the 3 tribes surpassed that of other primordial races, establishing them as the undisputed overlords of the wilderness. However, as the innate tribes enhanced their own strength, they became dissatisfied with the subordinate races they led. The upper echelons of the 3 tribes secretly plotted to dominate the entire wilderness. aspiring to become the unequivocal rulers of this realm. Yet, such grand ambitions were not easily realized. The other two tribes were formidable adversaries, and if one tribe annihilated another, it would result in a loss greater than the victory achieved. The surviving tribe would naturally ascend to dominance, a scenario that could not be permitted. Consequently, the leaders of the three tribes issued a series of commands to accelerate the enhancement of their own power. Only with formidable strength could they completely reign over the wilderness. Without it, all aspirations would remain mere fantasies. Although the majority of the tribes were engrossed in arduous cultivation, a few wayward youths roamed the wilderness, either slaying other beings or engaging in brawls at the slightest provocation. Subtly, fissures began to form among the three tribes, leading to the eventual war for supremacy among them. Chapter 39. The Pangu and the Gift of the Grand Array after 6,000 years of development. The primordial world had entered a rapid phase of growth. Countless beings had generally attained the realm of Qingchen, with many also reaching the golden immortal stage. In summary, the development of the primordial world was thriving. Since returning from Kunlun Mountain, Qingchen had taken to traversing the wilderness daily upon clouds, witnessing the significant enhancement of the primordial realm, which filled his heart with joy. He believed it would not be long before the primordial world ushered in an era where golden immortals walked freely, and quasi-saints were as numerous as dogs, a remarkably powerful age that was not far off. The endless primordial mountain ranges stretched forth like a colossal dragon trapped in the heavens, lying prostrate among the peaks. Its head proudly raised, claws extending, and tail twisting in a magnificent display. The mountains were lush and verdant, with towering trees and rare herbs flourishing. Ginseng could be found every 10 steps, while rare grasses appeared every 100 steps. Sheer cliffs adorned with cascading waterfalls created a breathtaking spectacle, with droplets falling like pearls upon a jade plate, their sounds crisp and melodious, a testament to the enduring strength of water, embodying the essence of Tai Chi in its subtlety. Mist swirled, white fog enveloped the land, creating an ethereal and dreamlike atmosphere, as if one had entered a celestial realm. Deep valleys harbored warm springs, purple chi coalescing in the sky, radiating brilliance, with swirling vapors entwining. The earth's veins released torrents of yellow chi, mingling with the essence of the sun and moon, generating a jade-colored auspiciousness that burst forth, illuminating the surroundings with myriad rays of light, akin to a vibrant sea of colors. Countless shimmering mirrors were embedded within the valleys, flashing like stars, while silver-scaled creatures leaped about, hiding countless treasures within. A bull with sharp horns bore the moonlight at its apex, sparkling like scattered diamonds against the night sky. While it waded through the waters, lowering its head to drink, silver koi occasionally leapt into the air, their bodies entwined with moonlight, like silken ribbons cascading down, ethereal and unobstructed, their patterns dancing gracefully in the void. Qingchen soared through the vast sea of clouds on 5-colored auspicious clouds, traversing countless mountain ranges. Along the way, he encountered numerous spiritual roots and rare materials for refining artifacts, amassing an abundance of innate spiritual roots that filled him with great satisfaction. At this moment, Qingchen's consciousness suddenly detected an aura reminiscent of Pangu. Following this sensation, he pursued it until he arrived at its source. Before a towering peak, he beheld a magnificent palace, reaching into the clouds. Its grandeur obscured by swirling mists, as he activated his heavenly eye. He pierced through layers of starlight and clouds, revealing a colossal palace standing among the countless mountains of the primordial realm. Its ancient and desolate air palpable, miasma and ominous energy lingered around this palace, which was encircled by a massive, malevolent formation. The oppressive aura surged upwards, seemingly intent on tearing through the heavens. Upon the entrance of the palace, 3 enormous ancient inscriptions read Pangu, exuding an archaic and solemn atmosphere, the powerful energy swirling around these inscriptions as if yearning to breach the celestial dome. However, just as this force sought to break through, it was thwarted by an invisible barrier, causing the miasma and malevolence to coalesce outside the palace. Qingchen, with his discerning eye, recognized this place as the sacred ground of the 12 ancestral shaman. The Pangu. Having discovered the Pangu, it was only natural that the 12 ancestral shamans would be nearby, in an instant. Qingchen's consciousness swept across the vast expanse surrounding the area, detecting 12 life forces intertwined with miasma and malevolence directly in front of the Pangu. Qingchen surmised that these must be the 12 ancestral shamans. With a thought, he shifted his form and reappeared at the location where the 12 energies converged. Indeed, there they were, the 12 ancestral shamans. Qingchen noted that what lay before him were 12 indistinct silhouettes, blending miasma and malevolence, merely taking shape. They were still far from fully formed, requiring at least another tribulation's time to the center of these figures. A drop of blood radiating immense power was releasing vast magical fluctuations, simultaneously absorbing the surrounding miasma and malevolence to nurture these 12 lives. These 12 beings were destined to become the 12 ancestral shamans who would later dominate the primordial realm alongside the demon race for countless eons. Yet, in their current state, they were but vague shadows, lacking even the most basic contours, let alone possessing any intelligence. Qingchen observed that the 12 ancestral shamans were arranged in a specific formation. Are these 12 ancestral shamans not supposed to align according to the great array of heavenly spirits? Qingchen pondered, frowning. Suddenly, a realization struck him. I had forgotten. Since the day I vanquished the 12 chaotic demonic gods, I have not bestowed the great array of heavenly spirits upon Pangu. Could it be that these 12 ancestral shamans are not arranged according to this profound formation? With this thought, Qingchen's mind shifted, and he continued, if the shaman race lacks the great array of heavenly spirits, how can they hope to compete with the demon race? The Zhou Star Do formation of the demon race is renowned, and only the great array of heavenly spirits can stand against it. Yet now, without the great array of heavenly spirits, what can the shaman race do? Qingchen furrowed his brows in deep contemplation, when suddenly a surge of joy washed over him. But I possess the great array of heavenly spirits, he exclaimed. However, he quickly frowned again. Yet this formation requires the practitioner to possess considerable strength, with the minimum requirement being a physical body of innate spiritual treasure caliber. And that is merely the bare minimum. The shaman race will need an indeterminate amount of time to refine their bodies to that level. Moreover, in the primordial realm, employing spiritual energy to refine one's body to match the strength of an innate spiritual treasure simply could not compare to the formidable bodies forged from chaos energy by the chaotic demonic gods. This would ultimately endanger the ancestral shamans. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Qingchen furrowed his brow deeper in contemplation. Gradually, as Qingchen's thoughts unfolded, time slipped by quietly. A century has elapsed, and Qingchen remains lost in contemplation. 2 centuries have passed, yet Qingchen still ponders 300 years, 500 years, 1,000 years, 1,500 years, 2,000 years, 2,500 years. Finally, after 2,500 years of introspection, a solution dawns upon Qingchen. Suddenly, he assumes a lotus position, his eyes tightly shut. His consciousness retracts, submerging into the sea of awareness, as his primordial spirit circulates, connecting with the profound Tao, within the spatial realm of the Purple Mansion. A 3-tiered lotus, symbolizing Qingchen's essence, begins to bloom gradually. The petals unfold, exuding a misty aura and an enchanting fragrance, as the energies of creation flow in from the outside, converging upon the 3-tiered lotus. Within this lotus and its seed sits a youthful figure, strikingly similar to Qingchen, a handsome young man with sword-like brows and starry eyes, silver hair cascading over his shoulders, exuding an otherworldly charm. Albeit his form appears diminutive by innumerable measures, this is indeed the primordial spirit of Qingchen, who is now a petite and cherubic infant, seated in meditation. At this moment, the infant opens his eyes and slightly parts his delicate lips. A wave of ethereal mist escapes, accompanied by a fragrant breeze, as the infant's chubby hands flail gracefully, causing countless Tao inscriptions to float within the Purple Mansion. It is Qingchen channeling his primordial spirit, harmonizing with the forces of heaven and earth to aid his deduction. Time swiftly flows by, and in the blink of an eye, 200 years have quietly passed. Qingchen opens his eyes, and a beam of sword energy bursts forth, shattering layers of murky air and malevolence, soaring into the heavens. An invisible aura wall suddenly appears, and the arcane power circulates, dissipating the sword energy in an instant. Although the original Tianxin formation requires an individual of exceedingly high cultivation to set up, my revised version significantly reduces the difficulty, allowing it to be established with merely the cultivation of a quasi-saint, while its potency may not reach even a billionth of the authentic version. It is more than sufficient to counter the mere demon clan using the great array of the celestial stars. During these 2,700 years, Qingchen has been in seclusion, comprehending the Qingchen formation, while simultaneously studying the 12 primordial purple auras at his command, acquired when Qingchen vanquished the 12 chaos demons, which he did not hand over to Pangu. At last, he has gleaned some insights into the authentic Qingchen formation, which he utilized to fabricate a counterfeit version. Though it cannot summon the avatars of the Tao, it can indeed call forth the fragmented consciousness of Pangu scattered throughout the primordial world. Thanks to the 12 quasi-saints. Furthermore, this Qingchen formation can reassemble Pangu's shattered consciousness to summon his true essence. For even the Pangu consciousness summoned by the combined might of these 12 quasi-saints is beyond the comprehension of the demon clan. The Pangu at the pinnacle of chaos is simply unfathomable to beings yet to attain the chaos stage. Only those who reach the chaos stage can begin to grasp the terror of the chaos demon god, who stands on the threshold of the Tao, as even Qingchen himself cannot contend with Pangu at that apex, let alone the diminutive demon clan, whose fragments of consciousness still harbor a portion of Pangu's formidable power. With a wave of his hand, a silver radiance instantaneously transforms into 12 slender beams of silver light. Entering the bodies of the 12 ancestral witches, Qingchen bursts into laughter, eagerly anticipating the moment the witch clan summons Pangu's consciousness, as he shall once again reunite with his companions of countless eons. Ha ha! As his hearty laughter resonates, a flash of silver light envelopes him, and he vanishes in an instant, leaving behind the 12 indistinct figures diligently absorbing the power derived from Pangu's essence. Chapter 40. The conclusion of the teachings. Time slips away quietly, often unnoticed. 300 years can neither be deemed long nor short. Throughout these 3 centuries, the primordial continent has continued its steady development, revealing a vibrant and flourishing landscape. The time for Qingchen's third discourse has arrived, gathering millions of beings along the shores of the Eastern Sea. Whether scales, feathers, or fur, countless beings from various races congregate at the banks of the Eastern Sea, their expressions solemn and respectful, patiently awaiting the third and final lecture. They understand that this discourse may be their last opportunity to hear the Tao, making it an occasion of profound significance for the beings of the primordial realm. They remain poised, eagerly anticipating Qingchen's arrival. At this moment, a brilliant light emerges from the heavens, and golden lotuses burst forth from the earth. As myriad alluring fragrances materialize, celestial maidens scatter flowers, auspicious energies fill the air, and ethereal purple mist stretches for 30,000 miles. A golden bridge appears, adorned with golden lotuses, radiant clouds, and countless blossoms, forming an exquisitely magnificent archway. The skies brim with auspicious clouds, rare beasts, and mythical creatures, all manifesting in a grand spectacle. Amidst this wondrous scene, a silver-haired youth, with piercing eyes and an enchanting visage, rides upon a mythical beast. With the arrival of this youth, countless celestial phenomena accompany him. As a ray of aurora descends from the heavens like an immense waterfall, the imposing presence is majestic, as the aurora gracefully envelopes the youth, draping him in a garment of resplendent hues. This young man is none other than Qingchen. As he steps down, an ethereal lotus appears, gracefully supporting his every move. With each step he takes, a lotus blooms, creating a path of blossoms beneath him. The miraculous powers of a sage leave all present in awe. Upon witnessing this divine manifestation, billions of beings bow their heads in reverence to the seemingly unfathomable youth before them. Qingchen offers a gentle smile, and in that instant, 100 flowers burst into bloom, golden lotuses carpeting the ground. At this level of cultivation, his every word and action aligns effortlessly with the natural order of the cosmos. Seated in meditation, a colossal lotus suddenly springs forth to support Qingchen. This lotus, shimmering in silvery white hues and comprising approximately 12 tears, is not a primordial treasure but rather an ethereal creation formed from the boundless innate spiritual energy of the primordial realm. Although it is an illusion, it possesses some protective qualities. Once seated, Qingchen does not linger with idle chatter, instead delving directly into the profound teachings of the Tao. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The supreme principles of the Tao flow from his lips, and a radiant light envelopes the surroundings, as golden lotuses spring forth from the earth. Accompanied by fragrant breezes and boundless ethereal mists, countless lotuses materialize, while numerous ethereal maidens scatter fragrant flowers and unending purple mist arcs across the heavens. The sounds of the Tao transform into mysterious symbols and images, shimmering in golden hues, manifesting and vanishing, as inscriptions swirl, glowing with brilliance. Various realms of the Tao evolve into an immeasurable world, its length unknown, its breadth unfathomable, its height beyond comprehension, its depths inscrutable. In that moment, the changing seasons of the world unfold. Spring brings forth blessings and vitality. Flowers bloom, captivating the eye, while shallow grasses hide the hooves of horses. The bright moon startles the magpie from its perch. As the cool breeze stirs the cicadas in the night, the fragrance of rice blossoms signals a bountiful harvest, accompanied by the chorus of frogs. The autumn light, cold as a painted screen, is met by the gentle flutter of a small fan chasing after fireflies. The azure sky and golden leaves paint the autumn landscape, where hills and valleys are intertwined, enveloped in the misty greens of cold smoke. As birds cease to fly across the mountains, and human traces vanish from the paths. An isolated boatman in a straw cape fishes alone in the snowy river. In that moment, the sacred realms of Taoism are revealed. Perilous peaks ascend, towering and steep. Auspicious grasses flourish, and spiritual herbs grow abundantly. Roots connect with the earth's essence, while tops reach for the heavens. Verdant pines and willows, purple chrysanthemums and red plums, azure peaches and silver ginkgos, fire jujubes and pear trees abound. Celestial elders paint, while reclusive hermits play go. Wise sages discuss the Tao, quietly articulating profound truths. Monsters listen intently to the scriptures, as foxes heed the teachings. Bears gnash their teeth, while leopards dance and monkeys howl. Dragons roar, and tigers growl, as the verdant world resonates with the melodies of nature. In that moment, the wondrous realms of Buddhism manifest. Precious flames illuminate the sun and moon, while exotic fragrances and subtle colors abound. Amidst the treasure grove, endless vistas unfold, while at the eight virtues pool. Auspicious jewels fall like rain. Rare celestial flowers, seldom seen by mortals, bloom amidst ethereal music. The Western paradise is truly enviable, where lotus petals are born. The ephemeral blooms release fragrances that fill the air, and the relics gleam with exquisite beauty. The Pure Land of ultimate bliss is adorned with 7 layers of railings, 7 layers of nets, and 7 layers of trees, all comprised of 4 precious materials. Encircling the realm, within it lies a pool of 7 treasures, filled with the waters of 8 virtues, with a golden sand floor at its base. The pathways around are crafted from gold, silver, glass, and crystal. Above are pavilions, also decorated with gold, silver, glass, conch shells, red pearls, and agate. The lotus flowers in the pool bloom as large as wheels, radiating a spectrum of colors: green, yellow, red, and white, exuding a delicate fragrance. At all times, heavenly mandala flowers rain down. Diverse and colorful birds, white cranes, peacocks, parrots, sacred birds, and kalinga birds, sing harmonious melodies at all hours. Their songs resonate with the 5 senses, the 7 branches of enlightenment, and the Eightfold Path, imparting profound teachings, truly vast and profoundly serene. Pure and dignified. In a moment, the torments of hell are laid bare. The hanging muscle prison, the shadowy detention, the fiery pit, desolate and solitary, filled with incessant worries and vexations, all stemming from myriad misdeeds committed in life, leading to the suffering of retribution and death. The Pangu prison, the tongue-tearing prison, the skin-stripper prison, weeping and wailing, sorrowful and tragic, are all due to disloyalty and unfilial acts that violate the natural order, leading to a fall into this abyss. The grinding prison, the mortar prison, the chariot crash prison, flesh torn and skin shredded, silenced yet resentful, result from deceitful hearts and unjust actions, employing flowery words to harm others. The ice prison, the shell-removing prison, the entrail-pulling prison, faces soiled and hair unkempt, brows furrowed in despair, arise from the exploitation of the simple-minded, bringing calamity upon oneself. The oil cauldron prison, the dark prisons, the knife mountain prison. Trembling in fear, filled with deep sorrow, are the consequences of oppression upon the virtuous, hiding in the shadows while suffering in silence. The blood pool prison, the Avicii prison, the scale rod prison, skin stripped and bones exposed, arms broken and muscles severed, all for the sake of greed and murder, slaughtering the innocent, leading to 1,000 years of unexplainable downfall, drowning eternally without hope of redemption. Behold the azure morning star. revealing a crown of auspicious clouds, casting forth immeasurable cool radiance, as the five energies swirl and rise, forming an expanse of formless auspicious clouds, upon which three enormous purple lotuses take root, stretching their stems and unfurling their leaves. Their stalks erect, and their emerald leaves glistening with dew, their petals as large as wheels, spinning endlessly, inhaling and exhaling countless starry luminescence, showering an abundance of spiritual rain. The inscriptions of the Great Way manifest as clusters of golden flowers. Drifting down to the sacred ground, before one's eyes, the azure morning star smiles, and between its brows radiates a myriad of brilliant clouds, known as the great perfection of virtue and light. The great perfection of supreme clarity light, the great perfection of jade clarity light, the great perfection of upper clarity light, the great compassion light, the great wisdom light, the great prajna light, the great samadhi light, the great auspicious light, the great fortune light, the great meritorious light, the great refuge light, the great praise light, and an array of ineffable luminous clouds. Moreover, myriad subtle sounds arise, known as the sound of nectar pouring upon the crown. The sound of the Paramitha of dhyana, the sound of the Paramitha of Shila, the sound of the Paramitha of Samadhi, the sound of the Paramitha of Prajna, the sound of compassion, the sound of joy and generosity, the sound of liberation, the sound of the unconditioned, the sound of wisdom, the sound of great wisdom, the sound of the lion's roar, the sound of the great lion's roar, the sound of clouds and thunder, and the sound of great clouds and thunder. Such ineffable sounds resound as time flows. 3,000 years quietly pass. The voice of the Great Way abruptly ceases, and upon hearing this voice, all beings are left in profound discomfort. Yet within their hearts, they find themselves powerless. With a sigh, they hope that the azure morning star may once again expound upon the primordial truths. I have preached for 9,000 years, and today my merits are complete. Thus I announce to heaven and earth. As soon as these words left the azure morning star's mouth, the heavens transformed, and a tremendous aura surged towards the primordial continent. Under this immense pressure, the beings of the primordial realm felt a terror emanating from the depths of their souls. Their faces turned pale, trembling uncontrollably. Upon witnessing this, the azure morning star waved its right sleeve with a gentle breeze. The oppressive aura vanished in an instant. A massive beam of light, colored in dark yellow, descended from the sky, swirling with the essence of creation and merit. It was the golden light of merit. At this moment, the primordial world had only recently opened, and its inhabitants were still in a state of ignorance. Thus, this first act of teaching bore immeasurable merit. The azure morning star waved its sleeve, and with a gesture, instantly gathered the immense golden light of merit. Gazing at the dazed beings of the primordial realm, the azure morning star smiled faintly and vanished without a trace. Chapter 41. Rapid development of the strong ones in the primordial realm. Time swiftly passes, like a fleeting shadow, as the long years quietly elapse. A span of 10 million years has passed since the azure morning star's third sermon, during which countless races have risen rapidly. The golden immortals, once regarded as a rare existence to be revered by numerous races in the primordial realm, have seen their status change dramatically after 10 million years of development. Now, the golden immortal realm is merely considered a decent level of cultivation. Those below the Tai realm cannot be deemed as masters at all. The number of mighty beings at the Deluo golden immortal realm is also countless, not to mention those below the golden immortal realm. By this time, the primordial realm, after 10 million years of evolution, has transformed into a powerful world, teeming with countless extraordinary beings, with new lives born daily in the hundreds of millions that as new lives emerge. Numerous others also perish. Death and rebirth are eternally intertwined. In the cycle of life and death, the natural changes of existence unfold. The beings of the primordial realm absorb the immense innate spiritual energy daily, causing their cultivation to surge. Since the azure morning star's teachings, countless races in the primordial realm have begun to comprehend the profound truths of the universe. Through countless generations of predecessors, insights have been refined into methods of cultivation. With the advent of cultivation methods, the speed of advancement has skyrocketed. Prior to this, beings relied solely on their own inhalation and exhalation of spiritual energy for cultivation, akin to a snail's pace. Now, with the introduction of cultivation methods, it is as if they have taken a seat in a speeding automobile. Naturally, the more profound the cultivation method, once fully comprehended, the faster the progress becomes, akin to boarding a high-speed train. With the cultivation methods in place, coupled with the abundant innate energy in the primordial realm and the celestial light of countless stars pouring down, the stars of the universe have yet to be controlled by any extraordinary being, allowing the light of the stars to freely illuminate the primordial continent. Over the course of these 10 million years, the dragon, phoenix, and Qingchen races have experienced terrifying developments. Within the three races, the number of beings at the golden immortal realm is countless, and those at the Tai realm are innumerable, while the Deluo golden immortal realm boasts no less than 100,000. Under such overwhelming strength, the three innate races have become the undisputed overlords of the primordial realm. However, as the strength of the three races grows, so too do their ambitions. They gradually expand their territories, covering 1/3 of the primordial realm. Open and covert conflicts abound, and skirmishes between the three races have become countless. Yet these losses do not affect the core of the three races. At most, they amount to mere trivial squabbles. Nevertheless, these grievances have been established. Amidst the conflicts of the three races, countless other races have joined the fray. The animosities between the three races steadily intensify, and clashes erupt frequently. Meanwhile, the Azure Morning Star has been observing the developments and changes within the primordial realm over these 10 million years. All the while remaining silent, the ultimate retreat of the three races from the primordial realm is inevitable, as decreed by the heavenly order, observing the growth and shifts of the Pangu universe. The Azure Morning Star takes note. The rivalry of the three races in the primordial realm appears utterly amusing to him. How could the three innate races aspire to be the protagonists of the heavenly realm? The lords of the primordial? What a joke. The Azure Morning Star scoffs inwardly, turning a blind eye to the conflicts of the three innate races, provided they do not disrupt the primordial world or plunge it back into chaos. As for everything else, they may frolic as they wish. Seated upon the 8 treasure cloud bed, the Azure Morning Star reveals a crown of auspicious clouds. The clouds shimmer with golden light, radiating 5-colored brilliance, illuminating the surroundings with countless heavenly mysteries and profound truths. Lo and behold, 3 flowers gather atop, 5 energies converge, and 5 white waves surge within the auspicious clouds above. There, the innate treasure, the chaos pearl, emits boundless chaotic light, casting a grayish hue reminiscent of the primordial chaos. Additionally, the serene jade flute breathes forth strands of transformative energy, with inscriptions of the Great Way appearing sporadically. The Azure Morning Star calculates the Z-Way doshu, connecting with the forces of fate to predict the timing of the ultimate battle among the three races, wielding formidable power to deduce the outcome. In the distant river of fate, the forms of a dragon, a phoenix, and a Qingchen swirl within the currents. The Azure Morning Star's eyes gleam with divine brilliance as he intensifies his calculations. Suddenly, an overwhelming malevolent aura manifests, countered by a vast, harmonious, and profound presence that obstructs the Azure Morning Star's divine will, preventing him from breaking through. With a frown, the Azure Morning Star chooses to disregard it, focusing instead on his calculations. Yet, a force of rules descends from the void, interfering with his thoughts, rendering him unable to continue. Ultimately, the Azure Morning Star, cautious of the potential impact on future destinies, ceases his computations. However, he arrives at one conclusion. The three innate races shall dominate the primordial realm for at least one epoch. And after this period, they will inevitably retreat. Yet within the river of fate of the three innate races, a mingling of murderous intent in the essence of the way exists, suggesting that these two forces are the ultimate key. With a slight furrow of his brow, the Azure Morning Star soon relaxes. He continues to sit in meditation upon the 8 treasure cloud bed, with auspicious clouds above, the golden light of the cloud sea appearing. Threads of transformative energy weave the duality of yin and yang into a taiji diagram. Subsequently, the chaotic spirit treasure, the vast sword, transforms into chaotic sword energy, sweeping back and forth, while the chaos pearl suddenly shifts into a small expanse of chaos. The elements of earth, wind, water, and fire ceaselessly emerged, as if splitting heaven and earth under the chaotic sword aura, giving rise to a small world from the interplay of pure and turbid energies. It was Qingchen employing his divine abilities, utilizing the chaos pearl and other spiritual treasures to evolve chaos amidst the auspicious clouds above his head, engaging in profound comprehension of the grand Tao that shaped the universe. Above a patch of crimson tinged with violet clouds, a jade flute lay horizontally, exuding the essence of creation that manifested the dual energies of yin and yang, black and white fish entwined. Spinning incessantly, while five-colored rays of light burst forth, the black and white energies of yin and yang surged upwards, coalescing into a spectral image of the Tai Chi disc, with the dualities of Tai Chi permeating the surroundings. The essence of the great Tao, in its simplicity, unfolds as one begets two, two begets three, and three begets myriad things. Within the cosmic cycle, yin and yang reign supreme, while the five elements follow, establishing the foundations of earth. Water, fire, and wind. Within his chest, the five energies manifested in shades of azure, crimson, black, yellow, and white, forming five torrents that surged into the treasure map, akin to a geyser, spewing forth boundless yin and yang energies, profound and esoteric. The essence of the utmost clarity encapsulated within the realm of Tai Chi, where softness overcomes hardness, yielding to the weak and strengthening against the strong. The highest virtue resembles water. It persists imperceptibly. Like water wearing away stone, the auspicious clouds gradually expanded, cautiously intertwining, ultimately blending into a singular hue, enveloping the grand hall in a mist akin to vapor, obscuring vision to an enchanting degree. The maxims of the great Tao occasionally emerged. Echoing from Qingchen's lips, beneath the eight treasures cloud bed, Qingchen and Qingyu sat upon their respective cushions. Qingchen had transformed into a somewhat fierce-looking young man, while Qingyu retained the appearance of a youthful Taoist boy. Albeit after a millennium of time, both had significantly elevated their cultivation, firmly reaching the realm of Daoyuo Jingxian. Despite lacking spiritual treasures, yet their Daoyuo attainments allowed them to traverse the primordial wilderness, though they had not inherited Qingchen's true teachings. Even a mere fragment of the pinnacle of chaos could be deemed a top-tier cultivation method in the wilderness. Such a presence would undoubtedly incite fierce competition among practitioners during this millennium. Both had diligently absorbed the teachings of the great Tao, their cultivation and magical powers ascending daily. In a mere 10 million years, their prowess had reached the zenith of the Daoyuo Jingxian realm. Only a step away from the pseudo-saint realm, approaching sanctity, excluding the mixed primordial Daoyuo Jingxian. In this land devoid of conflict, the primordial wilderness was nonetheless rife with hidden currents. In 1,000 years, countless innate spiritual treasures had emerged. Containing fragments of the heavenly rules, the appearance of these innate treasures had driven innumerable practitioners into a frenzy. Despite the rarity of high-quality ones, even mid-tier treasures incited madness among them, as possessing an innate treasure significantly enhanced survival prospects. In the primordial wilderness, conflicts erupted incessantly, rivers of blood flowed, and a vast cloud of malevolence swirled above the 9 heavens. Only then did the primordial wilderness embody its true essence, affirming the age-old truth. The weak are prey to the strong, and only the fittest survive. Chapter 42. Returning to Buzhou to obtain the treasure of the azure lotus, countless celestial mountains sprawled endlessly, resembling a colossal dragon trapped among the peaks, its head held high. Claws extended, and tail curling in a serpentine manner, spanning thousands of miles. The mountains were lush and verdant, with towering trees piercing the clouds, sheer cliffs adorned with cascading waterfalls, where droplets echoed as they fell into the crevices of the rocks, creating a symphony reminiscent of celestial music. Mist rose, enveloping the landscape, ethereal and dreamlike, blurring the lines between reality and illusion, akin to a fairyland. In the deep valleys, geothermal springs bubbled forth, purple vapors coalesced above, radiant and splendid, while ethereal mists swirled around. The earth's vital energies flowed like a great dragon emerging from the depths of the earth. It was as if the earth's essence was manifesting, combining with the energies of the sun and moon, transforming into an exquisitely crafted ancient mirror of unparalleled beauty. The mirror shimmered with brilliant light, capturing the essence of solar gold. Sporadic sparks of solar true fire flickered, radiating a gentle warmth that nourished all living beings. Amidst the mountains, streams flowed gently, meandering through the cracks, gathering into a hidden spring of the earth's veins. The surface sparkled like scattered stars, silver scales leapt, concealing countless rare treasures within. The moonlit rhinoceros, gazing at the moon, inhaled the celestial light, while the moonlight, like a delicate veil, cascaded from the heavens, forming a chain of brilliance that hung down like a silken ribbon. Ethereal and flawless, casting mottled shadows that danced in the void, the mountains stood majestic, shrouded in mist, where spirit beasts frolicked, peonies and other rare herbs bloomed, their fragrances wafting through the air. Waterfalls splashed, streams babbled, accompanied by the calls of monkeys and tigers, the roars of lions and wolves, while rainbows formed bridges and celestial birds fluttered above, with purple clouds connecting the peaks and strange rocks jutting forth, reminiscent of dawn drinking the morning dew. What a splendid paradise it was! A golden rainbow shot forth, traversing countless voids, disappearing from sight, yet leaving behind a comet-like tail, slicing through the sky like the Milky Way. Clouds and mist intertwined, auspicious energies enveloped the scene. As purple vapors ascended, subtly crafting an exquisite tapestry, after a long while, as the swirling clouds gradually dissipated, auspicious clouds scattered, revealing a silver-haired youth with an otherworldly appearance, riding a creature resembling a tiger with wings. Its howl akin to a dog, its body covered in spiky fur, and a long tail like that of a fox. It was Qingchen. Driven by an impulse, Qingchen sensed a certain object in the primordial realm that bore a connection to him. Thus, he rode Qingchen to explore this vast wilderness. Along the journey, he gathered some rare spiritual treasures and fruits. At this moment, shortly after Pangu opened the heavens, the innate spiritual energy had yet to dissipate, allowing the celestial mountains and blessed lands of the primordial wilderness to nurture countless rare roots and miraculous seeds, an abundance of which, like the 10,000-year red fruit, seemed trivial. Yet, Qingchen paid little heed. Sweeping them into his robes as he passed, indifferent to their nature, he mused that in the future, when spiritual energy became scarce and many rare species disappeared, a single 10,000-year red fruit could incite strife among ordinary practitioners. It would be wiser to seize the opportunity now and gather them all, to bestow upon his disciples later. As he walked, he arrived at a mountain gorge, where the waters trickled and the air was filled with the fragrance of blooming flowers. The abundant, earthly spiritual energy almost liquefied. In the center of the gorge lay a spring, and upon closer inspection, the water had indeed liquefied into a spiritual spring, the spiritual essence infused within it, mingled with incredibly dense essence, as strands of creation energy wafted from the spring. Surrounding the spring were treasures over 1,000,000 years old, their spiritual energy exuding from these precious herbs. There were also 7 treasures: gold, silver, glass, crystal, agate, red pearls, and carnelian, arranged in formations that attracted the celestial energies of the cosmos above and the earthly energies below, encapsulating this spring in a massive formation. Qingchen observed this with mild astonishment. Calculating with his fingers, connecting with his primordial spirit, the heavenly mechanism revealed that this was indeed the location of a treasure, and the most likely hiding place for it was the spring before him. With a wave of his hand, a tremendous suction force emanated from Qingchen's palm, and the once calm surface of the spring began to churn violently. The waters reversed under his formidable power, revealing the bottom of the spring, where a 12th-grade azure lotus spun gracefully. The essence of creation emanated from the lotus, and as it diffused into the surrounding waters, the earthly spiritual roots that had grown around the spring began to absorb the creation essence, frantically drawing in the surrounding spiritual energies, a glimmer of spiritual light emerging faintly. This was a phenomenon signaling the imminent awakening of spiritual consciousness. The essence of creation contained life, and any being that sensed even a trace of it could reap boundless benefits. The essence of flora and fauna could grant them the potential for spiritual awakening, qualifying them to aspire to the immortal path. A 12th-grade creation azure lotus. Qingchen exclaimed in astonishment. Although the heavenly mechanism indicated that he would acquire a wondrous treasure, Qingchen could hardly fathom that it would be one of the 4 great lotus platforms. Legend has it that before the heavens were opened, within the chaos, a supreme treasure was birthed, the 32-grade chaos azure lotus. Later, Pangu Qingchen, while traversing the chaos, fortuitously obtained this 32-grade chaos treasure, nurturing his physical cultivation with the essence of the chaos azure lotus. Yet, as it absorbed countless eons of Pangu Qingchen's energy, it gradually dwindled, descending in grade until it reached the 25th grade, transforming from a chaos treasure to an innate treasure level. This chaos azure lotus was indeed remarkable, containing defensive attributes of the Tao, and forming 4 distinct lotus seeds, each extraordinary in its own right. In subsequent battles against 3,000 demon gods, the 25th grade chaos azure lotus was inadvertently left behind amidst the tumult of battle. Cast into the boundless chaos, the chaos azure lotus inherently possessed the ability to veil heavenly mechanisms, rendering even the likes of Pangu Qingchen unable to discern its whereabouts. the 4 lotus seeds. 2 were swept away by the battle's aftermath, drifting through the chaos until they finally sought refuge in the world of the primordial wilderness after Pangu opened the heavens. The opening of the heavens heralded calamity. Under the calamities of the primordial chaos, these 4 lotus seeds miraculously survived. Nurtured by a wisp of chaotic essence after the creation of the world, they blossomed into 4 12-grade lotus platforms: the 12-grade golden lotus, the 12-grade fiery red lotus, the 12-grade black lotus, and the 12-grade green lotus. Although these 4 lotus platforms are not innate treasures of the highest order, they are nonetheless supreme innate spiritual treasures. Imbued with the essence of the Tao, they serve as defensive spiritual treasures, providing protection even against the might of a sage who has attained the mixed origin. Moreover, they possess the incredible ability to suppress fortune, rendering them exceedingly precious. Now that Qingchen has acquired this exceptionally valuable top-tier innate spiritual treasure, the 12-grade green lotus, he is naturally filled with boundless joy. While it is true that with his current cultivation, he is invulnerable in the primordial realm, having such a treasure will undoubtedly be beneficial when he takes on disciples in the future, as he can bestow it upon them for their protection. Amidst his elation, he cannot help but reflect on the sheer fortune that has befallen him. Furthermore, the green lotus not only boasts defensive capabilities, but also has the power to stabilize fortune, a concept that is elusive and intangible. Yet, Qingchen understands that even future sages require immense fortune to attain enlightenment, as it is through this boundless fortune that one can achieve the Tao. With fortune, one can not only accelerate their cultivation but also receive the protection of heaven and earth, rendering them virtually free from calamities. Even the slightest tribulations would merely amount to false alarms. With no threat of fatal demise in high spirits, Qingchen composed himself and mounted Qingchi, heading towards Mount Buzhou. On the way, countless celestial mountains stretched endlessly, forming a colossal and majestic mountain range, while these towering peaks merely constitute the outer section of the Buzhou mountain range. The true expanse of Mount Buzhou is vast and boundless, its length unknown, spanning countless billions of miles, and its width equally immeasurable, coupled with the Pangu spine that pierces through the 9 heavens. Aspiring to reach the primordial chaos, it creates a breathtaking visual impact. The unique atmosphere of Mount Buzhou, imbued with antiquity and desolation, resonates throughout the grand mountain range. Upon reaching the foot of the awe-inspiring Mount Buzhou, Qingchen produced a jade gourd that shimmered with a vibrant green hue. The life force of the emu creation flowed forth from the gourd, its mouth slightly tilted, and with a flick of his left hand, a jade cup materialized in his grasp. A rich, intoxicating aroma wafted from the gourd, as an amber-hued liquid cascaded into the cup as he filled it. Gazing at the Pangu spine before him, a profound nostalgia flooded Qingchen's eyes. With a sigh, he poured a portion of the liquid onto Mount Buzhou, followed by another 2 cups, proclaiming, "To my friend Pangu, I raise a toast." With that, he tilted his head back and drank it all in one go. For countless millennia, Qingchen has indulged in wine, using it to express the burdens of his heart. Yet, with his cultivation, intoxication remains elusive. He once attempted to seal his powers to become thoroughly inebriated, but even that proved futile. No matter how much he drank, his physical form remained impervious to drunkenness. The wine he brewed in his leisure time was aged for billions of years under the influence of the laws of time. Crafted from the finest ingredients, each a coveted spiritual root that would elicit envy even among the ancients, Qingchen's decision to use such precious materials for brewing wine is indeed a display of extravagance. As he reminisced, raising his cup to drown his sorrows only led to deeper melancholy. Chapter 43. The emergence of conflict in the mountain ravine within the primordial realm. Hidden currents surged as the 3 innate tribes stirred restlessly, each preparing for something significant. Dark clouds loomed in the sky, and the thunderous roars of Lei Gong echoed as purple lightning streaked across the heavens, painting a picture of an impending apocalypse. As millions of years passed, the 3 innate tribes experienced rapid development, with the number of Deluo golden immortals exceeding 1 million, and countless others below the Tai realm. Despite their impressive growth, the quality of their members lagged, leading to frequent disputes over trivial matters, resulting in conflicts among Deluo-level practitioners. The number of immortal mountains and cave dwellings destroyed by the 3 tribes was innumerable, with countless rare treasures lost in the chaos of their battles. In the mysterious river of fate, a dark aura began to seep into the fortunes of the three tribes, a manifestation of the karma accumulated over millions of years. Although this karmic energy was still weak compared to the vast fortunes of the tribes, it signified the brewing storm. Each of the three innate tribes claimed 1/3 of the primordial beings, encompassing all creatures with scales, wings, or 4 limbs. Over millions of years, the power of the three tribes grew exponentially, and various innate spiritual treasures emerged. Almost every top-tier innate treasure contained a trace of the Tao's essence, allowing those with profound cultivation to rapidly elevate their own understanding by comprehending these heavenly treasures. This time, Hongjun had yet to appear, and thus there was no method for cutting the three corpses to attain sainthood. The only path to breaking through the Deluo golden immortal realm lay in amassing immense amounts of magical power, coupled with a deep understanding of the Tao. Yet, in these millions of years, no being had managed to ascend to such heights. The strongest among the tribe leaders barely reached the pinnacle of the Deluo realm, relying on innate treasures to maintain their dominance. Moreover, the leaders of the three tribes were uniquely endowed, drawing from the essence of Pangu's veins, blood, and hair. They inherently possessed aspects of Pangu's merits from the creation of the world, allowing them to progress in their cultivation at an astonishing pace. Qingchen's three teachings had also enlightened them on the existence of a deeper realm within the Deluo golden immortal stage, one that marked entry into the ranks of true primordial masters. Though their peak Deluo golden immortal status conferred an absolute dominance in the primordial realm, the innate tribes became increasingly arrogant, plotting to dominate the entirety of the primordial world over millions of years. Their conflicts intensified. Initially, while relations were strained, outright violence was rare. However, as time passed, the three tribes grew increasingly arrogant and reckless. Battles became commonplace throughout the primordial realm, often ignited over celestial mountains or innate treasures. Although the three tribes possessed their own shares of these treasures, their pride led them to clash over trivial matters. Disagreements escalated into violent confrontations, resulting in cataclysmic battles among Deluo practitioners, unleashing destructive powers that obliterated countless immortal mountains and rare treasures. Each year, millions of beings perished as collateral damage, their innocent lives snuffed out, creating a tide of resentment that coalesced into the river of fate, intertwining with the fortunes of the three tribes. However, the struggle for supremacy among the three innate tribes was decreed by the heavens. In the future, they would face a reckoning, with their fortunes in a phase of great prosperity, rendering the accumulated karma seemingly inconsequential. Yet, the great powers often possessed a keen awareness of their own fortunes and misfortunes. Should any significant threat emerge, the leaders of the three tribes would undoubtedly sense it. In contrast to the vast fortunes of the tribes, the resentment of the countless beings appeared minuscule. Yet, as the saying goes, many a little makes a mickle point one day. When this resentment accumulates to a certain extent, it will inevitably weigh down the fortunes of the tribes to that time. Even if the tribes seek to remedy the situation, it will not be an easy task. The sheer magnitude of karma built up over countless years is unfathomable, and the efforts required to counterbalance it will be monumental. In a secluded ravine, the gentle flow of water accompanied the harmonious sounds of chirping birds and fragrant flowers, with abundant spiritual energy enveloping the entire area. Countless spiritual beasts frolicked about, while the enchanting aroma of celestial herbs wafted through the air, mingling with the splendor of cascading waterfalls and the calls of wild creatures that a rainbow arched across the sky. With celestial birds flapping above, as the peaks stood tall and the unique stones jutted out, reminiscent of dawn drinking the morning dew. Amidst this picturesque scene, a fan shimmering with precious light floated gracefully in the air. Its ribs were intricately engraved with celestial bodies on one side, while the other depicted mountains and vegetation. One side of the fan bore the profound inscription of Qingchen, while the other displayed the enigmatic symbol of Quen. Flanking the fan stood two groups of individuals, with a contingent of young cultivators on the left, each adorned with a pair of majestic antlers atop their heads, proclaiming her identity as a youth. She was one of the innate sovereigns of the three clans, the Dragon Clan. On the opposite side stood a group of extraordinarily beautiful women, radiant and enchanting, their delicate features surpassing the allure of blooming flowers and their jade-like skin rivaling the blush of spring. Clad in robes adorned with the depiction of white birds, each of these female cultivators exuded unparalleled beauty and brilliance. The beauty across from them, wielding a folding fan, declared, "This treasure was first discovered by my Dragon Clan. Those with sense should retreat quietly, followed by a boisterous laugh. Behind her, a throng of Dragon Clan cultivators echoed her mirth with smiling faces. Dragons possess an inherent nature, deeply rooted with a sense of superiority. The Phoenix Clan cultivators, upon hearing these words, were instantly filled with immense rage. Having grown up within their clan, they were accustomed to the respect and praise from other avian tribes. They had never encountered such vile language. Enraged, they felt their power surge, a formidable aura soaring into the heavens. "You four-legged reptiles dare to insult our princess? Do you truly not understand the meaning of death?" A petite phoenix cultivator stepped forward. Her face flushed with indignation. Yet, her irate demeanor seemed devoid of any real threat, rendering her utterly adorable in the eyes of the Dragon Clan. Instantly, a cacophony of spitting sounds erupted from the crowd. The dragon cultivators gazed at the retorting girl with bloodshot eyes, breathing heavily. Suddenly aware of the multitude of gazes upon her, she felt overwhelmed, her face crimson as she cast her eyes downward to her dainty feet. Observing the bashful demeanor of this beauty, the dragon cultivators were nearly driven wild with desire. "Enough, Kyre, step back. I shall handle this." The leading phoenix, unable to tolerate the scene, furrowed her exquisite brows, her stunning visage veiling a deep-seated fury. Upon hearing her words, Kyre silently retreated, standing aside to watch. "Dear dragon friends, we are all part of the three great sovereigns of the primordial world. Would you not grant this humble sister a favor and allow her to claim this innate treasure?" With a playful wink and an utterly captivating voice, her slightly bashful expression, coupled with her gently flushed cheeks, ignited the primal instincts of the men present. The dragon cultivators, entranced by her bashful demeanor, lost their bearings completely. Observing the dragon's dazed expressions, the phoenix cultivator scoffed inwardly. "Is this the so-called king of the scaly kin? Pathetic. With just a touch of charm, they are utterly defenseless against my phoenix clan." Indeed, it seemed the primordial lands would remain under the dominion of the Phoenix Clan. With a flicker in her eyes, a hint of murderous intent emerged. It was evident that this breathtaking beauty was also a ruthless individual. Intensifying her enchanting aura, her eyes began to radiate an otherworldly glow, and in a trance, countless beautiful figures appeared within her gaze, mingling with a myriad of intoxicating vapors that gradually enveloped the area in a pink mist. Chapter 45. The Phoenix Crisis. As Qingchen appeared, the presence emanating from 30 great Luo golden immortals was undeniably formidable. The intense waves of water attribute mana were so potent that they conjured thick, dark clouds above, with rumbling thunder resembling a dragon swirling within the sea of clouds. Great Luo golden immortals are among the few experts in the primordial world, and the emergence of 30 of them at once is a sight to behold. In stark contrast, the highest cultivation among the alluring women was merely at the golden immortal level, rendering them akin to eggs colliding with stones against the might of these great Luo cultivators. To their dismay, they had encountered the Dragon Clan. A calamity indeed. Qingchen felt desolate, her exquisite features marred by despair. The Nirvana array, if set by a great Luo golden immortal, could withstand the onslaught with ease. But with only true immortals and profound immortals setting the formation, its power was vastly inferior to that moment. A middle-aged man clad in a black dragon robe stepped forth from the ranks of the 30 great Luo golden immortals. Casting a glance at the desiccated skeletons within the ravine, his eyes turned icy. With his cultivation, he could ascertain that they had perished from the exhaustion of their primordial essence. Master Aoxian. Their souls have scattered. Aoxian nodded silently, his silence betraying the fury brewing within him, a portent of his impending wrath. The Phoenix Clan, very well. How dare you treat my Dragon Clan with such disdain? His voice, chilling to the bone, echoed like an ancient frost, directed towards the Phoenix Clan. The Phoenix women shivered at the sound, their souls trembling, for this coldness could obliterate even the essence of their beings. Snowflakes with 6 corners began to descend from the heavens, a manifestation of the murderous aura so profound it altered the very weather. Qingchen, witnessing this, was engulfed in overwhelming fear, fully aware of the terror that great Luo golden immortals possessed. However, she had never anticipated that some of them could suppress the others, and the Dragon Clan cultivator before her was capable of manipulating the very weather with sheer murderous intent. Such strength was undeniably formidable. "It is you who killed my Dragon Clan's second son." The chilling voice penetrated Qingchen's ears, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, causing her enchanting form to tremble deeply. She looked across to see Aoxian's emotionless gaze fixated on her. Meeting his eyes, she felt a sharp pain in her own, as if her very soul was being wounded. The cough of bright crimson blood escaped her lips, staining her once luscious mouth. Qingchen was horrified. She had not expected her opponent to possess such overwhelming power. Merely a glance had rendered her unworthy of even meeting his gaze. Her once captivating beauty now turned pale, that eye in her heart. Despair bloomed. She had never imagined she would meet her end here today. With a bitter smile, tinged with an alluring sorrow, she steeled her resolve, channeling her entire mana toward her dantian. Suddenly, Qingchen appeared beside her in a flash, gripping her throat with a single hand. "Wanna die? It's not that simple." Qingchen felt despair wash over her. She had not anticipated that death would become an extravagant desire. "If you wish to kill me, then do it. Qingchen, do not fear you." Coming to terms with her inability to self-destruct, she faced her fate with calmness. Qingchen was momentarily taken aback, then scoffed. "In my eyes, you are but an ant. When I can extinguish at will. For you, death is merely a luxury. Your life is now in my hands, and I shall show you how arduous death can be." His voice dripped with coldness. "You took the lives of my Dragon Clan's elite. Although they suffered little before their demise, since you employed your charms to claim their lives, I shall allow you to wield your beauty to its fullest today." With that, he chuckled softly. The other 29 great Luo Golden Immortals echoed his laughter, viewing Qingchen as nothing more than a skinned lamb. "Release our princess." The remaining Phoenix cultivators, witnessing Qingchen's capture, unleashed their full power and charged towards Qingchen. "No, don't come any closer. Flee." Her voice, beautiful yet laced with despair, resonated through the air. Should her kin perish alongside her, her vengeance would never be realized. The remaining phoenixes were in a frenzy. Qingchen held an unparalleled status within the Phoenix clan, being the direct daughter of the ancestral Tian Feng and Tian Huang. To harm her would be akin to slapping the faces of the clan's progenitors, a profound insult to the entire Phoenix lineage. "How foolish!" Qingchen scoffed, waving his hand. That a surge of immense mana repelled the advancing phoenixes in an instant. Even the weakest strike from a great Luo Golden Immortal could severely injure true Immortals and Golden Immortals, with some true Immortals perishing completely under such an attack. The strength of a great Luo Golden Immortal was incomprehensible to those who had yet to reach that realm. Merely considering that cultivators at the great Luo Golden Immortal realm have begun to grasp the rudimentary applications of mystical laws, it is evident that in terms of their mastery over personal magical power and the purity of that power, these cultivators can effortlessly subdue any beings beneath the great Luo realm. The disparity that arises in this context cannot be quantified by mere spiritual treasures, even if one wields an innate supreme treasure, unless their own cultivation reaches the Golden Immortal or Tai realm. Escaping the clutches of a great Luo Golden Immortal would be a daunting task, for it is only by relying on the heavenly laws contained within such treasures that one might evade a great Luo Golden Immortal. However, to vanquish a powerful being of the great Luo Golden Immortal realm is a feat that borders on impossibility, once a cultivator at this lofty level decides to flee. Even those of equal cultivation cannot guarantee their ability to restrain their opponent. Only with the assistance of superior innate treasures can one hope to either capture or slay a powerful adversary of the same realm. How, then, could those cultivators who have yet to step into the Tai realm contend against the great Luo Golden Immortal? A mere strike would suffice to vanquish them, and let us not even mention the lesser cultivators of the true immortal realm. This is the chasm that exists. At this moment, Qingchen was engulfed in despair. Witnessing her kin being slaughtered without any means of intervention, her own life precariously held in the hands of another, rendering her powerless to save her family, with a gaze filled with venomous hatred directed at Qingchen. The intensity of her loathing even caused a being of his stature in the great Luo Golden Immortal realm to feel a twinge of unease. Gritting his teeth, Qingchen exclaimed, "He, today, your drama shall unfold." With that, he extended a large hand towards Qingchen, who screamed in an attempt to evade the encroaching grasp. Scream all you want. Your cries will be in vain. Ha ha. Qingchen's visage contorted as he spoke. Resembling an unholy demon of unmatched ferocity, the cultivators behind him, upon hearing his words, erupted into raucous laughter, their boisterous mirth echoing throughout the ravine as they mocked the fallen female members of the Phoenix clan. "Brothers, there are still plenty left. We cannot afford to miss out," remarked a youthful Dragon Clan cultivator. Alas, who would have thought that after countless eons of development in the primordial realm, I would witness such a scene today? The innate three clans are beginning to decline. A voice, utterly devoid of emotion, approached from afar, causing the dragon clan cultivators to shift their gazes skyward. Suddenly, a flash of silver light appeared, revealing a stunningly handsome young man with long, flowing silver hair, seated upon a beast resembling a tiger, sporting two magnificent wings. He carried a jade flute at his waist and held a jade-colored gourd from which he occasionally poured into his mouth. A tranquil and harmonious aura emanated from this newcomer. Qingchen had been wandering the primordial realm for years and felt a curiosity about the commotion nearby, prompting his visit. Chapter 46. The Heart of a Beauty. Affections unveiled. Though Qingchen had one foot firmly planted in the pinnacle of chaos, this did not imply a lack of emotions. Regardless of his profound cultivation and immense power, he possessed the full spectrum of human feelings: joy, anger, sorrow, and pleasure. The countless eons of arduous cultivation within the chaos had almost caused him to forget his true identity, particularly as his cultivation advanced and he began to perceive matters with indifference. Yet today, he encountered something that ignited a fury within him, a desire to annihilate the entire dragon clan. As this thought crossed his mind, the heavens themselves trembled, as if resonating with his intent. It was the incomplete heavenly path that sensed Qingchen's thoughts, urgently pleading for his mercy. The beings of the primordial realm were oblivious to Qingchen's true identity, but the heavenly path was acutely aware. It had long believed that the 3,000 chaotic demons had perished during the chaos, unaware that Qingchen still lived. The heavenly path had learned of the formidable power of these demons through the great Tao. And while Qingchen might not be able to extinguish the heavenly path itself, his true essence was concealed within the chaos pearl. Should his life be threatened, his true form would undoubtedly intervene. Presently, Qingchen merely harbored thoughts of exterminating the dragon clan, a notion that would certainly instill fear in the heavenly path. The annihilation of the dragon clan would disrupt all heavenly plans, prompting the heavenly path to implore Qingchen not to proceed with such destruction. Qingchen gazed upwards, subtly nodding in acknowledgement, signaling that he would not disturb the balance among the three clans. Upon seeing his nod, the ominous clouds that had shrouded the sky dissipated, and the thunderous roars faded into silence. That cultivator over there, do not meddle in the affairs of my dragon clan, or we shall issue a primordial bounty. You will then discover that there is no refuge for you, be it heaven or earth. Ao Xian threatened, though his caution towards Qingchen was evident. He could not fathom Qingchen's cultivation, indicating that Qingchen was indeed above him. Furthermore, the overwhelming aura emanating from Qingchen, who exuded the presence of a great Luo golden immortal, dissuaded Ao Xian from acting recklessly. To have subdued a fierce beast of the great Luo golden immortal realm as a mount spoke volumes about Qingchen's capabilities. Ao Xian silently pondered that even the ancestral dragon might struggle to tame such a formidable beast. Releasing his grip, Ao Xian loosened his hold on Feng Yinran's delicate, porcelain-like neck. As the pressure was lifted, Feng Yin immediately began to cough violently. Although cultivators could rely on internal breathing rather than external means, a woman, regardless of her status as one of the primordial realm's rulers, would still reveal her femininity. The Phoenix clan consisted of 99% female phoenixes, with only 1% being male, while the Phoenix clan inherently wielded the laws of fire and could be reborn from flames. The reality of their gender imbalance remained evident, a truth even the progenitors, Tian Feng and Tian Wang, could not alter. In the Phoenix clan, male phoenixes were indeed the cherished darlings. Yet at this moment, Feng Yin unveiled her femininity. No longer was she merely a cultivator of the golden immortal realm. Having narrowly escaped disaster, she lifted her gaze towards the one who had rescued her from the abyss. What a pair of eyes they were! The moment Feng Yinran caught sight of Qingchen's gaze, she was irresistibly drawn in. Ancient, desolate, profound, and tinged with a faint sorrow and loneliness, Feng Yinran discerned the depths of Qingchen's soul. They say the eyes are the windows to the heart, and through them, one can glimpse the hidden depths of another's being. Feng Yin saw through to the most genuine emotions buried deep within Qingchen. Even Xiongqi and Qingyao, who had accompanied him for countless days, had never perceived the emotions concealed within his gaze. To them, their master was an omnipotent being, and their gazes were laced with awe and reverence, never truly understanding or daring to comprehend him. The sheer pressure Qingchen exuded was beyond their capacity to withstand, leaving them with no choice but to endure. Feng Yinran realized she had succumbed to an infatuation. She found herself utterly captivated by Qingchen's eyes. Yearning to understand him and offer him solace, this unfamiliar feeling was enchanting, Intoxicating her completely, it ignited a blush upon her exquisite visage, rendering her even more alluring, noticing a burning gaze fixed upon her. Qingchen turned to meet it, beholding an ethereal beauty, flawless as jade, whose stunning features rivaled the most delicate blossoms. With captivating grace and a hint of shyness, she gazed at him, her eyes shimmering with tender compassion. Comfort and a subtle affection. It was the first time in countless years that Qingchen encountered such a gaze, one imbued with profound meaning, stirring a long-dormant ripple within his heart, evoking an extraordinary feeling he had not experienced in ages. Casting a deep glance at Feng Yanran, he then shifted his attention back to Aoxian. The primordial bounty, how fascinating. I have indeed heard whispers of it. To think that today I would witness the Dragon Clan invoke such a decree is truly an honor. Qingchen remarked with a faint smile, beneath which lay a subtle mockery. Upon hearing this, Aoxian's brow furrowed imperceptibly, recognizing that Qingchen was aware of the primordial bounty and could remain unfazed by it suggested that he possessed considerable strength. It would be prudent not to offend him, especially with the Dragon Clan currently engaged in grand plans, making it unwise to create a formidable enemy. The Phoenix and Qingchen clans observed with keen vigilance. And should this individual unexpectedly come to the aid of the Phoenix and Qingchen, it would pose a grave threat to the Dragon Clan, but to speak of nothing else. The formidable steed alone was exceptionally powerful. The aura emanating from Qingchen was enough to firmly suppress Aoxian, instilling a deep sense of trepidation within him. Moreover, the radiant treasures enveloping Qingchen indicated the presence of innate spiritual artifacts, which, when considered alongside its own innate spiritual treasures, further solidified its dominance over other Deluo realm cultivators. In truth, Aoxian had yet to fully comprehend the disparity between himself and Qingchen. Although Qingchen currently stood at the peak of the Deluo Golden Immortal realm, its Taoist cultivation far surpassed mere Deluo Golden Immortal standards. Coupled with its formidable magical power and the protection of innate spiritual artifacts, one could assert that Qingchen's cultivation rendered ordinary Deluo Golden Immortals as insignificant as ants, easily vanquished without hesitation. This illustrates the advantage of profound Taoist cultivation. In comparison, magical power is but a secondary consideration. Those with deep Taoist cultivation absorb spiritual energy at an astonishing rate. For instance, a cultivator possessing the Taoist essence of the Deluo Golden Immortal realm might, in reality, only be at the Celestial Immortal stage. Yet, they could effortlessly triumph over true Celestial Immortals, even those at the pinnacle of their realm, due to their unparalleled mastery of magical power and understanding of the Tao, capabilities far beyond what true Celestial Immortals could contend with. At that moment, Aoxian hesitated, acutely aware of Qingchen's scorn. However, he found himself unable to entertain thoughts of defeating Qingchen. No, it was an absolute impossibility. His confidence had been utterly shattered, though Aoxian held a significant position within the Dragon Clan. Even participating in major affairs, he was well aware of the potential losses the clan could suffer should he become adversarial with Qingchen. The Dragon Clan was still in its nascent stages of development, and it was unwise to cultivate too many formidable foes. While the three innate clans appeared to possess tremendous power, with countless Deluo Golden Immortals, one must not forget that the primordial wilderness had only just begun to evolve over 10 million years. Still shy of 20 million, the three innate clans had ample time to gradually enhance their strength, and during this period of rapid growth, it was ill-advised to attract formidable enemies. Due to these considerations, Aoxian fell silent. Yet, his silence did not prevent others from acting rashly. Emerging from the ranks of the Dragon Clan was a young man of Deluo caliber, who boldly proclaimed, "That cultivator dares to belittle our Dragon Clan. Today, we shall ensure your utter destruction." With that, he summoned the immense power of the Deluo Golden Immortal realm, unleashing a palm thunderstrike toward Qingchen. Aoxian's frustration surged, but he quickly regained his composure. Eager to gauge Qingchen's limits, he desired to ascertain the true extent of Qingchen's cultivation. If it matched his own, then with the collective strength of 30 Deluo Golden Immortals forming the Dragon Formation, they could surely annihilate Qingchen. Thus, Aoxian refrained from intervening, choosing instead to observe quietly from the sidelines. Be careful. A cry of alarm rang out. Aoxian turned to see Feng Yan and gazing at him with deep concern, causing his heart to tremble. Yet he managed a faint smile. As the palm thunder drew closer, he flicked his right index finger, causing the thunder to vanish into thin air, pointing at the dragon cultivator who had launched the strike. A flash of silver light surged forth, and in an instant, the dragon cultivator's body was reduced to ashes before the incredulous eyes of the gathered dragons. Chapter 47. Dragon Clan's self-destruction time elapses. A single strike from the Deluo Golden Immortal Dragon Cultivator was enough to turn him to dust. Even the mightiest Deluo Golden Immortal appeared as fragile as an ant in that moment. The dragons and phoenixes watched in astonishment, unable to comprehend the implications of such an overwhelming display of power. That was a Deluo Golden Immortal, reduced to nothing without even a chance to retaliate. The shock they experienced was unprecedented. Xian's astonishment was profound. Although he suspected Qingchen's Taoist cultivation was remarkable, he had not anticipated its sheer magnitude. A Deluo Golden Immortal had fallen without even landing a blow. Observing Qingchen's earlier attack, Xian noted a lack of overwhelming magical fluctuations. It was merely a flick of Qingchen's index finger that unleashed silver light, obliterating the dragon cultivator into ashes. One must ponder, could their dragon clan afford to provoke such a formidable figure? While they boasted over 100,000 Deluo Golden Immortals, the cultivation of each was a time-consuming and arduous process. They were not merely a commodity to be produced at will. Each Deluo Golden Immortal represented the elite of their clan, a cornerstone for future dominance over the primordial wilderness. The loss of even a single Deluo Golden Immortal was a grave blow to the Dragon Clan. Yet, what could they do in the face of this reality? Xian felt a bitter pang within. He had never encountered such overwhelming strength in Qingchen. Even the great Dragon Lord could hardly extinguish a Deluo Golden Immortal with such ease. Xian thought to himself, a sense of dread creeping in. If Qingchen could effortlessly slay a Deluo Golden Immortal, then he could just as easily do the same to him. Cold sweat began to bead on his forehead, despite having attained the Deluo Golden Immortal realm. Fear overwhelmed him. Feng Yanran stood in shock, her mouth agape. She had not anticipated Qingchen's strength to reach such heights. A Deluo Golden Immortal. Not an insect to be extinguished at will. From beginning to end, there had been no display of magical power from Qingchen. His demeanor remained calm and serene, exuding an air of tranquility. His silver eyes and strikingly handsome visage betrayed no flicker of emotion. It was as if his earlier actions were inconsequential, akin to squashing an ant. Silence engulfed the scene, an oppressive quiet that rendered all present unable to speak loudly. They were fearful and awestruck by Qingchen's might. This was the primordial wilderness, a realm where no laws or restrictions existed to bind individuals. Cultivators inherently defied the heavens, and the primordial wilderness had merely begun its journey of evolution over 10 million years. It was undeniably a world where the strong reigned supreme. In such a world, every status and dignity was directly proportional to one's cultivation. As long as one possessed sufficient power, they could do as they wished, for their strength would instill fear in others. Every word they spoke would be deemed correct, and every action, irrespective of its moral standing, would be perceived as right in the eyes of others. The primordial wilderness epitomized this reality, teeming with conflict. Whether over celestial mountains, caves, or innate spiritual treasures, battles and skirmishes unfolded everywhere. He is so powerful, truly powerful, the Phoenix female cultivators silently mused. Qingchen's might was beyond anything they had ever witnessed. To them, those at the Deluo Golden Immortal realm were figures they could only aspire to reach, like towering mountains casting shadows over their hearts, entities they could only revere from afar. Yet, with Qingchen's arrival, all of that had been irrevocably shattered. The Deluo Golden Immortal was no longer an invincible being, for beyond the Deluo Golden Immortal realm lay an even deeper level of cultivation, one capable of rendering Deluo Golden Immortals as insignificant as ants, easily extinguished. Such a gulf was insurmountable. How dare such insignificant creatures strike at me? They are truly courting death. Qingchen's indifferent words ignited a blaze of fury within Xian and the 29 other Deluo Golden Immortals. The fire of rage burned fiercely within their chests. Yes, our cultivation may not match yours, but we are not mere insects. We are the proud and noble Dragon Clan. Our lives may be expendable, but our dignity is not something to be trampled upon or insulted. The pride born from the Dragon Clan's existence over 10 million years had become ingrained in their very essence. This pride, rooted in their lineage, was sacred and not to be easily desecrated. Even in the face of such a formidable adversary, the 29 Deluo Golden Immortals cast aside their profound fears and were consumed by the flames of righteous anger. Your Excellency, my kin acted rashly and attacked you, resulting in their demise at your hands. I beseech you to refrain from uttering arrogant words that tarnish the honor of our dragon clan. Otherwise, we shall resort to self-detonation, even if it means forsaking our names, to perish alongside you. If 29 great Luo golden immortals were to self-destruct, even with your prowess, you would surely suffer injuries, Aoshuan threatened coldly. For the dignity of the dragon clan is paramount. We would rather sacrifice our lives than allow our honor to be easily desecrated by outsiders. Upon hearing the menacing tone, Qingchen scoffed disdainfully and retorted, "So what? Even if the remaining 29 of you were to self-destruct, it would not inflict the slightest harm upon me. The term reptiles once again insulted the dragon clan. Their dignity is inviolable." Aoshuan bellowed, gathering all his power towards his dantian. A violent surge of energy radiated, carrying an overwhelming pressure that swept across the mountain gorge in an instant. The 28 great Luo golden immortals behind him, ignited by Aoshuan's lead, began to burn their own primordial spirits, their essence transforming into an immense surge of power directed towards their dantian. Once a cultivator ignites their primordial spirit, the power derived from their essence is extraordinarily vast. 29 formidable waves of energy, infused with boundless might, coalesced into a sharp sword, cleaving through the layers of dark clouds in the sky, soaring towards the heavens. The intense energy fluctuations resonated across millions of miles. Sweeping forth with unmatched force, the combined might of 29 great Luo golden immortals igniting their primordial spirits surpassed even that of a Hunyuan great Luo golden immortal. However, Qingchen mused silently. It would be futile against the passage of time. He quietly observed the 29 Dragon Clan great Luo golden immortals voraciously absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. At this moment, Feng Yanran, filled with anxiety, boldly flew towards Qingchen, grasping his arm and pleading, "You must leave quickly. You cannot withstand the self-detonation of 29 great Luo golden immortals. With your cultivation, you should be able to escape before they explode. Hurry and flee." Her exquisitely beautiful face was etched with worry. And in this moment of crisis, she cast aside her feminine reserve to urge Qingchen to depart. Qingchen, hearing her words, replied calmly, "Flee? Humph. In this realm, there is no one who can compel me, Qingchen, to retreat," though his tone was serene. It bore a hint of arrogance. Indeed, given Qingchen's status and cultivation, no one could force him to flee. Feng Yanran was momentarily taken aback, as she gradually regained her composure and gazed into his face. She felt an unexpected tranquility within her heart, as if the self-detonation of the great Luo golden immortals posed no real threat to that moment. All she desired was to gaze at Qingchen a while longer. With his cultivation, Qingchen could easily slay the 29 great Luo golden immortals before their self-detonation, yet he chose not to. He aimed to shatter the Dragon Clan's confidence entirely, making them realize that even self-detonation would hold no weight against absolute power. Simultaneously, Qingchen wished to seize the opportunity to convey his deeds to the Phoenix clan through Feng Yanran, solidifying his formidable image in their hearts and subtly conveying that the Phoenix clan ought to remain humble. Unlike the Dragon clan, who had grown excessively arrogant, in the blink of an eye, the 29 great Luo golden immortals had amassed their power to perfection. Fueled by boundless fury, they charged towards Qingchen. The intense energy created a massive pit in the ground. Feng Yanran's expression changed drastically as she buried her head into Qingchen's embrace, gripping him tightly in fear. "Ha! You are doomed. Anyone who dares to offend the dignity of the Dragon Clan must die." Aoshuan roared, swiftly approaching Qingchen. As the Dragon Clan drew ever closer, Qingchen smiled faintly and declared, "Time. Exile." No sooner had the words left his lips than the profound laws of time manifested, space warped around them. And in an instant, the 29 great Luo golden immortals were ensnared by the power of time. Their forms twisted and pulled into an endless river of time. The volatile force of time revealed its ferocious nature. And the 29 Dragon Clan great Luo golden immortals were forever exiled within its infinite expanse. They could never escape this boundless river of time, eternally trapped in their self-detonated forms, forever enduring the agony of their bodies being stretched to the limit. Unable to voice their suffering, destined to endure for countless years. Chapter 48. Superior Spiritual Treasure. Yanran's concerns gazing gently at Feng Yanran. Qingchen offered a cultured smile and lightly patted her shoulder. "It is all right now. There is nothing to worry about." Upon hearing this, Feng Yanran slowly lifted her head, and two vivid blushes suddenly appeared on her exquisite face. causing her to immediately release her grip on Qingchen. The exquisite hues of red on her countenance were exceptionally alluring. Looking around the scene, she noticed that the 29 great Luo golden immortals, who had been on the verge of self-detonation, had vanished without a trace. Not even the sound of their explosion remained. The air was filled only with the residual energy from their burning primordial spirits. That it was evident that the events had indeed transpired. But why had the 29 great Luo golden immortals disappeared? Feng Yanran had not witnessed the scene, thus she remained oblivious to Qingchen's manipulation of the time loss. How did he accomplish this? A massive question mark arose in her mind as she curiously gazed at Qingchen. Qingchen offered no explanation, merely smiling lightly as his gaze fell upon the innate spiritual treasure floating in midair within the gorge. With his keen perception, he discerned that this treasure, emanating immense power and a brilliant glow, was indeed a superior spiritual treasure. With a slight gesture, the superior innate spiritual treasure flew into the palm of his hand. His formidable consciousness scanned the folding fan-shaped treasure, revealing intricate carvings of the sun, moon, and stars on one side, while the other depicted mountains, rivers, and flora, with the words creation inscribed on the fan surface. The spiritual treasure conveyed information to Qingchen, and in an instant, he understood its name and capabilities. It is said that the Chaos Treasure Creation Jade record could not withstand the might of Pangu as he opened the heavens, ultimately shattering into countless fragments scattered across the vast continent. Among these fragments, one slightly smaller shard merged with a trace of undissipated eon creation energy within the Earth's veins, giving birth to the embryo of this spiritual treasure. Thus, the formidable superior innate spiritual treasure. The Qingchen fan was born. This treasure contains the laws of wind and soul. Though only a trace, it harbors boundless power. The wind generated by the Qian character on the fan can injure one's primordial spirit, while the wind from the Quen character can harm the physical body. Moreover, this wind is not of postnatal origin. It is the chaotic gale that predated existence, effortlessly stirring the chaotic energy. Though this treasure currently contains only a trace of the wind and soul laws, the gales it produces that can harm the primordial spirit and physical body should not be underestimated if encountered by a great Luo golden immortal without the protection of a superior spiritual treasure. They would face disintegration of body and soul. It is indeed tremendously powerful. Qingchen could not help but feel a sense of admiration. While his jade flute also contained the soul law, its power fell short. It had yet to reach perfection, for ultimately, Qingchen lacked understanding of the soul law. The intricacies of the soul law are profound and complex, only slightly inferior to the heavenly laws of time and space. In contrast to other laws, the soul law is undoubtedly superior. As he handed the spiritual treasure to Feng Yanran beside him, Qingchen stated, "This treasure possesses exceptional power, capable of unleashing chaotic gales that can destroy one's primordial spirit and physical form. Even a great Luo golden immortal, without the protection of a superior spiritual treasure, would meet their end. You may wield this treasure for your protection." Feng Yanran was utterly astonished. She had not anticipated such formidable power within the treasure. Observing Qingchen, she noted his admiration, yet there was no trace of greed in his demeanor. In that moment, she was utterly captivated by Qingchen's presence. Did Qingchen not desire the spiritual treasure? The answer was no. He indeed desired it, yet none could captivate his interest, unless it were a primordial treasure or a chaotic spiritual treasure of the highest order. Treasures like this superior innate spiritual treasure, while effective, were beneath Qingchen's notice. Given his identity as a chaos demon god, he found such a treasure, capable of merely injuring one's primordial spirit, unworthy of his use. What treasure could withstand Qingchen's time loss? Once the time law was invoked, no matter how grand the divine abilities, they would ultimately yield before it. Though he held no desire for the treasure, Qingchen did not allow a hint of disdain to mar his expression. To Feng Yanran, his demeanor radiated the elegance of a gentleman. Had Qingchen known her thoughts, he would have surely found it quite amusing. With matters settled, it was time for me to take my leave. Upon hearing this, Feng Yanran anxiously interjected, "I have yet to express my gratitude for your life-saving grace. Why not come visit our Phoenix clan so that I may extend my hospitality?" "Princess, that is unadvisable." As soon as Feng Yanran finished speaking, the female Phoenix cultivators on the other side collectively voiced their refusal in their eyes. Although Qingchen had rescued them, they still harbored a trace of wariness towards him. The formidable cultivation, profound path, and extraordinary divine abilities displayed by Qingchen earlier capable of causing even a grand Luo golden immortal to fall with a mere wave, instilled a sense of dread in anyone who witnessed such terrifying powers. Thus, when Feng Yin extended an invitation for Qingchen to visit the Phoenix clan, their expressions changed dramatically. Ignoring Feng Yinran's furious demeanor, they resolutely declined. Having lived for countless years, Qingchen possessed a profound understanding of the human spirit. Observing their expressions, he discerned their thoughts. With a faint smile, he addressed Feng Yinran, saying, "I have matters to attend to at my abode, but I shall certainly visit the Phoenix clan when time permits." Upon hearing this, Feng Yinran realized Qingchen had made up his mind, leaving her somewhat disheartened as she nodded silently. Noticing her reaction, Qingchen chose not to comment further. A swirl of multicolored clouds materialized beneath his feet, carrying him northward toward the vast wilderness. Feng Yinran gazed blankly at Qingchen's enchanting silhouette, feeling an emptiness within her heart. With a quiet sigh, she took to the skies towards the Phoenix clan. Chapter 49. The North Pole of the Wilderness. Extreme magnetic profound light straddling the monstrous creature Qingchen. With multicolored clouds rising beneath him, Qingchen found himself enveloped in a gentle sunlight that radiated warmth, evoking a desire to succumb to the soothing embrace of slumber. Even Qingchen, with his profound cultivation, felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, a fatigue that arose from the depths of his primordial spirit. Despite his celestial prowess, the warmth of the sunlight beckoned him to drift into a comfortable sleep. The golden rays enveloped him, casting a resplendent glow, as if his body were forged from pure gold, illuminating the surrounding clouds with brilliance, leaving behind a trail reminiscent of golden shooting stars, as if a golden sword sliced through the heavens. However, in the distance, the biting cold winds howled, and before one could approach, they were ensnared by the swirling, icy mists, the frigid air penetrating deep into one's being. That a golden rainbow streaked across the sky, descending like a shooting star, transforming into a young man clad in white robes, with silver hair cascading down his shoulders and an otherworldly visage. This youth rode upon a beast resembling a tiger, with wings sprouting from its sides. The chilling winds whipped around him, raising shards of ice and snowflakes that stung like blades against the skin. The air was filled with the sounds of howling and wailing, while the ground was blanketed in frost and snow, delicate flakes falling gracefully like the gentle snow of the Jiangnan region, only to dissolve upon contact with the frozen earth. Occasionally, a few solitary snow lotuses stood defiantly amidst the frost, exuding a faint fragrance. This was the northernmost region of the wilderness, where a faint luminous shield was visible to the naked eye, warding off the chaotic energies beyond. Through the eyes of the divine, one could witness chaotic currents colliding outside this shield, stirring the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind, causing the void to collapse and black holes to form. Massive atmospheric disturbances collided against the shield, creating dazzling flashes of light, as the energies of earth, water, fire, and wind were smoothed out, safeguarding the polar regions of the wilderness. Qingchen observed in silence, contemplating the creation of the world by Pangu. Though he had opened a realm, countless chaotic domains remained unexplored beyond it, leading to his demise. Questions flooded his mind. Did realms akin to the wilderness continent exist outside? Had civilizations emerged there? In truth, the 33 heavens, while belonging to chaos, were merely a thick protective layer surrounding the wilderness. As Pangu split the heavens and the earth, the wilderness gradually took shape, and under the workings of fate, a protective barrier enveloped it. This barrier was divided into two layers, one connected to true outer chaos, the other interacting with the wilderness. Between these two layers lay the so-called 33 heavens. A chaotic world. The path of the great Tao is boundless, and in the quest for understanding, one might question, where lies the edge of the great Tao? In the northern polar region, countless energies converged and collided, giving rise to a magnificent phenomenon, the aurora borealis. Unbound by the five elements and devoid of yin and yang, the aurora exhibited a kaleidoscope of colors, a spectacle unmatched in the wilderness. No brush could capture the dazzling lights that danced unpredictably in the frigid air of the poles. The aurora sometimes appeared for a fleeting moment, akin to a shooting star that vanished without a trace. At other times, it could illuminate the sky for several hours. Occasionally, it resembled a ribbon, floating gracefully. At other times, it burned like a fierce flame, or it could manifest as a vast, colorful screen showcasing bizarre and fantastical scenes. Some hues shifted endlessly, while others appeared as a silvery white, resembling cotton or clouds, solid and unchanging. Some shone brightly, overshadowing the light of stars and moons, while others were faint, like a strand of green silk. Some took on a simple structure, arching like a crescent, displaying pale greens and soft reds. Others resembled colorful silks or ribbons thrown into the sky, swirling and dancing. Some were as soft as gauze, fluttering in the wind, showcasing shades of purple and deep red at times. The aurora graced the horizon like the dawn. At others, it burst forth like fiery mountain camellias. Sometimes, it gathered together like curtains. At other moments, it radiated beams of light, reminiscent of a peacock fanning its feathers or butterflies in flight. As Qingchen beheld this dreamlike beauty, he felt himself entranced, unable to pull away. The aurora, while splendid and vibrant, was a perilous entity, akin to the alluring yet dangerous poppy flower. This northern polar aurora, resplendent and magnificent, concealed its dangers, perfectly suited for forging a legitimate celestial artifact, noble and grand in essence. Yet, the aurora consumed materials, making it challenging to gather. This task proved exceedingly difficult for others, but for Qingchen, it was a trivial endeavor. He extended his right hand, and an enigmatic force descended upon him. Instantly, this mysterious power acted upon the aurora, tearing a rift in the barrier of heaven and earth, and the resplendent lights burst forth. With a flick of his sleeve, a 12th-grade creation blue lotus soared into the air, spinning gracefully and emanating strands of transformative energy. Pointing at the lotus, a beam of azure transformative light shot forth, enveloping the dazzling aurora. With another gesture, a second beam of transformative light emerged from the lotus petals, instantly sealing the rift in the barrier. With a thought, the blue lotus encircled the aurora, and Qingchen smiled lightly, forming a fist to contain the radiant light. As he slightly parted his lips, the lotus swiftly shrank and entered his mouth. With a flicker of his silver eyes, Qingchen contemplated the type of artifact he would forge. With a flick of his sleeve, numerous precious materials for forging flew forth, all of primordial origin. A breath unleashed the three mysteries' true fire, igniting the forging materials. Gradually, under the scorching flames, the primordial materials transformed into liquid. With impurities continuously expelled, he retrieved a piece of solar diamond, a material formed from the intense concentration of the first fire of the heavens, a supreme forging resource. Connecting with his primordial spirit, he harnessed the power of the great Tao runes, using yin and yang as the foundation. He refined the solar diamond. As time passed, years slipped by, and ultimately, the solar diamond was completely purified, transforming into an amber-colored, semi-transparent liquid infused with golden hues. Pleased with the outcome, Qingchen proceeded to add the liquefied materials into the solar diamond's essence, amplifying the connection with the heavenly Tao of the wilderness. The yin and yang facilitated the fusion of these materials. Eventually, they formed into a ring-shaped dragon phoenix jade pendant, radiating a magnificent aura of light. The purest energy flowing seamlessly within it. As the artifact embryo took shape, Qingchen infused it with the northern polar aurora. Upon entering, the aurora erupted in a dazzling display of colors, its brilliance overwhelming yet not blinding. Qingchen beamed with joy, for this marked his most successful forging endeavor since the dawn of chaos, encapsulating his understanding of the great Tao, thus holding profound significance for him. Chapter 50. The Dragon Phoenix Jade Pendant. Under currents, roiling threads of auspicious and harmonious energy emanated from the Dragon Phoenix Jade Pendant, while the radiant essence flowed continuously within. The solar true fire sparkled at the heart of the pendant, exuding a warm and peaceful aura that circulated within. The gentle aura enveloped the heart, evoking feelings of warmth akin to a child nestled in their mother's embrace, comforting and immensely pleasant. This was a treasure embodying both defensive and offensive capabilities. Not only did it protect the bearer, but it also served as a potent weapon, for neither the northern polar aurora nor the solar true fire could be easily resisted by the unworthy. Indeed, the solar true fire, known as the first fire of the postnatal realm, possessed the power to incinerate cultivators at the Grand Luo Golden Immortal stage, without the protection of superior spiritual treasures. Ordinary spiritual artifacts cannot withstand the might of the primordial first fire. Moreover, the northern aurora is even more formidable. Light, being an incorporeal substance, enables this extreme phenomenon to contend with the chaotic energies from beyond realms, soothing the disturbances of earth, wind, and fire in its extraordinary manner. At first glance, this aurora appears unremarkable, merely beautiful. Yet beneath its stunning facade lies a hidden peril. The aurora can transform into weapons such as blades and axes to inflict harm, damaging the corporeal form of individuals, or it can manifest as a tempest of luminous dust, assaulting the most vulnerable aspect of cultivators, their primordial spirit, the combined might of this primordial first fire. The true solar flame, alongside the extreme light of the aurora, is such that even those of the pseudo-saint realm would hesitate to engage. These two deadly techniques are formidable instruments of assault. Furthermore, within this jade pendant lies Qingchen's understanding of the Tao, enhanced by Taoist runes, rendering it a treasure that embodies both offense and defense. Qingchen glanced at the pendant, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. His eyes sparkling with intent, he then produced a ball of merit, its hue a deep yellow, representing the immeasurable teachings he had imparted over 9,000 years, albeit this merit is of a postnatal nature. Now, Qingchen would refine a portion of this merit into innate merit, represented by the orb in his hand. This innate merit now ranks among the primal, far surpassing the value of its postnatal counterpart. Casually, he infused the orb of innate merit into the dragon phoenix jade pendant, which immediately erupted in a dazzling golden radiance. The brilliant light shooting skyward, the pendant shimmered with a deep yellow hue, the vast merit energy circulating within it. Thanks to this infusion, the pendant ascended from the level of a postnatal spiritual treasure to that of a supreme postnatal merit treasure, on par with the heaven and earth profound yellow Linglong Pagoda. However, in terms of defensive capabilities, the Dragon Phoenix pendant pales in comparison to the heaven and earth profound yellow Linglong Pagoda, which is a purely defensive spiritual treasure. Nevertheless, while the pendant may not excel in defense, it possesses offensive capabilities that the pagoda lacks. Overall, Qingchen's Dragon Phoenix pendant proves superior to the heaven and earth profound yellow Linglong Pagoda in many respects. Yet, when it comes to defense, the pagoda undoubtedly outshines the pendant. These two treasures are evenly matched, each showcasing its unique characteristics. Meanwhile, as Qingchen forges treasures in the northern lands, within the grand hall of the Phoenix clan in the wilderness, the heavenly phoenix and the celestial phoenix are in a furious uproar. What? The dragon clan dares to insult us. The heavenly phoenix seethed. Do they think our phoenix clan is easy to bully? Her handsome, striking face was marred with fury. Beside her, the celestial phoenix also displayed a countenance of indignation, clearly perturbed by the dragon clan's actions that tarnished the dignity of the phoenix clan. Humph! Do you dragons consider yourselves the overlords of the wilderness? The heavenly phoenix scoffed. Do you think the phoenix clan is any less? They have dared to provoke us. How can we let this slide? Relay the order to gather the avian clans. I shall confront the ancestral dragon in the dragon palace to demand an explanation. Your Majesty, this is ill-advised. A white-bearded elder stepped forward, the strategist of the Phoenix clan, who had masterminded nearly all military actions of the clan. The heavenly phoenix furrowed her brow slightly, her demeanor becoming respectful as she inquired. Elder Bai, what is it? The elder, feeling a bit anxious, replied, I cannot accept such flattery from your Majesty. Our Phoenix clan is currently in a phase of rapid development. If we engage in battle with the Dragon clan, it will inevitably lead to mutual destruction, benefiting only the Qingchen clan. Elder Bai glanced at the heavenly phoenix, noticing her serious expression, and continued, Moreover, according to the princess, the young cultivator who saved her possesses tremendous strength. Even a great Luo Golden Immortal could not withstand a single strike from him. In my humble opinion, this young cultivator is undoubtedly a master of great abilities. If we could recruit him. The heavenly phoenix's eyes brightened at the thought that if we could ally with such a powerful being, annihilating the dragon and Qingchen clans in the future would not pose a challenge. However, given the cultivator's immense power, he likely remains unconcerned with worldly affairs. Recruiting him may not be so simple. The heavenly phoenix lamented, her striking visage clouded with worry. Your Majesty, Elder Bai interjected, I noticed that when the princess spoke of this extraordinary cultivator, her demeanor was tinged with shyness. It seems she has already taken a liking to him. If we could arrange a union, it would not only fulfill the princess's wishes but also provide our Phoenix clan with a powerful ally capable of easily dispatching great Luo Golden Immortal cultivators. This would undoubtedly be advantageous when the time comes for our Phoenix clan to battle the Dragon and Qingchen clans. Upon hearing this, the heavenly phoenix's expression brightened with delight. If what you say is true, it would be immensely beneficial for our Phoenix clan. However, We must ascertain the princess's feelings, that if she truly has affection for that cultivator, we must endeavor to facilitate this union. Yes, your majesty, Elderby responded, bowing respectfully before taking his leave. Haha, if we can bring this to fruition, it would greatly accelerate our Phoenix clan's dominance over the wilderness. The heavenly Phoenix chuckled heartily. Her spirits lifted as she envisioned the Phoenix clan reigning supreme over the wilderness. My lord, we cannot act without Yincher's consent. The celestial Phoenix began, but was abruptly cut off by the heavenly Phoenix. If Yincher has feelings for that cultivator, then that is splendid. If the cultivator harbors affection for Yincher, I shall facilitate this matter. For the sake of my Phoenix clan, what is one mere woman? As she concluded, the heavenly Phoenix's tone turned icy, revealing her deepest ambitions. The celestial Phoenix gasped internally, silently wishing, Yincher, I hope your feelings for that cultivator are genuine. In the eastern sea of the wilderness, within the Crystal Palace, the ancestral dragon listened intently to his subordinate's report, his expression shifting between gloom and light. One of our 30 great Luo golden immortals has fallen, yet the other 29, including Ao Xian, are utterly undetectable. Indeed, ancestral dragon, aside from the one who has perished, the rest, including Ao Xian and the 28 other great Luo golden immortals, have vanished without a trace, and no calculations yield any leads on their whereabouts. Useless fools. Find them. Yes, in a valley in the northeastern part of the wilderness, the residence of the Qingchen clan, the Qingchen ancestor pondered. The dragon clan dares to insult the daughter of the heavenly Phoenix. A great Luo golden immortal was effortlessly slain by a mysterious cultivator, and now 29 golden immortals are missing. Given the heavenly Phoenix's temperament, it's strange she hasn't mobilized her forces against the Dragon Clan. Continue monitoring the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan. Report any developments immediately. At this moment, the wilderness is rife with hidden currents. As three factions begin to reveal their discord, with the Dragon and Phoenix clans leading the charge. Chapter 51. The venomous insects of the wilderness and the toxic valley. At this moment, Qingchen remains oblivious to the unfolding events in the wilderness. Setting aside the three primordial clans, today he has ventured to a picturesque locale. Though such beautiful places abound in the wilderness, each possessing its own unique terrain and scenery. Qingchen rides upon Qiongqi, soaring through the clouds, traversing countless mountains, rivers, grasslands, snow-capped peaks, deserts, and hills. Suddenly, a surge of toxic gas blocks his path through the clouds. Pausing in midair, his silver eyes shimmer with divine light as he gazes downward. Spotting a lowly valley that resembles a white tiger lying in wait, roaring at the heavens, devoid of any vegetation. Blackened rocks litter the landscape, billowing streams of dark green poisonous smoke rising forth, mingling with mist to shroud the valley in a haze, revealing no hint of verdant life. Beneath the thick veil of poison, countless corpses of creatures can be discerned. Their remains not ghostly white but instead a deep, murky black, devoid of any radiance, as if light itself is devoured upon approach. Rare spiritual herbs are absent, replaced by a myriad of poisonous plants and insects. That a towering tree stands sentinel, reaching skyward, its branches enveloped in crimson mist that coils and dances like a dream. It bears fruit resembling pears, red and alluring, exuding an inexplicable fragrance, glowing vibrantly like neon lights. Among them lie mature fruits, as large as duck pears, their hue a deep purple, with a luminance that shines through the canopy. Even when obscured by leaves, countless poisonous creatures gather beneath the tree, expelling clouds of mist and inhaling waves of purple light. Observing, one can see that as the purple light fills their bellies, they expel poisonous gases of varying hues, emerald green, fiery red, and dark gray, rising into the air, absorbed by the blackened branches above. The trees grew ever more resplendent, their branches and leaves deepening in hue, while the fragrance of the fruits became increasingly intoxicating. Beneath the canopy, for colossal creatures loomed in the foreground, exuding an aura of formidable power. A noxious gas coalesced into a thick mist, rendering the surrounding area a charred wasteland for 300 zhang. Within this low-lying valley, a multitude of venomous insects scuttled about, the suffocating toxic fumes emanating from the very venom secreted by these countless creatures. A warty toad, its body riddled with bumps, croaked incessantly, its emerald tongue flickering like lightning as it snatched fruits from the trees, clouds of toxic smoke billowing from its form, its poison glands swelling ominously, the venom dripping with a relentless cadence. Surrounding the toad was a swarm of poisonous insects. A scarlet scorpion lay motionless atop a mound of earth, its barbed tail glistening a deep crimson, unmistakably a creature of extreme toxicity. Additionally, there were spiders, centipedes, snakes, and other vile entities. The collective venom dripping from these innumerable insects even formed small streams of poison in shallow depressions of earth. The air was thick with toxic haze, a vast cloud of virulent green hovering ominously over the valley. The lethal miasma eroding the land within a 10,000-mile radius to the point of desolation. Thus, the perilous nature of this place was evident. Qingchen sighed inwardly, recognizing the location as a veritable den of toxicity. Should a practitioner of toxic arts learn of this place, they would undoubtedly rejoice, for what others might perceive as a death trap, a foul realm, would be viewed as a prime cultivation ground by those who mastered the toxic arts. At this time, the primordial world had recently been established, and the beings born during this period were all innate creatures, immensely powerful in potential and cultivation alike. It could be asserted that any of the myriad poisonous creatures here possessed enough venom to slay a golden immortal level expert, with certain toxins capable of even killing those at the great Luo golden immortal realm. A cultivated venomous creature's poison not only affected the physical body but also targeted the primordial spirit. A toxin lethal enough to obliterate the spirit of a cultivator. How terrifying that would be. The innate 5 poisons were the apex of toxicity. If properly refined, their potent venom could instantaneously slay a great Luo golden immortal. Moreover, the flesh and limbs of these 5 poisons could be fashioned into lethal weapons, albeit through methods deemed sinister and unworthy of the righteous path. Even Qingchen, upon witnessing the towering toxic miasma, could not help but furrow his brow, contemplating whether to cleanse this area of its poisonous denizens. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light erupted from the low valley, a tremendous aura of treasure surfacing. As the once overwhelming toxic fog was drawn towards this radiant light, not merely absorbed, but drawn in by the yet-to-emerge spiritual treasure, the nearly liquefied toxic clouds began to gravitate towards the source of the inner light. With a gentle hum, a smooth, emerald light ascended from the earth, shining brilliantly as it absorbed the toxic clouds and creatures surrounding it. In no time, the once teeming valley of venomous beings and toxic mist was swiftly consumed by this orb. Qingchen, astonished, speculated on the origin of this jewel, capable of absorbing the vast miasma and creatures. This orb, a spiritual treasure birthed from this land, was indeed a spirit of extreme toxicity. Its ability to absorb the toxic clouds and creatures indicated that its true purpose was to collect and control these poisonous entities for its wielder. Upon grasping the emerald orb, a vast consciousness surged into its depths. An influx of information flooded Qingchen's mind, revealing that this orb was birthed from a strand of the poison law. Most spiritual treasures in the primordial world were formed from fragments of the creation jade tablet. And this orb was no exception. Arising from a thread of the poison LAW.IT was a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, named the Green Shiju, possessing the ability to command all poisons in the world. Anything related to poison could not rival this orb. The one who wielded this orb would wield dominion over all poisonous creatures, immune to their attacks, effectively rendering them invulnerable to the toxic arts. Although this orb commanded all poisons, it seemed of little use to Qingchen, a mere trinket. It would be a pity to discard it. Perhaps he would bestow it upon a disciple in the future. Qingchen mused, pocketing the orb with a sense of resolve. This contemplation would later forge the legendary reputation of the orb. With a clap, Qiongqi flapped its mighty wings, summoning 4 clouds beneath its feet, lifting Qingchen into the air. Meanwhile, at the dwelling of the Phoenix clan, Feng Yanran gazed dreamily at the lake, a blissful smile gracing her features, shifting from joy to longing, and then to nostalgia. A myriad of complex emotions flitting across her flower-like visage. Yenner, a voice called from afar, pulling Feng Yanran from her reverie. Her delicate face flushed slightly, a gentle blush adorning her cheeks, as she stood by the small lake like a celestial lotus, her beauty eclipsing even the most exquisite of flowers, captivating all who beheld her. "Mother, I'm here," a graceful and dignified woman approached, the revered Tianhuang, one of the ancestors of the Phoenix clan. With her cultivation, Tianhuang could easily perceive any matter with a mere sweep of her consciousness. She had long been aware of the expressions that flitted across her daughter's face, observing her daughter's changing countenance. As one who had experienced much, Tianhuang understood that Feng Yinran's thoughts were occupied with someone special. A mix of joy and concern welled within her heart, a perfect blend of emotions. Gazing upon her daughter's breathtaking beauty, Tianhuang silently wished for Feng Yinran's dreams to come true. Chapter 52. The Vengeful Evil Dragon and the Spear-Wielding Youth. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, tens of millions of years had elapsed. Over these countless millennia, the innate three clans grew ever stronger, the number of experts at the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm increasing tenfold compared to millions of years prior. The primordial world was now teeming with prodigies. The sheer number of great Luo Golden Immortal level experts was staggering, and this only accounted for those within the three innate clans if one were to consider the myriad beings of the primordial world. The number of such experts would be simply unfathomable. Throughout these millions of years, the population of beings in the primordial world burgeoned at an alarming rate, with billions of new life forms manifesting daily. The sheer number of beings taking form each day was astronomical, not to mention the ceaseless generation of life. The development over millions of years solidified the strength of the innate three clans, leading to some discord and friction among them, particularly between the Dragon Clan and the Avian Monarch, the Phoenix Clan. Fights were commonplace throughout the primordial realm, with countless beings perishing daily. The resentment and unwillingness of these fallen beings accumulated into a colossal mass of demonic clouds, forming an ominous dragon, its long and powerful body a testament to its immense strength, stretching for miles as it entwined itself with the mysterious currents of fate, subtly influencing the fortunes of the three clans. However, in comparison to the vast fortunes of the innate three clans, the dragon formed from resentment, merely 1,000 miles long, posed no genuine threat. The dragon, with its eyes tightly shut, seemed to be in slumber. Yet, upon observing the fortunes of the three clans, one could discern that those fortunes were gradually being siphoned away by the dragon, akin to peeling layers from an onion. Each strand of fortune drained from the clans increased the dragon's presence. And over time, its aura grew ever more potent, emanating a chilling power. Moreover, the dragon continuously replenished itself with the resentment of the beings in the outside world, while the fortunes of the three clans slowly waned under the dragon's daily consumption. In stark contrast to the dragon's constant influx of power, the fortunes of the innate three clans had not seen any growth over these thousands of years. Rather, they were in a state of continuous decline. Nonetheless, despite this, the innate three clans remained resilient and unyielding, for their fortunes were inherently vast. Compared to the minuscule amounts being siphoned away, they could easily endure. Even so, the vengeful dragon was continuously growing. How vast was the primordial world? The beings within it remained largely unaware. This was only considering the vast landmass and did not account for the immeasurable seas, where countless more beings thrived. Daily conflicts in the primordial world resulted in an overwhelming accumulation of resentment from the deceased. With the overwhelming strength and dominance of the primordial three clans, the daily toll of lives lost has seen an increase of more than double in numbers. In such dire circumstances, the accumulated resentment has reached unfathomable levels. This boundless resentment has coalesced into a vengeful dragon, embodying the ire of those ancient beings who perished at the hands of the three clans. The malevolent dragon, born from this infinite resentment, harnesses all negative energies from the world, becoming a veritable embodiment of sin. Each day, it siphons off the fortunes of the three clans while simultaneously drawing upon the vast reservoirs of resentment, death energy, and demonic essence from the primal world. Though this dragon currently lies in a state of slumber, it has begun to unveil its burgeoning power. Its terrifying capability is sufficient to instill dread in all who gaze upon it. Coiling within the fortunes of the three clans and continuously augmenting its own strength, once this dragon fully matures, it may herald the decline of the three clans. In the northeastern expanse of the primordial realm, a scene of pursuit unfolds with great intensity. A young boy, approximately 15 or 16 years of age, and wielding a Fang Dianhua halberd, is fleeing swiftly into the distance. Behind him, around 300 dragons pursue relentlessly, their thunderous roars shaking the very earth. With mouths agape, they unleash a torrent of 5 elemental attacks toward the boy. Remarkably calm, he counters the incoming assaults with deft strokes of his halberd, cleaving, slicing, and thrusting, each movement showcasing his remarkable skill. With a flurry of sound, the multitude of attacks from the dragons is effortlessly dispelled by the boy, whose experience in battle is evident from his agile reflexes and acute awareness of lethal intent. Enraged by his prowess, the dragons roar once more, launching yet another barrage of attacks. Clearly, the boy has faced such onslaughts before, Without a backward glance, he continues to wield his halberd, sending forth arcs of chilling light that cut through the air. The ensuing explosions fill the air with thick black smoke, while waves of spiritual energy surge toward the boy. His complexion pales slightly. After over a month of evading death, he reflects, were it not for this halberd, I would have perished long ago. A deep-seated hatred flickers in his eyes as he contemplates the relentless pursuit. Just for a mere halberd, the dragon clan has chased me for thousands of miles. How audacious. It is all too evident that this is yet another familiar tale of treasure hunting. The dragons, emboldened by their status as the overlords among the primordial three clans, often act with excessive arrogance, engaging in reckless battles over trivial matters, leading to relentless vendettas. Their oppressive nature towards the beings of the primordial realm is notorious, often deploying dozens or even hundreds of their kin to hunt a single adversary. Such occurrences are commonplace, with similar events unfolding throughout the land. With a frigid glare cast backward, the boy hastens his absorption of spiritual energy, converting it into magical power to replenish his waning strength. That boy is running low on power. Brothers, we must intensify our efforts. He is nearing his limit. As this sentiment spreads among the 300 dragons, their spirits are lifted. After a month of relentless pursuit, they are eager to capture and torment the boy who has eluded them for so long. Hey, you lot, flank him from the other side and see how he escapes. At this, the dragons chuckle amongst themselves, and 100 of them veer off in the opposite direction. The boy, noticing the reduced number of pursuers, becomes wary. Just then, a barrage of 5 elemental attacks erupts from ahead, with countless fireballs, ice arrows, and wind blades hurtling toward him. Realizing he has fallen into a trap, the boy is struck with alarm as he sees another volley of attacks coming from behind, leaving him with no avenue for escape. In this moment of dire peril, his composure shines through. With the Fangdianua halberd swirling in his grasp, he creates an impenetrable oval barrier, shielding himself from the oncoming onslaught. As the attacks collide with the barrier, a spray of crimson blood bursts forth from his lips, the shield shattering under the sheer force. Over half of the assaults find their mark upon his frail form, and he feels a searing pain as his body is riddled with wounds. In a flash of golden light, the 300 dragons transform into human forms. Surrounding the boy in a tightening circle, he stands resolute, halberd in hand, casting a cold gaze at the encroaching dragons. With a fierce shout, he lunges towards them, his speed doubling, and with a mighty swing of his halberd, he cleaves through the startled dragons. The sound of tearing flesh resonates through the air, as the once mighty dragon bodies are effortlessly split in twain. Their proud forms unable to withstand the might of the halberd. In that fleeting moment, the boy seizes his opportunity, striking down several more dragons with swift precision. The remaining dragons, now awakened to the gravity of their situation, rage against him, their fury igniting a tempest that threatens to rend the heavens asunder. Chapter 53. 1 against 100, a stalemate of equal might. Over 200 dragons, armed with a variety of formidable weapons and spiritual treasures, surge toward the boy like a tide, abandoning their previous strategy of ranged attacks in favor of their clan's pride. Close quarters combat. Though the boy has claimed the lives of several dragons in their moment of confusion, this alone does not deter their fierce resolve. For eons, the dragon clan has embodied arrogance, and they dismiss the boy as merely lucky, viewing him as no genuine threat. They believe they can simply outlast him. In an instant, the clangor of weapons fills the air as their attacks converge upon him from all directions. The boy remains composed, his demeanor unfaltering amidst the chaos, his sharp gaze tracking the incoming strikes. With astonishing agility, he wields his halberd, deflecting the oncoming weapons at perilous angles. The force of the collision sends him reeling backward, but he quickly regains his footing, using the momentum to propel himself forward. Striking back with a devastating downward arc, the explosive force of his counterattack sends shockwaves through the ranks of the dragons, causing them to falter as they feel the overwhelming strength of his blows. Seizing the moment, he follows the plummeting dragons, unleashing a flurry of strikes upon them as they descend. The air becomes thick with the metallic scent of blood as the ground beneath them is pounded into craters by the force of their bodies colliding. The once vibrant landscape is transformed into a gruesome tableau, with streams of blood pooling in the depressions created by the fallen. Upon witnessing the demise of their kin, a leading dragon roars in fury, enraged that this wretched boy has slain yet more of their brethren. This damned little brat has slain our kin once more. He bellows, consumed by wrath. In a fit of rage, he drew forth his long spear-like spiritual treasure and charged towards the youth. With a swift motion reminiscent of a dragon emerging from the sea, the spear transformed into countless phantoms, each thrust targeting the vital points of the boy's body. The blinding spear lights morphed into lethal cold stars. Piercing towards the young man, the boy's expression shifted dramatically. He sensed an undeniable danger emanating from this dragon clan cultivator, one far surpassing the previous ones. Without a moment to ponder, he brandished his halberd to shield himself, simultaneously transitioning to an offensive stance. With a flurry of movements, the halberd struck at the myriad of illusory yet real spear shadows. Clang, clang, clang. In mere moments, they exchanged countless blows, culminating in a thunderous clash as spear met halberd. The explosive force generated sent shockwaves, pushing the ground beneath them back several hundred meters. Sizzle. The two began a primal struggle, the spear and halberd sparking as they collided. The air around them was forcibly expelled, creating a vacuum devoid of oxygen. The overwhelming aura deterred the observing Dragon Clan cultivators from approaching. While their contest of strength continued unabated, his astonishment. The youth possessed such formidable strength, rivaling his own. Shocked, he roared, his arm muscles swelling instantaneously, shattering the balance of power. With a fierce shout, he swung his spear with tremendous force, sending the boy hurtling backward. Seizing the opportunity, he pursued the fleeing figure. The boy, taken aback, realized the situation had dramatically reversed in an instant. In this critical moment, he twisted his body mid-flight, narrowly evading the lethal thrust aimed at his dantian. Although he escaped the fatal blow, he bore numerous wounds from the spear lights, blood streaming down his body like a trickling brook, pooling at his feet. The boy's complexion turned pale. He inhaled deeply, drawing in the pure, innate spiritual energy. As his body's acupoints began to absorb the surrounding essence to replenish his strength, with a surge of magical power, the initially minor wounds vanished, and his pallor began to improve as he absorbed the spiritual energy. Tightening his grip on the halberd, he channeled magic into his arms, dispelling the fatigue and numbness. Soon, his arms regained their normal function, and he cast a cold gaze at the dragon cultivator opposite him. Contemplating his escape. Wish to flee? I advise you to abandon such thoughts and surrender your halberd. Perhaps I might grant you a swift end. The boy remained silent, hastening his absorption of the surrounding spiritual energy, swiftly converting it into his own magical power. The abundance of primordial spiritual energy was unparalleled, pure, and easily transmutable. With a flick of his halberd, he affirmed his resolve. His feet propelled him forcefully against the ground, creating a deep crater as he charged towards the dragon cultivator. The halberd danced repeatedly, its sharp blade lunging towards the dragon warrior. Bang! The dragon cultivator's spear moved like a swimming dragon, weaving and lunging deftly against the myriad of halberd strikes. The spear's tip aimed at the boy's weapon, silent yet more potent than words, as a brilliant light erupted where they met. The boy bellowed, pushing off the ground with force, racing forward. The dragon cultivator's countenance changed as he struggled to hold his ground. The boy, once inferior in strength, now unleashed a tremendous potential, overpowering the dragon cultivator in their clash. He shouted in fury, accelerating further. Rumbling, the boy drove the dragon cultivator towards a small hill, their weapon tips maintaining an unwavering alignment. Achieving a remarkable balance, the boy, fueled by his unleashed potential, steadily overpowered the dragon cultivator, forcing him into the hillside. Rumbling, the modest hill crumbled as the boy's sheer might carved a deep pit, spanning from one end to the other. With a mighty swing of his halberd, he sent the dragon cultivator sprawling away, then launched himself forward in pursuit. With a powerful strike, he aimed to smash down upon the retreating dragon warrior, the tremendous force knocking the spear from the dragon's grasp. With a sudden grip, he seized the dragon cultivator's head, pressing it against the ground mere inches away, propelling forward at great speed. The earth beneath him carved a long trench, stretching hundreds of meters. With a mighty roar, he lifted the dragon cultivator from the ground, driving his knee forcefully into the warrior's abdomen. Blood spewed forth as the dragon warrior felt his stomach churn violently. While escaping from his mouth, the boy continued his assault, delivering blow after blow to the dragon's midsection until the warrior spun helplessly in the air. The boy executed a swift side kick, channeling his magical power into his leg, delivering a crushing kick that sent the dragon warrior crashing into a nearby mountain. Rumbling, a massive sound echoed as a human-shaped crater imprinted itself into the mountainside. The boy swiftly grasped the fallen spear, twirling it into a dazzling display before hurling it at the dragon cultivator embedded in the mountain, panting heavily from the arduous battle he had just endured. Chapter 54. A show of equal might and the gap in realm silence. Aside from the boy's heavy breaths, there was not a whisper to be heard. Over 200 dragon cultivators stood agape, silently witnessing the unfolding spectacle, their disbelief palpable. The youth, who had previously been at a disadvantage, had unleashed an immense power, completely reversing the tide of battle. This was utterly inconceivable. Looking towards the vast pit, and then the dragon cultivator trapped within the mountainside, the onlookers found themselves in a state of bewilderment. It was truly astonishing. Aomu had actually been defeated. He was among the top 10 young experts of the clan, and he had fallen to such an unknown youth. The dragon clan murmured amongst themselves, their gazes towards the boy filled with a mix of emotions. Just then, the rubble atop the mountain began to tremble slightly, and the dragon clan and the boy watched in astonishment as the shaking intensified. Crack. More and more fragments tumbled from the mountainside, the tremors growing increasingly pronounced. Boom. Countless fissures spread across the mountain, culminating in a thunderous roar as the entire structure shattered, a gentle breeze stirring the dust into the air. Moments later, the once mighty mountain lay reduced to a mere pile of debris. Suddenly, a figure shot into the sky, executing a perfect 360-degree spin before landing gracefully. The boy's heart raced with shock as he beheld the figure. Aomu, the dragon cultivator he had thought defeated. Aomu appeared unscathed, though somewhat disheveled, as he cast a fleeting glance at the boy. A smirk gracing his lips, Aomu furrowed his brow slightly, wiping the remnants of blood from his mouth, and coldly remarked, "Not bad, kid. You're the first to injure me so severely that I had intended to enjoy this battle. But my patience has worn thin." With a flick of his wrist, the spear buried in the dust soared into his grasp. Shaking it lightly, he released a flurry of spear blooms. "The game is about to end, kid." In an instant, a lightning-fast cold star shot towards the boy, resembling a dragon surging from the depths of the sea. A silver dragon attacking with ferocity, its icy brilliance flashing as it approached. Seeing this, the boy swiftly twirled his halberd around him, performing a series of rapid movements that conjured ethereal lotus flowers, each spinning gracefully and drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy to form a protective wall. Bang! The spear tip clashed against the halberd blade, unleashing a shockwave of power. Aomu chuckled coldly, accelerating the movement of his spear, unleashing a torrent of icy brilliance that rained down upon the boy, culminating in the emergence of a dazzling white spear bloom. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that this white spear flower is, in fact, unleashing 1,000 thrusts in an instant. The speed is so staggering that it appears as but a single strike. This illusion stems from the wielder's own astonishing velocity, rendering the rapid flurry virtually imperceptible to the naked eye, thus revealing the true prowess of Aomu. Yet, the young man remains oblivious, only sensing that this seemingly simple maneuver harbors a latent danger. This moment, attempting to evade is futile, for the spear has summoned the might of the surrounding heavens and earth, locking down the spatial dimensions around him. Under the influence of this spatial force, evasion becomes impossible, leaving him with no choice but to withstand the onslaught. Realizing that retreat is not an option, the youth resolutely declares within himself, "If I cannot dodge, then I shall strike." With a thunderous shout, he swings his halberd with fierce intensity towards Aomu. Countless spear shadows emerge as the halberd's blade clashes with the spear, the sounds of their fierce collisions echoing relentlessly. With a resounding bang, the two combatants are forced apart, and the young man gasps for breath, his body and spirit profoundly fatigued from the intense battle. His form trembles slightly, and the flesh at his palms has long since split, blood cascading down to reveal exposed bone. The consumption of his magical energy has been tremendous. He finds himself at the brink of exhaustion. Sustained solely by an indomitable will, it is evident that he is nearing his limits, yet the fact that he has managed to contend for so long against someone of my caliber, and has even slain dozens of his kin, showcases his immense potential. However, today, his demise is a foregone conclusion. Aomu silently vows, recognizing that the youth cannot hope to rival him in terms of combat experience or the richness of his magical power. Although the young man had previously gained the upper hand, time is not on his side. Ultimately, he cannot match Aomu's prowess. The bitter smile crosses the youth's face as he realizes the dire situation he is in. His magical energy has dwindled to its nadir. Previously, he had relied on the inherent power of his spiritual treasure, expending little of his own energy. However, the recent exchanges with Aomu have nearly drained him completely. With merely a flicker of magical energy remaining in his eyes, coupled with his injuries, he is in no condition to endure further combat. "Child, do you have any last words to convey?" Aomu taunts. Wielding his spear as a chilling ray of light surges towards the youth, the young man rolls on the ground just in time to narrowly avoid the attack. With a swift motion, he raises his halberd and charges towards Aomu. As he leaps forward, he brings the halberd crashing down upon Aomu's head. Clang! Sparks fly as Aomu's legs tremble slightly, his spear held horizontally to block the descending halberd. The youth wields the halberd like a club, exerting force as he pivots mid-air, sending the halberd crashing down once more, this time with even greater strength. Clang! The halberd and spear collide, generating a shower of sparks as their immense forces clash. The youth's arms go numb, and his palms split open again, blood gushing forth. Aomu finds himself kneeling on the ground. Even with the resilience of a dragon, he cannot withstand such relentless assaults. Damnable brat! Aomu seethes with anger, feeling helpless as he is forced into a disadvantageous position by the youth above him. He is acutely aware of being pressed down for the second time by an opponent of lesser cultivation. The indignation wells up within him. Why is he engaging in a contest of martial skills with this youth? With his cultivation at the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal, slaying this child should be a trivial matter. Realizing this, Aomu feels an overwhelming urge to slap himself. He finally remembers the formidable power he possesses as a Tai Golden Immortal. Such minor cultivators at the early stage of Golden Immortal should be easily dispatched with a single blow. Previously, Aomu had been engaging in a contest where he was at a disadvantage, a situation that should never have arisen. With a furious roar, Aomu unleashes a surge of magical energy, forming a protective shield around himself. Meanwhile, the youth once again brings his halberd crashing down upon Aomu. The impact reverberates as if striking an invisible barrier, sending the youth flying backward. He spins mid-air to absorb the force of the recoil, skidding across the ground and creating a long trench before finally coming to rest. Brat, you have provoked my wrath time and again. Your death is imminent, Aomu declares, his voice filled with malice. Unable to tolerate the humiliation inflicted by a mere golden immortal, the youth gazes coldly at him, remaining silent, yet tightly gripping his halberd, asserting his resolve. Humph, you truly seek your own demise, daring to act so recklessly in this dire situation? Aomu sneers, and with a flick of his wrist, a dazzling arc of light shoots forth from his hand, transforming into a barrage of lethal blades aimed at the youth. Bang, 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 bang. The youth can do little more than defend himself as he utilizes the innate material of his spiritual treasure for protection, which proves more than sufficient. However, even then, the remaining attacks are not easily repelled, especially considering they originate from a formidable Tai expert. Poof, cough, cough. The youth contemplates his imminent demise, yet the thought of dying like this fills him with a fierce unwillingness. With a contorted expression, he throws his head back and roars to the heavens. I refuse to accept this. I shall not perish like this. I have yet to exact my vengeance. His frenzied cries reverberate through the sky, as if attempting to rend the very fabric of reality. Even if you resist, what can you do? Do you believe you can contend with my dragon lineage? We possess millions of experts at the great Luo Golden Immortal level, and countless Tai-level beings that a mere Golden Immortal like you is not even qualified to be my enemy. Aomu retorts coldly, each word causing the youth's complexion to pale further. Indeed, the dragon lineage is immensely powerful. How could my meager cultivation stand against it? Even if I were to slay one, could I eradicate the entire dragon clan? Such lofty cultivation levels render it impossible to defeat the dragons. The youth becomes lost in thought, realizing that all his efforts have been in vain. The dozens of dragon cultivators he has slain are merely peripheral forces, unable to shake the true foundation of the dragon clan. It dawns on him that everything he has done thus far has been futile. Humph, it appears you have finally grasped your situation. It is time to send you on your way, Aomu declares. And with a swift motion of his spear, he lunges toward the youth. At that moment, a 12th grade azure lotus, radiating transformative energy, descends from the heavens. The brilliant azure light envelopes the youth as the life-giving energy floods into him. Instantly, the youth's wounds and fatigue vanish without a trace. Additionally, the magical energy that had been entirely depleted rapidly begins to restore itself in no time. The youth's previously exhausted magical energy is fully replenished, and he is astonished to feel his cultivation level surge under the azure light, breaking through from the early to the mid-stage of Golden Immortal. Moreover, this transformative energy aids the youth in refining his essence, purging impurities from his body that a refreshing sensation washes over him, and he cannot help but moan in pleasure, reminiscent of a child nestled in his mother's embrace. The 12th grade azure lotus hovers above the youth's head, its azure light flowing continuously, refining his magical energy, transforming his once chaotic power into pure essence. The youth gazes in awe at the 12th grade azure lotus above him, his heart filled with astonishment. He realizes he has been saved. Such an extraordinary azure lotus cannot be possessed by an ordinary cultivator, as the transformative energy assists in refining his magic, and having undergone a thorough cleansing, he feels immense gratitude and calls out, "Which esteemed senior has aided me? Please, reveal yourself." At that moment, a gentle voice responds, "Ah, you are quite perceptive. Your potential and cultivation are commendable." Just as the words fall, a flash of silver light appears, revealing a striking youth with flowing silver hair, silver eyes, and an otherworldly beauty. He is adorned with a pair of wings and possesses a visage resembling a majestic beast, exuding an ethereal aura. He carries a jade flute at his waist and occasionally sips from a jade gourd. This individual is none other than Qingchen, who has spent the years wandering through the vast wilderness, returning only occasionally to his dojo. In truth, Qingchen had arrived long before the youth's battle with Aomu began. Having observed the unfolding events from a concealed vantage point in the sky, he was astonished to see the youth, at the early stage of Golden Immortal, managing to withstand the onslaught of 300 dragon cultivators, including a formidable tie-level dragon. All of this naturally piqued Qingchen's interest, and he quietly observed the unfolding events. That it was only when the young boy in front of him found himself in a life-threatening predicament that Qingchen realized it was time for him to take action. Thus, he cast out the 12th grade Qinglian to protect the boy. Aomu was taken aback. He had not sensed Qingchen's presence at all. He couldn't help but think to himself that this cultivator's power surely surpassed his own. As he was completely oblivious to his aura, even his divine sense could not perceive him, a true master, undoubtedly at the level of a great Luo Jingxian. At this thought, a bead of cold sweat trickled down his brow. To be dealt with by a master of the great Luo Jingxian realm would be exceedingly easy, especially for someone of his own Tai realm. "May I inquire why you have come here, Senior?" Aomu respectfully asked. Although Aomu was a Tai realm cultivator and ranked among the top 10 young talents of his clan, this did not imply a lack of wit. Just a single glance at Qingchen made him tremble. A wave of fear originating from his very soul washed over him. Even when he had met Lord Zulong, he had never felt such a sensation. Encountering Qingchen now instilled a fear that was profound and unfathomable. I am merely wandering the vast wilderness of the Hongwang continent. Today, I notice this young lad possesses commendable cultivation, and I wish to take him as my disciple. Naturally, I cannot allow you to harm his life." Qingchen spoke nonchalantly, never once deigning to look directly at Aomu. This treatment incited a simmering anger within the proud Aomu, yet he dared not express it openly. Upon noticing this, Qingchen merely smiled faintly. Without uttering a word, "So, young man, do you wish to become my disciple?" Qingchen addressed the boy calmly, as he beckoned with his right hand, causing the 12th grade Qinglian to return to his palm instantly. As he toyed with the Qinglian, a smile graced his face. However, to his surprise, the boy retorted, "Become your disciple? Are you truly powerful? How do you compare to a great Luo Jingxian?" Qingchen was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, you little rascal, to have you as my disciple would be an immense fortune, and yet you dare to question my capabilities. I like your spirit. Do tell me what you wish to learn. I can teach you anything." Qingchen laughed heartily, for it was the first time someone had dared to speak to him in such a manner. Setting aside his formidable cultivation, even his identity alone would make countless beings and cultivators eager to become his disciple. Thus, for this boy to question him was nothing short of amusing. The boy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Is it truly the case that you can teach anything? Are you truly that powerful? How do you compare with the great Luo Jingxian?" Upon hearing this, Qingchen smirked disdainfully. "Let me tell you this. In my eyes, a great Luo Jingxian can be extinguished with a mere flick of my hand. Even those so-called saints are nothing more than ants to me." The boy and Aomu were both taken aback. They were well aware of the might of a great Luo Jingxian. Aomu, in particular, understood the immense power of such a cultivator, whose mere gestures were imbued with the weight of the heavens, making those below the great Luo Jingxian appear as ants. Hearing Qingchen proclaim that he could obliterate a great Luo Jingxian with ease was shocking enough. But the contempt in his words left them in disbelief regarding the truth behind his claims. Though they were unaware of what constituted a saint, their instincts suggested that such a being must surely transcend the great Luo Jingxian realm. Could it be that the boy and Almu could not help but speculate that Qingchen was indeed one of those saints? Could you explain what a saint is, so we may understand this realm and discern if you are speaking falsehoods? Haha. Very well, I shall elucidate what a saint is. Qingchen, noting their serious expressions, spoke with a grave demeanor. The great Luo Jingxian is not the ultimate pinnacle of cultivation. There exist realms beyond it. The great Luo Jingxian is merely a preliminary qualification for enlightenment. Only upon reaching the great Luo Jingxian level can one begin to grasp the laws or the Tao. It is only by attaining this level that one may have the opportunity to comprehend the elusive Tao. The boy, Almu, and the remaining 200 Dragon Clan cultivators stood in stunned silence, their faces solemn as they absorbed Qingchen's words. They had not anticipated that the great Luo Jingxian was not the final destination, but rather a stepping stone to even higher realms, possibly that which was referred to as a saint. Seeing their expressions of astonishment, Qingchen was satisfied and continued, "As for the saint, allow me to whet your appetite a little. The saint's primordial spirit is anchored in the heavenly Tao, possessing a body that is impervious to destruction, untouched by karmic ties, and is an existence that is neither alive nor dead. All beings below the saint, they are but ants." The boy and Almu were utterly astonished. They had not realized that the saint, a realm above the great Luo Jingxian, held such immense power, perceiving all beings as mere ants. What kind of realm bestows such a profound state of mind? Furthermore, to hear Qingchen declare that even saints were akin to ants in his eyes only hinted at the unfathomable depth of his own power. Observing their shocked contemplation, Qingchen smiled lightly. "So, young man, do you now wish to become my disciple?" Upon hearing this, the boy's face lit up with joy as he replied, "I do. I wish to pay my respects to my master." "He. Rise," Qingchen replied. "Thank you, master." Qingchen then turned his gaze toward Almu and said blandly, "Today, I have gained a fine disciple, and my mood is quite pleasant. You may leave now. Go back and inform Zulong not to provoke the wrath of the heavens, lest he suffer the consequences." "Yes, esteemed senior, I shall convey your message," Almu responded, wiping the sweat from his brow before leading the 200 Dragon Clan cultivators away. He was eager to report what he had heard to Zulong, as this was also a message from Qingchen in their presence. The intention was to make the three innate clans understand the need for restraint, to realize that the great Luo Jingxian was not invincible. And in the eyes of those mighty beings, even great Luo Jingxians were akin to ants. He believed that upon receiving this news, the three innate clans would at the very least quiet down for some time. "You have become my disciple, yet I should bestow upon you a protective spiritual treasure. Once we return to the dojo, I shall impart to you my teachings and divine abilities," Qingchen concluded, producing the 12th grade Qinglian he had just used, and handed it to the boy. "But first, I do not yet know your name." The boy accepted the 12th grade Qinglian, suppressing his excitement, and said, "Respectfully reporting to my master, my true form is that of a white tiger. Yet I have no given name. I humbly ask my master to bestow upon me a name." "Well then, since your true form is a white tiger, you shall take Bai as your surname, and Xian is your given name. Bai Xian shall be your name." "Thank you, master, for bestowing me with a name." Bai Xian knelt, speaking with utmost reverence. Qingchen nodded in satisfaction. The white tiger was a rare and powerful creature in the Hongwang realm, known for its might and swiftness. Furthermore, Bai Xian's potential was quite impressive, which delighted Qingchen immensely. Leading Bai Xian, Qingchen made his way toward the dojo in the Eastern Sea. Chapter 56. Zulong's decision and the explanation of merits. What? A great Luo Jingxian can be extinguished with a mere flick of the hand. There exists a realm even higher than that of the great Luo Jingxian, a saint, in the Crystal Palace of the Eastern Sea. Zulong sat upon a throne surrounded by 9 dragons. After hearing Almu's report, even such a powerful being as Zulong was momentarily taken aback by this shocking news. However, deep within Zulong's heart, he harbored a vague belief that the mysterious cultivator's words held truth. Ever since someone first preached in the Hongwang, its beings began to engage with the Tao. With their understanding of the Tao deepening, their own cultivation increased. Once a being's cultivation broke through to the great Luo Jingxian, they could more clearly perceive the profound mysteries of the Tao. Yet, when Zulong and the other powerful beings reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Jingxian, they realized their cultivation was still insignificant compared to the Tao. At that moment, Zulong sensed that beyond the great Luo Jingxian, there must be deeper realms. Now, after hearing Aomu's account, he fell into contemplation. He was immensely curious about the true cultivation level of that mysterious individual. One who could regard the great Luo Jingxian as ants, capable of extinguishing them with a mere gesture. Moreover, what kind of immense power did the realm of Saint possess? An impervious body, one that is neither alive nor dead. Zulong mused, simultaneously growing more resolute in the belief that the mysterious cultivator's claims were indeed valid. The fact that this individual could articulate the existence of realms above the great Luo Jingxian indicated that their cultivation must have reached such heights, allowing them to utter such audacious statements. With this thought, Zulong fell silent, contemplating whether this mysterious cultivator would intervene should the Dragon Clan mount an offensive against the Phoenix or Qingchen clans. Qingchen's warning loomed over Zulong like a sword, making him hesitant to take any risks that he understood that risks often came with significant costs. Zulong was unwilling to gamble, for a lost wager could spell the end of the entire Dragon Clan. In the absence of understanding Qingchen's temperament, Zulong dared not provoke that enigmatic cultivator. The mere act of warning from the other party signified that the Dragon Clan, along with the Phoenix and Qingchen races, had stirred discontent in that powerful and mysterious being regarding certain matters. Zulong comprehended the intricacies of the situation and felt a cold sweat break out upon his forehead. Fortunately, this formidable entity had only issued a warning. Had it chosen to directly invade my dragon palace, Zulong could only shudder at the thought of the consequences for his clan. The Minister of Tortoise conveyed Zulong's decree. From henceforth, the descendants of the Dragon Clan must exercise restraint in their conduct. Should any dare to recklessly wreak havoc in the primordial realm or engage in wanton slaughter, they would face immediate punishment, having their dragon tendons severed, their dragon pearls confiscated, and their cultivation rendered void, thus expelling them from the Dragon Clan. Zulong spoke coldly, and it was evident that he was genuinely enraged. Deities was these idle young scions, emboldened by their family's power, who caused trouble without regard for the consequences. Thankfully, they had not provoked any major disasters. Otherwise, as one who could rise to the position of clan leader, Zulong undoubtedly possessed extraordinary means. This mindset is not one that a person without substantial power can cultivate, nor can it be developed in a short span of time. Yes, Lord Zulong, the Minister of Tortoise was equally astonished. Within the Dragon Clan, the punishment of severing dragon tendons and confiscating dragon pearls was considered the most severe. Once a dragon's tendons were severed and its pearls confiscated, it would equate to the deprivation of its bloodline. Stripped of the dragon's lineage, one could only become akin to a mere serpent. Zulong's imposition of such a harsh penalty revealed the depth of his true wrath. He would not resort to invoking the dragon decree lightly, as this decree symbolized Zulong's authority. Once activated, all scaled beings and members of the Dragon Clan must heed the commands of the one who bears the dragon decree, the cultivator. This was the first time the decree had manifested since Zulong crafted it, and it was not intended to confront the Phoenix or Qingchen clans, but rather to impose discipline upon his own Dragon Clan. One could only imagine the magnitude of Zulong's determination. Due to Zulong's invocation of the dragon decree to regulate the primordial Dragon Clan, the death toll among the innocent beings of the primordial realm significantly decreased. Consequently, Qingchen's verbal warning rendered the Dragon Clan hesitant to continue their previous unrestrained devastation of the primordial continent, leading to a notable reduction in casualties, which could be described as a tremendous merit. In an instant, a magnificent beam of merit, resplendent with golden light, descended upon Qingchen. Taken aback, Qingchen calculated the situation and soon understood the underlying circumstances. With a gentle smile, he realized that even such an act could yield merit. With a graceful flick of his embroidered robe, he swiftly gathered the immense merit. Casting a curious glance at Bai Xian, who exhibited intrigue, Qingchen remarked, "As long as one accumulates merit in the world, the heavens will naturally bestow merit in return. A cultivator shielded by great merit, even if they are my disciple, I would not dare to take their life lightly. Otherwise, one would entangle themselves in the karma of the heavens. You must understand, possessing merit is akin to wielding a talisman for survival, one that is protected by the heavens. With the favor of the heavens, one may face no disasters or tribulations, even if a few calamities arise. They are merely transient disturbances, devoid of any threat to life. Once a cultivator possesses immense merit, even the undying saints would hesitate to strike them down." Xianer, Do you comprehend what I am saying? Bai Xian nodded in a daze and replied, I never imagined merit could wield such profound effects. Master, how can one attain this merit? Hearing this, Qingchen nodded in approval and explained, to attain the merit of the heavens, one must first cultivate benevolence towards the world. Countless beings inhabit this realm, drawing upon the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, seeking treasures and primordial spiritual artifacts. Many beings know only how to take without returning anything to the heavens, thereby accruing debts of karma. When the great calamity of the heavens descends, those burdened by karma will immediately turn to ash. This could be seen as the heavens seizing the opportunity during the great calamity to cleanse the primordial beings. While those endowed with great merit will pass through the calamity unscathed, he glanced at Bai Xian and continued, with merit bestowed upon you, a cultivator can not only perceive the natural laws of heaven and earth with greater clarity, but they will also remain untroubled by inner demons during their cultivation, blessed by the fortune of the heavens. Should one's merit be substantial, even the most grievous errors might not provoke the wrath of heaven itself. Observing Bai Xian's astonished expression, Qingchen smiled and added, however, even with such merit, one must still atone for their transgressions through their own deeds. One cannot behave recklessly simply because their merit has deepened. Do you understand? I understand, Master, Bai Xian responded, sensing Qingchen's concern for him. This warmth provided a sense of paternal affection for Bai Xian, who had suffered the loss of his parents and the destruction of his home, evoking a unique emotion within him, one that could only be described as happiness. Patting Bai Xian on the head, Qingchen said, let us be on our way. Riding upon a cloud, they soared over the vast expanse of sea and countless mountains, soon arriving at a place where azure waves rippled across an endless sea. This location was none other than the Eastern Sea. As they ventured towards its eastern reaches, Bai Xian gazed at the vast emptiness of the ocean before him. Perplexed as he looked at Qingchen, Qingchen glanced at Bai Xian with a slight smile, offering no explanation that a series of intricate hand seals were executed, and a radiant golden light materialized in the void, culminating in the sudden appearance of a magnificent golden door. Upon this door were intricately carved, profound runes depicting the forms of the 3,000 chaotic demons, exuding an aura of the Tao that flowed continuously. A most mysterious atmosphere enveloped the surroundings as the golden door slowly opened. An overwhelming stream of primordial spiritual energy, along with the essence of the stars, surged forth from the other side, that in mere moments. The spiritual energy in the vicinity of the door intensified 100-fold. A single breath was infused with the essence of the stars, rich and pure. Bai Xian was astounded, realizing that his master's domain resided within another realm entirely. And he felt a mixture of reverence and respect for Qingchen, reassessing his master's cultivation level in his heart. Gradually, as the spiritual energy by the door began to dissipate, the scene beyond the door revealed itself. A vast, unending mountain range came into view, shrouded in fog, akin to a dream. In a vast clearing spanning tens of thousands of miles within this great mountain range, an array of ancient and elegant buildings lay scattered, subtly arranged in a most peculiar formation. Countless rivers and streams, composed entirely of spiritual energy and star essence, coursed through the immense mountains, creating a harmonious cycle, flowing unobstructed through valleys and gorges, radiating a rich spiritual energy. In this land of birdsong and fragrant flowers, numerous sentient ginseng, jima, and various primordial spiritual herbs and nascent humanoid forms populated the mountains. The ginseng and jima flourished in this tranquil and harmonious sanctuary, frolicking and playing, leading carefree lives. Bai Xian gazed in astonishment at the spectacle before him, rubbing his eyes in disbelief, struggling to accept the reality unfolding before him. Qingchen observed Bai Xian with a gentle smile, saying nothing. After a while, Bai Xian regained his composure and noticed Qingchen watching him with a smile. His face flushed slightly as he asked, Master, is this truly the location of our sect? Qingchen nodded and replied, This sanctuary is a small world I painstakingly carved out from the chaos, directly linking it to the fringes of the primordial realm, and the spiritual energy within has been transformed from chaotic essence through considerable effort. As a sanctuary, it is more than sufficient. After hearing this, Bai Xian felt an even deeper admiration for Qingchen. Astonished that his master possessed such remarkable abilities, he understood that creating a world within the chaos was no small feat. For the beings of the primordial realm had inherited memories from the heavens since their inception, and they were well aware of Pangu and the dangers of chaos. Thus, Bai Xian held profound respect for Qingchen's accomplishment of manifesting a world within the chaos. As they stepped through the shimmering golden door, the door vanished in a flash, leaving behind a lingering aura of primordial spiritual energy that refused to dissipate, affirming that a golden door had indeed appeared above the eastern sea moments ago. Upon entering the sanctuary, Bai Xian discerned that the spiritual energy and star essence within far surpassed that of the primordial realm, revealing countless primordial spiritual roots, various kinds of spiritual herbs, and fruits he had never seen before. The ginseng, jima, and other nascent humanoid spirits frolicked freely in the sanctuary, with ginseng children, resembling infants only a few inches tall, emitting laughter like silver bells. These ginseng, jima, and other small spirits were not shy. Upon seeing Qingchen, they eagerly approached him, their chubby little feet scampering forth. "Greetings, master! Greetings, master!" exclaimed a diminutive ginseng child, albeit with unclear speech. Nearby, its companions chided, "It's not master. It's elder master." The speaker is a little Zamar, whose chubby little feet shuffle about as it points with its short, pudgy fingers at the ginseng doll that previously referred to Qingchen as Brain Lord. Upon hearing this, the ginseng doll bites its plump little hand and looks up at the towering figure of Qingchen. Exclaiming, "Brain Lord, master," Qingchen, upon witnessing this, offers a gentle smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Instead, he crouches down to playfully tease the diminutive ginseng doll and other small beings such as the Zamar. These ginseng dolls and Zamar, along with other innate medicinal entities, were originally harvested by Qingchen from the primordial continent. Later, within the confines of the dojo, they awakened their sentience under the profound influence of the dojo's rich innate spiritual energy and the essence of the stars, transforming into the ginseng dolls and Zamar we see now. Having lived in the dojo since their awakening, their minds remain akin to that of young children, embodying an innocence that is truly remarkable. Qingchen has refrained from pressuring them to cultivate rigorously. Instead, he has imparted to them some simple cultivation techniques to enhance their abilities slightly. Naturally, Qingchen holds a deep affection for these little creatures. To nurture them, he has deliberately established an enormous formation within the dojo to gather the energy of creation, which is immensely beneficial for beings born of Floret. As Qingchen playfully interacts with the ginseng doll, it blissfully closes its eyes, clutching his finger with its chubby hands, its round face radiating a sense of attachment. For these ginseng dolls and Zamar, their happiness and joy in residing within this dojo, where the spiritual energy flows like rivers, is entirely a gift from Qingchen. They feel an innate gratitude towards him. Although their intellect resembles that of toddlers, Qingchen chooses to let them remain in this state. Believing that growing up would only invite unwanted thoughts, that he feels that living carefree and joyfully in the dojo is a tremendous blessing for them, ensuring their lives are safeguarded. Suddenly, a low growl interrupts his thoughts, and Qingchen turns to see the ginseng dolls and Zamar climbing onto Qiongqi's body. Curiously, they tug at Qiongqi's fur with their tiny hands, which, while not painful, is quite ticklish. Qiongqi, unable to use its powers for fear of harming its master's beloved little spirits, endures this intolerable torment, tears welling in its heart, feeling that the master is too indulgent towards these little ones. Filled with jealousy, Qiongqi helplessly watches as the little spirits frolic upon it, unable to do anything but lie down and witness its fur becoming a tangled mess. It can only emit low growls to vent its inner dissatisfaction. The little beings, however, only grow bolder, pulling at Qiongqi's whiskers, elongating them without breaking them, although some mild discomfort is unavoidable. Upon witnessing this, Qingchen bursts in a hearty laughter. Finding the scene amusing, hearing Qingchen's laughter, Qiongqi casts a resentful glance at him, then at the ginseng doll and Zamar continuing to tug at its whiskers. Resigned, it shuts its eyes and allows the little spirits to wreak havoc upon it. Turning to Bai Xian, Qingchen states, "You shall come to the main hall later. I will impart to you the methods of cultivation." Bai Xian's eyes gleam with excitement as he replies, "Thank you, master." Qingchen nods slightly, and with a flash of silver light, he vanishes from sight. In the secluded chamber where Qingchen is in seclusion, he sits cross-legged on a mat, meticulously organizing and summarizing all that he has learned. He revises and compiles various techniques of cultivation, artifact forging, alchemy, formations, innate calculations, and Taoist spells into a cohesive system of cultivation methods. The knowledge encapsulated within this compilation covers a vast array of wonders from the primordial realm, as well as rare innate spiritual roots and precious forging minerals. With another flash of silver light, Qingchen emerges from the chamber, entering the main hall where he sits upon a cloud bed. Gently closing his eyes, he flicks his right index finger, sending a gust of energy towards the golden bell hanging outside the hall. The sound of ding, ding, ding resonates throughout the dojo, sending invisible ripples across the space. The Qingyao boy, who was in seclusion, immediately concludes his practice, appearing in a flash of blue light outside the hall. Upon entering, he bows deeply to Qingchen, saying, "Qingyao greets the master. You have returned." "Indeed, Qingyao. During my absence, I see your cultivation has improved remarkably," Qingchen observes, noticing the boy's foundation has become more solid and his abilities have advanced. He feels a sense of satisfaction. Although Qingyao is but a young spirit, his talent for cultivation is equally commendable. "Thank you for your praise, master," Qingyao responds, maintaining his respectful demeanor, fully aware of his responsibilities as a disciple. He understands what questions to ask and what to refrain from inquiring. Although his mindset has matured over time, he still recognizes Qingchen's affection for him. "You need not be so formal in my presence." "Qingyao," Qingchen replies, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to the boy's serious demeanor. He fondly remembers Qingyao's cherubic form from his childhood, so endearing and delightful, while Qingyao's appearance now bears little difference from his younger self. His attitude has grown significantly more mature. Grateful for Qingchen's past kindness, particularly for saving his mother, Qingyao regards him as a fatherly figure. The memories of being cradled in Qingchen's arms and the rare innate spiritual fruits provided as sustenance bring a smile to Qingyao's face. Deepening his respect for Qingchen. "Yes, master," despite acknowledging Qingchen's words, he possesses a stubborn streak that is not easily swayed. Over time, Qingchen has come to accept this aspect of him. At this moment, Xiongqi and Bai Xian also arrive in the main hall. "Greetings, master," they say in unison. Qingchen responds with a slight nod, casually sending forth 3 beams of silver light into their minds, stating, "These are the methods of my lineage's Taoist techniques, containing the essence of my life's understanding and the skills I have created. It encompasses all aspects of cultivation, artifact forging, alchemy, Taoist spells, and various wonders. All knowledge is meticulously recorded within." Upon hearing this, Bai Xian and the others are elated, astonished by the vast array of information contained within. Realizing it would take countless years to master it all. Truly, the master is immensely powerful. His cultivation is beyond our comprehension. This is the cultivation method of my lineage. You must not carelessly divulge it. Otherwise, you will lose all your cultivation and be expelled from the sect. Qingchen warns sternly, for the traditions of sects have always been deeply ingrained, and such matters pertain to the reputation and transmission of the Tao. Bai Xian and the others acknowledge with bowed heads. "Now, focus on your cultivation," Qingchen concludes, closing his eyes once more as he sits upon the cloud bed, quietly contemplating the Tao and calculating the fortunes of the innate 3 clans, as well as the timing of the impending great calamity. Chapter 58. The first great battle. The 10,000 dragon formation. Time flows unnoticed, and in the blink of an eye. Several decades have passed. During these decades, significant changes have unfolded in the primordial world. Initially, due to the decree issued by the ancestral dragon, the dragon clan was instructed not to stir up trouble within the primordial realm. For a period of several decades following this command, the primordial world remained relatively peaceful. However, as time progressed, the dragon clan began to disregard the ancestral dragon's orders, gradually returning to their former ways of causing mischief. Upon learning this, the ancestral dragon felt disheartened. Yet, after several decades had passed without incident, the ancestral dragon also began to downplay the matter. The primordial realm returned to its previous state, rife with slaughter and resentment. The malevolent dragon, lurking within the mysterious river of fate, had grown even larger in size. Moreover, the rate at which the 3 clans absorbed their own fortunes has accelerated significantly. Their once mighty fortunes have now considerably waned. Diminishing moment by moment, the primordial 3 clans have engaged in numerous skirmishes, each conflict witnessing the mobilization of hundreds of thousands of great Luo golden immortals and millions of Tai golden immortals. With countless golden immortals participating, while those at the Xian immortal level are relegated to mere cannon fodder. Rivers of blood flow, and corpses litter the battlefield. Countless celestial mountains, spiritual veins, and rare treasures have been destroyed in overwhelming numbers. This war can be described as a grand-scale melee, with no fewer than several 100 million beings participating, whether from the Dragon Clan's scaly kin, the Phoenix Clan's avian species, or the Qingchen Clan's terrestrial beasts. The numbers exceed 100 million at this moment. The primordial realm is rife with conflict, escalating further, as battles at the great Luo Golden Immortal level exude tremendous cosmic might, obliterating innumerable celestial peaks and spiritual veins with every clash. Rare treasures and precious spiritual roots have also been decimated in countless instances. Countless beings have perished innocently in the aftermath of this cataclysmic battle. On this battlefield, dragons, phoenixes, and Qingchens are locked in fierce combat. The air is filled with the clash of sword energies and the continuous exchange of mystical techniques, as dragon, phoenix, and Qingchen corpses rain down from the sky. From a distance, it appears as if it is raining. Streams of crimson blood cascade from above, staining the earth of vivid scarlet. The sanguine torrents coalesce into winding rivers, and the overwhelming stench of blood saturates the atmosphere, transforming the sky into a blood-red expanse. Countless corpses lie scattered across the ground, remnants of limbs and entrails creating an unbearable miasma. The dying beings emit curses like dark clouds, obscuring the sun. They manifest as ghastly apparitions with green faces and sharp fangs, haunting the skies with their long tongues, absorbing the resentment and death energy around them. Their chilling wails echoing throughout the heavens. The intense battle continues, with a plethora of mystical techniques swirling rapidly in the air. The conflict among the three factions paints the sky in a kaleidoscope of colors, resplendent beyond measure. Suddenly, a resounding dragon's roar reverberates across the heavens, revealing a five-clawed divine dragon leading a multitude of dragons and scaled beings, parting the waves of water and approaching the battlefield, imbued with boundless water energy. The Dragon Clan has arrived to lend support. Quickly, notify the rest of the clan. The Dragon Clan has come to aid. The Phoenix Clan must remain vigilant. Seeing the Dragon Clan's reinforcements, the expressions of the Phoenix and Qingchen clans change dramatically. They swiftly relay the news through their clan's secret arts. The Dragon Clan, witnessing their reinforcements, experiences a surge in morale, significantly enhancing their attack speed as they unleash an array of powerful mystical techniques. Explosions resonate endlessly as sword energies crisscross and mystical techniques dance through the sky. The powerful fluctuations of magical energy can be sensed even from afar, with formidable spells clashing against one another. The arrival of the Dragon Clan's reinforcements instantly reverses the tide of battle. The other two clans can only defend, lacking the capacity to counterattack. This cannot continue. Where is the support? A rugged middle-aged man among the Dragon Clan, wielding a long sword, swiftly dispatches a Dragon Clan cultivator and exclaims anxiously, "We must intensify our efforts. The Phoenix and Qingchen clans are on the verge of annihilation." Upon hearing this, the Dragon Clan's attack speed intensifies even more. This statement acts as a powerful morale booster for the Dragon Clan's warriors, significantly enhancing their offensive capabilities. The fierce combat rages on, with various innate and acquired treasures summoned to the fray. The inherent might of these treasures, augmented by the magical energies of the great Luo Golden Immortals, becomes even more formidable. Some exceptionally powerful great Luo Golden Immortals wield treasures whose might surpasses that of ordinary cultivators, leading to a lopsided situation on the battlefield, as the remaining powerful great Luo Golden Immortals of the Dragon Clan wield potent innate treasures to slaughter the surrounding cultivators of the other two clans who are at the Tai level or below. This is a purely one-sided massacre. Blood rains down, and dismembered limbs drift from the heavens to the primordial earth. The anguished cries resonate, with the lamentations of phoenixes and the roars of Qingchens echoing throughout the cosmos. At that moment, a series of phoenix calls and Qingchen roars resound from afar, bringing joy to the Phoenix and Qingchen clans as they glance toward the source of the sound, from the distant expanse of the primordial continent. A multitude of avian beings, white cranes, swans, egrets, eagles, and countless others, swiftly approach the battlefield, while the Qingchen side is also joined by countless terrestrial beasts, racing across the primordial land. The deafening sounds resemble the fury of rolling thunder, shaking the earth as if it were a magnitude 12 earthquake. Ha! Reinforcements have arrived. Let us determine the victor against the dragon clan. The rugged man beams with joy, invigorated by the arrival of fresh troops, uplifting the morale of his clan. Roar. In response, all the Qilins roar in unison, their spirits soaring. Kill. The utterance of this word transforms the atmosphere dramatically. Imagine the spectacle of at least 100 million beings shouting kill in unison. It is a sight to behold. The thunderous decree reverberates through the cosmos, and torrential rain begins to pour from the heavens. In an instant, both sides collide, unleashing a deluge of powerful mystical techniques upon the battlefield. The fighting escalates to a level more intense than before. If this continues, our situation will become perilous. With this thought, a five-clawed golden dragon, a sovereign among the dragon clan, steps forward and declares, "Dragon warriors, form the 10,000 dragons formation." As soon as the words leave his lips, countless dragon clan cultivators abandon their opponents and gather around the five-clawed dragon sovereign. Form the formation. With the command given, innumerable dragons align themselves in an exquisitely intricate arrangement. Each dragon takes its designated position. A peculiar force descends from the void, creating an immediate pressure that intensifies with each dragon's placement. The 10,000 dragons formation, renowned for its might. However, the number of dragons currently assembling far exceeds a mere 10,000, reaching a staggering count of several tens of millions. With millions of dragons forming a great array, one can only fathom the magnitude of power that will manifest once the formation is complete. We cannot allow them to complete the formation. Stop them. The rugged middle-aged man from the Qilin clan speaks up, sensing an ominous premonition that arises from the formation taking shape before them. Recognizing its immense threat, hearing the words of this cultivator, all the phoenixes and Qilins in the vicinity unleash their most potent attacks towards the assembling dragons. In response, a remarkably profound protective shield emanates from the direction of the dragon formation, instantly erecting a massive oval barrier that deflects all incoming assaults. The cultivators present are taken aback, witnessing the formation nearing completion while their attacks prove utterly ineffective, a realization that leaves them in shock. The 10,000 dragons formation is on the verge of being established, and with several tens of millions of dragons completing this array, its power will undoubtedly surpass that of the original formation by 100-fold.